Chapter 1056. What do you mean by keeping your hair? Tell me. Li Longji's voice sounded at the door. Zhang Xiaobao was very helpless. He didn't close the door now, because if he did, Li Longji would put his ear against the door to listen. Therefore, in order to prevent his ears from hurting, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't close the door. Anyway, they didn't do anything during the day, so they weren't afraid of being seen. Therefore, Li Longji got rid of his bad habit of leaning against the door to eavesdrop. At least he didn't have to worry about his ears turning red when he touched something. Of course, every time he appeared, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan would know. Even on flat ground, Zhang Xiaobao's ears were useful, let alone on a boat. Unless Li Longji had a half-meter thick cushion under his feet, it was impossible for Zhang Xiaobao not to hear. Do you want people to shave their hair like nuns and monks? Li Longji didn't feel that his appearance was too abrupt and continued to speak. Not necessarily. People who do a lot of work cut their hair short. Otherwise, it would affect their work. It's so awkward to have it coiled on the head. Sometimes, beauty doesn't lie in the hair. It's fine for women to keep it long, but it's better for men to cut it short. It's not worth it to work hard on your hair every day. Zhang Xiaobao took over the conversation. In fact, he knew that women didn't need to keep their hair long. But nowadays, when people evaluated beauty, the style of hair was very important. Moreover, he liked women with long hair. He believed that many men also liked women with long hair. Li Longji really didn't expect that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were discussing this issue. He was very puzzled and said, "Actually, you don't need to wash your hair every day. Just put it in the bun and tidy it up when you get up in the morning. If you cut it, it'll look very ugly. It doesn't matter if it's coiled up, but isn't the hygiene condition not good now? There are lice and scorpions, and it's easy to spread diseases. The new news is that many children in Dangzhou have fallen ill. It doesn't seem like a big deal, it's just a bug. However, as time passed, the person would become thin and would not have much energy. This would have a great impact on the child's growth and development. Some people might even die. It was not easy for any family to raise a child. If a child died at the age of 10 or 7, just a heartache would not be able to recover in a short period of time. We can't always think that life and death are inevitable. We can't just consider the number of people who died this year as compared to last year. Then, we will feel that we have improved. But this year's population is 100 million, and last year's population was 95 million. If we can't be high and mighty and use numbers to measure society, then what kind of emperor are you?" The more Zhang Xiaobao spoke, the angrier he got. This was because he thought of what had happened between him and Wang Wan. It was as if everything was just data, and everyone in the country was just an ordinary existence in the numbers. For example, how many people died in various disasters, and how much money was invested in disaster relief? Was there a need for others to explain? This was especially so for industrial disasters, mining disasters, and medical disasters. They could actually determine the range of deaths. It was as if the people who died were within the range, then it would be fine. But if the people who died were outside the range, then they would be dealt with severely. But what about every family? Can they accept this kind of data ratio? If it was really calculated like this, then if there was only one child in the family and he died, then what was the loss to the family? It was 100%. 100% was not data, but the loss of a person in life. Xiaobao, aren't we looking at data now? Sometimes, there are many helpless situations in life. When soldiers are training, there are also casualties. You said that you like to see animals do that. If a zebra was eaten by a lion, then don't tell me other zebras don't live. Wang Wan could feel Zhang Xiaobao's emotions and knew what he was thinking. But sometimes, there were some things that made people helpless. Sitting in that position, there were many fetters. At that moment, Zhang Xiaobao was very stubborn. He said angrily, "The data doesn't matter, but what we want now is not to pursue profits or an increase in the GNP. What we want is the survival rate of people. Even if your local government pays me 1 billion strings of cash a year, I won't allow you to kill people according to this ratio." What do you mean by helpless? If you're incompetent, then say that you're incompetent. Why are you saying that you're helpless? If you spend all your energy on climbing up, then of course you're helpless about the people's livelihood. When you sit in that position, then you start complaining, "It's not easy for me either." Is it easy to sit in that position? Why don't you give in when you're fighting for the position? If you let others sit in it easily, won't they have the energy to care about the people's livelihood? Isn't it because you want to fight for power? After the fight, you still have to check and balance. Then, just say that you're selfish. Don't fucking say that you're selfless and fucking president. Xiao Bao, Her Majesty is talking to you. What president? Wang Wan glared at him. In fact, she also agreed with what Zhang Xiaobao said. Of course, people were for themselves and their families, including her family. All the selfless words were to deceive the stupid people, Zhang Xiaobao said. But people were like this. They were a complicated species. Even if it were someone else, it would still be the same. She felt that Zhang Xiaobao was idealizing people. President, manager, book, knife, and pen, okay? Your Majesty, what did you just say? Zhang Xiaobao took 2 deep breaths and asked. Li Longji knew that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't seem to be so peaceful, but he didn't understand the hint in their words. He coughed softly and said, I just said that cutting short hair doesn't look good, right? It's my fault. I thought too much. That about hair. In fact, short hair is also beautiful. My family is going to launch a new shampoo. Any man with short hair will be given a set. One for himself, the other for his wife or his mother. Tonight, I'll find a few men in the inner courtyard and help them cut their hair. Then tomorrow, Your Majesty, you can see if they have to be like monks. To be honest, I don't like the monks' hairstyle. It's just that when they came here, there were more diseases in their place. So they cut their hair and didn't eat beef. When they came here, they didn't eat meat. In fact, there's no need for that. Buddhism talks about the 6 realms of reincarnation. Sometimes, killing is also to help animals enter the human path. Yes, the human path is not the human path, nor is it the infernal path. People say that it's pure and clean, but it has nothing to do with shaving their hair. There are many people who don't have hair, but their hearts are not pure. They always think too much about utilitarian things. I'll cut a few hairstyles. Your Majesty, take a look and decide which one you think is good. Let the working people of the Tang Empire try their best to learn. Zhang Xiaobao realized that he had thought too far. To be precise, the scope of the connection was too wide. It was better to return to the problem of hair. Li Longji was confused. When he came here, he was talking about the problem of growing his hair. Why did it become a mess when it came to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan? When he heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, Li Longji nodded in confusion. He said, There's also smallpox. You've done well in the past few years. The number of people who contracted smallpox has decreased, but you can't relax. You have to persevere. I've learned from the intelligence system that when people in the other countries contracted smallpox, they died in large numbers. There were no survivors in the entire village. Li Longji was very satisfied with this. When he thought about it, everything seemed to have started after Zhang Zhong came to Luzhou. At that time, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo were the same age as Little Bei and the others now. This made him think that children of this age, according to the education of the 2 experts, were at the beginning of their lives. It seemed that after Zhang Zhong came to Luzhou, the speed of Tang Empire's development suddenly increased. If it was not because of their age, could it be that the emperor was far away? If that was the case, as the emperor, he seemed to have to bear some responsibility. He should have asked them to stay away from him. Perhaps they were developing faster now. Zhang Xiaobao glanced at Wang Wan before he lowered his head to make tea. Wang Wan knew Zhang Xiaobao was agitated again. She could not understand why Zhang Xiaobao would be so emotional when it came to this topic. Could it be related to his life experience? When she saw Zhang Xiaobao beginning to adjust his emotions, Wang Wan said, Your Majesty, smallpox is actually nothing. After some time, tuberculosis can also be cured. Now that you have tuberculosis, you'll definitely die. In the future, if you want to die, you won't die unless the person is willing to die. The medical school's research has reached the final stage. When the medicine is ready, Xiao Bao and I will come up with a strategy of free treatment and subsidies. Even if you have tuberculosis, you don't have to spend the money for treatment. During the treatment, we'll also compensate them for the money they need for their normal work. This is because some families are most afraid of not having enough money to treat their main labor force when they get sick. Now that many diseases are treated for free, they're most afraid of not having a source of income. So, I've discussed it with Xiao Bao. The treatment period is not long. Not all diseases have to be treated for many years. We'll compensate them for their living expenses. This way, they will take the initiative to come for treatment. Li Longji thought for a moment and said, "All right, we'll do as you say. I don't care about money. In any case, with Xiao Bao around, how much can I spend if I want to? Also, you have to pay attention to malaria. I could take care of money. Every time I think of people losing their lives because of money, I feel that I am not qualified to be an emperor. It's just like the primitive society in the past. Could it be that the leader of a tribe, just because someone in his tribe didn't hunt more prey, would watch that person slowly die after he was injured without doing anything? I believe that no tribe leader would do this. He might not be able to keep up with medical science or technology, but he would definitely think of a way to save this person. Because of various conditions, it's helpless that he can't be saved. However, the conditions in the Tang Empire now are already good. If someone who should have survived with such technology dies in the end because the emperor doesn't care, then what's the point of being an emperor?" Wang Wan was taken aback. She carefully sized up Li Longji and solemnly nodded. "Your Majesty, don't worry. In the Tang Empire, no one dares to compete with you for the position, not even the crown prince. As long as he shows the slightest intention, Xiao Bao and I will wipe out him and his forces. You could be an emperor. Not to mention that when you're on the throne, all the people in the Tang Empire won't have any problems. As long as you have a clear conscience, you can focus all your energy on the people. You can maintain this heart. As for other things, Xiao Bao and I will take care of them." This is the first time I've found that an imperial country is so good. With a good emperor, the people only need to listen to the emperor. It's so simple. What imperial country? Li Longji found that he had come into contact with a lot of things today and couldn't understand them for a while. "Nothing, Your Majesty. You can go and try the tower candy. The people on the ship just made it for children. Try it and see if it's sweet." Zhang Xiaobao took over and smiled at Li Longji. "You too." Li Longji truly didn't know what to say. He felt very comfortable because Wang Wan's words just now had been very clear. He didn't need to worry about whether his position as emperor could be taken away by others. Just as he had thought, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo didn't want to be emperor, but they liked to treat the Tang Empire as their own. If he cooperated with them, they would protect him. It was very confusing. They clearly had the power to be emperor, so why didn't they want to be? Instead, they were willing to stay below and do things. Of course, they weren't above everyone else. He understood that they didn't fear him at all. It seemed that they had been like this since they were very young. Perhaps it was precisely because of this that they didn't want to be emperor. In their eyes, imperial power was truly insignificant. Li Longji really couldn't measure Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan with his own thoughts. He shook his head, walked outside, and said, "Don't be too tired. Kill whoever stops you. Don't you need to consider my opinion? Don't you know me?" Li Longji's words made Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan absent-minded for a moment. His words were too clear. He meant that even if it was a king or a prince, as long as they felt that they were in the way, they could kill them. Yes, didn't they know Li Longji? How did he get to the throne? How did he treat the former meritorious officials after he got to the throne? He was also very cold-blooded. It was only because he met the two of them that he changed. However, some of the characteristics in his blood wouldn't change. Zhang Xiaobao opened his mouth and was about to speak when someone from the inner courtyard rushed in, almost bumping into Li Longji. The inner courtyard didn't care about this. Once he came in, he spoke to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. "Young master, young lady, there's news from young lady Xiaobei's side. She successfully instigated Hu Liang and the other 8 people, but she discovered that the person with the fake name of Shanfeng was making a black substance into smoke. If he didn't inhale it, he would feel uncomfortable. Young master, young lady, please make a decision." Because when she was giving it to a man to smoke, she asked him questions. In order to be able to smoke, that man would answer anything. He also said that there were many people over there who smoked black substances. After smoking it, they felt comfortable. Black substance? Does it become soft when roasted over fire? Is it usually very hard and bitter when eaten? Zhang Xiaobao asked with wide eyes. Wang Wan also became nervous and said, as far as I know, there are very few people who take the initiative to smoke and can quit at any time. Xiaobao, you seem to be one of them, right? Chapter 1057. Zhang Xiaobao smiled and said, it's all right. It's quite unbearable, but it gets better in the later stages. I used a lot of medicine, so it's not that effective anymore. Wang Wan understood what Zhang Xiaobao meant by the later stages. In the later stages, Zhang Xiaobao was sick, and that was why they used medicine. But in the past, Zhang Xiaobao was not sick, and he had taken the initiative to take medicine a few times. His purpose was naturally to infiltrate other people's gangs to earn money. But after Zhang Xiaobao left, he immediately became like a person who did not use medicine. He was not affected at all. The physical and psychological impact was not something that anyone could withstand. Perhaps it was this kind of willpower that determined Zhang Xiaobao's achievements. What medicine are you two talking about? Li Longji did not know what was going on. Flowers, poppies. We planted a lot of poppies in Great Tang. They are under the jurisdiction of the Medical Academy and in the garden of Xingqing Palace. Zhang Xiaobao reminded. Li Longji finally knew what it was, but he was still surprised. It's very pretty, and it's in all kinds of colors. The Medical Academy planted it too. It's also used in medicine. It's a medicine. Otherwise, who would plant it? But even eating ginseng can cost one's life, not to mention this kind of thing. I didn't expect that others would discover the secret and use it to win people over. This is troublesome. Zhang Xiaobao felt a headache when he thought of the thing that had been boiled. It can be used in medicine. Can't take too much. What if the illness doesn't heal? Can it stop people from taking medicine? Li Longji asked 4 more questions in a row. How do I put it? This kind of medicine is usually effective in a short period of time. If it's not effective, it's only used to relieve pain. If it's taken for a long period of time, it means that the person is done for. They will either die of illness or die from the medicine. Just like tea leaves, there's also tobacco. If you drink too much tea, you will also become addicted. Coptis root, bitter, and dry grass. If you get used to it, you will also become addicted. But if you want to stop being addicted to this kind of thing, not everyone can endure it. Now, other people are not only using religion to confuse people, but they are also using opium poppy. It can be said that they're using a 2-pronged approach. In addition to changing people's beliefs, they also need to help the addicted get rid of their drug addiction. At this moment, Zhang Xiaobao finally felt that this matter was tricky. He was very clear on how much of an effect the combination of one's thoughts and one's physiology would have. Poppies had never been publicized to the people of the Great Tang. Occasionally, someone would get their hands on some, but they would treat them as ornamental flowers. Even if there were barefoot doctors who researched everything and used traditional methods to boil the shell of the poppy and mix it with porridge to treat diarrhea, they would never think of cutting out the juice and boiling it into a colloid. Now, people were promoting religions, and then those who believed in them, the core members, would eat such things or smoke. This would cause people to hallucinate and think that it was the power of the Lord of the religion. In this way, the believers would definitely be more confident. Zhang Xiaobao was all too clear on the feeling of taking drugs. It was very comfortable, and that feeling wasn't something that ordinary people could understand. But once it was gone, they would first feel empty in their hearts, followed by all kinds of reactions from their bodies. Not to mention that most people were ignorant. Even he and Wang Wan were in the same situation. There were countless organizations that used drugs to control people. The scary thing about drugs was that they were clearly aware of the dangers, but they were still unwilling to resist. Even if they knew that taking drugs was wrong, they were willing to make mistakes again and again. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaobao covered his face with his hands and knocked his head on the table with a loud thud. He sat there motionless. Wang Wan's reaction wasn't much better. She sat there dejectedly and sighed. This was the first time Li Longji saw Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan like this. He was puzzled and asked, "Cuckoo, that flower, Is it really harmful? It's true. If you use it, even if someone tells you that it can help you become an immortal and live forever, you will still believe it. Especially now, the common people are still not very knowledgeable and can't understand the effects of that thing. It's like a dream, and people can't distinguish between reality and illusion. If it's used by the army, their combat power will be very strong for a short period of time. Even if you cut off a few pieces of flesh from their body with a knife, they won't be affected. Even if they are shot normally and should die, they can still hold on for a while. Now you understand, right? Wang Wan hated the person who invented opium. If one didn't get sick, there was no benefit to taking it. Then why not use it in the army? The flowers planted in my Xingqing palace won't harm me, right? Li Longji still couldn't understand. Wang Wan shook her head. It's fine if it's just the flowers. Who said that the army didn't use it? Everyone in the seedling protection team carries it with them, but no one will eat it normally. They will only eat it at critical times, such as when they're seriously injured or extremely tired. Then, they will eat it when there is a mission that needs to be completed, and when there is danger, they will overdraw their life force in a short period of time to make a last stand. When we go to war, the special forces will also carry it. Oh, so that's how it is. It's good to use it for good, and it's evil to use it for evil. Is the addiction really that big? I want to try it and see if it's as you two said. Li Longji made a very normal reaction. Absolutely not. Zhang Xiaobao raised his head and kept waving his hand. He said, many people are addicted to it because they are curious. The first few times they eat it, they don't feel anything, and they might even feel uncomfortable. When they feel comfortable, they won't touch it anymore. Out of 10,000 people, only one will succeed. From what Cuckoo said just now, Xiaobao, you seem to have used it before, and you are fine, so why can't I try it? Li Longji remembered what the two of them said just now. When Zhang Xiaobao was about to say something, Wang Wan interrupted, there will be a chance in the future, Your Majesty. We will let you try it, but not now. As for Xiaobao, how many Xiaobaos are there in the world? Let the boat speed up. I think Xiaobei and the others won't be able to handle it, especially when such a situation occurs. Zhang Xiaobao rubbed his face and regained his confidence. He also thought it through. After all, he wasn't the one who was addicted. If it was someone else, he could just lock it up and wait for them to slowly recover from it. Wang Wan nodded. We have to go there quickly. Also, the newspapers should increase the publicity and tell people that that thing can't be eaten. If they eat it, it will cause harm. The harm is? Thinking of the harm, Wang Wan hesitated, telling people that it would cause them to become addicted to it, causing them to become sluggish. In the end, they might even die and spend all their family's money. Back then, everyone seemed to understand this principle, but the effect was not obvious. Tell them that if they use that thing, it will harm their children and they won't be able to reincarnate. If they have already taken it, quickly tell the Zhang family and Wang family in other places. The Zhang family and Wang family will help them get rid of the poison curse. Zhang Xiaobao helped to think of a solution. Li Longji was stunned for a moment. Then he said in admiration, Xiaobao is really smart. According to what you said, I also know how great the harm is. Nowadays, when treating diseases in Great Tang, there is a subject of curses. Its effect is similar to the comforting medicine that your medical school gives out. The medicine itself doesn't have any effect, but it can make people feel that it's effective. Thus, the success rate of treatment will increase. If that thing can really produce hallucinations, perhaps it can also play a big role in treating diseases. If people eat it, they will have comfortable hallucinations, and then they will be able to win people's hearts. The effect is not small. Yes, that thing itself can produce such effects. Otherwise, we wouldn't have allowed the medical school to research it. We're afraid that the rich will ask them for more money if they eat it. Zhang Xiaobao agreed with Li Longji's words. At the same time, he also had a higher opinion of Li Longji. He was actually able to see through the essence of the matter. In this unique era and environment, opium wasn't that easy to control, unless at the very beginning, no one discovered the benefits of opium. Xiaobao, Cuckoo, since the two of you know about it, why don't you prohibit others from planting it? Li Longji asked. If they plant a little in front of or behind their houses, or find a remote place to plant a little, how would we know that they're planting opium poppies? We've already controlled it, and we've never sent the seeds out. The medical school's planting area is also strictly guarded. From today onwards, new laws will be promulgated. Those who plant opium poppies will be considered criminals, and those who sell them will be killed as soon as they're caught. Strictly control the inflow of seeds and increase the reward for reports. The inspection of land and sea entry channels will also be strengthened. Without the seeds, they won't be able to plant it. If they want to treat their illness, they can go to the local medical school. Why would they use their own faux prescription? Zhang Xiaobao explained, feeling wronged. Then, he solemnly explained the way to deal with it. Although Li Longji hadn't truly understood the extent of the dangers of opium poppies, he knew that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan wouldn't lie to him for no reason. Thus, he agreed, "We'll immediately send people to deal with this matter. Don't forget to let us have a taste. We don't believe and fear this thing. All right, if there's a chance, we'll definitely let your majesty try it. Our great Tang should increase our efforts in planting opium poppies. Perhaps after this year, when we go to deal with Duoshi, we can use this thing to pave the way. We'll need to process it a little so that others won't be able to tell what it is. At first, we'll give it to them for free, then slowly collect money from them. If we don't have money, we'll get them to help sell it so that more people can use it. We'll use this medicine as a reward." Huh, I'm really too smart. Zhang Xiaobao finally thought of the use of opium, just like how the British used to attack Great Tang. Not only could it earn money, but could also win over local powers and influence the enemy soldiers. The influence of opium wouldn't be eliminated for decades, or even centuries, and it could even topple a regime. The most important thing was to increase the publicity. Just like when he was with Wang Wan, there were still people in some villages who planted opium poppies. However, they didn't plant much and used it as a faux prescription. There was no way to investigate, but people knew the dangers of opium poppies and wouldn't normally consume it. Usually, children at home wouldn't be able to come in contact with such a small piece of gelatin. Usually, they would wait until they had diarrhea before taking out a piece the size of a matchstick and feeding it with water. Li Longji didn't want to stay any longer because of the Great Tang's laws. After chatting for a while, he got up and left. After he left, Zhang Xiaobao smacked his lips and said, "It's so bitter. It doesn't taste good at all. It tastes like coffee." According to what you're saying, I'm also taking drugs when I drink coffee? Are you really going to make that thing for Li Longji? Be careful not to let him get addicted to it. Normally, he should be eating pills now. However, with our interference, he can't even see Taoists, let alone concocting pills. If you make him hallucinate, he won't be able to do anything. You have to think carefully. I don't believe that everyone can resist the temptation of drugs. Wang Wan smacked her lips. She had eaten opium poppies before, but it wasn't this kind of black opium. It was the purified version. After eating it twice, she became confused and stopped eating it. This happened when she was younger. After she entered the military, she couldn't get her hands on it even if she wanted to. Zhang Xiaobao smiled. Actually, it's not a big deal. If he gets addicted to it, we can just throw him in the desert and throw him there for a few days. Then, he won't be addicted anymore. Under the premise that he has a guarantee of survival, a drug addict can be said to be willing to sacrifice his life for the sake of taking drugs. However, under the situation where there are no drugs and the environment is dangerous, drugs will be placed in a secondary position. I believe that Li Longji's willpower won't be bad. Besides, it's not like he's like that immediately after eating opium. That's because he's taking it without restraint. The amount is not controlled well, and there's no regularity. That's why he can't stand it. Besides, if we can, we won't let him try it. I'm against it, but you're not allowed to touch it. Don't think that you would show off when you had nothing to do in the past. Wang Wan said seriously. If I wanted to, I would have done it long ago. There's so many in the medical school. If I want to eat it, how can I not eat it? It's not like I have nothing to do. My spirit isn't empty. With such a good wife, my life is full. Just now, I said that we should let the people who eat more to take it. You have to help me put it on the agenda. Zhang Xiaobao reached out his arm to hug Wang Wan. Wang Wan dodged and said, "A broken pot has a good mouth. You found a way to harm people again. The teapot is really the most difficult part to make. I'm not harming people. I'm speeding up the speed of ethnic integration. Whoever dares to stop or oppose will be the center of history. I want to unify the world, walk out of the solar system and the Milky Way, lead the people of Earth to the extragalactic star system, and spread the seeds of unity. You look like you're taking drugs. Go. What are you doing in broad daylight? People who take drugs usually don't know what they've done. This is the thing. Look at him smoking it after it's softened. How enjoyable. Looking at the servants packing up and preparing to leave, Xiaobei pinched a small piece of hard black lump in his hand. He was very puzzled. Why did Shan Feng become so energetic after he inhaled this thing? He stuck out his tongue and licked it. He didn't feel anything, so he bit off a little with his teeth. After grinding it with his front teeth, he finally understood the taste. Bah, bitter. What taste is there? It's not delicious at all. It's worse than taking medicine. Take it away. I really admire Shan Feng. He uses everything. As he spoke, Xiaobei passed the black lump in his hand to the inner courtyard. Xiaoyuan and the others watched from the side and didn't say anything. They didn't have much of a reaction to Xiaobei tasting something that the elder brother and sister didn't allow him to touch. The elder brother and sister had said that he could try a little and then not eat it. As the fleet packed up, Xiaobei and the others boarded the ship one after another. The two pregnant girls from a Jiangwang clan stayed in Hangzhou. They couldn't follow them. They had to wait for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to come over to discuss the matter of their unborn child. If it were other families, it would be better to just wait for the child to be born. Even if it was a wealthy family, it would just be better in terms of food, and they could go to the doctor every few days. However, the news that the Jiangwang clan received was that her son and daughter-in-law were coming over personally. When they were pregnant, they would start a series of education. It was called prenatal education, but they didn't know what kind of education it was. Anyway, to the Jiangwang clan, as long as it was something that her son Xiao Bao and daughter-in-law Cuckoo said, she would listen to them. She believed that the elder brother and sister wouldn't harm their unborn younger brother or sister. Mother, wait for us to come back. We'll bring you good things. They're the specialties of Jiangzhou. I'll pick them myself. Xiaobei waited for the ship to sail against the current. He stood at the stern and shouted to the people below. The people below just smiled and waved. They didn't feel too sad. With a large number of guards, it was impossible for Xiaobei and the others to be in any danger. They just thought that they were going to have fun. After the fleet had gone far and disappeared, Wang Ju said to his daughter, "Chowder, go back. It's windy outside. Be careful of the child in your belly. I believe that after Xiaobei and the others go over, they'll be back soon. Don't worry. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are coming over. I have to prepare to welcome them. I can't be careless. These 2 days have been the happiest days of my life. Xiaobei and the others are really interesting." The meaning of Wang Ju's words was naturally not to welcome Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Although the two of them were worthy of the local people's grand reception wherever they went, when they came to Hangzhou, they were considered juniors. As long as he didn't show his official status, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had to be treated with the etiquette of juniors. Perhaps it was this that made him happier. No matter how powerful Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were, he didn't need to be very capable. As long as his daughter, Xiao, acknowledged him as her father, her child would also be treated according to this line of succession. The one who needed to welcome them was the emperor. Although the emperor's influence on the local people was getting smaller and smaller, this small was referring to the money spent by the local people. It didn't mean that the emperor's influence was not really enough. No matter where the emperor went, as long as he praised the local food or other local specialties, the value of the local things would immediately increase. In Hangzhou, when it came to the good things, the tea leaves were naturally the West Lake Longjing. Longjing didn't become good because the emperor said it was good. It was Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan who pushed the price up, although they liked to drink it. The Longjing tea leaves in the area they circled couldn't be touched by others, but there were many places in Hangzhou where tea could be grown. Now, many of the original things in the mountains have been removed and replaced with the same kind of tea trees, which increased the income of Hangzhou a lot, although he was not the provincial governor of Hangzhou. When he thought that he could see the emperor again, the excitement in Wang Ju's heart began to become indescribable. How long had it been? He thought that he could only spend the rest of his life in exile. Who knew that he had a good grandson? Speaking of regrets, it was that Zhang Zhong didn't come. That son-in-law of his who had a conflict with him always sent him bad things out of courtesy every year. But what could those things be worth? What he wanted was to sit down with his son-in-law and talk things over. Is Yongcheng still busy in the capital? Wang Ju sighed and said, Father, you know Yongcheng's position. That's the Ministry of Works. In the past, the Ministry of Works of the Tang Empire might not be as good as the Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of Personnel, but now the Ministry of Works is the most important. If Yongcheng comes, Xiaobao and Cuckoo will have to stay in the capital. After this period of busy, I will ask Yongcheng to come and see you. Usually, he always says that he doesn't have the time to accompany me back to my parents' home. I really don't know if the children I gave birth to are good or bad. Hearing her father's sigh, Zhang Wang Clan comforted him. Her hand gently stroked her stomach, which hadn't changed at all, as if feeling a new life. When Wang Ju heard his daughter mention children, he couldn't help but show a kind smile and said, I don't believe that Yongcheng will complain like this. If it's not good, why didn't he give his children away? Let's not talk about giving Xiao Bao away. Even Xiao Bei, he will shout out a price. It's like an auction. Many people will go bankrupt to buy one, If he's busy, then let him be busy. When I'm free here, I'll go to the capital. It was not easy to enter before, but His Majesty sent me outside. When I'm free, I can hide in the house in Hangzhou, but I can't go back to the capital. That's a big crime. After meeting His Majesty, it will be easy to go to the capital. Yongcheng is busy with his own things, and I go to see him. It's the same for everyone. When my father-in-law comes, how dare he give me the cold shoulder? Wang Ju started to show his identity, but he didn't have much confidence. He was really afraid to face Zhang Zhong and the in-laws he hadn't met before. How did he treat them in the past? He really couldn't free himself, and he was also afraid that his political opponents would attack him. Otherwise, it would be easy to destroy his family. He thought that Yongcheng knew it in his heart, but he couldn't help but admire him. Even in that situation, he didn't send Xiao back. It could be said that he was persistent, stubborn, or even did not know when to advance or retreat. But in any case, Yongcheng survived, and then Xiao Bao was born. It would be difficult for him to make a move again. He finally found an opportunity and sent people to bring Xiao Bao back. In the end, Yongcheng had a close relationship with the Minister of Revenue and the prince's son. After that, there was no more after that. Yongcheng's entire family ran to Luzhou, and Zhang Zhong's status as the top scorer was also gone. After that, he could only watch as Yongcheng's entire family rose at a speed that made people tremble. Until now, it was not an exaggeration to say that the entire Great Tang belonged to the Zhang family and Wang family, who dared to cause trouble in front of Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. The only thing he could rely on was that his daughter still recognized him as her father and had not cut ties with him. Also, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo did not seem to care about what happened in the past. Otherwise, they would not have let him live so peacefully. Who didn't know that Xiao Bao was a person who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance? Oh, and Cuckoo. She even dared to say that if you kill me, I'll slaughter your village. What else wouldn't she dare to do? Chower, do you think that before I go, I should inform my in-laws or something? I don't think it's good to be too rash. Wang Ju's tone had changed a moment ago. Zhang Wang Clan gently shook her head and said, Father, you don't have to do that. You just need to wait in Hangzhou. When Xiao Bao and Cuckoo arrive, they will arrange everything. I'll tell them. After all, you're my father. How can I let you? Zhang Wang Clan did not continue. What she meant was that she could not let her father be bullied. On one side was her husband, and on the other side was her father. If either one of them did not lead a good life, she would also be sad. It was uncomfortable to be sandwiched in the middle. Fortunately, she had her son and daughter-in-law. When the time came, they could think of a solution. If they wanted to humiliate their grandfather, they would not have achieved what they had today. How could she, as a mother, not know how much pressure she had to face in Zhuangzi? Others said that the Zhang clan and the Wang clan had masters, but she knew very well that there was no master. Weren't the two little guys supporting the development of Zhuangzi? While developing Zhuangzi, they cooperated with others. While making concessions, they exchanged benefits. If they made a wrong move, they would be doomed eternally. Would such children be immature and embarrass their grandfather? Moreover, her grandfather was just a mortal. Would immortals lower themselves to the same level as mortals? With her daughter's words, Wang Ju was reassured. She nodded and said, Okay, I'll wait for them. I'll also take a look. I wonder if I'll be lucky enough to meet their master. Zhang Wang Clan shook her head again. This time, she did not say anything. She could not tell her father. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo did not have any masters behind them. She could not make up a lie to deceive her father. She could only shake her head. As for how her father understood, it was his own business. Sure enough, Wang Ju thought that the master did not like her or had gone into seclusion. She said regretfully, Fine, we'll talk about it later. Xiao, you go back first. I'll help you. Welcoming the emperor is not a small matter. As he spoke, Wang Ju walked away. He knew the emperor's habits very well, so he had to make sure that every detail was taken care of. This was his advantage. In the past, he could enter the palace as he pleased. On the boat, Xiao Bei and the others did not know what their grandfather was thinking. When they were going against the current, they felt the wind blowing in their faces and looked at the scenery on both sides of the river. They felt that everything was strange. In the past, they had walked a similar path, but at that time, they were still young and could only vaguely remember. Now that they were back in Jiangnan, they wanted to properly experience the scenery here. According to their plan, they wanted to stay here for a year and experience what Jiangnan was like in all 4 seasons. However, they knew very well that this was impossible. They had come here to take a look and see where their elder brother and sister were going. They had to follow. Otherwise, who would teach them? Xiao Bei felt the wind blow for a while, and her face was numb. She shook her head helplessly and turned to find Hu Liang and the others. As for the person whose fake name was Shanfeng, but whose real name was Chun Lan, she would not see her. Yes, now that she knew the other party's name, the other party would say anything in order to be able to smoke the black thing's smoke. She really did not know why the black thing had such ability. When Xiao Bei found Hu Liang and the others, the 8 of them were riding in the cabin. They had to recall everything they had heard and seen about the organization. They had to write it down and give it to the Zhang family and Wang family to judge. Even if they didn't know much, especially if they didn't know who was above them or how powerful this organization was, they still had to write down everything they knew. You're all busy? You've worked hard. Xiao Bei came in with a net filled with watermelons. An entire Great Tang, other than her family, only the Sinangxi temple had watermelons. Even the imperial palace did not have watermelons, because Li Longji could just ask her family for them. Hu Liang and the others quickly stood up and helped carry the watermelon. The watermelon weighed around 12 to 15 kilograms. No wonder Xiao Bei did not carry it and instead dragged it. If the organization knew about this, they would say that the Lord is awesome. But they don't know. Only your family has watermelons. I'm almost done writing and will finish organizing it soon. Unfortunately, we don't know much. In the past, when he followed them, he had to be blindfolded. Every time he traveled, he would travel for more than 10 days. He did not know where he was. He heard that some people were locked in pitch-black carriages. At most, they would have to walk for more than a month. During that month, the people in the carriages were not allowed to leave. They had to eat, drink, and go to the toilet in the carriages. Their security measures were very strong. Hu Liang placed the watermelon on the table and handed the paper he had written on to Little Third for him to sort out. He then used his sleeve to wipe a chair that wasn't dirty to begin with and let Little Bei sit on it as he spoke to Little Bei. Xiao Bei smiled. That's right. If they weren't careful, my family would have found out. By now, my family has probably found out a lot of useful information. Let me ask you guys something. That dark thing is the thing that Chun Lan wanted to absorb. Have you guys absorbed it before? What did it feel like? The 8 of them shook their heads at the same time. Hu Yang replied, No, our status is not high enough. Even the old woman that we sent the message to wasn't high enough. Chun Lan is an exception. He's in charge of communicating with people like us. He's an additional form of communication, and he's also the person who looks after us. The last time we went in to see the miracle, we saw many people of high status. They drank that thing, and one of them became very strong after drinking it. He could lift a stone mill that weighed a few hundred kilograms. At that time, we also wanted to absorb it, but our status was too low, so we could only try our best. Now that I think about it, perhaps the person who lifted the millstone was arranged by them to confuse us. As Hu Yang spoke, he even drew a picture. What he was drawing was the action of someone sucking something. It was to put the thing in a metal box. Then there was a hole in the box. The hole was connected to a bamboo pipe. There was a fire burning below, waiting for the smoke to come out. Some people would smell it, while others would suck it with their mouths. Xiaobei looked at Hu Yang's drawing and curled his lips. He said disdainfully, "So that's how it is. I thought they would be able to make something good. What master? Why would they use such a simple and crude thing? A broken box, metal, and a bamboo pipe. It's really hard on them. Come, I'll show you what I've drawn on this paper." It's described in the information sent by Big Brother and Big Sister Xiaozhu. Basically, it's about the same. Someone has already made it into a real thing. As Xiaobei spoke, he took out a folded piece of paper from his bag and unfolded it for Hu Liang and the others to see. Hu Liang and the others had never seen the thing on the paper before. They were all very puzzled. "This is?" Hu Liang asked. "An opium pipe." Big Brother and Big Sister said that if you don't have a good opium pipe, it's very inconvenient and unprofessional to smoke that thing. Therefore, they designed an opium pipe to make it more comfortable for others to smoke. Your mission is to bring the real thing after it's made and find the person who contacted you. We didn't get rid of that person and dealt with him very severely. However, we still deliberately let a few places go and only monitored him. After you've contacted him, you'll hand over the opium pipe and gain the favor of the higher-ups. Also, we'll give you a kind of technology that you've stolen. For example, the technology to make guns. When Xiaobei heard that there was no one else, he showed his brother and sister's prowess even more. He proudly instructed Hu Liang and the others. When Hu Liang heard that Xiaobei was going to hand over the technology to make guns to him and bring it to the organization, his face turned pale. He shook his head vigorously. "No guns, definitely not. That's our Tang Dynasty's secret. If we tell them, when our Tang Dynasty fights others in the future, if others learn how to use it, how many people will die in our Tang Dynasty? It's not like the guns of the current army. It's a gunpowder gun. A gun that uses the gunpowder in a firecracker to shoot iron balls is powerful, but it's not easy to kill people. Their gun barrel manufacturing technology is not at that level. If they had the ability, they would have already made a real gun. If iron balls are not easy to make, they can use lead bullets. This is easy to shape, right?" Big Brother and Big Sister said that it's not a problem to hit birds, but it's useless to hit rabbits unless it hits the head. Xiaobei had a well-thought-out look. Since her brother and sister were not here, she thought that she was smart. However, she kept mentioning her brother and sister. Now, the 8 people understood. It was not the guns used by the current Tang Dynasty army, nor was it a newly developed gun that had not been widely used. It was a toy that could only be used to hit birds. Although it could be used to hit birds and blind people or accidentally kill people, such as hitting the throat, it was not as good as a crossbow or a bow. The gunpowder in a firecracker would not be able to shoot very far. They had bought fireworks before, but the places that sold fireworks did not sell a lot at one time. They only sold a few sporadically. Unless many people took turns to buy, they could buy more. Because the firework looked more powerful than the firecrackers. When the 8 people thought that it was just right, Lao Wu suddenly thought of something else and said, "If we send the bird guns, will the people in that organization not believe us? At the same time, will they feel that the things we send are useless? How can that be?" Big Brother and Big Sister have already thought about it. "We'll let you say that this is a training gun, and it was made by the Zhang family and Wang family first. Only by making this kind of gun and then improving it step by step can we make the guns of the current Tang Dynasty. The Zhang family and Wang family do not have the ability to reach the sky in one step. Moreover, everything was sent by the Lord, and it was our family who stopped it. Since the Lord is so powerful, How can he not know the reason behind it? Xiao Bei continued speaking, and the 8 people nodded. Good idea. Perhaps the leader of the organization, even if he thought that it was very difficult to use the guns they sent to research the guns that appeared in the Tang Dynasty, he had to be very happy in the name of the Lord. All right, you guys have a good rest first. When we make the opium pipes, you guys take them and leave by another route. You must be fast. We will slow down the speed of the disembarkation slightly to give you guys some time. At the same time, you guys have to be careful. On the first day we arrive in Jiangzhou, we will release the portraits of the 7 of you. In other words, we will send a wanted notice to the Tang Dynasty to catch you guys. Of course, due to our lack of craftsmanship, the portraits are not very similar. Most of the notices will say that the 7 of you have always been together. We will also write down your habits and characteristics so that people who are familiar with you will immediately recognize you. You guys have to be careful. In order to cooperate with you guys, we will burn a ship ourselves. I can't bear to burn a big ship. You guys should think about how to escape. Anyway, the other party will not come over to compare with us. That way, we will directly catch you guys. As Xiao Bei spoke, he walked towards the door. The 8 of them looked at each other. Hu Yang stopped Xiao Bei and asked, "Why are there 7 and not 8? Because according to what we said, you have already betrayed us. It was because of your existence that we caught the 7 of them. Therefore, we will not catch you. We will send an order to the local government to rescue you as soon as we see you and protect you well. I believe that the other party must have someone hiding in the local government to send this news back. When the time comes, you will be together with the 7 of them. When you reach the organization, you will take out the opium pipes and shotguns and reveal a few secrets of our ship. What do you think the other party will think?" Xiao Bei explained and then asked in return. Hu Yang suddenly understood and gave him a thumbs up. "Brilliant, really brilliant. The other party will think that you guys hate me so much that you can't wait to skin me alive. That's why you deliberately did not catch me. You're trying to sow discord and have the people in the organization kill me because I know too much about you guys. You don't want me to live for even a moment. Yes, they're not idiots. Therefore, we will use this method. Even if they are just in case, they will not kill you. Instead, they will lock you up. You must remember that if they ask you to inhale that thing, you must not inhale it into your stomach. Inhale it into your mouth and spit it out. When they don't give you the thing, you must pretend to be dispirited. If they ask you questions, you must say that you want to inhale that thing first, just like Shenlong. And the 7 of you, you must remember not to think that you are so capable that you can try anything. Otherwise, you will regret it." Xiao Bei suddenly thought of an important matter. He instructed the 8 of them and then walked out again. When he was almost at the door and was about to leave, Old Fifth suddenly shouted, "Xiao Bei, do you really believe in us that much?" Xiao Bei did not turn around. He stood there and said, "We believe in every Tang person, just like how the Tang people believe that Tang can provide them with help when they are out there. For the dignity of a person, Tang will do everything we can. We will not rest until we are dead." When Xiao Bei's figure disappeared, the 8 of them were still standing there in a daze, thinking about his words. Damn it, anyone who believes in someone else deserves to die. Look at how good our great Tang is, yet they still believe in someone else. If there were some other country backing them, would their country dare to make such bold claims when their people came out? However, Tang is a man of his word. I heard that Lu Zhou's Hurricane Battalion has already subdued all the islands out there. Those who are not convinced are gone. We have to do this job, and we have to do it well. Old Fifth slapped his thigh and said excitedly, "Let's do it." The others chimed in and began to divide the watermelon. This might be the last time they would eat on the ship. Chapter 1058. Cuckoo, do you think they'll be able to develop a rapid-fire shotgun? Zhang Xiaobao didn't answer Li Longji's question directly. Instead, he continued to ask Cuckoo. That's impossible. The blueprint we sent them didn't call for a gun to be loaded with bullets from the back. Instead, they first pressed the gunpowder from the front, then pressed the bullets, and used a paper cannon as a primer at the back. If they were to really follow the blueprint, they would need to use a rod to clear the gun chamber after firing a couple of shots. Otherwise, if they continue firing, who knows where the bullets will end up? Wang Wan didn't say anything earlier. She knew that Zhang Xiaobao was doing it on purpose. He didn't want Li Longji to disturb their time together. Your Majesty, it's impossible, Zhang Xiaobao replied to Li Longji. I heard you. If it's impossible, why would they be willing to produce it? Besides, even if they do produce it, they'll still be good at hunting. Aren't you worried that they're from another country? Li Longji turned his head to glare at Zhang Xiaobao. Unfortunately, Zhang Xiaobao's back was facing him, so he didn't see it. I just hope that they're from another country. Otherwise, what's the point of me and Cuckoo's previous series of internal affairs and military arrangements? They came to cause trouble, so if I don't cause trouble for them, wouldn't that be letting them off too easily? Zhang Xiaobao said casually. He picked up a corn and brought it to Wang Wan's mouth. Cuckoo, eat one. Li Longji tossed the paper aside. Xiaobao, can you still respect me? Let me ask you, if they make a bunch of guns, won't they be very useful at critical moments, such as charging? Zhang Xiaobao turned his chair around and sat up straight. With a reporting look, he said, yes, even if it's a shotgun, it has its uses. Not to mention a shotgun with gunpowder. Even a slingshot has the same destructive power. However, if there are those who can make guns out of steel, why don't they make bows and crossbows? This subject hopes that they are from another country, as long as they dare to follow this subject's train of thought. First of all, they had to find iron ore. Without iron ore, where will they find ironware? I can even use other means to teach them the method of prospecting. Secondly, they can't keep buying firecrackers from Great Tang. It's inconvenient to transport them. When the firecrackers are transported over in humid conditions or on rainy days, the gunpowder inside will be damp. Tearing apart the paper outside will cause a lot of damage. Therefore, they can only search for gunpowder on their own. It's very simple: saltpeter, charcoal, and sulfur. As for whether they can purify it well, it's not up to this subject to decide. Perhaps they can even create a more powerful gunpowder. Seeing Zhang Xiaobao speaking so seriously, Li Longji felt very uncomfortable. Thinking about it carefully, it turned out that he was already used to Zhang Xiaobao's way of speaking. Thinking of this, Li Longji smiled. Speak properly, just like before. Do you know that you're encouraging them to research on their own? What if they learn something? They won't be able to learn it. As long as they search for ores, this subject will be able to relax. Searching for ores is very tiring. Cuckoo and I can roughly pinpoint the location of the various ores in Great Tang. As for the other ores, I don't remember much. I only remember two. One is oil, and the other is natural gas. Great Tang has its own mines, and for the sake of the railway, it's currently undergoing a large-scale steelmaking process. The technology there is already outdated, and the losses in various areas are extremely high. Every time a piece of ore is excavated, I feel as though a piece of flesh is being cut off from my body. After the railway is completed, I'll immediately seal off all of the mines and forbid anyone from digging them. Anyone who digs them will be a sinner of Great Tang and be punished according to the crime of treason. I'll leave them for my grandson and the grandson's grandson's grandson, many grandchildren. I'm not sure about the other ores. It's too tiring to search for them. Let them search for them. Once they've found them, we'll occupy them. This saves us a lot of effort. Zhang Xiaobao's body went back to its original position as he lazily talked about his plans. Wang Wan nodded. She was also distressed that Great Tang's ores had been excavated. When she was in school, her geography textbooks would also introduce the country's resources. However, most of the time, what she saw was what was written in a certain place, what was the function of the ores, what was discovered in a certain place, what was the reserves, and when were the ores completely mined. When she thought about why the ores were mined and what were the ores that were mined in exchange for money, Wang Wan felt extremely vexed. Thus, she was the same as Zhang Xiaobao. She treasured her country's ores very much. If she could avoid using them, she would avoid using them. Otherwise, many years later, her children would see the same things that she saw in her textbooks. She hoped that future generations would see the world's geography in their textbooks and say that there was something in a certain place, but it had already been mined out by Great Tang. If they wanted to see the real thing, many countries would send people to Great Tang to buy specimens so that their children could use them in their lessons. When she wanted to see it, Her children would see in their textbooks that there was a lot of oil in a certain place. Then a cubic meter of oil could be exchanged for a large plastic bag from Great Tang, because Great Tang had advanced technology. However, in order to build railways, Great Tang had carried out the same mining as the Great Leap Forward. She wanted to end it quickly so that she and Zhang Xiaobao could seal the ores and never mine again. Oh, right. It's not easy for us to find ores in other places. We agree to let them find it themselves, and then we'll go and occupy it. It's best to teach them more methods. We realize that Great Tang is too poor, and we can't continue to squander it. Li Longji nodded in agreement. He didn't feel the heartache of mining other people's ores. Furthermore, he had heard from Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan that Great Tang's ores weren't that good, and there were better ores in other places. Not only was the output high, but the proportion of iron was also high. Thinking of this, Li Longji started to worry. He asked Zhang Xiaobao, "Xiaobao, previously, you and Cuckoo told me that you want to bring back the good stuff from other countries. A portion of it will be used first, and the rest will be stored later. I suddenly thought of something. Where should I put the good stuff after we bring it back? Also, if you let the merchants go overseas and other places on the mainland to help with the transportation, wouldn't that create a large number of rich merchants? If a person has too much money, they won't just be chasing after money. People like you and Cuckoo who are earning money for Great Tang are different. After they earn money, they might have other thoughts. For example, they might find a place outside and never come back. What should I do then? After all, they are people of Great Tang. They can research the things they use and grasp the technology. When the time comes, they might run to a faraway place and rebel against Great Tang with the locals. Should I send troops to attack them? I won't be able to. Li Longji thought of the key problem, and that was long-term stability. How could there only be one Great Tang for generations? Zhang Xiaobao felt a headache. Who knew what would happen in the future? Perhaps he would encounter a prodigal upper echelon of the political class. At that time, anything could happen. In the past, the sun never set in Great Britain. Later on, didn't the colonies become independent one by one? If he didn't colonize them, they would develop slowly. If he colonized them, they would become independent. The human heart was hard to predict. Cuckoo, what do you think we should do? Zhang Xiaobao couldn't think of a good idea, so he could only ask Wang Wan. Wang Wan was also confused about this problem. It was said that when the world was divided for a long time, it would unite, and when united for a long time, it would divide. Even if all the other races in the world were wiped out and only the people of Great Tang were left, when the Great Tang's land couldn't handle the population, it would still have to be moved out. When the time came, there would inevitably be ambitious fellows who wanted to obtain more power and encourage the local people to become independent. For a moment, the three of them fell silent. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao were doing their best to think, but Li Longji couldn't even think about it. It was too far away, and his experience was far inferior to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's. After a long while, Zhang Xiaobao spoke up. I think that we should have the merchants not bring their families with them when they go out. Also, when the soldiers go to other places in the future, they can't bring their wives and children with them. This way, they can avoid leaving them outside as much as possible. Furthermore, there should be some restrictions. For example, 3 years is a period of rotation. If you stay outside for 3 years, you have to come back. Otherwise, they'll think that you're trying to rebel and send soldiers to arrest you. Wang Wan had a different opinion. What if someone outside takes a liking to a local and intends to start a new family? What will you do? Arrest them. 3 years. If they don't come back by then, it won't work even if they start a new family. Li Longji still agreed with Zhang Xiaobao's words. Wang Wan frowned. In my opinion, it's still too early to worry about this matter. The reason why others can become independent is because Great Tang's martial prowess can't reach them when the time comes. At the same time, the technology of that place has also reached a certain level. As long as their martial prowess can't keep up, Great Tang's army can rush over as quickly as possible. If the people of Great Tang want to live together with the locals outside and fall sick, they will naturally think of Great Tang's medical standards. That's right. The speed of technological development is faster than the speed of the colonies, so they won't dare to become independent. Otherwise, how can they think of becoming independent when planes and soldiers are dropping bombs that can cause small islands to disappear? Furthermore, with the appearance of all kinds of communication tools, they can communicate with each other. The more advanced the means of transportation, the smaller the world will become. Without distance, it won't be possible for them to become independent. Thus, we can't colonize them now. We have to wait until the technological development reaches a certain level. I still believe in the people of Huaxia. Many colonies eventually become independent because they don't have any hope of returning to their homeland for many years. They can only reproduce locally. If the transportation is convenient, they will naturally be able to travel back and forth. Just like that, we will continue to strengthen the technological development. Zhang Xiaobao went along with Wang Wan's words. Li Longji could understand at times, but at other times he was confused. From the words of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, it seemed like the two of them had experienced this before. Could it be that that powerful country had already run into trouble? This world was truly large. Hopefully, the more trouble their country ran into, the more they wouldn't immediately attack Great Tang. Once Great Tang caught up, it would be too late to attack them. We understand. We will issue a decree telling the merchants that they are not allowed to find local women to do that kind of thing, and they are especially not allowed to have children. If they really do have children, they have to report it immediately. After going through the procedures, they could be allowed to come to Great Tang with their descendants. But the army definitely won't allow such a thing. Anyone who doesn't stay in the barracks will be executed on the spot. We will issue the decree first, even if such a thing doesn't happen yet. Li Longji said to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He wanted to hear their views on this idea. All right, Your Majesty, go ahead. Cuckoo, and I will definitely support you. Zhang Xiaobao was about to turn his chair back to bask in the sun again. Seeing Zhang Xiaobao's attitude, Li Longji stood up and walked toward his cabin. When he was about to turn a corner, he suddenly stopped and shouted to Zhang Xiaobao. Xiaobao, we plan to have an all-fish feast tonight. You better prepare early. I really owe you in my previous life. Zhang Xiaobao said angrily when he saw Li Longji disappear. He then instructed the people in the inner courtyard. Why are you still standing there? Go and catch some fish. Tonight, the entire ship will eat this. I will use a spade to cook a big pot of rice. 3 days later, in the morning, after Xiaobei's group slowed down, they were still some distance away from Jiangzhou. Zhang Xiaobao's group had already entered the boundary of Hangzhou. In order not to disturb the people, Li Longji had someone inform the local government in advance. No one was allowed to come out to welcome them, and the local officials were also not allowed to ask the people to deliberately clean up. Everything was as usual. The places that should be green were green, and the places that should be yellow were yellow. Whoever dared to paint a tree with green paint would be caught and beaten with a plank. This was what Zhang Xiaobao thought of. People could already paint mountains. What if the officials became smarter because of improved technology and thought of painting trees? The local officials really didn't dare to paint trees, but the emperor's decree gave them a new idea. So it could be done like this. In the future, when welcoming the officials, could they draw inferences about other cases? For example, when the officials inspecting livestock and poultry came down, they could temporarily buy some from other places and put them in the people's houses. When the officials left, they would take them back. Zhang Xiaobao didn't know what the officials were thinking. Anyway, in the future, the capital would send several groups of inspectors. If the local officials could afford to do so, they would do so. Zhang Xiaobao was thinking about whether he should appear together with Li Longji or appear first. If it was the former, his grandfather would probably be in a difficult position when facing him. Once he wore an official's uniform, his status would be lowered. If he chose the latter, what would happen to his godfather? Should he go with him first? It was hard to get a good identity. Cuckoo, what should we do? You should have experience. Zhang Xiaobao asked Wang Wan for advice. You are yours, and your godfather is your godfather. It's not like your grandfather doesn't know Gao Li Shi. He has his own connections. Let's go down first and change boats. It's also good to leave 1 hour earlier. Wang Wan didn't care about this at all, and said casually, "Okay, Sai, I have to kowtow again. Li Longji, we don't even kowtow. We have to kowtow to a grandfather that we haven't seen for many years." As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he followed Wang Wan and changed boats. The two of them got a small boat and asked someone to row it. Like an arrow, they flew towards Hangzhou's pier. Chapter 1059. At this time, Wang Ju was already standing at the dock, holding the binoculars he got from his daughter and looking at the waterway. He only had one of these binoculars, and it was still somewhere else. He was also wearing his official robes, waiting for the emperor to come. While he was looking, he suddenly saw a small boat leaving the fleet and flying towards him. "This is Xiaobao and Cuckoo. Ha, look at my grandson and granddaughter-in-law." Although Wang Ju had never seen Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, he had seen pictures, and he could judge a thing or two from their clothes. He held the binoculars in one hand and pointed with the other, speaking to the people around him. The people around him could only faintly see a small black dot coming over. They were still far away, so they couldn't see who was on the boat, but it didn't affect them from praising. All kinds of good words were said. In any case, it was good. At this time, the fleet of large ships deliberately slowed down. Otherwise, it would be difficult to reach the shore later. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's small boat arrived first. Without waiting for the small boat to stop at the side, which was specially used for docking small boats, the two of them jumped in one after another. From there to Wang Ju, the people standing on the road naturally made a path for the two of them to pass through. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan strode over. Without looking deliberately, they knew who Wang Ju was. When they were 5 steps away, they almost knelt down and kowtowed at the same time. "Grandson greets grandfather. Grandfather is well," Zhang Xiaobao said loudly. This made Wang Ju very happy. He smiled and went to help Zhang Xiaobao. Wang Wan also stood up. "Good, very good. I can tell at a glance that you are my grandson. Other people's grandsons don't look so good. Cuckoo is also good. What a pair of golden boy and jade girl. Take it, grandfather gave it to you." Wang Ju's mouth was open, but his hands were not idle. He took out a piece of paper and gave it to Zhang Xiaobao as a gift. Zhang Xiaobao didn't need to look to know that it was a deed to a large area of land in a good place. Otherwise, Wang Ju wouldn't be able to give it away. With a turn of his hand, Zhang Xiaobao handed the deed to Wang Wan and said, "Grandfather gave it to us. Take it." Wang Wan took it with a smile. Similarly, she didn't look at it. It didn't matter to her where the land was. She and Xiaobao didn't lack land. However, she thought that Wang Ju definitely wouldn't take out a small piece of land. She thought that Wang Ju would have to take out at least a third of her family's property. Perhaps she would have to split half of the family's property because this wasn't just a gift for her and Xiaobao. It also included a portion to compensate Zhang Wang clan. In other words, it was a dowry. When Zhang Wang clan came, she only brought her own personal savings and jewelry. Her family didn't give her anything. Now Wang Wan knew that Wang Ju saw that she and Xiaobao were basically in charge of the family. So he gave her two to make up for it. If they met again in the future and saw Zhang Zhong, it would be easier to talk things over. Zhang Xiaobao stood there, motionless. He allowed Wang Ju to size him up. When the fleet of ships gradually approached, Wang Ju still hadn't finished sizing him up. To him, this grandson was like a free gift. Furthermore, he was someone that everyone in the world wanted to pick up. As long as he could acknowledge his status as a grandfather, it didn't matter how much he gave out. "Grandfather, Her Majesty will be coming down soon. I'd better go see my mother first. My mother isn't in the crowd." Zhang Xiaobao saw that it was about time, so he whispered to Wang Ju, "No, your mother is pregnant. It's not convenient for her to see outsiders." Good. You and Cuckoo go first. Someone, lead the way." Wang Ju nodded repeatedly. He was even more satisfied. He looked at his grandson and granddaughter-in-law. It was clearly the emperor who wanted to come, but they actually left the emperor alone. If it were someone else, even if they had followed the emperor all the way here, they would still have to stand at the dock and welcome the emperor again. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were led to the courtyard of the Wang clan in Hangzhou. As for what happened after Wang Ju met Li Longji, the two of them didn't care. Other people's matters had nothing to do with them. Whether it was good or bad, they couldn't decide. The person leading the way was a servant girl. As she walked, she secretly looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Her heart was filled with joy, as if it was a good thing to be able to lead the way for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. At this time, there were no idle people on the street. Other than the soldiers sent by the local government, there were the guards of the Zhang family, Wang family, and Wang family. There were sentries every few steps. Not only were there people standing on both sides of the street, but there were also people standing on the roofs of the houses. All kinds of shops were open, but the owners and shopkeepers were not allowed to come out. They could only lean on the door and look. Naturally, no one would go in to buy anything. The main reason was that if the shops were closed, it would give people a very uncomfortable feeling of desolation. That was why they were open. In case the emperor suddenly became interested and wanted to enter a shop to take a look, it would be more convenient. That's right. Before the troops arrived, they had already sent a message saying that the emperor wouldn't come in a carriage. Instead, he would walk slowly and look around as he walked. This is what the local officials are afraid of. If it were in the capital, the emperor wouldn't need to order people to take a look at where he wanted to go at all. As for who was doing what, it wouldn't affect either side. If it were in the capital, wouldn't it be more complicated than here? There were people who came from all kinds of places, and they didn't see the emperor getting hurt. When the people saw the emperor, they were very happy. When the emperor came, he deliberately emphasized it. As a result, the people below were worried. Zhang Xiaobao followed the servant girl as he spoke to Wang Wan. What he meant was that the local officials might be unlucky. Why did Li Longji come here? Wasn't it to show his attitude of being close to the people? In the end, he still ordered people to take a look. Did it mean that the local public security wasn't good, or that the officials were disobedient? Wang Wan smiled indifferently and said, I think that after the emperor saw this situation, he would think of a way to do something that would make the local officials afraid. That is, he must take us out for a stroll when no one is prepared. Sigh. He's not worried. The work that he's worried about is all done by other people. Or, how to say, it's sometimes inconvenient to have a high status. It's difficult to live a normal life. It's not only the emperor, it's the same for us. In the past, we could go out and play as we pleased. Now, how can we live without people by our side? That's right, that's right. There's also Xiaobei and the others. They can't go out as freely as other children. The only good thing is that they're still young and can play with children of the same age. The children here don't have to practice boxing from a young age like other places. Their attack power isn't high, so it's relatively safe. Look, what kind of place did our maternal grandfather give us? When Zhang Xiaobao was talking, he glanced at Wang Wan's bag, where the title deed was. What's there to see? We can't go to any place personally. If we want to go somewhere and stay, there will be people who will find a way to arrange it for us. This is another benefit of losing our freedom and status. Wang Wan didn't touch the bag. Her eyes were looking at the shops on the side of the road. They were just passing by before, so they didn't know much about the local customs. Of course, she couldn't see too many strange things. Now, even if they went to Shaoxing, they could only drink Shaoxing's yellow wine. They definitely couldn't find the Xianning Tavern, where fennel beans could be found. However, it wouldn't be famous, and it was impossible to sell it for a few hundred copper coins a small plate. The servant girl who was leading the way listened to their conversation and became more and more excited. She had heard a secret. It turned out that when they came, the emperor wanted to see how the local people lived. He didn't want the streets to be deserted. Also, when the emperor arrived, he might come out for a walk. If she could say a few words to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, would she be able to lead the way when they were familiar with each other? Thinking like this, the servant girl plucked up her courage and whispered to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, Little master, little miss, the West Lake here is the best place. The boats on it are beautiful, and there are gardens inside. I usually do things outside, so I'm familiar with all the places. Wang Wan looked at the servant girl with a smile, which scared the servant girl. It seemed that her thoughts had been seen through. She was worried and expectant. Well, since you're familiar with it, we'll have to trouble you to lead the way while we're here. What's your name? Wang Wan didn't want to make things difficult for the servant girl. Anyway, It didn't matter who led the way. Since the servant girl recommended her, she would ask her. In reply to Little Miss, "My name is Wanglevi." It was named after the lotus in the West Lake. The servant girl replied happily. Hearing this name, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan knew that the servant girl had a high status in the family. Otherwise, she wouldn't have given her a full name. Generally, a single character was good enough. Thinking about it, it was natural that the servant girl who was sent to lead the way for them was not an ordinary servant girl. The people who stood at the dock to welcome them were also not simple. Wang Wan nodded and said, "Good name. Now tell us about the West Lake. Tell us if there are any interesting stories." Well, when it comes to the West Lake, it didn't exist in the beginning. Later, it was in the sky. The servant girl was even more excited. While walking in front of them at a moderate pace, she told Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan all kinds of legends about the West Lake that she had heard. When they arrived at Wang Zhu's house in Hangzhou, the servant girl still hadn't finished talking. She didn't feel tired at all after talking so much. It seemed that she could talk for 2 more days without any problem. As soon as Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan entered the house, they saw their mothers directing people to plant flowers in the outermost courtyard. Some of the flowers were seeds, and some were brought over from the capital together with the soil. Some were new varieties grafted by the Sanongxi temple, and some were different kinds of flowers found by other caravans from other places. The original flowers were taken away, and the new ones were planted in the courtyard, which would give people a new feeling. At least, people would have a different identity. However, this new kind of flower was not available to just anyone. Zhang Xiaobao had already agreed with the Sanongxi temple that they would not sell it easily. They would only send it to a place when there was a flower festival. When people saw it, they would sell it like an auction. Only in this way could they make money. Anyway, it was a flower and had nothing to do with daily life. People who could buy it all had spare money. If they didn't sell it at a higher price, they might not cherish it. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan came in, Zhang Wang clan and Wang Wan didn't notice them. They were just about to help. Now that they were pregnant, it wouldn't affect their work. Seeing that their mothers were also going to touch the soil, Zhang Xiaobao quickly walked over and stopped them. "Mother, you can't touch the soil now. There are some parasites in it. It's not good to touch it. It's not like before. Many medicines can't be used. Otherwise, it will affect the baby. Xiaobao and Cuckoo are here. Where's His Majesty?" When Zhang Wang clan heard her son say no, she immediately stopped. She still believed in her son and daughter-in-law's words. After all, they were little immortals. While asking, Zhang Wang clan and Wang Wan looked at the door. It wasn't that they hadn't seen the emperor before. As long as Xiaobao and Cuckoo were at home, the emperor would occasionally come to see them. He would also bring Empress Wang or Wu Huifei. When the time came, they would eat together. Because of their titles, they could also accompany them. Under the influence of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, Zhang Wang clan and Wang Wan's attitude towards Li Longji was not as respectful as other people. It was as if they were ordinary people, especially Zhang Wang clan. She had seen Li Longji with her father before, but at that time, she was very scared. Seeing that his mother was looking around and looking like she was going to welcome him, Zhang Xiaobao hurriedly said, "Behind him, my grandfather is welcoming him. I think it will take a while before he comes. It's troublesome, so he won't leave quickly. Mother, if you two want to stay in Hangzhou for a few more days, I will ask someone to make a good beach for you. When the weather is warm, you can go to the water. Every day when you're in a good mood, you can listen to songs. Cuckoo and I have asked someone to make a song for the baby." Wang Wan also advised from the side, "Try to eat less seafood here. Eat some occasionally, especially crabs. Even if there's meat, try not to touch them as much as possible. When the baby comes out, you won't have to worry like now." Okay, I will listen to you. When His Majesty comes later, Wang Wan's mother nodded and looked at the door again. When His Majesty comes, don't worry about him. Let's go in first. When His Majesty comes, he will have a lot to talk about with my grandfather. Maybe he will be interested and summon the local officials to ask about the local situation. Wang Wan would not let her mother wait for Li Longji. While talking, she came over and held her mother's arm to walk inside. Her mother said helplessly, "It's still early. How long has it been? She can walk. Look, she is not pregnant yet." You little girl. After 2 courtyards, Zhang Wang clan and Wang Wan sat down. Zhang Xiaobao immediately left and went to the kitchen to cook for their mother. This was a habit he had developed. As long as he was at home, he did not need others to cook for the elders in the family. He was in charge of everything. There was still some time before the meal, so it was a good time to make soup. He simmered pig trotter soup with less salt. When it was done, he could freeze it and eat it. Xiaobao, this child can't stay still. After getting off the boat, he is busy cooking. He has not been able to take care of himself since he was young. Zhang Wang clan said to Wang Wan's mother. Wang Wan's mother smiled happily and said, "Sister, it is a blessing to have a child like Xiaobao." I don't know what happened back then, but the 2 children just hit it off. Before they were a month old, they saw each other and insisted on being together. Otherwise, they would cry until the sky shook. When they were older and got married, the family still did not know how to arrange the dowry. The 2 of them earned a lot of money. Should we give it to them? If we don't give them a dowry, they can spend their own money. If we really want to give them a dowry, I won't give them a betrothal gift. Anyway, it's just a matter of left hand and right hand. They can arrange it themselves. Zhang Wang clan laughed and touched Wang Wan's hand. Speaking of pretending, Zhang Wang clan suddenly thought of the gift that her father insisted on giving after discussing with her. It included the dowry that he did not give her back then. Thinking of the amount that her father gave, Zhang Wang clan was helpless. It was too much. Normally, no one would give so much when marrying off a daughter. If it was in the past, even if it was only 1/10 of that amount, the Zhang family would be very grateful. But at that time, they did not have a single cent. So what if they gave her a lot now? At that time, it was called giving coal in snowy weather. Now, it was icing on the cake. Even if they gave so much, it was just adding a small flower. Life was sometimes so interesting. With a sigh, Zhang Wang clan said to Wang Wan, "Cuckoo, when you were at the dock, did grandfather give you a gift?" "Yes, it should be the title deed of the land." "Xiaobao, and I haven't seen it yet." Wang Wan reached out and took the paper. "That's 80% of all your maternal grandfather's assets combined. Even after discounting, it's worth 6 million strings of coins. If it was given to others, the family would definitely object. But if it was given to you, no one said anything. I think you know what it means. But the property is given to you. 6 million yuan is nothing to you, but to the Wang family, it is a big blow. If you don't accept it, it won't be good. After you accept it, I hope you can help to think of a way. It doesn't matter how much money you make, as long as the Wang family has a guarantee for their lives." Zhang Wang clan told Wang Wan the value of the paper. At the same time, she also told Wang Wan that after she gave the money, her father would not be able to live well. Wang Wan was also stunned. She did not expect that Wang Ju would give 80% of the property. The remaining 20% was probably not easy to transfer immediately. Maybe he had a cooperation with someone else. Wang Ju was using this method to express his attitude. To be more precise, he was apologizing to the Zhang family. It was his fault for making the wrong choice. However, this was Xiaobao's mother's family. If he didn't say anything and took the property, Wang Ju's family wouldn't have a good life. Xiaobao's mother would also suffer. Wang Wan shook the paper in her hand. She did not agree directly. She wanted to wait for Xiaobao to come back and discuss. It was not to discuss whether to give the other party benefits, but to discuss what to give. First of all, the return period must be short, and, at the same time, the profits must be high. Otherwise, Wang Ju's family would not be able to live well. Even if they save 20% of the property, it does not mean that they can make a lot of money, unless they sell it. Seeing Zhang Wang clan looking at her, Wang Wan replied with a smile, "Mom, don't worry. Xiaobao has a lot of ideas. I will tell him later. We will see what projects are good. We will accept the gifts. We've accepted the gift, and if there's any land inside, we'll dispose of it." Xiaobao's next move is to take back the land that others have forcibly taken away. Otherwise, the people of the Great Tang won't have any land to farm, and they'll have to work in the handicrafts and service industries, which will be detrimental to the development of the Great Tang. With Wang Wan's reply, Zhang Wang clan was relieved. Most of the time, Wang Wan and Xiaobao had the same thoughts. She was afraid that the 2 of them would not forgive their father because of what happened in the past. After chatting for a while, Xiao Bao returned. He did not need to care about the soup. Someone else was in charge of the small fire. He sealed the lid of the pot and did not even need to add water. Wang Wan naturally had to tell Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao was magnanimous and did not mention the past. He pulled Wang Wan to another room to think of a way to make money. Wang Ju is indeed smart. He knows that we will not take the things for free. That's why he gave us so much. He probably felt that his family's business was not making money fast enough and wanted to change it. Since we are here, he wants to make his idea come true. Zhang Xiaobao said to Wang Wan the moment he entered the room. He did not look at the deeds. I think he must have heard something from Li Longji when he used us as an excuse. He knows that we're going to make a move on the rich people in Tang Dynasty, especially those who have taken over the land. We will not allow it, so he might as well give it to us. Do you think we should sell this land to the people in the surrounding area? I'm afraid that after we sell it, the people will encounter something unexpected and end up selling it again or renting it out. Basically, the land will no longer belong to them after being rented for decades. Wang Wan considered the problem of keeping the land. Should they sell it or keep it? Zhang Xiaobao pondered for a moment and said, "Why should we sell it? The people can't buy a huge piece of land. If we spread it out, it will be a waste of manpower. Furthermore, there will be less planning for the things that can be planted, which will result in less land production. It might seem like splitting up the land is a kind of ideological advancement, but it is not beneficial to Tang Dynasty. You also know that in the end, the land will be gathered together again and machines will be used." That's right. It is similar to land acquisition now, but there are some differences. Back then, there were other industries and jobs. If the people lose their land, they will lose their source of income. Thus, I feel that we shouldn't encourage land acquisition for now. Instead, we should crack down on those who own a lot of land. Wang Wan pointed out the crux of the problem. There is no such thing as a fixed policy, and it had to be adjusted according to the situation. The only thing that did not change was the pursuit of stability, or rather, a kind of balance. Crack down on those who own land. I also agree to crack down on those who own land. After Li Longji settles down, we can look for him to discuss the issue of cracking down on those who own land. Of course, we can't crack down on those who own land directly, as that would be detrimental to the development of society. We can trade benefits with those who own land, just like how we trade with those who own a lot of money. Come, let's think about how we can help that grandfather of mine earn more money. We will probably have to meet my other relatives, uncle, and grandmother later. Zhang Xiaobao changed the topic and began to discuss the transaction with Wang Wan. It would be best if they could get it done before meeting their other relatives. That way, they wouldn't feel so awkward when they met each other. Otherwise, they wouldn't feel good if they had to give away a large amount of property. No matter what, they were all family, so there was no need to make them feel uncomfortable. Before they met, they should tell them about the transaction and let them know that they could get more money after giving away their property. That would be a happy ending. While Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were discussing, Li Longji had already left the pier and was walking towards Wang Ju's residence. Wang Ju's eyes were still red. It seemed that she had just cried. Li Longji's eyes were also slightly red. Perhaps it was because of the things that had happened many years ago. Wang Ju accompanied Li Longji and Gao Lishur as they strolled along the streets. From time to time, they would exchange a few words. She was also very familiar with Gao Lishur. Looking at the deserted streets, Li Longji furrowed his brows and said to Wang Ju, "Actually, I like bustling places. In the past, every time I went out, I had to be accompanied by many guards, and I even had to clear the streets. What I really need to be wary of are the people from other countries. Perhaps there might be an assassination attempt. After all, our Great Tang is developing well. There's nothing to fear from the people of Great Tang, unless I do something wrong. The people just want to see what I look like. I don't think that I'm ugly, so what's wrong with letting them see me? Could it be that I'm unpresentable? When I was in the capital, I often went out for a stroll. Usually, I would bring along Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. Most of the guards were from their family, but they never stopped the people of Great Tang. Yet, aren't I living well now? Back then, I went to the construction site to take a look. The donkey meat there tasted pretty good. No one poisoned me. If such a thing happens again in the future, don't clear the streets. Just keep an eye on the foreigners. If you don't believe me, you can give it a try. Find the people of Great Tang now and arrange for someone to assassinate me. See what the people will do." Li Longji's words stunned Wang Ju. She thought to herself, Her Majesty's courage is too big. Not to mention Her Majesty, even if I go out, I have to have guard by my side at all times. Otherwise, if there is danger, where can I find medicine for regret? Hearing that His Majesty wanted to give a try, Wang Ju quickly dissuaded him. "Your Majesty, you mustn't. You can't be in any danger." Li Longji didn't reply. Instead, he gave Gao Lishir a look. Gao Lishir backed down helplessly. Li Longji saw a restaurant selling soup pancakes and strolled over. The restaurant's signboard wasn't big, but occupied a large area. It was connected to 4 storefronts. The owner of the restaurant was standing at the entrance with 10 or so waiters and 4 chefs. They didn't dare to walk out for fear of being shot. After seeing the emperor, they were already very excited. However, when they saw the emperor walking toward their restaurant, they became nervous. For a moment, they didn't know what to do. Li Longji didn't care about that. He walked to the entrance and looked at the eyes looking at him. He revealed a smile and asked, "Who is the owner? How's the business? There's no need to greet me. You're not allowed to kneel. Stand and reply." "Why, Your Majesty? I am the owner of the restaurant." Tidu replied, "To Your Majesty, the bee business is good. It's all thanks to Your Majesty's grace. The country is prosperous and the people are at peace." Although the owner of the restaurant was nervous, he was still able to speak. His voice was trembling and his legs were trembling. If he wasn't holding onto the door frame with one hand, he would have probably collapsed. Li Longji lowered his head and said, "The country is prosperous and the people are at peace. As for the business, it's your own ability. Go in and take a look." As he spoke, Li Longji walked in. The people standing at the entrance immediately opened up a path for him. Their eyes were filled with disbelief, as if they were dreaming. The emperor, the one in front of them, was the emperor. He was actually willing to enter their shop. Although their business was good, the highest status among the people who had been here before was only the local registrar. They had only been here twice, so they could be considered to have reached the heavens. Li Longji wasn't the first person to enter the restaurant. The guards went in first, followed by Wang Ju, who had a bitter expression. He also didn't dare to believe that the emperor was really going to enter. He had never even heard of the emperor before, let alone seeing him. "Do you have shredded pork noodles? Give me a small bowl. I want to try it." Li Longji didn't mind the dirty stool and casually found one to sit down. "Why, yes, we do. But, Your Majesty, I eat noodles, but I also eat rice. Go and make it." Li Longji interrupted the other party. Okay. Hurry up and make shredded pork noodles for the emperor. Show your skills and do it well. Change the bowl and wash it 10 times. The owner's face was flushed red as he ordered the servants to do the work. Right at that moment, someone suddenly shouted from outside, "Protect His Majesty! There's an assassination attempt. Protect His Majesty!" As soon as the voice was shouted, the guards outside immediately rushed into the restaurant. Li Longji immediately stood up and shouted, "Who dares to be so bold? Stop working. Protect His Majesty." The owner of the restaurant also reacted. He was both shocked and scared, but he was the first to run in front of Li Longji and spread his arms to shout at the other workers. With a whoosh, the workers also rushed over and stood there with their arms spread. Their eyes scanned the various windows, afraid that someone would suddenly jump in through the half-open paper window. The cook who had just gone to the back of the restaurant ran out with a big spoon and a knife. He also stood in the outermost circle to protect His Majesty. "Your Majesty, you should leave quickly. If the thief jumps down and knows where you are, you'll be in danger." Wang Ju was so scared that his face was deathly pale. His breathing was rapid as he advised. Unexpectedly, not only did Li Longji not leave, he even laughed and sat back down. He said to the owner, "Go, it's fine. It's just a drill. It's fake. See how the guards react. Quickly serve the noodles. Make 2 more servings. I still have 2 ministers who want to eat." Fake. It's good that it's fake. You scare me to death. I thought they were going to harm Your Majesty. I was prepared to risk my life. Motherfucker, go and make 2 more servings for Your Majesty. At this moment, the owner's forehead was covered in sweat. However, his words were more nimble. Perhaps after this incident, his mentality had improved, and he was no longer so afraid of the emperor. Wang Ju was dumbfounded. He didn't know what to say with his mouth agape. Li Longji looked at Wang Ju with a smile and asked, "How was it? Did you see how the people of Great Tang are doing? With such people, why should I be worried? With the people, I don't need to worry about my safety. What I need to consider is what the people need. If I can't let the people live a good life, how can I stand behind the people when they are in danger?" Wang Ju listened to Li Longji's words and looked at the owner who stood in front with his arms open. He finally realized that the current His Majesty was different from before. In addition to acting recklessly and crazily, he was not as serious as before. He had become very peaceful. Of course, in the past, His Majesty would also say that he was concerned about the people, but it was just words. He was not like today, where he really wanted to do something for the people. "Your Majesty, you can't scare me like this anymore. I'm timid. It must be Li Shi who arranged it. You should tell me." Wang Ju complained in a low voice. He also opened his arms to block His Majesty just now. He couldn't let something happen to His Majesty in his own territory, and then he would still be alive. It would be a joke. Li Longji smiled and said, "I'll tell you in advance. How can I see that you are so loyal? Were you scared just now? Later, I'll ask Xiao Bao to make some good food for you to eat and nourish your body." Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are right. The better Great Tang develops, the more comfortable the lives of the people will be, and the safer I will be. The walls of the capital have all been torn down. There is no need to use that wall to block out danger. Walls are dead, but people are alive. If the people really have no way to make a living, then the wall will not be there to protect me, but to hinder my escape. I will not continue to build the Great Wall. Or as Xiao Bao said, "When I am bored, I will build something for the future generations to enjoy." After discussing with Xiao Bao and personally visiting the construction site, I decided not to build a brick by brick because the people of Great Tang are the great wall of flesh and blood in front of me. As long as the people of Great Tang are not lost, the Great Wall will not fall. The Qin built the Great Wall so well, but what happened in the end? If you have the money, why don't you use it to build roads and bridges for the people so that they can walk more easily? Hearing this, Wang Ju was very moved. He could tell that the reason why His Majesty could be so successful was all because of his grandson, Zhang Xiaobao. Nodding vigorously, Wang Ju said, "Your Majesty is wise. With Your Majesty around, the people of Great Tang are blessed. Long live Your Majesty." Then he asked the boss standing there, "Why don't you run? Are you afraid that if His Majesty is in danger, you will be caught if you run?" "I don't have time to think about what will happen after I run. Why should I run? If there is really danger, I will block it. Maybe that person will kill me, and then His Majesty will be safe. If His Majesty is safe, Great Tang will not be afraid, and my family can continue to live such good lives. If His Majesty is gone, what will we do? If there is a new emperor, how will I know if he is good or bad? Unless Xiao Bao and Cuckoo agree to it, I will not be at ease." The boss spoke the truth, especially the last sentence, which was against the emperor. "Your Majesty, don't listen to his nonsense. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo don't have the ability." Wang Ju glared at the boss. The boss also reacted and nodded, saying, "Your Majesty, this commoner is just speaking casually. This commoner has no other meaning. Your Majesty, this has nothing to do with Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. So what if it has something to do with it?" Li Longji laughed. "I can't do anything to the two of them. They said that even if I am the emperor, I will still have to step down. Haha, don't spread this outside. Many of my national policies were thought of by the two of them. Great Tang is fine without me, but I am afraid without the two of them. You have done a good job protecting His Majesty. Tell me, what reward do you want? I will give it to you as long as I can. Although it is fake, you are still standing in front of His Majesty." Wang Ju sweated again. His Majesty dared to say anything. How could he say this to others? Xiao Bao and Cuckoo were powerful, but he couldn't change the emperor just because he wanted to, right? The boss was also very smart. He acted as if he suddenly realized something and apologized. Your Majesty, this commoner was thinking about something else. What did you say? Ha! No wonder business is so good. I asked you what reward you want. Li Longji knew that the other party did it on purpose, so he didn't continue to ask. Reward? Can this commoner really make a request? The boss became nervous again. He rubbed his hands together, appearing very embarrassed. Of course, speak. Li Longji couldn't change what he said. Then this commoner will say it. This commoner heard that Cuckoo is going to attack the place where Duosher is located. This commoner requests your Majesty to let Cuckoo fight at the front while this commoner follows behind. This commoner has just figured out a new type of noodle food that can be very helpful to the soldiers. Moreover, there is no lack of nutrition. There are vegetables, meat, and sweet, vinegar, salt, and so on. This commoner is willing to follow behind and help make the noodle food. I will be the logistics team. When the boss talked about his invention, he became exultant. As for the nutrition, even he didn't understand it, so he had to agree. Li Longji and Wang Ju were both stunned when they heard the boss's words. Wang Ju asked, "What kind of noodle is that? Is it noodles? If it is instant noodles, then there is no need. The inner courtyard of the Zhang family and Wang family has already made it. When the time comes, it will be sent to the front line. His Majesty is giving you a chance. You have to use it well. What can you get by following behind? You can ask for money now. I believe that His Majesty will give you hundreds of thousands of strings of coins. You don't have to open a shop. Don't waste this good opportunity." What do you mean by waste? The boss's expression was very ugly. When he found that the other party was a high-ranking official, he changed his attitude and said, "I don't have money, but I have a shop. I can hurt myself. What can I do with hundreds of thousands of strings of coins? How much money do Xiao Bao and Cuckoo have? They can't spend it all by themselves. I heard that Xiao Bao even cooks his own food. Xiao Bei and the others also came to Hangzhou 2 days ago. I heard that they went to a restaurant nearby to eat. They ordered a lot of dishes, but they didn't let the waitress give them more. They took out a lot of money. Does this mean that they are very thrifty? Is this thrifty? It means that they are not wasteful. I am also sponsoring a school now. I am in charge of the school children's meals. If you give me more money, I have to use it for other things, just like Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. Oh, and His Majesty. I heard that the Tang Bank is His Majesty's. The money it earns is used by His Majesty for disaster relief and road repair in various places. So if you give me too much money, I have no use for it. I can earn it slowly and comfortably. I heard that in about half a year, all the medical care in the Tang will be free. The main problem now is that the medicine can't keep up, but it will be better in the future. We all know that we are penniless. As long as we don't want to die, we can live. I follow behind you because I wanted to see the noodles in other places of the Tang. After I came back, I figured out more kinds of noodles. A person's life doesn't necessarily depend on how much money they have. If that was the case, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo should be dead. They have enough money. I am the owner of a soup pancake restaurant, so I have to make good soup pancakes. When I was young, I was starving. Later on, when I passed by a soup pancake restaurant, the owner gave me a bowl. At that time, I thought that if I had the chance in the future, I would eat many different kinds of soup pancakes. After I grew up, I never forgot about that. I also want to run a good soup pancake restaurant and help others. I want to make many different kinds of soup pancakes so that people can taste different flavors. Unfortunately, it seems that I don't need to help others now. Our Tang will not let people starve to death. So I want to make the best soup pancakes. If I follow behind Cuckoo's army, won't I be able to see the noodles in various places? After saying this, the owner of the restaurant looked at Li Longji and Wang Ju, asking them if they would agree to his request. Wang Ju was moved. He had never been so deeply involved in the lives of the common people like Li Longji. He had been high and mighty for too long. Even after being neglected, he was still the provincial governor of a province. He wasn't someone that the common people could see. A provincial governor was equivalent to the municipal secretary and municipal mayor of Zhang Xiao Bao and Wang Wan's era. They were high and mighty, and the common people usually didn't know what they looked like. In that era where information was very easy to obtain, it was even more so in the current Great Tang. Of course, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wen didn't care about mayors. Their rank wasn't high enough, but they could interact with the common people. Sometimes it was just that interesting. Today, when Wang Ju heard the voice of common person, he realized that he had done too little in the past. As the provincial governor of a province, the common people usually didn't know his name. Now, it seemed that it wasn't worth bragging about. Xiao Bao in cuckoo status was so high that there was almost no position that could be said to be suitable for them. It was obvious that it wasn't enough to judge them by their official rank. Even if they were just county magistrates, they were still county magistrates who could decide the affairs of the Great Tang. The two of them didn't care about their official rank. It was just their names and their existences. However, it was precisely because of their high status that the common people of the Great Tang didn't know. If a local official like him couldn't even leave his name behind, then he would be considered a failure. Thinking of this, Wang Ju stood up, lowered his head, and said to Li Longji, "Your Majesty, this subject has decided. After your Majesty leaves, this subject will return to his province and be a good provincial governor. Now that this subject isn't afraid of encountering trouble and can't solve it, this subject can ask Xiaobao and Cuckoo." Li Longji understood the meaning behind Wang Ju's words. Xiaobao and Cuckoo were here, so naturally, they had let go of all their grudges. Wang Ju didn't have to worry about not doing a good job. What surprised Li Longji was that since Wang Ju had already acknowledged his family, why didn't he return to the capital? Chapter 1060. Thus, Li Longji first said to the owner of the store, "I agree. You can follow behind me, or I can pay for you to go anywhere to see the local noodles. What's the point of wasting time? Follow me later, and I'll bring you to see Xiao Bao." Haha, Xiao Bao is very knowledgeable when it comes to cooking. I believe your cooking skills are far inferior to his. You haven't seen the noodles that Xiao Bao makes for his brothers and sisters. There are all kinds of noodles. Have you ever seen dragon whisker noodles with fillings in the middle? The owner of the store shook his head vigorously. "Your Majesty, what is dragon whisker noodles?" Noodles? Can there be fillings in the middle? Dragon whisker noodles are very thin noodles with fillings in the middle. Xiao Bao made it for Xiao Bei and the others by hand. He made it for the whole morning, and each of them could only eat a bowl at noon. Xiao Bao was very tired. He kept mumbling that technology was productivity. Haha. Li Longji recalled Zhang Xiaobao's appearance at that time and laughed heartily. The owner of the store was confused. How was that possible? Hearing the name and hearing that it was very thin noodles, he could imagine how thin the noodles were. How could there be fillings in the noodles? Unless Xiao Bao wasn't human, how could there be fillings in the noodles? However, since the emperor said there was, he naturally wouldn't lie to him. As the owner of the store, he could also tell that it was very difficult to make the noodles. However, even if it was difficult for him, he wouldn't do it. Scratching his head, the owner of the store said embarrassedly, "Your Majesty, this commoner is going to see Xiao Bao. Will I disturb them?" Xiao Bao is busy with all kinds of matters in Great Tang. If this commoner causes any delay, this commoner won't be able to take the blame. He's not busy. He's only busy for a while. When there's something to do, both of them are busy. Right now, both of them are idle. Cuckoo has nothing to do, so she's embroidering. Xiao Bao is thinking about food. This emperor is with them almost every day. How could I not know? All right, after we eat the noodles, you can follow them. Just you. The waiter will stay. Li Longji acted as if he was chatting with someone of similar status and decided on the matter. The owner of the store was extremely excited. What kind of day was it today? First, he saw the emperor. Then he could see Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. Who would believe him? Things that he didn't even dare to dream about were Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. However, Wang Ju was not very happy. He felt uncomfortable when he heard other people call his grandson and granddaughter-in-law Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. How could people who were not close relatives call them by such names? But he was also very helpless. This was because everyone in the Great Tang, from the old men and women in their 80s to the children who were still learning how to speak, addressed them as such. The children would normally call Xiao Bao Big Brother and Cuckoo Big Sister, while the adults would simply call them by their surnames. They would never add surnames in front of their names, giving the impression that the two children had all sorts of surnames. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan must be respected, Wang Ju indignantly reminded the owner of the restaurant. The owner was shocked and did not dare to make a sound. However, Li Longji spoke. What Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan? Even if they're Xiaobao and Cuckoo, it is not up to you to say. You're the grandfather. Their own grandfather hasn't even said anything. Xiaobao and Cuckoo are the Xiaobao and Cuckoo of the Great Tang. Respect? Your name is Wang Ju. If you stand out now and let 10,000 people call you that, how many of them will respect you? You want others to call you Wang Ju, but will they pay attention to you? Just like that son-in-law of yours, Zhang Zhong, who will call him Minister Zhang. They all call him Provincial Governor Zhang and County Magistrate Zhang. I am envious. When will the people of the Great Tang be able to call me Emperor Longji? Yes, this official is too petty. Whenever I think of how close I am to them, I feel uncomfortable being called that, Wang Ju quickly said. He was also clear that the people of the Great Tang were calling him that because of his special closeness. Not just anyone would be willing to call him that. While they were talking, the shredded pork noodles were ready. In fact, it was already ready just now, but the chef did not dare to serve it. While they were talking, the waiter brought in a new tray. There were 3 bowls, one for Li Longji, one for Wang Ju, and one for Gao Lishur, who was still standing at the entrance. After beckoning Gao Lishur in, Li Longji picked up a new pair of chopsticks and started eating. There was no need for anyone to test it. The actions of the owner, the waiter, and the chef had already proven everything. When the owner of the store saw the emperor eating, he was very happy. He was not worried that the noodles would be bad. No matter how bad the chef's cooking was, the taste would not be too bad. After the emperor took a bite, he raised his head and said, "Actually, the seafood noodles here are more pure and are cheaper. Many people like to eat them. These noodles are edible. It's not that I am picky, but when you see Xiao Bao and eat his dishes, you will know why I said so. What do you think, Li Shi?" Li Longji took a bite and then lowered his head to continue eating. Fortunately, he asked for a small bowl. He really couldn't eat a big bowl. Along the way, he had only eaten Zhang Xiaobao's dishes. His appetite had long been developed. If it wasn't for the fact that he wanted to set an example of not wasting food, he would have stopped eating long ago. Gao Lishur naturally would not let others test whether the noodles were poisonous or not. After taking a bite, he said, "Your Majesty, this official feels that the noodles are not bad. It might have taken a little too long to cook. However, why is the shredded pork noodles fried? Why isn't it blanched? There is more of an oily taste. Also, the chopped green onions are cut from small onions instead of green onions. It lacks the unique sweetness of green onions. As for the noodles, they are ramen, not handmade noodles. They are not chewy enough." Li Longji's mouth was not idle. Wei Wei nodded in agreement. In the past, he really didn't think much about it. However, after he met Zhang Xiaobao, he could always see how Zhang Xiaobao cooked. When he casually asked about it, Zhang Xiaobao would give him an answer. Even though it was just a bowl of noodles, there was a lot to it. Wang Ju didn't have the opportunity to eat Zhang Xiaobao's dishes. He felt that the noodles were pretty good. However, when he thought about the emperor's and Gao Lishur's comments, he was filled with yearning for the dishes that his grandson made. The owner of the store was stupefied. The emperor and that official were too good with their mouths, right? They could tell how the noodles were cooked the moment they ate them. It turned out that the flavor of stir-fried meat and blanched meat was very different. The 3 bowls of noodles were finished by the 3 of them. There was no waste, even though Li Longji and Gao Lishur didn't feel comfortable eating them. After calling the owner of the store, the group continued to walk toward Wang Ju's residence. At this time, Li Longji didn't stop to test the commoners. He had heard the story of the boy who cried wolf from Xiaobei. If he really tested the commoners time and time again when there was danger, the commoners would treat it as a drill. That would be troublesome, because they were delayed by the noodles. By the time they arrived at the residence, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had already taken a nap. Zhang Wang clan didn't come out to welcome them. They hid in another room to make small clothes for the unborn child. They didn't know how many children were in their bellies, so they had to make a few more sets. With the addition of the clothes made by Wang Wan, they believed that they would be able to use them. After entering the residence, Li Longji asked someone to find Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. As soon as the two of them entered, Li Longji said, "Xiaobao, we're eating noodles tonight. I want to eat shredded meat noodles. You make it. Why don't we eat seafood noodles?" Zhang Xiaobao asked Li Longji when he saw someone he didn't know looking at them excitedly. Shredded meat noodles are delicious. This is the owner of a soup pancake shop. He wants to discuss the production of soup pancakes with you. You can talk to him later. Li Longji arranged some work for Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao didn't know what was going on, but since they were here to discuss, he would talk about it later. He couldn't reject them, so he nodded and said to Wang Ju, "Grandfather, I have something to discuss with you." "What is it?" Wang Ju was puzzled. "It's about the mulberry trees in Hangzhou. I've seen it. In addition to the gifts you gave me in Cuckoo, we still have a large mulberry forest on a mountain here. We use it to raise silkworms. However, the forest is too old, and the growth is deteriorating year by year. It doesn't seem worth using it. I think it's because of this that you didn't give the forest to me and Cuckoo. What I mean is that we should cut down all the trees and use the wood for other things. That way, we can get back some of the capital. Then, we can plant tea leaves on the trees and buy seedlings from other places. It will grow faster and we can take care of it carefully. Next year, we will be able to produce tea leaves. As for the planting of tea leaves, I asked the people of the agriculture temple to follow up on it. It can be considered an experimental place. If it's good, we can spread it around. No matter how large the tea leaves in Hangzhou are, it's far from enough to satisfy the entire Tang Empire. In addition to this, I also specially designed some ways to eat tea leaves. We can eat them as dishes. You can provide them here, and we will be in charge of sales, where you can find someone to sell them. In addition to this, we also need to continue to raise silkworms and cicadas. I also have some recipes for cooking. You can open a restaurant, and we can only eat green silkworms. Nowadays, people don't eat them. In addition, we need to find people to pick the sea cabbages that no one touches by the seaside. We can make new dishes and can them and sell them everywhere. If there are a lot of rotten fish and shrimps by the seaside, don't leave them alone. Collect them. They are not for people to eat. After they are dried, add them to the feed of poultry to supplement their nutrition. That's all for now. I will draw an area in the northern part of Hebei province for our family to take over. Cut down other trees. Don't touch the old ones. Plant economic forests. Cut down and plant in a planned way to make products, such as sanitary chopsticks and paper, to increase our family's income. Zhang Xiaobao stopped talking and looked at Wang Wan. Wang Wan said, "What I mean is that since we don't have any land at home, we can go to the place where the Turks used to live and develop. Send a few people in charge to provide us with potato seedlings. The output will be very high if we plant them there. When we continue to fight, our family should also follow and see where's the best place. Anyway, it is a sparsely populated area. We can occupy it. When we develop it, even if the transportation cost is high, we can still make a certain amount of profit." Wang Ju listened to the conversation between the two of them and understood what they meant. They must have seen the gift she gave and knew that it would be hard for them to take out money, so they immediately thought of ways to earn money. Furthermore, they even divided it into several types of returns depending on the length of the return period. The fastest returns were naturally this year's silkworm breeding and sea cabbage harvesting in the sea, followed by the processing of stinky fish and shrimps in a fodder, followed by next year's tea, followed by the planting of potatoes in the area originally occupied by the Turks, and then the economic forest in the north of Hebei province. When the war started, they would follow and get benefits. Thinking of a series of money-making things, Wang Ju was excited. She stood up and walked to Zhang Xiaobao, raised her hand and touched Zhang Xiaobao's head, and said, "Xiaobao, at that time, I didn't expect the development of potatoes to be so good. In fact, the best place is the north of Hebei province, where there is a black land, but the road is too difficult to travel. It is not as good as the land occupied by the Turks. Most of it is grassland, and then we transport it to Fengzhou and down the Yellow River. Whether it's eaten directly or made into starch and vermicelli, it's a good choice. The smelly fish and shrimps by the seaside can actually be cheated and made into shrimp sauce. You can't taste it, but I don't agree. It's better to make it into animal feed. The coastal area is suitable for this. If the domestic poultry are not eaten, the eggs will become soft, and some can't even stand up. Let's make it first. I will look for the green worms of silkworms in the next 2 days, and there should be some that have grown up. Then I will make it for you to taste, and you will know how it tastes. Zhang Xiaobao knew what Wang Ju wanted to say, but he couldn't let him say it. So he directly took over the conversation and talked about other things. Wang Ju saw that Zhang Xiaobao deliberately did this, so he didn't say anything. It was good that he understood. He would wait until he went to the capital and met Zhang Zhong. He nodded. Xiaobao, what do you think? Grandfather will listen to you. I believe my family will not object. How do you make the sea cabbage tasty? Of course, it is to make salted cabbage with chili powder. It is not worth feeding it to the pigs and ducks. Dry it and send it to the mainland. It can help to replenish the iodine. I don't have the ability to add iodine to the salt now. Otherwise, I would add it. It can prevent big neck disease, but it can't be eaten if it is already infected. Zhang Xiaobao knew the effects of sea cabbage and sea intestines. People don't like to eat sea intestines now, but in the future, the price of sea intestines will be too high and people will not be able to afford it. Okay, I will listen to you. Wang Ju did not consider the feasibility of Zhang Xiaobao's words. Since it was Xiaobao who said it, how can it be wrong? Li Longji was also listening at the side. He smiled and said, Xiaobao, when other people ask for potatoes from your family, you will reject them. But this time, you are actually giving them away? Wang Qing is an official, but are others not? Okay, let's all go there and plant potatoes. After we finish planting, we will sell the seedlings and earn money together. Zhang Xiaobao could not say anything else, so he could only compromise. At this time, Wang Ju asked again, Xiaobao, will you plan to plant on the land I gave you? That is all good land. We're prepared to use a very high price to hire people to help us plant the crops. What we plant depends on what other people plant. If other people plant a lot of crops, we won't plant them. Your Majesty, this subject has a matter to discuss with you regarding the land of the great Tang. Zhang Xiaobao said. Chapter 1061. If Wang Ju had been an ordinary provincial governor, he would have retreated. Of course, if he had been an ordinary provincial governor, Zhang Xiaobao wouldn't have said anything. After all, he had once been the Minister of Revenue. This was how great Tang's officials were. They could be promoted and demoted. Unlike Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's era, officials would either be demoted to the very end, if they made too big of a mistake and there was no one above them, or if the people above them couldn't be protected, they would be removed from their post or even sentenced. The majority of officials wouldn't encounter such a situation. If someone protected them, they would destroy some evidence of their crimes and push the blame onto the officials below them. There were two kinds of situations. One was that they would be transferred to an important position and moved to a more leisurely place. The other was that they would be demoted and wait for the right time to come up. Comparing the two, Zhang Xiaobao felt that the Great Tang system was better. Officials didn't have any thoughts of being lucky. Even if they didn't have a good position, they could still get a position of equal status. As for the protection of officials, it could only be said that the leader didn't have enough authority. There was a problem with the entire system, indirectly promoting the corruption of officials. Li Longji, Gao Lishur, and Li Longji didn't know what Zhang Xiaobao was thinking. The three of them only knew that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had just pushed for the adjustment of the Great Tang's tax rates, and it hadn't been fully implemented yet. They were in the middle of negotiations with the various great clans. To be more precise, they were exchanging benefits. They were waiting for the important figures to agree before bringing it to the table. At that time, they wouldn't have to worry about the opposition of others. Wang Ju had also been discussed with. Gao Lishur had previously sent a telegram to communicate with anyone whose family had a total wealth of 3 million strings of coins or more. Right now, the conditions that could be brought out in exchange were the right to transport goods on the railways. This was the example that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had given. Because the railways were being built using the Great Leap Forward model, the wealthy would have a specific reference. As long as one wasn't too stupid, they would agree. The first reason was that the profits were indeed high and the power was great. The second reason was that if everyone else agreed, but he didn't, it seemed that, with his strength, he would only end up suffering a greater loss in the end. When the time came, the imperial court wouldn't even give him a chance to exchange benefits. What kind of storm would he be able to cause? As such, Gao Lishi's work went very smoothly. As for Zhang Xiaobao's later methods, not to mention the other aristocratic families and merchants, even Gao Lishi and Li Longji wouldn't have thought that the exchange of benefits was ultimately a trap. Who would have thought that there would be so many additional trains? And by using another new technology, how many times faster could the operation speed be? Who would have thought that the proportion of increased taxes would be transferred by the imperial court and used to curb the regional monopoly that they had obtained after obtaining the right to allocate railway goods, while others would have to bear the loss of subsidies? Thinking of this, Gao Lishi began to worry for his godson. He said, "Xiao Bao, you haven't even finished what you were doing before, and now you're immediately pushing out land. Land is the foundation of a person. When the time comes, the entire world will oppose you. Are you really going to force His Majesty to give you military power in a few more places? In the exchange of benefits on the railways, other than a portion of the imperial court's profits, more of it is squeezing your family's share. Could it be that your family also plans to give up land? Your family doesn't seem to have too much land." Without waiting for Zhang Xiaobao to reply, Wang Ju said in shock, "The matter of increasing taxes is sacrificing my grandson's benefits? If I had known earlier, it would have been useless. Right now, my family doesn't have the total assets of 3 million strings of string, but for the development of the great Tang, I can't possibly bully my grandson, right?" Wang Ju said this at the risk of alienating his relationship with the emperor. He didn't know the meaning of the word principle, but he knew what he should choose. For his own benefits, he could give up his family today, but tomorrow he could give up his country. Wang Wan was very satisfied with Wang Ju's words. She knew very well that when she and Zhang Xiaobao were in the disaster 100 years ago, some officials clearly knew that their children were buried underneath, but they didn't save them. Instead, they temporarily left them there to save others. In the end, their children died, but what did that official get in return? His selflessness, which contained selfishness, was only publicized by the media. After that, he could forget about having any further development for the rest of his life. It was impossible for him to be promoted. In fact, as soon as the matter passed, he would immediately be transferred from an important position. This was because the officials above him were also bitterly disappointed. Today, for the sake of advancement, you can even disregard your own family. What if it were me tomorrow? Promote you? Dream on. Wang Wan, who was in a good mood, said with a smile, "Grandfather, very soon, our family will have 3 million strings of cash. Sea cabbage can be farmed. You can circle a place and raise it in large quantities. Xiao Bao will then come up with a series of ways to eat it. There will also be free advertisements in the newspapers. It's not that we're specifically promoting our sea cabbage, but we're also helping other places that have sea cabbage. Our goal is to let the people of Great Tang know that eating this thing can prevent diseases. The price would rise, but it was controllable. Just like sea salt, there was a maximum sales price control in every place, and it could not be increased casually. With the improvement of water transport and railway networks, many mainlanders could also eat seafood. The problem now is the construction of roads and bridges. The main problem is that Xiao Bao and I don't know how to design bridges. It's not that we can just take out the people who make the cannons and put them on the bridge pier. Otherwise, the bridge pier on the Yangtze River would not be made of iron chains. Iron chains make it impossible for trains to pass. Wang Wan's words reassured Wang Ju. It seemed that everyone in Great Tang knew that with Xiao Bao in charge, it was impossible for there to be a loss, unless there was a natural disaster in the farming industry. However, natural disasters would not come every year. The corners of Wang Ju's mouth curled up, and he said with a smile, "I thought that I wouldn't have to pay more taxes, but I still can't escape." "Sigh, you're still pretending to be obedient after receiving such benefits," Li Longji said to Wang Ju. He did not care how much benefit Zhang Xiaobao gave Wang Ju. That was his own business. In the end, Wang Ju protested a little and said, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family's share in the railway transportation is indeed being squeezed. However, they have a lot of income in other areas, and the materials used to make the trains are not good. At least, they can't meet the standards set by Xiaobao and Cuckoo. There will always be all kinds of small problems. The industry is in their hands, and when the trains and railways need to be maintained, those who have the right to allocate them have to pay for it. Besides, most of the industries of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family rely on the local resources to develop, and they rarely need to transport. When they really need to transport, it is usually to transport people's livelihood goods to the disaster area or to balance the price of goods in a certain place. In this kind of situation, they can forcefully compete for the carriage share of others at any time, and others don't have the right to agree. Let's talk about the land. Xiaobao, what price do you plan to pay in exchange? Hearing Li Longji's words, Zhang Xiaobao curled his lips and said, I don't understand. The land policy of the Tang Empire is beneficial to the people of the Tang Empire. Why do I have to pay for it in the end? Because I have always been listening to the two of you. No matter what you say, I will agree and help you after asking clearly. It's like when the two of you are playing billiards. I am in charge of setting the ball and passing the cue stick to you. The ball and the cue stick are mine, but the two of you have the right to decide which hole to put the ball into. Don't tell me that while the two of you are playing billiards, you want me to help you throw the ball into the pocket? The two of you don't even touch the cue stick, don't use any strength, and just use your mouth to talk? Li Longji gave an example, and Wang Ju was confused. What nonsense was this? They were talking about national affairs. How did this have anything to do with billiards? However, Gao Lishir, Zhang Xiaobao, and Wang Wan understood. What Li Longji meant was that the two of them were treating the Tang Empire as their own, right? Since it was the two of them who came up with the idea, it was up to the two of them to decide. Ah, that's true, right? Zhang Xiaobao turned to Wang Wan and asked. Wang Wan nodded. She admitted that this was what she and Zhang Xiaobao were doing. Their goal wasn't to earn money, but to develop the Tang Empire into the shape of their hearts. Thus, they didn't allow anyone to stand in their way. At times, they would display an extremely domineering attitude, carrying a conviction that they would slay gods and devils if they stood in their way. Speaking of which, Li Longji's words were right. Since the two of them were treating the Tang Empire as their own, they couldn't divide themselves between the greater Tang Empire and the smaller Tang Empire. Seeing that the two of them were in agreement, Li Longji said, since the two of you are playing, you have to bear the consequences of losing. I'll bear the consequences with you. When it's time for you to be serious, you have to be serious. Don't worry about money. After all, even if you spend money, there won't be a game for you to play, right? More or less, right? Zhang Xiaobao was rendered speechless by Li Longji's words. Then tell me, what should we do with the land? Li Longji asked. Of course, we have to exchange it. Even if we were to buy it directly, the other party wouldn't agree to it. Let's expand outward, and we'll have more land. Tell them that those who occupy a large area of land can exchange 1 mu of land for 5 mu of land. Furthermore, they won't have to pay rent for 30 years. In other words, they won't have to pay a single copper coin for farming. Zhang Xiaobao raised a finger. Then he raised 5 fingers. What if the other party doesn't want to exchange? Li Longji asked. Doesn't want to exchange? That's right. The land elsewhere is too far away from their home. Why should they give up what's near and seek what's far away? They can continue to annex the surrounding land. Can you kill them? Li Longji sneered, as if he was representing a group with a lot of land. Zhang Xiaobao also sneered. Who do I want to kill? I'll force them to their deaths. I'd rather pay a higher price to lower the price of grain. At that time, I'll pay 2 copper coins for a dough of grain. Let's see if it's worth it for them to farm. If they don't want to land elsewhere, I'll go and plant it. When the time comes, I'll transport back. Even if I have to pay a copper coin for every dough of grain sold, I'm willing to do so. Besides, hasn't our great Tang started to collect rent based on the number of mu of land? I'll use the seeds provided by the Sanong seed to plant, and then the great Tang will raise the rent. They won't be able to object even if they want to because the great Tang will increase the tax based on the quality of the new seeds. In the end, I'll make sure that they can't earn back the money they used to buy the seeds. Not to mention other things, if I plant a large amount of high-quality rice in the northern area of Hebei province, once the price is lowered to the same level as here, they won't be able to sell even 1 gene of grain. Not to mention 2 ripening a year, even 3 ripening a year. They'll have to keep the grain in their hands. Zhang Xiaobao's ruthless words made Wang Ju and the other 2 shudder involuntarily. They had just eaten the freshly made rice, which was only ripening once a year. This was still a variety that could be further improved. The Sanongsi had been very useful these years. Wang Ju indeed knew that the rice over there was much more delicious than here. When it was steamed, it smelled good. When it was eaten, it tasted many times better than here. In the past, he didn't know the reason, but now he knew that it was because of the length of the ripening period. If it were someone else who said this, Li Longji would take it as a joke, but since it was Zhang Xiaobao, Li Longji had to take it seriously. He knew that if it really reached that level, Zhang Xiaobao would definitely do it. When he felt that the method was feasible, Li Longji suddenly found a loophole and said, "Xiaobao, if you do this, what about the people who have land? Wouldn't they be done for? The local people? Subsidies, according to the number of people. Hasn't the court already stipulated how much land each person can get? Furthermore, officials are also calculated according to their ranks. Since it has been stipulated, when the time comes, subsidies will be given to each person according to the ownership of the land deed. But the tenant farmers won't give because the land doesn't belong to them. The servant girls won't give, but a new contract will be released and signed directly with the people who have the land deed. If the court needs that piece of land, when they forcibly expropriate it, they will send the people who have signed the contract to another place and give them additional land subsidies. The key is not the policy, but the people who implement the policy. Your Majesty, your patrol team needs to be strengthened. The cost of their patrol is insignificant compared to the local officials' greed and goodwill when they don't patrol. If they patrol a place once, it might cost them 1,000 strings of coins. But if they don't patrol, the loss to the court is estimated to be tens or even millions of strings of coins. Zhang Xiaobao had already discussed this matter with Wang Wan. In fact, the 2 of them had many ideas, and they also knew that the people of their time also had many ideas that they could use. But no matter what, it had to be implemented on the officials below. But their situation back then wasn't optimistic at all. There were layers of connections and countermeasures. The reason for this situation was that no one was clean. In those 100 years, the people had already formed a habit. Everyone said that officials were bad before they became officials. But after they became officials, they did the same. When they criticized others for having more women, they also wanted to have one in each hand. That was the fall of the era, the change in the people's hearts. Thus, only a small portion of people persisted, but it was useless. But the current Great Tang was different. The people of Great Tang still knew that they had to be loyal to the emperor and love their country. There were also few thieves in Great Tang. When they were caught, they wouldn't resist because they knew that they were in the wrong. In Great Tang, if you saved someone's life, they would bring their entire family to kowtow and thank you. If it wasn't for the rapid development of technology, the advanced production technology, and the sharper weapons, the society back then would have long been ruined. And the most fundamental reason for all of this was the development of technology. When other countries developed quickly, the threat to a slow-developing country wasn't just in terms of military strength, but also in terms of the beliefs of the people. Thus, what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had to do was to seal off the advanced technology and then use Great Tang's technology to bully others. As long as they were powerful enough, they could get the peace prize no matter how many people they killed. The prerequisite was that they had to deal with the internal affairs of Great Tang first. At this time, the 2 of them thought of this matter and looked at each other tacitly. Then they revealed gratified smiles. Wang Wan maintained this smile and went along with Zhang Xiaobao's words. When the time comes, even if others want to play tricks, their tenant farmers won't do it. This is because we'll directly move them elsewhere and give them subsidies. This way, they won't dare to play tricks on the land. They want the tenant farmers to accompany them to cheat. Once the tenant farmers know that they can use this opportunity to take advantage of the situation, their efforts will be in vain. "Oh, this is a vicious move," Wang Ju exclaimed. In the past, He only knew that his son-in-law's 2 children were formidable. He also saw the development of Great Tang and received some information from Ilonji. But today, after hearing the words of the 2 of them, he realized that this was the most profound moment. It turned out that many of Great Tang's national policies were developed in this way. In this way, the other officials in the court could only be decorations. They just had to follow the work, but they didn't have a chance to follow the decisions. Who could think a series of things? Was this the legendary way of thinking of the students of Jinjia Academy? Many things found to be very simple after hearing from others, but if others didn't mention it, he would never think in this direction. He also didn't know how his grandson and granddaughter-in-law learned these skills. It seemed that they knew everything. Ordinary children, even if they were chosen by the 2 experts behind them, probably wouldn't be able to learn even 1/10 of it. This required extraordinary intelligence from a very young age. Li Longji wasn't surprised at all. He was used to it. If the 2 of them couldn't say anything, he would be surprised. Therefore, he nodded and said, "If you want to say the best, it should be the method of continuous patrolling. I plan to send out a batch of patrolling people every month and then add more patrolling people every quarter. According to what you've mentioned, if the first batch of patrolling people can't find a problem, but the second batch finds a problem when the first batch appears, then the first batch will be killed. If everyone can't find a problem and is caught by Xiao Bei and the others, everyone in the first batch will be exterminated. I definitely won't allow problems to happen to the local officials. It's fine as long as it's a habit. As for the money spent on patrolling, compared to the benefits of stable development, it's really too little. So, I agree to the land plan. Li Shi will be in charge of implementing it." "Yes," Gao Li replied. When Wang Ju heard that the matter was decided so easily, he pondered about the issue of patrolling and advised, "Your Majesty, the local officials have many tricks. The patrolling people might not be able to see through them. Isn't it too heavy to exterminate them directly?" "Heavy? It's not heavy at all. I'm just choosing people from the local officials to be patrolling people. It hasn't been long since I started, so I haven't found the time yet. In the future, I will test the patrolling people and test their various tricks. Whoever can come up with a solution that others can't solve will receive a large amount of rewards. For example, if a county magistrate suddenly thinks of a good idea to embezzle 10,000 strings of coins without anyone finding out, I will send a decree every month to recruit capable people. As long as he, the county magistrate, can tell his method, I will reward him with 20,000 strings of coins. To deal with the local officials, we must use the local officials. Usually, the people who are chosen to be patrolling, other than patrolling, their other work is to think of various methods. Tell me, if they can't find a problem, won't it mean that they are not diligent?" Li Longji also explained his plan and looked at Zhang Xiaobao proudly. Zhang Xiaobao had never told him about such a reliable method. "Your Majesty, first of all, the county magistrate will receive more. Why don't we let him embezzle? Second, in the future, the local officials will realize that it's better to think of different methods than to embezzle directly. All of them will think of different methods." Wang Ju was still worried. "Wang Qing, you're not like the past you. You used to be so smart. So why have you become so stupid now?" Li Longji was puzzled. A county magistrate may receive more, but his method can be used in many counties. In the future, the other county magistrates won't be able to use this method. As for the second point, it's not that easy to think of different methods. If you spend all your energy on thinking of different methods, you will lose your political achievements. When the time comes, you will be held accountable. It's not that there won't be any loopholes, but as long as you continue to improve, it will become more and more difficult to find loopholes. Not everyone is that smart. Only then did Wang Ju react. He raised his hand and rubbed his temples. He had also been affected by the words of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and lost his calm. The main reason was that he had been mentally unstable for the past 2 days. He nodded and didn't say anything else. Instead, he prepared to listen quietly and let himself recover. Gao Lisher stood up and walked to the door. He gave some instructions to the people outside. He had to first clarify the issue of land and how much land each family owned. Otherwise, there were still many situations where the land was fake. Once the news of the contract was released, the people who owned the land would probably take it back. As for what they would do, there was no need to worry about it for the time being. When Gao Lisher returned and sat down again, Wang Wan brought up another matter. Your Majesty, I've discussed with Xiao Bao. In the future, we won't give the officials land. Instead, we'll just give them money. In the past, we gave them land because the imperial court's treasury wasn't very abundant. However, we still need to let the officials do their work. If we don't give them land, the officials won't be able to survive. Now that the imperial court has more money, we don't need to continue giving them land. On one hand, it's good that the children of the officials don't like to do business. In the future, we will have to think of ways to control it. Otherwise, it'll be easy for the local officials to seek benefits for their children. Xiao Bao and I propose that the current official's salary be doubled during his term. After his term ends, he will be given a one-time reward according to his evaluation results. This is called raising honest people with high salaries. For a provincial governor, if he can really increase the standard of living of the people in his province by 10 times and develop the place in a non-destructive way and generate 1 billion strings of cash, what's wrong with rewarding him with 1 billion strings of cash? Zhang Xiaobao also cooperated and said, not allowing the officials to hold a post in the local area can be postponed. After all, if they don't hold a post in the local area, they won't understand the situation in other places. In fact, Zhang Xiaobao also wanted to say that in the future, the local officials should be like Sanshui County. Whoever could become a local official wasn't appointed by the imperial court, but by the willingness of the local people. However, after considering the current political system, he felt that it was too early, so he stopped. Li Longji didn't directly agree this time. He still had to discuss with the other officials and see if they wanted money or land. The former was easy to handle. Money could be earned. If it was the latter, then he would have to discuss with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. How could he let the officials voluntarily give up land? During this process, he had to use Zhang Xiaobao's ability to deceive people. He had to make the officials feel that if they asked for land, their losses would be many times greater than if they asked for money. That way, there was no need to force them. They would ask for it themselves. The main method was to lower the value of the land and, at the same time, not harm the people who work there. Xiao Bao, Cuckoo, I want to send a report back to the capital and wait for the results. Speaking of the problem of using money to replace land, as well as the problem of raising honest people with high salaries, I believe that they will be willing to pay more for the latter. I think that if we don't come up with a solution, they will want both money and land, haha. Li Longji felt that he could also think this way. Who didn't want to take advantage of the situation? Zhang Xiaobao also laughed and said, well, listen to your Majesty. What do you mean listen to me? It's always you and Cuckoo who come up with ideas. I'm just the one who sets the ball, but the case, the ball, and the clubs you use are all mine. Li Longji corrected him. Wang Ju understood now. The so-called case referred to the Tang Empire, and then the emperor let Xiao Bao and Cuckoo develop their relationship as if they were playing a game. Thinking of this, Wang Ju was very surprised. He finally knew how Xiao Bao and Cuckoo got along well with the emperor. The two of them didn't want power, but the emperor didn't do it. No wonder the emperor always supported the two of them. Thinking that his family would be richer in the future, Wang Ju said happily, the problem of land in the Tang Empire will be solved. Everyone will have land to plant. That's great. Unexpectedly, as soon as he said this, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan shook their heads at the same time. Zhang Xiaobao said, the problem of land has not been solved. Now, people are planting indiscriminately. They are not willing to change what they planted in the past. They always think that it will not be as good as what they planted now. In other words, they don't want to take any risks. Therefore, we have to find a way to make them change, especially if one thing sells well this year and everyone plants all the same next year. That will cause them to lose money. First, how to make them willing to accept new varieties of crops. Second, how to make them understand that they can't follow the trend in the process of accepting. At the same time, we have to form a scale where they can plant the same thing. This is very difficult and difficult to control. Planting seeds in one place all year round will reduce the yield of that place. Now, the Tang Empire is facing this situation because there's a lot of land, so there's a fallow. However, in fact, there is no need for a fallow. There are other ways to solve this problem. I will let the people of the Western Agriculture Temple take care of it and add in the upcoming insurance mechanism. Right now, we don't need too much agricultural subsidies. The more direct way is to reduce the rent. We can only do that after the people who occupy the land are cleared out. At this point, Zhang Xiaobao did not say anything. Whether or not agricultural subsidies would depend on the speed of economic development, the proportion of land in the entire society, and the amount of land per capita. It was not to say that the people who planted the land had to suffer and receive subsidies. It would depend on the average income and the price of other products. A balance was the goal. All right. Xiaobao, go and prepare some food. Eat the noodles. Go and call that boss and let him see how you do it. We can discuss the future matters in the future. If we continue to listen, we will be confused. Li Longji ate a small bowl of shredded pork noodles. Not only did it not feel good, it also did not feel full. His stomach felt empty. Eat the instant noodles. I will teach him how to make it. Zhang Xiaobao stood up gloomily. He had just exhausted his brain power, and now he still had to exhaust his physical strength. Instant noodles are still noodles. All right. Li Longji appeared to be very easy to talk to. He knew that Zhang Xiaobao would not use instant noodles to deal with him. During the meal, they were indeed eating noodles. The noodles were rolled out by Zhang Xiaobao. To make the noodles taste good, one was the type of wheat, and the other was the processing process. Naturally, there was no lack of good wheat. Zhang Xiaobao spent a lot of effort and rolled the noodles over and over again. The boss of the soup pancake shop was standing beside them. When he saw Zhang Xiaobao adding some salt to the noodles, he curiously asked why. Zhang Xiaobao did not hide anything and directly told him that the texture was good. The noodles were smooth and tender and would not stick together easily when cooked. Whether the noodles tasted good or not, apart from these 2 points, the most important factor was the type of noodles eaten and how to prepare the soup and sauces. Zhang Xiaobao made 4 types of soup and 6 types of sauces. Some of the sauces could not be prepared immediately and had to be prepared beforehand. Similarly, Zhang Xiaobao had no intention of hiding this and told the boss everything. Not only did he teach the boss about the noodles, he also told the boss about his thoughts on noodles. After all, the boss was tested by Li Longji and stood in front of Li Longji at that time. Although the assassination was fake, the boss's attitude was genuine and should be rewarded. Another point was that Zhang Xiaobao was very clear that his cooking skills were not good enough. He had not reached the level of a special grade chef and would not have much time to study cooking in the future. The reason why he could cook better than others was because he had been studying ever since he came here. Another reason was that he had eaten a lot of noodles and had a good grasp of the seasoning. The future development would depend on the efforts of all the chefs in Tang who were dedicated to making delicious noodles. Since the boss wanted to promote the soup pancakes, then he would help him as much as possible. Perhaps many years later, there would be an old soup pancake restaurant that would stand tall for hundreds of years. Zhang Xiaobao's serious teaching moved the boss of the soup pancake restaurant. Although he had always called Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Xiaobao and Cuckoo and felt close to them, he had never thought that one day he would really stand beside Zhang Xiaobao and learn how to make soup pancakes from Zhang Xiaobao. He knew that Zhang Xiaobao was good at making money, and he also knew that Wang was good at fighting. He had also heard that Zhang Xiaobao was good at cooking, but he never thought that he was worse than him. However, when the noodles were ready, he recalled what Zhang Xiaobao said and was shocked. It was too amazing. There were so many things to pay attention to when making noodles. It was a pity that the noodles were ready too quickly. Looking at the situation, Zhang Xiaobao had not finished speaking before he had to eat. He could not pester Zhang Xiaobao to ask about things. He did not know when they would meet again. Perhaps he would not find an opportunity in his lifetime. Just as he did not know how to thank him, Zhang Xiaobao asked someone to send the noodles out and said to him, "If you come up with any good ideas in the future, remember to send me a telegram. I will let the inner courtyard take note of you. Then we will continue to discuss and learn from each other." Zhang Xiaobao really wanted to see a master of noodles grow up. He also knew why he was so amazing. It was because he was standing on the shoulders of a 1,000-year-old ancestor. A sauce that looked simple might have required the efforts of several generations. Taking it out himself could be considered as returning the favor to the previous owner. Perhaps the noodles he had eaten before were developed by this owner. Then it was passed down from generation to generation and gradually perfected. This owner did not know what Zhang Xiaobao was thinking. When he heard that he would have the opportunity to learn from Zhang Xiaobao in the future, he was so excited that his whole body trembled. He opened his mouth and did not know what to say. As for Zhang Xiaobao saying that they would discuss and learn from each other, he only thought that Zhang Xiaobao was being modest. "Well, I won't accompany you. I am going to eat with you." After Zhang Xiaobao finished speaking, he found a servant from the inner courtyard and directly left after saying a few words. Naturally, this owner would not follow him to eat. After explaining his situation to the inner courtyard and seeing that the kitchen had left a bowl of noodles for him, he thought for a while and picked it up, greeted the servant, and ran back to his own restaurant. He wanted to let the cooks try it. At the same time, he did not forget to take away a portion of the various sauces and soups. As for how much the utensils were worth and what he would do if he broke them, he did not even think about it. In any case, the owner was rich and did not care about him. If it was not broken, he would send it back. If it was broken, he would ask the owner to buy another set. Early the next morning, Zhang Xiaobao had just prepared a light breakfast for his mother and mother-in-law and was waiting for them to eat. After eating a few steamed buns, he was called by Wang Ju to go fishing by the West Lake. Wang Wan accompanied her mother and mother-in-law to find a place to do needlework. She only did the embroidery for her mother and mother-in-law. As for the sewing place, she took over for them, afraid that they would accidentally prick their bellies. Of course, that was just a saying. In fact, it would not be a big deal even if they were to prick their bellies. It would be painful if they were to prick their bellies. There was even a thread behind the needle. She had never heard of anyone being prickled badly. However, at this time, children were precious. From the moment they had children, they had to be careful. This referred to the wealthy. As for ordinary families, many women even gave birth while they were still working. But there was nothing that could be done about it. A person was a labor force, and only after Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan began to implement free medical treatment with Li Longji did the situation improve. This was especially so now that the Great Tang was helping to raise children and the Great Tang's population was rapidly increasing. Zhang Wang clan looked at Wang Wan, who was earnestly doing needlework, and said with a smile, "The later the child is born, the happier he will be. When you and Xiao Bao were born, our family was not as good as now. At that time, I was already 1 month old, so I didn't do anything. Don't be fooled by Zhuangzi." Sigh. "Mother, I know. Even a landlord didn't have any extra food. I still had to save up some money to buy books for father to learn from the teacher. It was because of the hard work back then that we have today," Wang Wan said with a smile. At the beginning, when she was in a daze, she called mother-in-law. She didn't call Zhang Zhong father anymore. She felt uncomfortable, so she didn't call Zhang Xiaobao father. Instead, she called them Zhang Xiaobao and Zhang Xiaobao. Wang Wan's mother also said, "It's not us. It's all because of Xiao Bao's ability. Xiao Bao can make a lot of money. Not to mention ordinary people. Even if the whole Tang Empire worked together, it still wouldn't be enough. You can't always bully Xiao Bao just because Xiao Bao dotes on you." Wang Wan's mother was already a rank 1 noble lady, but she still adhered to the original, traditional ideology. That was a wife must take good care of the elderly, help the man take care of the family matters, and take good care of the children. Even though she knew that her daughter was no worse than her son-in-law, she still said that. Just like the Zhang Wang clan, didn't she still live a good life with the Zhang family? Zhang Wang clan naturally defended her daughter-in-law. She said, "Sister, you can't say that. You've spoiled Xiao Bao too much. There needs to be someone in the family who can control him. In my opinion, Cuckoo should look after Xiao Bao more often. Otherwise, one day, he will fly into the sky and abandon his mother. With Cuckoo around, if he dares to fly, she will shoot him down. Xiao Bao can't fight." Wang Wan's mother said with a smile, "Sister, You're the one who's spoiling her. As a mother-in-law, you don't control your daughter-in-law. Who knows, one day, Cuckoo will take over the power in the family and not treat you well. There's no need to fight for it. I'll give it to her now. Cuckoo is not that kind of daughter-in-law. When the child is born, I'll have to let Cuckoo take care of him. Even I don't feel at ease. Anyway, I can't teach a child like Xiao Bei, Zhang Wang clan said with a smile. She was not worried about the child at all. Whether it was food, clothing, or education, she was not worried at all. With Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, the child would only be better off. Wang Wan's mother also smiled and did not say anything. In the past, she was worried. After all, her daughter would eventually belong to someone else. If she had another child, they would not give the money to her child, especially the boy on her side. However, she later realized that it was impossible. Xiao Bao treated all his younger siblings the same. Moreover, even she did not know how much money she had at home. There is no need to worry that the child would not be able to live a good life without money in the future. Just a little bit of the family's money was enough for a child to establish a family by himself. The later the child was born, the happier they would be. Back in Luzhou, when the family was not as rich as it was now, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo could build a big delivery room for their unborn siblings. Then, they immediately built a big house with agarwood. When the child in the womb was born, she wondered how much love she would receive. Wang Wan also said with a smile, "When the baby is born, Xiao Bao and I have decided to let Xiao Bei and the others take care of it. In 2 months, we'll let someone take a look. It's best if it's twins. The more people in the family, the better." At the mention of Xiao Bao, Zhang Wang clan remembered that her son had been dragged by her father to go fishing. She shook her head helplessly. Xiao Bao is too much. He's busy all day, but he still has to go fishing. Xiao Bei and the others went to Jiang District by themselves. They're worried. I don't know what's so good about fishing. Chapter 1062. Zhang Xiaobao looked straight into Wang Ju's eyes, shook his head blankly, and asked, "Grandfather, we are here to fish. Is this thing a crawler? Can it walk on the ground?" As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Xiaobao regretted it. Who was the other party? It was Wang Ju, a close official of Lilongji. How could he be an ordinary person? He had overdone it. It was all Wang Ju's fault. Sure enough, after hearing Zhang Xiaobao's words, Wang Ju's joy faded a little. He finally knew what it meant to understand the ways of the world. His grandson must have known what he had asked someone to bring, but he pretended not to know just to make him happy. If he didn't hear his answer, he would have thought that he had never seen it before. Sometimes when a child is too smart, it doesn't feel good for an adult. Thinking about it, Wang Ju became happy again. Her grandson was doing this to make her happy, which meant that the child was filial to her. Moreover, to have such a sensible grandson was something that she could only wish for in 8 lifetimes. Others probably didn't have it, right? So Wang Ju didn't care anymore. He said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Since you know, let's throw it down and see. The bait you gave has a lot of hooks, and you also need to put some on the tongue. It's best if it's a worm or a red worm in a small ditch. There's a place you need to hold down. Otherwise, if you touch the hook and the tongue, it will close its mouth. Hang stones in the net below. If you hang other things, they will fall into the water in the end. It's not convenient to salvage them." Okay. Zhang Xiaobao didn't continue to pretend to be stupid. He carefully looked at the wooden otter. According to Wang Ju, the bait should be hung and the bait should be put down. This was to attract different kinds of fish. Both of them were ready, so they put the bait down and waited for fish to eat it. If a fish touched it, the wooden otter would close its mouth and release the stone below. It would float up automatically. Seeing her grandson put the things down, Wang Ju threw in a few more fishing rods and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Xiaobao, I almost forgot. You and Cuckoo are not ordinary people. Also, the Ministry of Works that you let Yongqing manage and the technicians in your family design are more advanced. In the future, if you encounter something like this again, tell me the truth. The more you know, the happier I, as your grandfather, will be. Xiaobao, tell me the truth. Did you use your skills to make this thing?" Wang Ju felt that with the technology Wai Sun Tzu had, he could make better wooden otters, so he asked. Zhang Xiaobao waved his hand and replied, Grandfather, how could I possibly make such a thing? This thing can only catch one fish at a time. I can play with it for myself, but I don't have much time to play with it. I have to think about things all day. Although I came here to fish with you, I also have to think about other things. It's either I don't make it, but as long as it's something that Cuckoo and I make, it will definitely be something that the people of Tang Empire need. We also made tools to catch fish, but not just small things like this. We put big things on the fishing boats. They can help with the fishing nets and make it easier for the fishermen to catch and collect the fish. If we do it for ourselves, that is truly for ourselves. If we do it for the people of Tang Empire, Cuckoo and I will be happy. We don't care about the world, but we care about what we can do for Tang Empire. Compared to how many fish we can catch, a word of gratitude from the people makes us feel more comfortable. Selflessness is selfishness. I haven't seen true selflessness. Even if you don't leave your name when you make something, it's because as long as you think about how much help your product can bring to others and feel gratified, that's the embodiment of selfishness. It's just that one kind of selfishness brings benefits to oneself, while the other selfishness brings benefits to others. There's nothing wrong with selfishness. What's wrong is whether you belong to the former or the latter. Wang Ju listened to her grandson's words and then looked at the third wooden otter that had not been baited yet. She suddenly felt her face heat up. She thought to herself, no wonder His Majesty gave me the cold shoulder and valued Xiaobao and Cuckoo. She was just an opportunist who helped His Majesty seize power. Xiaobao and Cuckoo were the ones who were truly magnanimous. They might have flaws and all kinds of small problems, but the people of Tang Empire approved of them because of their persistence and sincerity in the matters of Tang Empire. Just like how Xiaobei refuted Shan Feng, who had come looking for trouble and wanted to attack Xiaobei and the others. His meaning was very straightforward. He said, don't put ethics and morals on me. I'm not a saint. This is all I can do. I'm doing it, and I'm working very hard. As for what I did wrong, it's wrong. I'm willing to take responsibility. I have a good brother and sister, but you don't. With the help of my brother and sister, I can help others. As for you, you can only be a mountain village man. You can just be a good village man. Why do you have to question me? She had originally wondered why Xiaobei and the other children were so direct, but now it was clear that their brothers and sisters were the same. The strength and calmness in their bones, and then they brought benefits to the people, were what the people liked the most. They were not something that a noble man full of benevolence and righteousness could compare to. The people admired morality, but what they needed more was rice. The people needed benevolence and righteousness, but what they needed more was invincibility. And what Xiaobao and Cuckoo were doing was what the people needed. One was improving their lives, while the other was conquering the world. Thus, the emperor did not need someone who would rebel. What he needed was someone who could stabilize the country. Everything was that simple. Wang Ju finally understood why she was alienated. It was because she did not immediately change. At the same time, she also understood why the emperor appreciated her. It was because of her relationship with Xiaobao and Cuckoo. Xiaobao was her grandson, and Cuckoo was her granddaughter-in-law. If she was still the same opportunist as before, then there were two possible situations. One was that Xiaobao and Cuckoo would rebel with her, and the other was that the two of them would watch over her. This was the emperor's idea. In that case, the emperor's trust in Xiaobao and Cuckoo had reached a terrifying level. Did the emperor believe that Xiaobao and Cuckoo would not rebel with her? Zhang Xiaobao's words made Wang Ju think of many things. After thinking about it, the way Wang Ju looked at his grandson changed. He waved his hand, and everyone around him retreated. He asked, Xiaobao, if you and Cuckoo rebel, what will the result be? Zhang Xiaobao's expression was still so calm, as if what Wang Ju asked was a very small problem. He smiled and replied, then we will have to find a new emperor. It is very troublesome and not worth it. The people of Tang will also be at a loss for a period of time. A person's life has an end. Cuckoo and I do not want to waste years or even decades to restore the confidence of the people of Tang. It is not worth it. Grandfather, do you know? Right now, Cuckoo and I are developing Tang's industrial development in a very effective and direct way. If we do not take detours it will develop very quickly. You will see that Tang's technology is developing by leaps and bounds. What Cuckoo and I need to do is to train talents. We have bypassed all the detours in the development process. We will make the researchers believe that there is absolutely nothing wrong with their research. In less than a year, you will see a new carriage. Carriage? All right, let's call for carriage. It will definitely appear because Cuckoo and I know what it is. We won't let the researchers waste too much time on uncertain experiments. We will not let them borrow money and find investments for the materials they test. We have omitted this process. This is the super industrial revolution that Cuckoo and I are building. Just like this fishing device you made. Just like you said, I know that Cuckoo and I know that it is too simple. It is just a few interactive links. It is not a big deal at all. But how long did you think when you made it? How many times did you fail? And in the Ministry of Works, failure is only due to the difference in the choice of materials and proficiency. It is not because the thing itself is wrong. Cuckoo and I will control the direction and thinking of the research. Zhang Xiaobao's meaning was extremely clear. Without making any mistakes, he and Wang Wan could make the great Tang develop its industry as quickly as possible, and then lead other industries along the way. Every day was very precious. They were not willing to waste years or even decades on the matter of who became the emperor. With that time, Tang would have developed to another level. Wang Zhu was frightened by his grandson's words. He really did not know the progress of Tang's industrial development, but after hearing this, he finally had a general impression and expectations. He wondered what the carriage that could replace a horse would look like. How fast could it travel? Would it be able to travel on all the roads? A year would pass very quickly. He was about to witness the emergence of a new thing. Compared to the fishing device he made, the fishing device was more useful. After thinking about it, Wang Zhu asked again, Xiaobao, what if someone wants to rebel? Or is it someone close to you? Impossible. People close to us will never rebel, because they know that rebellion will interfere with my and Cuckoo's plans. Anyone who has such thoughts is not close to us, but an enemy. Therefore, in my and Cuckoo's opinion, there's only one way to deal with those who rebel, and that is to kill them. Zhang Xiaobao's tone was still so calm, and there was no other expression on his face. However, his words made Wang Zhu's heart tremble. Xiaobao, I'm just asking. Since that is the case, you can go back to work. There is no need to fish. Fishing a few dozen fish is not good for the people of Tang. Wang Zhu suddenly felt that asking his grandson to fish with him was a crime against the people of Tang. Xiaobao was not his Xiaobao, but the whole Tang. With a swish, Xiaobao lifted a fishing rod with a foot-long grass carp wriggling on it. He looked at Wang Zhu and said, Grandpa, I'll make braised grass carp for you later. If I can get a fat head carp, I'll make a fat head carp for you. Grandfather, I suddenly thought of something interesting. Not only can it make money, but it can also improve your reputation. At the same time, it can also give the people a way to make money and let the rich people spend more money to generate profits and taxes. Wang Zhu was confused. Did he not express clearly enough just now? He said that there was no need to fish. Why was Xiaobao addicted to it? Furthermore, if one were to say that Xiaobao was absent-minded when it came to fishing, he caught the most fish, and his timing was even better. However, if one were to say that he was focused on fishing, how could he combine that with earning money and reputation, as well as making the people rich and raising taxes? Xiaobao, what's the matter? Wang Zhu could only follow suit and ask. He was really confused. This grandson of his was too strong. Needless to say, his fishing skills were excellent, but he was still able to think of a bunch of things in such a situation. No wonder Her Majesty always liked to pester her grandson. He was really amazing. He could still think of other things while doing other things well. Judging from a few benefits, it was probably not a small matter. Zhang Xiaobao looked at his grandfather in surprise. Was it necessary? Fishing was originally a form of entertainment. When he was fishing in the past, he decided on the income of hundreds of millions of yuan. Otherwise, who would accompany those people to fish? Was he that free? Ordinary people were not qualified to fish with him. Of course, excluding Wang Zhu's identity as his grandfather, he could also be the Minister of Finance. He had been a minister of revenue before. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaobao smiled and said, "Grandfather, what I'm talking about is actually very simple. It's fishing. You can organize and set up a place for fishing enthusiasts to play together. Let's call it the association. Then we will have it together. How will we have it? I have a reputation, but what about other things? How will we make money? How will the people become rich? And where will others spend their money?" Wang Ju's experience made him unable to follow Zhang Xiaobao's rhythm. If it was Wang Wan, it would be much more convenient. This was also the reason why Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan cared about each other. It was really difficult to find someone who could understand you. Living alone in this world was indescribably lonely. Zhang Xiaobao did not expect Wang Ju to understand at once. He explained, "If you set up a fishing association, you will naturally find a group of fishing enthusiasts. Then I will immediately follow and sell fishing rods and various fishing gear. Is it profitable? When the time comes, we will split the profits and give you half of the net profit. You have to find a place to fish, and you have to have fish. No matter where you look, the local people can set up a stall nearby to sell fishing gear, open a snack bar, or even an important lake. If your association goes there, you have to pay them. Only then will they give you a good fishing environment. As long as there is a certain amount of money flowing, there will naturally be taxes. Whether it is transportation, processing, or pure entertainment provided by enclosed areas, especially fishing and running water. You have to sit on a raft, right? People usually charge 10 copper coins to ferry people, but they charge you 100 copper coins. Are you willing to pay?" "Yes, the people in my association don't lack money. You could just throw out a little bit, and it will be more than 100 copper coins. Who will buy the fishing gear? Don't you know how to make it yourself?" Wang Ju was very surprised. If others make it themselves, not only will it be a waste of time, but they will also not be as professional as me. "Grandfather, let me show you my fishing gear. I have prepared this big box long ago. The things inside are divided into running water fishing and dead water fishing, sea fishing and river fishing, stream fishing and lake fishing, stream fishing and rock fishing. Even if it is the same place, different rods and baits will be used to catch different fish. There are also different techniques. In addition to the basic fishing equipment, there are also auxiliary equipment, such as chairs, tables, pole erectors, and so on. There are countless of them. I only brought a little bit in my box." As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he laboriously dragged a big box next to him over. He opened the lid, and a variety of fishing gear appeared in front of Wang Ju's eyes. Chapter 1063. Wang Ju, who thought of himself as a fishing expert, was completely dumbfounded when he saw the dazzling array of items in Zhang Xiaobao's box. He had never even heard of many of the items, let alone seen them. Is this a part of it? Wang Ju did not ask what each item was used for. He thought that his grandson would explain it to him and leave a few sets for him to use. However, he really could not think of a reason why fishing required so many items. The simplest type of fishing only require a rod, a line, a hook, and a bait. Zhang Xiaobao nodded and replied, "Grandpa, this is indeed a part of it. If we really want to talk about fishing items, even 10 boxes of this size are not enough. Different environments, different seasons, different geographical climates, and different types of fish have a huge impact on fishing. Of course, if we only use a fishing rod, it is not impossible to catch them. Perhaps some fish will come to join in the fun. But didn't we just say that you will be in charge of the fishing association? Naturally, we have to prepare more items so that others can have a choice. Moreover, the more items there are, the more professional it will appear. This will indirectly raise the status of the association. Otherwise, if you use an ordinary wooden rod as a fishing rod, it will not reflect your identity, right?" Zhang Xiaobao was very familiar with fishing. In the past, he often went fishing with others. While fishing, they would discuss business or scam others. He knew all the so-called high-level entertainment activities and was very proficient in many other aspects. For example, he could be considered an expert in golf. One was good at coordination, and the other was naturally rich. In fact, he was very clear that if everyone in the world played golf, then the people who were ranked high in the world would all be suppressed. They were not good enough. The reason why they could stand at such a high position was only because they could afford to play. Ordinary people, even if they had the talent, would not have a chance. This was the game that the rich played. It was not that they were really good at it, but that they did not play the games that ordinary people played. If they really played, they would be nothing. Wang Ju also understood the meaning behind Zhang Xiaobao's words. From the looks of it, it was not just for fishing, but to make money. However, the money was not just for the fishing association, but also for other places with various kinds of fish. At the same time, the people could also go and join in the fun. Of course, the most important thing was that all the fishing tackle was designed and made by his grandson. Therefore, for a period of time, his grandson could make a lot of profit just by selling fishing tackle. He could use the reputation of the Angling Association to sell his fishing tackle to his grandson. Good plan. It was really a good plan. Thinking of her grandson's ability to make money, Wang Ju smiled and said, Xiaobao, according to what you said, if I become the president, won't my fishing ability be better than others? Stay a few more days and tell me how to use the things in the box. However, Zhang Xiaobao shook his head and said, Grandpa, you don't need to be very good at fishing. What you need to do is to know the habits of each fish, know what kind of fish are in which place, and know how to use the rod, bait, and hook. Your role is to organize fishing activities and manage the departments under you. You used to be the Minister of Revenue, so I don't think there will be any problems, right? Zhang Xiaobao knew the power of an organization too well. Whether an organization was good or not did not depend on the masters in a certain activity, but on the ability of the leader. It was easy to be a master. If one's own ability was not good enough, he could train them. If he could not train them, he could hire them. Just like in football, no matter how valuable the players were, they could not earn as much as the people in the club. Otherwise, the club would lose money. It was the same for car racing. In the end, the people who benefited from it were the people in the organization behind the scenes, not the people who risked all kinds of dangers on the field. This was the knowledge of using people. Wang Ju also thought of this and said with a smile, Organization? I know how to organize an organization, but why does the Fishing Association need departments? Is there someone who takes you out to play, and someone who sells fishing tackle? As he spoke, Wang Ju narrowed his eyes and looked at his grandson. Zhang Xiaobao's eyebrows and Wei frowned. He felt that his grandpa was getting more and more stupid. What a simple question. How could he ask such a question? Thinking but not showing it on the surface, Zhang Xiaobao explained, Grandpa, the Fishing Association is not the inner court of our family. What we need is unity. In fact, it is no different from the court, except that the court is at a higher level and the association is at a lower level. Fishing fans from all over the Tang Empire can't be so united. So what you need to do is the simplest and most difficult work of internal balance. You don't allow them to be united and make them have conflicts. One is the temptation from power, and the other is the temptation from economics. Power is the right to speak, and economics is naturally money. Only when there are conflicts can there be competition, and you can seize the opportunity. If they really unite, they may overthrow you at any time. So, you need to do this. Zhang Xiaobao began to explain to Wang Ju. For example, the departments and power should be divided. After all, it was a fishing association, and there was no need to be afraid that there would be too many idlers. The departments were also divided into those with more profit and those with less profit, so that it would be easier for the leader to make decisions. He talked about the managers who were responsible for fishing in the running water, the people who were responsible for fishing in the streams, the people who were responsible for organizing the staff, the logistics, and the auxiliary medical care, etc. He could even guide the subordinates to explore new fields, such as not only fishing, but also catching shrimps and turtles. He even told them some of the fighting skills of the subordinates. The more Zhang Xiaobao talked, the more he did not forget to pull the baited fish out of the water from the West Lake and put them in the net nearby. He let them live in the water until they were fresh when he ate them. Wang Ju listened attentively and nodded from time to time. He stopped fishing and narrowed his eyes even more. The kind smile on his face also became more obvious. It has to be standardized and managed according to the administrative method. And Grandpa, you can't do this. You know it, but you still want me to say it. I've been talking for a long time, and my throat is dry. As Xiaobao spoke, he realized that it wasn't that his grandfather didn't know anything. He just liked to listen to him and listen to his opinions on political matters. The better he performed, the more satisfied he would be. It was a kind of care and test from an elder to a younger generation. Grandpa had not become such an important official for nothing. Just like Old Man Pai and the others, they were all smart and had a good grasp of the situation. Perhaps there were many things that they knew clearly in their hearts, but they still pretended not to know. For example, when Old Man Pai looked for him and Cuckoo to fish, it did not matter who won in the process. What was important was the result after they reached a compromise. There was also that Li Longji. He was good to the two of them, but not from the beginning. In the beginning, there were all kinds of suppression and tests. If it were not for the existence of a very distant country that was very powerful, the two of them would not have survived until today and would have been controlled. People who could become emperors were usually not given for nothing. However, they would also make mistakes. It was probably because Li Longji did not believe that he was the same as Cuckoo that he gradually changed. There were many emperors who made mistakes in history. Even the emperors of so-called democratic countries would make mistakes, but the art of struggle was not lacking. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaobao could not accept it. He had said so many things to him, but in the end, it was just a test from an elder. Wang Ju chuckled. Xiaobao, don't blame Grandpa. It's just that the other children in Grandpa's family are much worse than you and Cuckoo. The younger children are also far behind Xiaobei and the others. Usually, I always want to teach them a lot of knowledge, including the political struggle you mentioned. They are afraid of me, so they want to learn, but they can't satisfy me. Now that you are here, shouldn't you make me happy? Okay, if you are happy, then what about the fishing association? Zhang Xiaobao said helplessly. Of course, I will be the president and help my grandson sell fishing equipment. I know that fishing is not like before. Before there was no fishing net. It was the ancient way of survival. Nowadays, very few people fish to fill their stomachs. It is okay to fish for prawns, but the big prawns are in special places. It is not easy to use a net underwater, so fishing for them is not easy. Now that there are fishing nets, who would still fish for food? Come, take out the tools in your box, and tell me which one is suitable for the lake in front of me. Once I learn it, I can help you benefit the country and the people. To be honest, selling fishing equipment is not very important to me. You don't lack money. What I care about is that the people set up stalls around the fishing areas and are responsible for processing the fish that they catch. Maybe the income is not the most, but the help to the people is the most direct. Today, there is the Fishing Association. Tomorrow, there will be the Snooker Association. The day after tomorrow, there will be other associations. Every association brings some benefits to the people. When many associations are added together, not only does it enrich the Tang Empire's entertainment, but it also slowly changes the lives of the people. Just like the pear garden that His Majesty built. Do you really think that His Majesty built it for him? His Majesty saw that the people were rich and was afraid that other things would happen, so he built it. Unfortunately, His Majesty thinks that he is rich, but in front of you and Cuckoo, he is still poor. Who asked for industrial and agricultural technology to not be able to keep up? Also, there is the canal that has been in use and has been expanding. Back then, Yang Guang said that it was for him to play, but he is not that stupid. Playing is just an excuse. His Majesty is also playing, and he goes to every place with a purpose. It is not His Majesty's purpose, but it is also the purpose of you and Cuckoo, right? Wang Ju also said a lot of things. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaobao became even more depressed. Since they all knew, why didn't the book say so? Wasn't it because of political needs? None of these people were good people. Sighing, Zhang Xiaobao took out something from a box. All right, then let's try out the various tools. While Zhang Xiaobao accompanied Wang Ju to fish, Xiaobei's team was getting closer and closer to Jiangzhou. However, they deliberately slowed down their speed. Now, the team was bigger than when they had just left Hangzhou. A portion of the gunboats had entered Poyang Lake, while the other portion had joined up with Xiaobei's team. There were also more hot air balloons in the sky. When they first started, no one could guess what was going on. However, When the identities of Xiao Bei and the others were revealed, and when they started to encircle and annihilate the religious organization, everything became clear. Not only did the other party know, but the government also knew. Even the smarter people also knew. When a smart person said something, the other people would follow suit and spread the news. In the end, the more the news spread, the more ridiculous it became. In the end, some people no longer said that they wanted to encircle and annihilate someone. Instead, they said that there was a monster in Poyang Lake and that it was disadvantageous to the Tang Empire. It would overthrow the Tang Empire and cause the people to live in an abyss of suffering. The Zhang family and the Wang family gathered all their forces to find the monster and kill it. They wanted to protect the Tang Empire and allow the people to live a stable life. At the same time, there was another saying. The Tang Empire had angered the heavens, and there was a monster in the Tang imperial court. Therefore, the heavens sent immortals to kill the monster. However, the monster had already cultivated and was not easy to kill, so the immortals could only hide in the lake for the time being. Many people spread the former, but the latter was so rare that it was less than 1 in 1,000 people. Furthermore, it was very secretive. It was so secretive that no one dared to tell others. Instead, it was written on very small pieces of paper and pasted everywhere. Children were the most literate. Ordinary people would only take time out of their free time to make up for their literacy lessons. There were not many of them now. The effect of pasting paper strips was naturally not good. Ordinary people could not understand it, but children could. However, once they told their parents would immediately tell them to shut up. Some even followed their children on the streets. Early in the morning, they would see the paper strips that had been pasted everywhere last night. When the children read them, they would immediately tear them down. Ordinary people were not stupid. They could tell who was good and who was bad just by looking at their lives. Some ordinary people even spoke bluntly in places like tea houses. They said that the Tang Empire did not have monsters, but immortals helping the Tang Empire. Moreover, even if there were monsters, they were good ones. The immortals sent by the heavens were bad immortals. When the immortals in the mortal world saw that people in the mortal world lived better lives than immortals, they were jealous. As a result, when Xiao Bei slowed down the speed of the team, there would always be many citizens on the shore during the day. They would bring local specialties and ask the ferries in the river to help deliver them to Xiao Bei's boat for Xiao Bei and the others to eat. They used this to express their support for the Tang Empire. Ordinary people would not talk too much like the officials. They used the most practical actions to tell the rumor mongers whose side they were on and who they supported. Rice noodles again? We can't finish them either. Did you pay? When it was almost noon, Xiao Bei helplessly said to the inner courtyard as he looked at the items delivered by the ordinary people on the shore. We did, but the ordinary people were not willing to accept them. Look, a basket of rice noodles, if sold normally, would cost at least 15 copper coins. But in the end, the ordinary people who delivered the rice noodles only took 7 copper coins when we said that we would not take any money. It's not even enough to cover the cost, let alone the labor costs. Young lady, find someone else to be in charge of this matter. I think Six Steward Wang is a good choice. Let him do it. I really can't stand it. Arguing with the ordinary people over a few copper coins is like fighting a war. The inner courtyard complained. He wanted to divert the trouble and did not want to do this work himself. Xiao Bei chuckled and said, "It's the same no matter who does it. You work hard first. I'll discuss with them and see if they have any good ideas." After saying this, Xiao Bei went to look for Xiao Yuan and the others. It wasn't until noon, when they were eating rice noodles, that they finally came up with a solution. That was to take out the things that were supposed to be sold at every bustling port on the road and exchange them with the people who sent them to the shore. The fleet had bought and sold along the way. Now, not only had they earned back the money they had spent, they even had a slight surplus. Most importantly, they had enriched the dining tables of the ordinary people. This was because the ships usually carried a lot of food, all of which were local specialties. Since the ordinary people wanted to give them things, it was better for everyone to take advantage of them. If they exchanged with the other party, they would earn a little in value, and the other party would not lose anything. If they did not exchange with the other party and instead bought the goods themselves, the price would be twice as high. This gave them an excuse to stall for time, allowing Hu Liang and the others to infiltrate the enemy's ranks more easily. Once the matter of the exchange started, the ordinary people were not willing at first. The person in charge explained that the fleet could earn money and even revealed a portion of the data. Only then did the ordinary people accept the proposal of the exchange. As a result, there were even more ordinary people waiting on the shore to exchange. Every family had local specialties that were not worth much. They took them out and sent baskets of them to the shore, waiting for the fleet to send small boats to transport them back and forth. This turned the fleet into a mobile market. Other than the local specialties, there were also handmade products. Xiao Bei and the others did not stop them. As long as they came from the shore to exchange, no matter what the other party took out, they would exchange it with them. Even if it was a stone, it was fine. Of course, until now, no one had used a stone to exchange for it. They were afraid that they would be beaten up by other people who wanted to exchange. A few days later, the fleet finally slowly entered the territory of Jiang District. As soon as they arrived, all the guards became nervous. They did not know what the other party would do. Xiao Bei and the group of children also stayed in the cabin and did not come out. Although it was a bit depressing, it was still better than being hurt by danger. They did not want to put themselves in a dangerous situation. This was also what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had always done. In the beginning, when their family only had Zhuangzi, they took out a portion of their money to protect themselves. They did not want to wait until they had earned money and status before accidentally dying. At that time, not to mention their situation when they had just become rich, even more powerful people could be assassinated. For example, Zhang Xiaobao once bought the life of a small country's prime minister and succeeded. Of course, it was nothing. Didn't many presidents of large countries die? Therefore, Xiao Bei and the group of children also learned from their older brother and sister. When there was a possibility of danger, they would do their best to protect themselves. They all stayed in the cabin to play with Pan, and Wang Wan. At the same time, they settled down to study. When the ship reached the border of Jiang District, it did not immediately stop. The capital of Jiang District was in Xuanyang. They had to pass through the entrance of Poyang Lake and continue along the Yangtze River for a while. The speed of the fleet began to change. Sometimes they would speed up at night, and sometimes they would even stop during the day. The place that they could reach in a day actually took them 3 days. On this day, there were even more ships coming and going on the river. The morning sun shone down diagonally. There were not only cargo ships on the river, but also ferries and slightly larger fishing boats. On the river, there were no small boats like the ones in Sanshui County. Otherwise, with the Yangtze River's speed and volume of water, as many small boats as there were, they would capsize. Even the slightly larger boats were not something that ordinary people could control. The ferries all moved diagonally. After leaving the shore, they moved in a diagonal direction. Furthermore, there were boaters. Xuanyang is in front, right? It is very lively. I see a lot of people walking back and forth. I can't see if there are any officials coming to greet us. Xiao Bei held a telescope in his hand and ran to the uppermost cabin on the 4th floor. He opened a very small window that was not made of glass and carefully looked forward like a thief. As the capital of Jiang District, which had Poyang Lake, Xuanyang's dock could not be deserted. If the sound of the river water hitting the ship was a little quieter, the ship could even hear the noise of the dock. Xiao Yuan also held a telescope and looked there. He said, "I hope that there are no officials coming to greet us. Who knows if there are any dangerous people among them? Brother and sister have already told us to be very, very careful. I'm scared to death. It's possible that all the officials in Jiang District have been bribed by the other party, even the other party's core members. If the officials come, we can't not meet them. What if they put a grenade in their stomach?" Nonsense. How can a grenade be put in the stomach? Why don't you say put a large cannonball in it? I reckon that if they want to put explosives, they just need to buy a bunch of fireworks and wrap them around themselves. Then, they will be found after a search. If they want to see us, they have to go to another ship to take a shower and change clothes. Xiao Bei did not believe that anyone could put a grenade in their stomach. It was too big to fit in, and it was so heavy. Not necessarily. There are many capable people in the world. Either they bury explosives somewhere, such as the dock, and wait for us to go up. Then they will light it up. With a boom, we will fly. Xiao Yuan had nothing to do, so he and Xiao Bei were discussing how to assassinate. At this moment, the inner courtyard member who was accompanying them said, if they can really get explosives, it means that they have their own people in the army. This is troublesome. If they can get explosives, they can also get guns. It's too dangerous for us. That's really possible. Xiao Bei became nervous. Then he instructed, stop the ships and issue a warning. Get all the ships in the river to maintain a distance from our fleet. Don't let them come forward, no matter the reason, even if their oars are not properly oared. As long as they come close, sink them. We can't go ashore at the dock. Let's go somewhere else. Oh, get someone to send the big doll made in Old Willow Village to the dock. I want to see if there's anyone who doesn't want the doll to appear. Just as Xiao Bei finished speaking, Xiao Yuan suddenly shouted, those ships! Quick, look at those ships. What are they doing? They are approaching us. There are even banners on them. Quick, see what's written. No matter what's written, don't come close. If you do, sink them. Quick, send someone to shout. No, don't send anyone over. Use the loudspeaker. Even if it's to welcome us, don't do it. When Xiao Bei heard Xiao Yuan, he looked over. Indeed, there were about 20 small boats with banners on them. They were approaching the fleet at a fast speed. They were upstream, so all they had to do was follow the water and go down. When the people in the inner courtyard behind heard this, they became nervous. They immediately ran outside. Before he could run over, someone on the ship had already thought of this matter. The loudspeaker's voice was broadcast. All ships, listen up. Don't come close. If you do, sink them. All ships, listen up. Don't come close. If you do, shouts rang out over and over again, but the boats that were flowing downstream didn't seem to have any intention of stopping. Instead, there were people behind them who were rowing the oars, and their speed increased. Soon, they were less than 500 meters away from the first big boat in front of them. At this moment, on the ship Xiao Bei was on, he could already see the words on the banners through binoculars. There were words like Xiao Bei, welcome, Xiao Yuan, and so on. In front of each ship, there was a person waving a bouquet of flowers. This was a tradition passed down by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. They welcomed others to use flowers. Furthermore, the person waving the flowers had a happy look on his face. He opened his mouth and shouted something. It seemed like he was welcoming them. The first large ship didn't care about that. At a distance of 500 meters, the guns could already shoot. The light machine gun was set up on the deck in front and fired a few shots as a warning shot. The expressions of the people standing at the bow of the small ship changed, but the ship still moved towards the large ship. In the blink of an eye, it was 300 meters away. The people at the bow of the ship waved even more enthusiastically. Almost at the same time, there was a rumbling sound. The small cannon on the first large ship opened fire. It was aimed directly at the small ship at the front. A few shells landed on the water, and a few more hit the small ship at the same time. Just as the people on the shore and the other ships were puzzled, the small ship that was hit suddenly exploded even more violently. With that loud sound, it seemed like the entire water surface trembled. Seeing this situation, even if the people on the first large ship were stupid, they understood what was going on. This was definitely not the power of a shell. Because it was a small cannon, it couldn't cause such a big explosion. At this moment, the people on the other small ships jumped into the water. Even the people at the back who were rowing disappeared from the water surface. They're so bold. Quick, destroy the small ship. Don't let them get close. Hurry up. Xiao Bei looked through her binoculars and shouted with all her might. Unfortunately, the ship in front couldn't hear her at all. However, the reaction speed of the ship in front was not slow at all. More shells and bullets poured out like they were free. The small ships that rushed over also exploded one after another. In the process of the explosion, the ships that were washed over by the water also exploded. In the end, only one small ship broke through the heavy barrage of shells and came to about 10 meters away from the large ship. This time, the people on the large ship did not attack. They just lay on the deck, meaning to let the small ship explode. After all, the ship was big enough, and the outside was made of iron. The only thing they were worried about was the vibration. They estimated that some people would be injured, but it wouldn't be enough to say that they would be killed. This was because the fleet had long been trained to move to a relatively safe place at critical moments. If they couldn't move in time, they had to stop all actions, cover their ears with their hands, and keep their mouths shut. The people on a large ship felt that the small ship that came over could still withstand it. At most, it would blow up the isolation cabin below the ship. If they were unlucky, water would slowly enter the ship. The damage control team on the ship would drain the water and slow down the ship's sinking speed. When the time came, the people on the ship would jump down and wait for the ships behind to rescue them. Everything was ready, but the small ship that came over did not explode. Instead, it sank very quickly after touching the large ship. From other angles, one could see that there was a hole at the back of the small ship. It was wet. When the other ships exploded, the gunpowder in that area was blown up. However, it did not ignite the gunpowder inside. Then, water flowed in and extinguished the line of fire. When the gunpowder was loaded onto the large ship and the hole was enlarged, the small ship sank just like that. The people on the large ship leaned on the edge of the deck and looked down. Then, they laughed and muttered, "Tisk, you want to blow us up? Don't you know that we have 2 little immortals in our family? God bless us." The people around were stunned. They were fine just a moment ago. Why did they suddenly start fighting? And why were the small cannons on the Zhang family and Wang family's gunboats so powerful? When they hit the ship, they could blow up the small ship to such an extent. Why are they fighting? Aren't they here to welcome the Zhang family and Wang family? Why are the Zhang family and Wang family opening fire? On a ferry that was not too far away, but not very close either, there was a person dressed like a scholar. His eyes were full of confusion. He seemed to feel that the Zhang family and Wang family in his heart had changed. However, someone beside him knew what was going on. He said to him, "What do you know? How can the cannonballs be so powerful? Look at the cannonballs that fell into the water. Why didn't they land on the ship? Welcome? The small ship must be carrying something that can explode. It's either the military's explosives or the gunpowder from the fireworks store." Fortunately, the Zhang family and Wang family reacted quickly. Otherwise, Xiaobei might have been killed by the explosion. There are other children too. Damn it, who did it? Who wants their lives? It must be someone who was instigated by the monster in the lake. Don't let me catch him. Otherwise, I'll kill him. The scholar was shocked. He turned his head and saw that it was a person dressed like a butcher. Only then did he understand why the other party was so ruthless. The other people on the ferry also felt that it made sense. After carefully thinking about what happened earlier, they felt that it was indeed so. The other party had already shouted and told them not to approach, but they still moved forward. Then, when the other party fired 2 warning shots, they moved even faster. That's too bad. They're all bad people. They want to blow up people in the name of welcoming. If the ship's reaction was too slow, wouldn't it have been blown up? A young man of 14 or 15 years old said angrily. Another person said, "How can the ship's reaction be too slow? That's the most powerful team in Tang. Some rascals also want to mess with them. Humph, they don't know how powerful the Zhang family and Wang family are. Now that they have interfered, the people who were supposed to welcome them first don't dare to do so." For a moment, the people on the ferry started cursing one after another. It was the same for the people in other places. There were always smart people who could see what had just happened. Therefore, the people on the river and on the pier started cursing. At the pier, there were 4 people with gloomy expressions. They looked at each other and spread out to squeeze through the crowd. However, when they reached a place where there were fewer people, only 2 people appeared. The 2 of them looked at each other, turned around, and ran, squeezing into the cluster of houses next to them. After running for less than 15 minutes, 6 people appeared at the place where they had just come from. One of them observed for a moment, shook his head, and said, "We didn't keep an eye on them. They escaped. Let's go back and continue the interrogation." The people didn't know what they were doing, and Xiaobei didn't know either. In the time before they took action, other than the pieces of wood that had been blown up, there were also corpses on the water. Some of the corpses were in pieces, while others were in one piece. They floated along with the river as it flowed downstream. Xiaobei's face sank as she looked through her binoculars. When she saw the corpses, she didn't look uncomfortable at all. She had experienced a lot of things and had seen all kinds of people die. She only felt sad, but she didn't feel disgusted or anything. After looking at the corpses, Xiao Bei curled her lips and said, "A bunch of fools." The person who sent them must have told them to ignite the gunpowder when they were close enough. Then, they would jump into the water to escape. They really believed it. With the power of the explosion, how deep can you dive? Let's not talk about them. If I had jumped at that time on the boat, I would have either been killed by the shock wave or fainted and drowned. They've really pissed me off. I haven't even made a move yet. Just you wait. None of you can escape. I'll capture all of you. Then, those who deserve to be beheaded will be beheaded, and those who deserve to be skinned will be skinned. Xiao Bei, can you not make it sound so bloody? Stop the boat. This is great. The other party really has guts. Thankfully, our family is powerful and reacted quickly. We were prepared in advance. We were also lucky. A boat came over and didn't explode. I'm already waiting to save them. Xiao Yuan was also looking through her binoculars. She was also shocked. She was in the Great Tang, but someone dared to attack them, and in such a way. It was no wonder that her brother and sister had sent so many people to Jiangzhou. They really had foresight. If they had used the same protective measures as before, even if they didn't get injured, they would still be scared out of their wits. Xiao Bei looked elsewhere and said, "I'm bloody? No matter how bloody I am, I can't compare to them. I really want to talk to them about benevolence, righteousness, and morality, but I don't think they'll listen. What do you think? Even if you're right and we'll skin them after they're caught, I still feel that you shouldn't have said that. A girl should be like an elder sister." Xiao Yuan was just about to say a few more words when she sensed that Xiao Bei had turned his head. She hurriedly followed his words. After being suddenly attacked, the fleet stopped and remained on the surface of the river. The surroundings were heavily guarded, and the people woven from willow branches were sent to the dock. However, Xiao Bei no longer felt as oppressive as when he had first arrived. On the contrary, he felt very oppressed. He should have been the one to strike first, but in the end, someone else had taken the initiative. While Xiao Bei was uncomfortable, there was another person who was even more uncomfortable. That was 3 people in a single room in a restaurant in Xuanyang City. 2 of the 3 were sitting at a table, next to the window, while the other was facing the window. Several dishes were laid out on the table, as well as a bottle of white wine that weighed 2 jin. But the 3 had no intention of touching their chopsticks. Their eyes were fixed on the street below, as if they were searching for something, but also as if they were casually looking at the pedestrians. After a while, one of the 3 shouted, "Waiter, the dishes aren't ready yet." Replying to a esteemed guest, "We'll probably have to wait a little longer. The dishes take a long time to prepare." The waiter poked his head out and then retracted his head. The person who had just asked the question was clearly very anxious. He whispered to the other 2, "The plan this time doesn't require us to get rid of all of those evil creatures from the Zhang family and Wang family. We only need to blow up a few of their large ships and let them see our strength so that they can continue to provide us with support." The other person picked up his chopsticks, looked at the dishes on the plate, then put them down again. Based on the faint sounds of activity coming from that side, there shouldn't be any problems. 24 ships equipped with dismantled fireworks and the medicine inside. As long as we stick to one of their ships, a single explosion will blow a hole in it. I know that although the outside of those ships is made of iron, the inside is still made of wood. It's not easy to make a ship that's made entirely of iron. Only small ships can be made of iron. I admit that their technology is formidable, and they're also smart. They can actually make iron ships float on the water, but so what? They can't hide even if they want to. The person who spoke earlier grinned, revealing a mouthful of big yellow teeth. He grabbed half of the cut chicken on the table with his hand and tore off a large piece. He casually chewed twice and swallowed, then said, "It's best to blow up those little bastards from the Zhang family and Wang family directly. I want to see what they can do then." That's right. The person who spoke earlier agreed. The 3 people fell silent for a moment and looked down at the street below. After a while, they asked the waiter again for the dishes. After getting the same answer, the person who hadn't spoken earlier said, "I'm afraid this matter is troublesome. There are 2 points. First, If we really blow up Xiaobei and the others, the entire docks and people on the river will be taken care of. Our people won't be able to send the news here. Second, it's useless. Our people have been discovered and are now hiding. No matter which point it is, it's dangerous for us. Let's wait a little longer. If it really doesn't work, we'll leave here. That can't be right. Our people have been hiding in the crowd this entire time. And what's even more impossible is that the explosion didn't hit anyone. The people we sent out have all smoked cigarettes. For cigarettes, they're willing to do anything. The person who spoke at the very beginning spoke somewhat unconfidently. He was also afraid that if they encountered this sort of situation, then the three of them would be in danger. Just as the three of them were talking, a disturbance suddenly appeared in the crowd below. The three of them focused their gazes, but before they could ask, the waiter had already poked his head over and said, "The three of you, Xuanyang City has already been placed under martial law. We just received news that the number of soldiers at the gate to Xuanyang City has increased tenfold. Everyone who enters will be searched, and there are also soldiers going door to door asking questions. In addition, the entire city is open to entry and not exit. Would the three of you like to eat somewhere else? I reckon that the dishes won't be served." The waiter's words made the three of them stare blankly. They looked at each other and realized that their clothes were instantly drenched in sweat. How could that be? For the sake of an explosion, they actually dared to offend the entire world? The person who spoke at the very beginning exclaimed in shock. This was Xuanyang, not some ordinary small city. Didn't the Zhang family and Wang family say that they were always concerned about the common people? If they really did as they were told, just how great of an effect would the local area receive? Moreover, this had always been a struggle in the shadows. To be more precise, the intelligence agents of the Zhang family and Wang family had never openly appeared to arrest anyone. After saying this, this person revealed a delighted expression. Could it really be that Xiao Bei and the others were all killed by the explosion? Otherwise, why would the Zhang family and Wang family put on such a display? Fine, are we going to withdraw or not? The other two people prepared to stand up. Just at this moment, another waiter ran up from below, leading a person with a dusty face. The moment he entered, he said, "The dishes are here. They've been directly delivered." The three of them simultaneously turned their heads and asked in unison, "How was it?" The waiter shook his head and shook his head. After taking a few deep breaths, he said, "It's over. We were all killed. Before we could even touch their ship, we were blown up by their cannons. One of them managed to get past with great difficulty, but in the end, it sank on its own and didn't explode. Of the four of us, I don't know where the other two went, while the other one split up with me. This place is dangerous." What? Didn't explode? 24 ships, but not a single one was blown up. Did they open fire? Could it be that your ships didn't put up a welcoming banner? One of them asked in shock. We did, but they used a loudspeaker to shout for us to stop. We didn't stop, so they attacked. They didn't give us the slightest chance. They all died. The people on the 24 ships should all be dead. The four of us split up and left. When we arrived at the rendezvous point, only two of us were there. The other two were probably captured by them, so we're already in danger. The person who came back said in a trembling voice, "Ah, how could this be? They were actually that smart. They even dared to attack the people welcoming them. Weren't they afraid? It's already happened. What's the use of saying this? Let's go. Their people might come here soon. The restaurant has been exposed. Tell the people in the restaurant to retreat together. Quickly, those who can't escape should end their own lives. Don't drag us down." The person facing the window stood up and said, and immediately walked down. He turned around and said to the waiter, "Quickly retreat to all the hidden places we have. Tell the people there to retreat too, otherwise it's easy to be caught. Send out the secret signal." The other two people followed and walked down. The waiter said, "We know. Take care." Soon, the entire restaurant shopkeeper, waiter, and cook were all gone. The people eating didn't know about this situation until someone called the waiter a few times, but no one answered. When they came out to check, they found that the entire restaurant was almost empty. Chapter 1064. Do you really think we don't dare to make any big moves? That's a fool. The explosion has already reached my head, so why would I care about the people's livelihood? I believe that the common people will also support us. On the boat stopped on the river, Xiaobei had someone cut half a watermelon. As he ate it with a spoon, he angrily spoke. Xiao Yuan, on the other hand, was using a toothpick to stick the watermelon that had been cut into small pieces. Looking at Xiao Bei's eating manners, he shook his head and said, Xiao Bei, aren't you afraid that you'll get fat while eating with all your might while being angry? Can eating watermelon make people fat? Unless you take the sugar out of the watermelon and specifically eat it. Xiao Yuan, do you think that if Big Brother and Big Sister knew that we ordered a lockdown on Xuanyang, they would scold us? Xiao Bei stopped eating and worriedly asked. Xiao Yuan continued to shake his head. They probably won't. Isn't it just affecting the people's livelihood? Besides, we came up with this idea together. Even if they want to scold us, they'll scold all of us. You don't need to be afraid. I hope so. Xiao Bei was still unsure. So he took another spoon of watermelon and ate it. Sealing off Xuanyang and conducting house-to-house searches had been their orders, so everyone present had to listen to them. Unless a new order came from Zhang Xiaobao's side, no one was allowed to disobey the orders of Xiao Bei and the others. Those who hesitated or resisted were executed on the spot. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang had very boldly given their younger brother and sister this authority. They were confident that their younger brother and sister would definitely make good use of it. Although there was a telegram, at this crucial moment, every second was crucial. Because after Xiao Bei's group had been bombed, they had begun a series of actions, having the troops in the city begin to move. Of course, doing this would cause great damage to Xuanyang. Besides economic damage, there was also psychological damage, causing everyone to panic. Xiao Bei's group was gambling that the majority of the common people of the Great Tang would favor them and cooperate, but they had no confidence. They had already sent a telegram to Hangzhou, but they had not expected the degree to which the common people of Xuanyang would favor them. When the people conducting the search went from house to house, the people naturally wanted to know the reason. When they heard that Xiao Bei's ship was almost blown up, the people were even angrier than the people conducting the search. One by one, they walked out of their houses and helped the people who were searching the area to introduce the people who lived in this area, who came later, what their surname was, who was usually in the family, who was often mysterious, and so on. One by one, the citizens walked out of their homes. Not only did they help the people who were searching by knocking on their neighbors' doors, but there were also people who spontaneously organized themselves and stood at the foot of the city walls. They were a few steps away from each other and stood at the foot of the city walls. They did not give anyone a chance to climb over the city walls or crawl out through the hidden dog holes. According to the order of the lockdown, only people were allowed to enter and not leave. The commoners were about to go crazy from anger. Someone actually dared to lay a hand on Xiao Bei and the others. How preposterous! When they heard that Xiao Bei was coming over, they had been looking forward to it again and again. Everyone knew that when the people from the Zhang and Wang families arrived, no matter where they went, they would immediately come up with ideas. Moreover, they would come up with good ideas based on the local conditions and circumstances. Thus, the lives of the local commoners would be much better than before. If they were willing to become local officials, then the commoners would be itching to personally organize a group and snatch them away. Thus, if Xiao Bei and the others came to Xuanyang, it would naturally be beneficial to their own Xuanyang. But now, before they even reached the shore, someone had gone to blow up the boat. Although no one had been injured, if Xiao Bei and the other children were scared off and blown away, who would come up with ideas to raise the standard of living in Xuanyang? This was what the commoners of Xuanyang City were thinking, and then the entire city began to mobilize. Needless to say, with the help of the people searching the area really did manage to capture quite a few members of that organization and were now investigating further. While Xuanyang was carrying out the entire search, Zhang Xiaobao in Hangzhou also received the news. In the past 2 days, he had been fishing with Wang Ju. They had changed many places, and according to the different environments and types of fish, he had switched out all sorts of fishing tools. Wang Ju was truly dazzled by all this. She couldn't understand just how her grandson had managed to learn all these skills. There was a limit to one's strength, and no matter how smart one was, learning this, and that would always take some time. But this grandson of hers truly knew too many things. If it was just her grandson alone, perhaps there would be someone who could think of a way to contend against him. But with her granddaughter-in-law, it made one feel utterly powerless when facing the two of them. Taking one person alone was already very formidable, but it was still possible to find a few flaws. But when the two of them were together, they seemed to be perfect and unassailable. When one person made a decision, the other person would always voice out a different opinion. Then they would discuss, supplement, or improve, and thus arrive at a result. No one was an absolute leader. Depending on the situation, the two of them would constantly switch positions. This was the truly formidable aspect. For this reason, Wang Ju would always beat around the bush, wanting to ask just what else her grandson knew. But just as she was about to ask, a telegram arrived. Wang Wan had personally ridden a horse to deliver it, her face a mask of indifference. Seeing Wang Wan like this, Zhang Xiaobao knew that something had happened. Throwing away his fishing rod, he asked, "What happened to Xiao Bei and the others?" Xiao Bei? Wang Ju was puzzled. How did Xiao Bao know that it was about Xiao Bei and the others? Just as she was puzzled, Wang Wan said, "They were blown up. Did you catch them?" Zhang Xiaobao asked again. Wang Ju was even more puzzled. "Why didn't you, Xiao Bao, ask your little brother or sister if they were injured?" "We're catching them. Xiao Bei and the others have sealed off Xuanyang City and are searching from house to house," Wang Wan said as she handed over the telegram. Wang Ju now understood. She didn't even need to speak. Just an expression, a glance, or even a feeling was enough to know what she wanted to say. No wonder Xiao Bao directly asked Xiao Bei and then didn't ask about their injuries. They had their own way of communicating. Hearing the two's question and answer, Wang Ju's heart, which had just been raised, calmed down. She also threw down her fishing rod and went to Zhang Xiaobao's side to read the contents of the telegram. As soon as she finished reading, without waiting for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to speak, Wang Ju began to shout, "They're too daring, actually daring to blow up my grandson and granddaughter's boat. Ah, if this was Hangzhou, I would catch them and skin them alive. Xiao Bao, look at the news they sent. They were even worried that you wouldn't let them seal off Xuanyang. You can't talk about them." Zhang Xiaobao saw that Wang Ju was protecting his little brother and sister and laughed. "Why not talk about them? So petty. You're worried about just sealing off Xuanyang? Come, pass down my order. Seal off all of Jiangzhou. If you report one person in the Jiangnan West Road, you can get money. If you report more than 5 people, you can get money. If someone from another country reports someone from another country, they can get money of tens of millions of strings. They can also choose 5 technologies from the Great Tang. The informant will not be held responsible. As long as he or she is not the mastermind, he or she will be exempt from punishment." Someone to the side received the order and left. Zhang Xiaobao continued, "Send a report to Xiao Bei and the others. Tell them to kill at least 100 people. Anyone who participated in this operation but didn't take the initiative to confess, anyone who didn't report, will be killed." Hearing this, Wang Ju finally understood what Xiao Bao meant. He was blaming Xiao Bei and the others for being too cautious. Wang Wan now said to Zhang Xiaobao, "It seems that we need to change our education. We've already been bullied to the point of being bullied, yet Xiao Bei and the others still consider this and that. Our Zhang family and Wang family usually protect the common people, but at the crucial moment, we ourselves are being threatened. What are we worried about? When we need to be strong, we need to be strong. There's no need to explain anything to others, and there's no need to explain anything to others. At worst, we can compensate them after the matter is over. There's no rush. If we teach them wrongly and they start doing things with great fanfare in the future, it'll be troublesome. They're still children, so we can't treat them like adults." Interesting, truly interesting. The other side knows how to strike first and explode, huh? I've decided. Once we catch them, we'll tie fireworks to their bodies one by one, and then let them have a taste of what it's like to be blown up. We won't blow them up one by one. Zhang Xiaobao flatly said. Even though Wang Ju hadn't been in contact with his grandson for too long, he could still feel the anger in Xiao Bao's heart. He then said, "Xiao Bao, we should blow them up. I suggest that the firecrackers shouldn't be too powerful. Just use small whips and blow them up bit by bit for a few days and nights. Even if they're injured, we can treat them before we blow them up again. What do you think?" "Grandfather, I'm just joking. Why should we blow them up? If there are too many people, I'll catch them and make them build the railway. It's best if other countries are involved. Then, I'll have a reason to ask Cuckoo to send troops to catch more people to build the railway. Isn't that right, Cuckoo?" Zhang Xiaobao smiled and said, he really didn't want to kill more people. If he killed them, then so be it. But who would do the dangerous work? The current safety technology wasn't in place. If the railway was built at a high speed without any regard for anything else, it would be almost fatal. "Oh, right. Catch them to build the railway. When the time comes, you should lead troops to catch Cuckoo." Wang Ju nodded in agreement. He had never taken a train before, but he had heard that it was very fast from the capital to Luoyang. Although the current speed wasn't as fast as the 800 kilometers per hour emergency report, the technology could be improved. The breed of horses was just that. It was too difficult to improve it. In the future, it would definitely be much faster than the 800 kilometers per hour emergency report. And most importantly, the emergency report could only take one or a few people at a time. The train could transport many things. A carriage could carry many people and a lot of goods. It was far from comparable to a horse. Wang Wan had a different idea. She said to the two of them, "Grandfather, Xiao Bao, I won't directly catch people. If there's really a need for war, I'll directly attack their country's capital. I'll surround them outside and not attack in. I'll force their emperor or king to sign a contract. That's how much labor they send to our Tang Empire every year. Like slaves, they don't care if they live or die. They don't get any wages, and they don't have food or drink. I'll make them lose the hearts of the people. I'll make them use force to suppress their people to work. I'll make their people feel helpless and indignant. I'll make their leaders know that it's wrong, but they have no choice but to do so. I'm even willing to help them maintain their imperial power and provide them with weapons to suppress their people. I think this is a good idea." Zhang Xiaobao agreed and continued, "I can also help. As long as they have money and are willing to come to the Tang Empire, as long as they buy enough things in the Tang Empire, I'll give them the right to do so. But I don't want their money. I only want minerals, food, and wood. Livestock and poultry are also fine. Even if they're officials, I will also help them and bring their families over, as long as they do what I ask. They dare to scheme against my brother and sister. I'll make their entire nation sink. It wasn't easy for me, Zhang Xiaobao, to finally have a younger brother and sister. They still want to deal with them. Do they think I'm made of mud?" Hearing the two of them speak, Wang Ju couldn't help but shiver. Killing people was just a matter of nodding their heads. Her grandson and granddaughter-in-law actually wanted to torture people nonstop. They wanted their rulers to take the initiative to force their people to do work that had a high mortality rate. What was the difference between that and forcing parents to cook their children, eat their children? Their desire for revenge was too strong. Weren't Xiao Bei and the others fine? It was said that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo were very good to their younger brother and sister. Today, she saw it with her own eyes. "Xiao Bao, Cuckoo, since Xiao Bei and the others are in trouble, aren't you going to go over?" Wang Ju saw that her grandson and granddaughter-in-law had no intention of leaving and asked. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. "We can't go over. Xiao Bei and the others have already gone, so let them take care of them. Children need to be raised bit by bit. My request for them is very simple. As long as they don't deliberately harm the common people and don't do something when they know it might harm the common people, then I won't care about them. The harm I'm talking about is direct physical harm, not economic harm. Economic harm doesn't matter. If any commoner suffers a loss, I'll help compensate. For every copper coin they lose, I'll compensate them 2 copper coins. In other words, if they steal food from the common people's fields, I'll condone it and compensate them. But I won't allow them to ride their horses on the streets. That will hurt people. Of course, I'm just giving an example. Usually, Cuckoo and I never teach them to do that. You can tell from their usual behavior what kind of education they received. Zhang Xiaobao explained to Wang Ju. In fact, there was something he didn't say. Jiangzhou was dangerous, but Hangzhou was not necessarily safe. If he were the other party, he would include Hangzhou. Therefore, he and Cuckoo had to guard Hangzhou. But he couldn't say it out loud. If he did, wouldn't he be saying that his grandfather, Wang Ju, was incompetent? Wang Ju didn't know what Xiao Bao was thinking. After hearing her grandson's words, she nodded and said, "Indeed, Xiao Bei and the others may do something wrong. But if you say that they deliberately do bad things, then you're definitely falsely accusing them. They have always wanted all the Tang people to live a good life. So, you and Cuckoo will stay here?" "No, Cuckoo and I will leave at night. We'll take a boat and go against the current to the north. We'll act like we're heading towards the capital," Zhang Xiaobao replied. Chapter 1065. Zhang Xiaobao didn't tell Wang Ju what he was going to do. Even the inner courtyard of the Wang family didn't know what Zhang Xiaobao was going to do, let alone Wang Ju. Only a small part of the inner courtyard of the Zhang family knew, but they kept their mouths shut. Similarly, before they arrived in Hangzhou, the inner courtyard of the Zhang family didn't know what Wang Wan was going to do. They were originally a family, but now they had formed their own system. The next morning, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan packed up a little, boarded a big boat at the dock, and headed north. Half a day later, a shop about 300 meters to the east of the same street as the Wang family in Hangzhou was bought. It was on the other side of the road, and the Wang family was diagonally across the street. The shop originally sold braised food, including chicken and pig. There was no braised beef. The business wasn't good, but it wasn't bad either. Braised food was very simple. It was salt. Braised food was usually boiled in salt water. Later, Zhang Xiaobao specially made a few simple seasonings to make braised food. Most of the braised food shops bought the ingredients themselves and used them according to the recipe. Seasonings were also very expensive. Ordinary people wouldn't buy them all the time. After all, meat could be eaten in any way. There is no need to use seasonings to make braised food. That was why braised food shops were able to stock up. If seasonings were 50% cheaper, half of the braised food shops in Tang would have closed down. The main dish of the braised food shop was braised chicken and pig. Once a person ordered it, it would be cut into slices. It wasn't too salty, and it was just right for people with light appetites. People with light appetites would dip it in soy sauce, and people with sour appetites would dip it in aged vinegar. As for white vinegar and vinegar blended with ice vinegar, ordinary people couldn't afford it. The shop also sold rice wine and white wine. With the increase in grain production, there were no restrictions on making wine or raising pigs. Pigs didn't have to eat a lot of grain. There were people who often came to ask for a small plate of braised food and could drink 2 bowls of rice wine. When they came the next day, they found that the owner of the shop had changed. The original 3 people had become a couple who looked to be in their 30s. The male host smiled whenever he saw someone. The female host maintained herself well and didn't look like someone who did heavy work all day. If it weren't for the 10 or so pockmarks on her face, she would definitely be a beauty. Unfortunately, she was guarding the counter with an abacus, pencil, and paper on it. She should be the female bookkeeper. When the people who came and saw that the shopkeeper had changed, they were first surprised and then felt uncomfortable. There was an extra sense of closeness and belonging to the people they knew. Now that the shopkeeper had changed, they didn't feel as comfortable as before. The person hesitated for a moment, but still decided to try a meal. He walked in and was about to look for his usual seat when he suddenly found that the layout of the store had changed. There were originally 6 tables, but now there were 4 tables. There were even 2 tables with long stools placed horizontally on both sides. In front of the 4 stools were 2 or 4 tables, which were much narrower and much longer than the tables. The tables were originally 5 feet wide, but now they were 2 feet wide. Connected together, they were very long, even as long as the stools. There were even lines drawn on the tables. It gave people the feeling that the person who was eating was sitting on the stools with a grid in front of him. It seemed that it wasn't very comfortable to eat in that position. The person who came and didn't plan to sit. Instead, he went to the big table and sat there. He turned his head and looked at the man in the store. This man was also a troublemaker. Without waiting for the customer to speak, he immediately walked over and asked with a smile, "What do you want? What do you have? Do you have the previous ones?" The person asked back. When the man who worked as a waiter in the store heard this, he showed a look of understanding and smiled even more brightly. "You are a regular customer, right?" "Yes, we have the previous ones. When we took over the store, that big brother said that we can't take away the previous ones. Some people like this kind of food. How can I just take it away casually?" As soon as the words came out, the person was satisfied. His status was unknowingly raised. "Listen, regular customer." The new owner also knew that he was a regular customer. A plate of pig head meat, a bowl of rice wine, and a plate of salt beans. The person said happily, "Not yet, wait a moment." The man was still smiling like he shouldn't. He nodded and turned back. The female owner standing behind the counter had already served the tea. The tea was brewed, which was popular in Tang now. Usually, no one drank the brewed tea. Not to mention that it was time-consuming. The taste was also not as good as the brewed tea. Of course, if one really wanted to set up a tea ceremony, it would also take a lot of time. However, if this was not a place that specialized in drinking tea, no one would set up a tea ceremony for you. The tea was very strong, but the tea leaves were not good tea leaves. When poured from the pot into the cup, there was still foam. However, the customer didn't care. If the tea was really good, he might feel that the taste was not strong enough. What he drank was bitter and astringent, like the taste of the tea leaves foam. Just as he blew on the tea and drank a mouthful, the male waiter and owner came back with a tray. This was very professional. Who in ordinary small stores would use a tray to serve food? Well, there's a tray. I also enjoy the feeling of eating in a restaurant. In the past, I usually ate in the wind-riding pavilion near the lake. Only then could I enjoy this treatment. "You also have here, huh?" The customer saw the tray and said with satisfaction, "Io, you are Brother Chow, right?" The man who put the dishes on the table was stunned and asked, "How did you know?" The person who was called Brother Chow was surprised. "How could I not know? The original Big Brother told me more than 3 times that there was a person called Chow Chow who always came to eat. Every time he came, he would talk about the wind-riding pavilion. Moreover, he recited a poem there. Although it was only one line, the mood was extraordinary. What was it called again? Oh, it was called The Rising and Falling Tides, Brother Chow." Hee. The waiter chuckled and appeared to be even more intimate. When Chow Chow heard this, he shook his head helplessly and said, "We didn't forget to mock me before you left for such a trivial matter." "All right, Brother Chow it is." Is there something wrong with your dishes?" "I only asked for a plate of pig head meat, a plate of salt beans, and a bowl of yellow wine. You served 2 more dishes. Is this plate of dried tofu? And this plate of quinoa?" Yes, it's dried tofu and quinoa. Well, many people call it kimchi now. The 2 of us saw that there was still meat in the brine, so we put the dried tofu in and cooked it for a while. Then we took it out and cut it for you to try. Brother Chow, you are an old customer. It is normal to add 2 more dishes. I didn't know Brother Chow was coming. Wait a moment. I will go back." The waiter nodded and explained. Then he turned around and went back to the back. When Chow Chow was happy, he came back again with 2 more plates in his hands. He put them on the table one by one and said, "This is chicken wing tip, just right for the wine. This is pig skin salad. Although it is just skin, it is more fragrant than meat. Others who come in can't even order this dish." "Io, how can I accept this?" Chow Chow showed an embarrassed expression. "Brother Chow, there is no need to be so polite with me. Although this is the first time we met, we still have a long way to go. You are an old customer, and you are used to the taste of the old dishes. You're already giving me face by coming in. Try it, and if you think it is still good, come often in the future. I will earn back the money," the waiter said with sincerity in his eyes. "Okay, I appreciate your kindness today. You are an honest person. What is your surname?" Chow Chow felt very comfortable in his heart. The waiter's words warmed his heart, and he was also an honest person. "My surname is Zhang, and my name is Sure. In the past, the people in the village called me Sure. The one standing at the counter is the one in the house. Originally, there were 2 children at home, but they were not around. It was more convenient to send their mother to school. If they really came over, it would not be easy to take care of them. Try it. The restaurant has just been taken over. The waiter smiled and said a lot of things about himself. Even before Chow Chow asked, he also said it. Chow Chow found that the waiter was really honest. He just needed to report his household registration. Hearing the waiter, he picked up a piece of pig head meat, dipped in the soy sauce on the plate next to him, and put it in his mouth to chew. After chewing twice, his eyes widened and he stopped eating. Then he quickly ate 2 more mouthfuls. At the same time, his chopsticks kept working. In the blink of an eye, 5 pieces of pig head meat were in his stomach. He suddenly turned his head and said in surprise, "Sure, you opened a small restaurant with this kind of skill? It's a waste of talent, a waste of talent. To be honest, this plate of pig head meat is not expensive for 20 copper coins." "How can that be? It's still the same price as before, 11 copper coins." "Brother Chow, don't flatter me. Don't I know my own ability? It's good that you can eat." The waiter, Zhang Shi, rubbed his hands embarrassedly and said, "It's more than eating. That's good, I didn't lie to you. Alas, it's a pity. If you really go to a restaurant, I won't be able to eat. With your skill, I will come here often in the future. I will also tell others to come and eat." Chow Chow said as he went to taste other dishes. Every time he tasted something, he was surprised. "Brother Chow, you eat," the waiter said, turned around and went to the counter. He stood there without saying anything. In the end, Chow Chow drank 5 bowls of rice wine and paid the bill. He stood at the door and praised for a while before leaving. After he left, the waiter sighed. Seeing that it was still early, he guessed that no one would come in for a while. He went to the counter, pulled a stool, and sat down. He said to the hostess, "Wife, how is it? Your husband's skill is good, right? Did you hear that? People say that the pig head meat is usually worth 11 copper coins, but your husband's dish is worth 20 copper coins." The hostess pursed her lips into a smile and said, "He might be able to endure it. My husband is still the best. He made a plate of pig's head meat and sold it for 20 copper coins. In the future, when Li Longji eats it, we will ask him for that amount. This is a little difficult. 20 copper coins is considered a high price. Li Longji is a poor ghost. Not to mention 20 copper coins. He can't even afford 2 copper coins. Just bear with it and treat it as helping the poor. Did you see my makeup?" The waiter raised his head and looked at the hostess. The hostess rolled her eyes and said, "You don't believe in my skill? Go and prepare all the dishes. It'll be noon soon, and it'll be time for people to serve. Don't be too busy. Every copper coin counts. Remember to mark the dishes that don't look good so that I can reduce the cost. People just praised you and said that you're an honest person. You can't lie and ruin your reputation." Yes, I will do it right away. Quick, it will be ready in a while. I can't help it. I'm like this. I have good skills and I am an honest person. I will never lie. I am born to be bullied, and I will be bullied for the rest of my life." The waiter walked to the back of the kitchen while talking. The hostess asked, "Who are you talking about?" "Customer. Am I not a waiter?" "I am a waiter, but I have to create opportunities for others. Do you think it is easy for me?" The waiter said and disappeared behind the door. Chapter 1066. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan ran to open a shop diagonally across from Wang Ju's house. They even disguised themselves as a married couple in their 30s. Even those who stayed in the inner courtyard of Hangzhou didn't know. Only those who left with them knew. But they couldn't send the news back, so they continued to sail in the direction of the capital. No one else knew what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were doing. Only they knew what they were doing. They were going to the capital because they were afraid that someone from the other side would arrange people in the capital to make trouble. Once the news of the two of them returning spread, the other party would naturally shift their focus to avoid the two of them, or they would try to kill them on their way back. This was something that the other party would definitely do. Even Xiao Bei and the others would dare to do. Another reason was that the other side would feel that they had a chance when they left Hangzhou. As for buying the store, it was also to create opportunities for the other side. Zhang Xiaobao was the best at this. The highest level of deception was not to take the initiative to deceive people. It was to find the right target and make the other side come to him to be deceived. Whether it was successful or not depended on the means of operation. That was the purpose of buying a small store. Zhang Xiaobao worked hard. He tried his best to make everything delicious. He also changed the way the braised food store sold things. He didn't sell large pieces of meat by the dozen. Instead, he sold them separately. The braised chicken was cut into pieces and divided into chicken head, chicken neck, chicken wing tips, chicken heart, chicken thighs, claws, and so on. The pork was also divided in the same way, especially the pig head. The pig ears were bought at a high price from a butcher. Together with the pickles he made a few days ago, it could last for a few days. Now he bought a new jar to make it. In addition to the above, there were all kinds of side dishes. They were placed on plates. Beside the counter, there was a shelf. The side dishes were all 1 copper coin per plate. The rice wine jar was also placed outside. There was a grape hanging on it. The wash bowls were placed on the side. Whoever wanted a drink could go and get a bowl. If the wine was good enough, no one would care if the wine was about to overflow. It was 3 copper coins per bowl. If he was willing to eat the side dishes, he would take a plate to the table or the narrow table. He would eat and drink while chatting, and when he was done, he would pay the bill when he left. As for the other dishes, they were also placed on the shelves. Plate by plate, there might be more on a certain plate or less on a certain plate. It was up to the customer to choose. Of course, Zhang Xiaobao would always place a plate that was obviously missing something. With that comparison, the other dishes would sell well. This was the psychology of consumers. Zhang Xiaobao was only responsible for wiping the table and cleaning up the dishes, while Wang Wan was in charge of accounting and replenishing the shelves. There was another job for Wang Wan. It was a new model in the restaurant. She could mix the dishes with the same price. For example, the chicken heart and pig ears would cost the same. If the customers didn't want to spend 2 sets of money to buy 2 plates, they could order the same dish and put it together. On the day that Brother Chow came, the business was pretty good by noon. Most of the customers were former customers. Zhang Xiaobao dealt with them with ease. He had specifically asked the previous customer about many things about the former customers. Although it was a scam, it had to be presentable. He couldn't lose his professionalism. If the business wasn't good, wouldn't it be a disgrace to his reputation as an international swindler? Most of the former customers were willing to come in and try the dishes. Only a small portion of them left when they saw the new customers. Some of them even asked where the original customers were, as they missed them very much. The food that Zhang Xiaobao meticulously prepared naturally wouldn't taste bad. When he selected the ingredients, he chose the best ones and was very careful. He only calculated the cost of the ingredients. Every time he sold a set, he would only get a profit of slightly more than 10%. As for the labor cost, it was impossible to calculate. It seemed that no one could give an answer to how much he and Wang Wan earned by working for an hour. The former customers who came to eat on the first day were all very satisfied. They went back to help advertise the restaurant. The next day, the business of the restaurant became popular. Since the restaurant opened in the morning, people who specifically heard the rumors and wanted to join in the fun had already come. After a quarter of an hour, the 4 tables were already full. Some people even sat together. As for the other long and narrow table, no one was willing to go there as they felt uncomfortable. After waiting for another hour, the long table was also filled with people. There was no other way. There was a lack of space, so they could only be particular about it. In the past, if they encountered such a situation, some people would find a place to stand and eat. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wen were also busy. They kept wiping the tables, tidying up the bowls and chopsticks, and replenishing the food on the shelves. Batches of customers came and left. By noon, there was no place for them to stand. The taste of the food was indeed extraordinary. Many people felt that it was not worthwhile for Sure Tu to open a small store and that he should work as a chef in a restaurant. That way, he could earn more than what he was doing now. Compared to the past, not only was the taste better, but there were also more varieties. More importantly, the price was not expensive. The original items were the same as the previous ones, and the new ones were estimated to be of the same price. The restaurant was open for 2 consecutive days. On the 3rd day, more people squeezed in. Seeing that there was no place to eat, they packed and brought back to eat with their families or find a few friends to drink together. People said that the braised food was in the wind-riding restaurant, but it was in fact bought by the restaurant between the clouds and the water in Hangzhou. Xiaobao, it's been 3 days. I think the effect is almost there, right? Is it time to move on to the next step? After finishing the work on the third day, the restaurant was closed at night. Zhang Xiaobao cooked 2 dishes and made several plates of braised food. When he was drinking and eating with Wang Wan moved her shoulders and asked Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao was also tired. At noon and in the evening, the two of them didn't have time to eat properly at all. Too many people came to buy food, and they all thought that they had taken advantage of the situation. The two of them only ate a few pieces of meat to fill their stomachs. Wang Wan's arms were tired, and Zhang Xiaobao's waist and legs were sore. After hearing Wang Wan's words, Zhang Xiaobao shook his head slightly. Let's wait for 2 more days. We have to let people see that we are really too busy. More importantly, our reputation is not big enough. We have to let Grandpa's family like our food, and then I'll adjust the ingredients. All right, let's work on the ingredients. In the end, I estimate that we will lose some money every time we sell a dish. The fishing association should be open in 2 days. Then, I'll ask Grandpa's family to buy the food. Starting from tomorrow, we will limit the sales, or we will die of exhaustion here. Wang Wan nodded. After having some food and wine, she tilted her head and stared at Zhang Xiaobao for a while. Then she said, if you can really ask Wang Ju's family to buy the food and let Li Longji eat it, I'll admit that you are good at it. Otherwise, it will be a failure. I'll suffer for a few days with you. You have to pay me back. What do you mean by suffering? If it were someone else, they would be happy if their restaurant is so popular. This is money. I've decided to slightly raise the price of some of the food. Those who can afford it will eat it, and those who can't afford it will still eat the original food. Zhang Xiaobao was very confident, as if he were going to make the business of his restaurant a big hit. Eat now and take a rest. You have to go to the morning market tomorrow morning to buy things. After Wang Wan finished speaking, she lowered her head and ate quickly. When she was almost full, she thought of something and said, you should prepare something tonight. We'll eat together tomorrow. It's not worth it to open a shop with you and starve me to gastric problems. That's what I think too. As for the staple food, I'll make pancakes tomorrow morning. I'll buy some crabs and sea hares and roll them in the pancakes. I won't sell them to the people who come here for the braised food. Zhang Xiaobao finished the wine in the bowl. The two of them cleaned up quickly, took a cold shower, and slept next to each other in the bedroom. The next day, the store only opened at 4 in the morning. There were already people waiting anxiously outside, and there were even people knocking on the door. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan woke up at 6 in the morning. They went to buy some things first, and when they came back, they were busy again, just like real businessmen. The difference between the two of them and other people was that they had to spare some time to dress each other up. As soon as the door opened, people rushed in from outside. Some of them were packing, and some of them were looking for seats. They were all idlers who did not work and came here to eat. It was not sold in the restaurant to people who eat braised food. Hearing the praise, Zhang Xiaobao quickly said modestly, Brother Chow, it's good that you think it's edible. I plan to make more and then wrap it in oil paper. In the morning, I will sell it to people who have free time to eat and play. For example, people on the lake, people who visit the scenery of West Lake, and fishing, sure too. Let me tell you, fishing people are also good. Recently, there's a fishing association in Hangzhou. It's full of rich people. I think the thing you make is good. Sell it to them. Zhang Xiaobao didn't need to say it himself. Cao Cao followed Zhang Xiaobao's words and thought of this matter. Zhang Xiaobao felt that Zhang Xiaobao was very cooperative. Brother Chow, I don't know him. If I were to look for him, the people around him would probably stop me from afar. Speaking of fishing, I do have some ideas. But you see, my shop sells braised food. I don't dare to say anything else, but when I make it, I really put my heart into it. You can't see the kind of greasy skin on the meat. Also, I sell braised big bones in my restaurant, but I never put the leftovers together and give them to others. I don't want to earn money. If there are leftovers, I just throw them away. In fact, it's good to use them for fishing. Wrap them in gauze, make a net, and half immerse them in water. When the small fish smell the greasy smell, they will naturally go into the net. When you lift the net, you can catch a lot of small fish. It's perfect to use them as bait. For example, if a few people gather together and put more bones in oil, it can become a nest. The big fish will also follow. The big fish also like to eat. There are also small fish. What do you think? I could sell a biscuit with seafood and give it away. It's useless to leave it here, so everyone will go fishing. It's not worrisome and convenient. But you can only buy it in the morning and eat it on the same day. If you eat it at night, you can't touch it, or you will get poisoned. As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he looked at Cao Cao with expectation in his eyes. His meaning was self-evident. Cao Cao was interested. He thought for a while and said to Zhang Xiaobao with a smile, "Good, sure too. I didn't expect you to be so smart. You can come up with such a good idea. I don't fish, but I have a leader at the dock who is in charge of things. He joined the Angling Association and wants to know more people who can help him in the future. So, you prepare a few biscuits for me, and I'll take them to see if he went out today. Let him taste them first. If he goes fishing in the afternoon, he can eat them in the evening. He has nothing to do all day. He just needs to charge us a few biscuits and take care of the warehouse near the dock." Okay, I'll prepare them right away. No matter if it's a success or not, I'm willing to accept you as my subordinate. In the future, when you come over, I'll pay for everything. If I charge you 1 copper coin, what's the point of saying that? Business is business. Do you think I'll deliberately come here to eat for free? We'll talk about the future later. Go and prepare. Before Zhang Xiaobao could finish his words, Cao Cao interrupted him. He looked very magnanimous, but his words were not. Zhang Xiaobao smiled honestly and trotted back to the back. After a while, he came out with a basket in his hand. He walked to Cao Cao and said, "I have 15 biscuits for you. There are 10 biscuits for fishing and 10 biscuits for a small roll of fine gauze net. You don't have to worry about it." The remaining 5 biscuits naturally belonged to Cao Cao. Moreover, he couldn't charge him. He was going to help deliver the biscuits. How could he dare to charge him? Seeing Zhang Xiaobao's performance, Cao Cao was even more satisfied. Zhang Xiaobao was sensible and knew what to do. Cao Cao nodded his head and promised a few more words. He finished the food as fast as he could and only drank 1 bowl of wine. When he stood up to pay the bill, Zhang Xiaobao tugged at him and refused. He pushed Cao Cao out of the door and refused no matter what. After Cao Cao saw him out of the door, the diners in the restaurant began to ask about the biscuits. Zhang Xiaobao thought for a while and generously took out the biscuits. He gave each of them 1 biscuit for free. However, he said that he would only sell them out in the future and the price would be very expensive. He asked people to help him find out who was fishing and recommend him. Today was his treat. Except for those who didn't like seafood, the diners all thought it was good. Whether they could recommend it or not, they at least said that they would recommend it. Cao Cao carried the basket out of the door and walked a mile in the direction of the dock. After thinking for a while, he directly took it. The manager thought that all the biscuits were for him. That wouldn't do. He had to leave 5 of his biscuits for his wife and children to try at home. Although Stone's restaurant was small, the food it made was really good. Last year, he followed the manager to a banquet at Wind Riding Pavilion. Now that he thought about it, it seemed to be much worse than Stone's restaurant, especially when it came to the same staple food, biscuits. How did Stone make them? They were thin and chewy. They were chewy. If he made a good relationship with Stone, his wife and children would have a good meal in the future. There was nothing to say about Stone's craftsmanship. Thinking of this, Cao Cao planned to find a shop and get something. He separated the biscuits in the basket and opened the lid. When he looked inside, he was stunned. In addition to a pile of oiled paper packets, there was also a cloth bag and a roll of gauze. He flipped through the paper packets on the right and didn't count them. There were about 20 of them. Then he carried the basket and took out the cloth bag. He opened the lid and saw that there were also more oiled paper packets. It looked like there were more than 5 of them. After looking through each one, he found that 5 of them were rolled biscuits. There was also a big one. Just by looking at it, he knew that it was definitely not pork. He lowered his head and sniffed the smell. He was shocked. It was actually donkey meat. It was a big piece, about 4 caddies. There were also 2 small packets. When he opened one, it was cold pork tendons. The other one was candy. When he saw those things, Cao Cao couldn't help but look back in the direction of the restaurant. He nodded silently and said to himself, Stone is really a good person. He prepared everything and even gave me more. The candy is for my children. I have to do this no matter what. Otherwise, how can I have the face to eat in the future? The next morning, Zhang Xiaobao opened the door at 8 o'clock in the morning. It was half an hour earlier than yesterday. The people who were waiting were very satisfied. Yesterday, he said that he should be early. Even if it was a quarter of an hour earlier, it was still giving face. Not to mention that it was half an hour earlier. Zhang Xiaobao yawned. It seemed that he didn't have a good rest. Wang Wen also had dark circles under her eyes. However, she still appeared to be very energetic. The customers came to eat, not to see how you look. Just as the two groups of people were about to eat, Cao Cao hurried in from outside. He anxiously said to Zhang Xiaobao, Quick, Stone, hurry up. Prepare 20 portions. I'll give them to you immediately. I'll take them away. How much? Zhang Xiaobao and Wei Wei were stunned. They opened their mouths and asked, Brother Chow, it's done? You don't trust me? Yesterday I went back just in time. The person in charge was going fishing in the afternoon. I gave him 10 portions. This morning, when I just arrived at the dock, he found me and said that he wanted 20 portions. He will leave immediately. You have to calculate how much it will cost. Cao Cao had taken care of the matter. He spoke with confidence. Zhang Xiaobao immediately turned around and went into the kitchen. After a while, he came out with a basket. He handed it to Cao Cao and said, Brother Chow, you haven't eaten yet, right? I brought you a portion. It's free today. Starting tomorrow, it'll be 30 coins per portion. Today, I added something. Brother Chow, you work hard. Cao Cao didn't stand on ceremony with Zhang Xiaobao. He took the basket, nodded and said, Okay, 30 coins is not expensive. If you change to a different restaurant, your portion will be cheap for 300 coins. Then, I'll leave now. After he finished speaking, Cao Cao hurriedly left. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the other person's gradually disappearing figure. The corners of his mouth revealed a trace of a smile. Just like that, a day passed in a busy and dull manner. The next day, before Zhang Xiaobao could open the door, a knocking sound came from outside. Then someone shouted, Sure to, open the door. Quickly open the door. It's me, Cao Cao. Zhang Xiaobao was in the middle of cooking when he heard the noise. He came out from the back, unlatched the door, and let Cao Cao in. Cao Cao didn't come alone. He was followed by 2 people. As soon as he saw one of the 2 people following him, Xiaobao's heart calmed down. He had seen that person before. He was a servant from his grandfather's house. However, from the look in his eyes, he didn't seem to recognize him. Sure too, don't pour tea. I don't have time to drink. Do you have anything? We'll come and get it. Also, give me 10 big bones. I'll give you 2 strings of money. You don't need to give me the change. Your basket can't be taken back. You can wrap it in cloth. Cao Cao quickly said when he saw that Zhang Xiaobao was going to pour tea. Zhang Xiaobao didn't refuse. He took the money, nodded, and turned back. After a while, he came back with 3 baskets, 1 for each person. There were also 3 cloth bags. He said, Brother Chow, thank you for your hard work. Here are 3 baskets. You can eat them on the way. While speaking, he gave the 3 bags to the 3 people. Cao Cao didn't say anything, but the 2 people's eyes lit up. When they looked at Zhang Xiaobao again, they felt that he was much more pleasing to the eye. They took the baskets and walked out. When they reached the door, the servant of Zhang Xiaobao's grandfather turned around and said, Prepare 100 baskets before noon. Someone will come and get it. Pay when the time comes. Don't forget. Otherwise, you can't afford to be punished. 100 baskets? Brother Chow, so many people are fishing? Zhang Xiaobao asked Cao Cao with a surprised look. Wang Ju stared at him and scolded. Just do what I ask you to do. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. It won't do you any good to know too much. Let me tell you, the baskets made at noon can only be better than yesterday's. Otherwise, be careful of your head. Do you hear me? I hear you. I hear you. Yes, you did well. Otherwise, be careful of your head. Take care, take care. Zhang Xiaobao repeatedly bowed and nodded. But in his heart, he thought angrily, Brat, I can't teach you a lesson now, but you dare to teach me a lesson? Wait for me. I'll let you know who is the one who is careful of their head." After sending the servant away, Zhang Xiaobao let out a long breath. He didn't close the door. He put the things in place and walked to the back. He said to the busy Wang Wan, "Okay, there is one last step. Let's see what the other party will do. I'm afraid they are stupid." Wang Wan took the last bit of food out of the pot and asked, "Grandpa's family is here?" "Yes, that brat still dares to scold me. If it was the inner courtyard of our family, he would definitely not speak like that. If he offends people for no reason, it will cause trouble for the main family. I'll ask my grandpa to teach him a lesson. I'm not deliberately taking revenge." Zhang Xiaobao picked up the big pot, turned to the shelf outside, and began to put new things. Wang Wan pursed her lips into a smile and said, "I know. You're not seeking revenge. You're helping that kid. He's grateful to you for being beaten up. You used the most direct method to show him the way of life. You're as great as a lighthouse in the dark night of the sea. Madam knows me best. Why am I so kind? I plan to buy a big mirror and put it in the bedroom. The first thing I do when I wake up every morning is to kowtow to myself in the mirror," Zhang Xiaobao said with a smile. Chow Chow and the other two went out, each carrying a basket. Chow Chow's status was much lower than the other two's. He wanted to help them carry the baskets several times, but they refused, saying that he carried too many things and walked too slowly. They were afraid of wasting time. On the way, the three opened the cloth bags. They did not eat breakfast. The two's cloth bags were filled with seafood and a bag of salty pig ears. In addition to these two things, Chow Chow's cloth bag also had a few notes. Chow Chow secretly glanced at the two and checked the amount of money. There was a total of 350 copper coins. After calculating, he took out 1,500 copper coins, which was the usual 5 cents for the rolls and 15 cents for the 10 large bones. The remaining 350 copper coins were all given to him by Tu. He did not even take the money in the basket. While feeling grateful, Chow Chow was puzzled. Why did Tu prepare so many baskets? Did he know that he would come to take a lot of things? The cloth bags were also the same. Usually, when they were packed, they would just wrap them in oil paper and tie them to others. Was it specially prepared for him? Chow Chow stealthily put the money into his pocket. He was even more determined to get customers for the store. Today, he had earned 350 copper coins, which was enough for him to work for 6 to 7 days. If it were someone else, it would take more than half a month or even a month's worth of wages. The other two did not know that Chow Chow had received money and also thought that the food was delicious. They had never eaten it before. Yesterday, they only heard that it was delicious. When they came today, they planned to buy one for themselves. They did not expect that the other party would be so considerate and give them a set of pig ears. After the three finished eating, they sped up and sent the baskets to the side of West Lake, where there was a place specially used for fishing. Naturally, someone would take the baskets and use silver needles to test for poison. Someone even took out a roll and ate it. When noon came, if they did not feel uncomfortable, they could give it to others. At this time, the weather was still a little cold, but there were still many people gathered under the shade of the trees. Wang Ju was leading the group, talking and laughing with the others. From time to time, he would introduce the use of fishing equipment. Beside him, there was a man wearing a bamboo hat. He was silent and did not raise his head. Compared to yesterday, the number of guards in the surroundings had more than doubled. It seemed that there were guards everywhere. When Wang Ju was talking to others, he would occasionally glance at this person. He seemed to be very careful. When the food was delivered, they planned to eat it at noon, but the man wearing the bamboo hat said, "Give me one to try first. I want to see how good it is." "Okay, but the person who tested it just..." Wang Ju agreed and then hesitated. "It's just a braised food store. The owner of the store would not poison it. Give me one. Besides, the doctor is next to him. What are you afraid of?" The man wearing the bamboo hat said again. Okay. Wang Ju took a deep breath and asked someone to bring the food over. He opened a few oil paper bags and picked out a good-looking roll. He held it with both hands and handed it over. The man in the bamboo hat received the cake and took a bite. Then, he slowly chewed and swallowed a mouthful. He smacked his lips twice and praised, "Good craftsmanship. The cake is baked well. It's not inferior to the cakes of you." Jinyu Restaurant. That's right, Jinyu Restaurant. They specialize in selling cakes. Also, the ingredients inside are all processed in different ways. Opening a small shop is really a waste of talent. Yes, it's a waste of talent. When I ate it yesterday, I also thought so. Why don't I go to your place? Do you specialize in making things? Wang Ju suggested. The man wearing the bamboo hat shook his head. There's no need. No matter how good his food is, I can't eat better. It's not like you don't know who makes the food I usually eat. It's a pity that I won't be able to eat it for a while. Ask the person in the store what else he knows how to make. Yes. No matter how good his food is, it won't work. If it's brought to the house, every time we eat it, we have to test it for poison first. Hot food will be cold by the time it's ready to eat. Besides, the food he makes is just average. Wang Ju followed up. When the people around them heard the conversation, they had already guessed who the man wearing the bamboo hat was. It seemed that the only person who could make Wang Ju so respectful was the people who guessed it all became nervous and excited. Chapter 1067. The customers who passed by and came to eat the braised food were very clear about how the business of the store was doing. As soon as the notice was written and put out, those who had not found a satisfactory job or were working as waiters in other stores all had their own ideas. It did not matter if they were illiterate. Naturally, there would be literate people who would explain to others after seeing the notice. Being able to read was also a symbol of status. There were even parents who borrowed their children from school and brought them to the door to let them read aloud to them. In fact, they were showing off to others that their children were literate. The content of the notice was very simple. There were two big words at the top, hiring. Below that, there was a row of requirements. One of them was that they must be no younger than 16 and no older than 25. The other was that they must be able to endure hardships. They must work at least 18 hours a day. If necessary, they might have to work more. However, there was no limit to their experience. Even if they had not worked elsewhere before, they could still work as waiters. This time, a total of 4 waiters were recruited. They were responsible for the chores in the store and the delivery of food. The salary would be determined according to the situation of the job. However, the basic salary was 5 copper coins a day. As for the other rewards, it was uncertain at the moment. There would be a trial period of 3 days. 8 people would be recruited. In the end, 4 people would be retained. However, before the trial period, 50 people could be allowed to come in contact with the manager. After seeing the contents of the notice, many people who had ideas shook their heads and left. They felt that the working time was too long. 18 hours a day was the minimum, leaving only 6 hours for rest. Working in the store was too tiring. If the salary was higher, it would be fine. However, it was only 5 copper coins a day and less than 150 copper coins a month. It was clearly bullying. As for the rewards mentioned above, it was not up to the boss. If the boss said to give it to you, then it would be given. If the boss did not want to give it, then he could just find a random reason to keep the money. If it was 10 years ago, 100 copper coins a month would be a job that everyone would fight to do. However, it was not 10 years now. Just find something to do, and it would be more than 100 copper coins a month. Even if a child was willing to study hard and be ranked in the top 10 in school, they would still be rewarded with more than 100 copper coins or items. 150 copper coins truly can buy many things. If it's just oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, tea, and grain, 100 copper coins is enough for a family to live well for a month. But in the Great Tang, we don't just need to eat our fill, we need to eat well, right? How can 100 copper coins be enough to buy a mirror, 2 sets of comfortable clothes, and some delicious meat? Among the people who were reading the notice, some of them began to talk. A person wearing fine linen and waving a folding fan in his hand spoke to the people next to him in a loud voice. The surrounding people nodded in agreement. Someone even added, "Isn't that so? More is more. I heard that the things they buy are the property of the rich compared to the things they buy in Xinhua. The money we Tang people earn in a day's work can take at least 10 days to buy the things they need to buy. But we're not from Xinhua. We're from the Great Tang. How can a country be the same as a country? It's too little. If it were me, I wouldn't go. I'm already past my prime." There were many such voices, but there were still people who were willing to stand there. Most of them were people who met the age requirement. Perhaps they thought that doing things for 18 hours was not the same as doing things for 18 hours, so they still had time to spare. Most importantly, by becoming a waiter, they might have the opportunity to come into contact with the delicious recipes of the braised food shop. If they could learn it, wouldn't they be able to find a place further away and open a small shop as well? When it was time to close at night, the people had been recruited. There were less than 50 people. The wages and working hours of the braised food shop made many people shrink back. A total of 31 people stood at the door, waiting for the shopkeeper to take a look. Zhang Xiaobao looked like he was about to die of exhaustion. He supported his waist with his hands and stood at the door with a grin. He said to Wang Wan beside him, "No matter what, I have to recruit people today. If I work for another 2 days, I'll lose 10 years of my life. I can't take it anymore." Yes, we have to recruit people today. I'm tired too. Wang Wan frowned and said. Her eyes swept over the 31 people as she waved her hand and said, "Enough, come in with me. I want to take a good look and see which one is pleasing to the eye." As she spoke, she and Xiaobao turned around and went in. 31 people rushed in, and each one of them found an empty spot to stand. Zhang Xiaobao put down his hands that were supporting his waist, smiled honestly, and spoke first. "Others call me Stone. My surname is Zhang. I don't think you're old, so don't keep calling me boss. I'm an honest person. As long as you can work, it's fine. In the future, call me Brother Zhang." Haha, it sounds more intimate. "I'll go prepare some braised food for you to eat. Let's eat some. Okay, go quickly." Before Zhang Xiaobao could finish speaking, Wang Wan pushed him into the back kitchen. When the 31 people heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, their hearts relaxed. They felt that this boss was not bad. He was honest, and he wanted to give them some braised food. They thought that in the future, their work in the shop would not be too hard. At least, there would be no problem in eating. Just as this idea appeared in their hearts, but before it could germinate and grow into a towering tree, Wang Wan's face became cold, and she said to them, "Look at you. What are you doing here? Are you VIP? Let Stone make Lu Wei for you. Your eyes are so big, can't you see life? Didn't you see that the people just left and the things on the table haven't been cleaned up? Stand by the side, clean up the bowls and chopsticks on the table, and send them to the back. 2 more people go to the back to wash the dishes." The others set the table and swept the floor. A few people went to the door. There were still people outside who threw things. The shop's face is face. Go and clean it up. What are you looking for? No broom? Don't you know how to pick it up with your hands? Are you VIP? Let me tell you, if you work in my shop, you have to be diligent. You have to have work in your eyes. Don't stay in my shop if you're all stupid. I'll say this. If you don't want to work, leave as soon as possible. If you want to continue, do your work immediately. I don't keep idlers in my shop. Hurry up. What are you looking at me for? Go and work." For a moment, most of the 31 people felt the warmth in their hearts was suppressed by the 1,000-year-old ice. At that moment, 14 people glared at Wang Wan and walked out of the shop angrily. They did not forget to turn around and spit twice. They also left while cursing. The remaining 17 people temporarily endured and began to look for things to do. There was strength in numbers. Soon, the whole shop was cleaned up. The tables were also wiped clean with a cloth. There was also no other debris at the door. The sound of dishes being washed came from the back of the kitchen. The person washing the dishes was puzzled. The shop was not big, but there were many bowls. Other small shops only bought bowls according to the number of tables. The bigger shops used porcelain bowls. However, although the braised food shop was not big, there were hundreds of plates, bowls, and chopsticks. It was unknown what the owner and female owner were thinking after saving for an entire day. At this moment, Zhang Xiaobao came out of the kitchen. Very timely, the others had finished their work. He came out with a basin full of various kinds of braised food. When they saw the braised food, other than the person washing the dishes who was still busy and anxious, the others revealed a happy expression and waited for the food to be served. Ha ha. Have you been waiting for a long time? I don't know what you want to eat. I thought for a while and decided. Give me a little of each. Eat all of them. It's clean? That's great. You're quite diligent. In the future, I'll leave the shop to you. Eat all of them. The basin that Zhang Xiaobao carried was not small. It seemed to be at least 8 kilograms. He was still as simple and honest as before. The people who did not wash the dishes were about to take the basin and put it on the table to eat when Wang Wan spoke again. Stone, what do you think they are? They are not masters who eat. They are shop assistants. Can't you cut some skin? Look, what is this? Pig's ears. You actually gave them pig's ears. What should I say about you? Are they people who eat pig's ears? Do they have that kind of life? Take out the chicken heart, chicken liver, and liver. Keep the broken pieces and take away the rest. Yo, you prodigal Stone. Chicken wings. You are so generous and rich. Don't you know how much a chicken wing costs? What kind of life am I living with you? Do you treat people as family members when you catch them? Let me tell you, if I don't exist in this house, you will starve to death. Don't you know how to settle accounts? Wang Wan's words made the people in the shop confused again. They finally understood that the owner was not bad, but the female shopkeeper was different. The owner was usually bullied by the female shopkeeper. What a pity, what a good owner. They thought that if they knew that the idea was thought of by the seemingly simple and honest owner in front of them, they would probably bang their heads against the wall. They would not stop until they were bleeding and knocked out. The person who was about to take the basin looked at the basin and stood there awkwardly. He did not know whether to take it or not. If he took it, the female shopkeeper said that there was something valuable in it. It would make it seem like he had to eat it. If he did not take it, the owner would be holding it. Wang Wan glared at the person who was about to take the basin. What are you looking at? Still looking? Quickly take it and put it on the table. Carefully pick out the things that you shouldn't eat with your chopsticks. Stupid. After she finished speaking, she watched the person go to take the basin. Wang Wan turned around and went back to the kitchen. Then, the people outside heard a voice coming from inside. Washing the dishes, not smashing the dishes. Why are you making such a big noise? Even people standing outside the shop heard it. What? Are you planning to change your profession? Go and be a musician. I'm not talking about you guys. You're so clumsy. I'll say it here today. If you break a plate, 5 copper coins. If you break a pair of chopsticks, 2 copper coins. If you break a plate, 3 copper coins. If you break a bowl, 10 copper coins. In the future, it will be paid from your wages. No one is allowed to be lazy. Who washed the plate? This plate in the basin come out. You? Are you blind? You still have the face to stand out. Do you see the oil on the plate? Hey, you dare to use a rag to wipe it? Who are you kidding? Wash it again for me. If it's not clean, I won't give you any food in the morning. I still say the same thing. If you can't do it, leave early. Don't wait for me to chase you away. I'm annoyed. You over there, change the water. You want to wash all the dishes with a basin of water? Lazy. Go to the back and get the water. When the voice stopped, Wang Wan walked out and continued to glare at the people. She found a place to sit and cross her legs. Her voice was not loud, but could be heard muttering, I don't see a smart one. Stupid as hell. In my opinion, 5 copper coins a day is more than enough. Humph. This family will be ruined sooner or later. Eat, eat. Everyone who sees food becomes spirited. After she finished speaking, the whole restaurant became quiet. After 10 breaths, some people came out of the kitchen. Some people were originally outside. Suddenly, 9 people left. They were not even willing to spit. They just looked back at the 6 people left and shook their heads. They meant to say that they had offended such a female boss. Zhang Xiaobao also stopped picking things out of the basin with his chopsticks. He stood up, rubbed his hands, and squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying. He said awkwardly, This is not enough for 8 people to try it out. There's still 2 missing. What are you talking about? 3-legged toads are hard to find, but 2-legged toads are everywhere. There are only 6 left. That's enough. You 6, don't eat first. Go and wash the dishes in the kitchen. We'll talk when you come back. I'm telling you, I've already washed them. After Wang Wan finished speaking, she coldly snorted and walked towards the bedroom. When she arrived at the back door, she stopped and said without turning her head, Sure too. Pick out the food and put it away properly. If I find out that you dare to give them food, you can sleep with them on the table and stools outside at night. Don't forget to heat up the bath water. You're making me sweat all over. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the door where Wang Wan disappeared. He raised his hand and patted his forehead. Then, he said to the remaining 6 people, Don't look so fierce. In fact, she's a good person. Each of you have a taste first. Then quickly wash the dishes. We'll eat later. The 6 people looked at each other. 5 of them walked towards the kitchen. The kitchen was not very big. It was a little crowded with 5 people. The last person looked at Zhang Xiaobao and asked, "Brother Zhang, are we sleeping here tonight? Isn't there a special place for us to stay? I used to make soup pancakes in other shops. If you want to use me, can you find a place for me to stay? Sleeping on the table and chairs won't help me get tired." "Okay, there's another room that's empty. It used to be a place for storing sundries. That family moved away, so it's empty. Soup pancakes are good. Actually, go ahead and walk along the street. The shop in front is not bad. The owner is also good. If you want to be an apprentice, you can go there." Zhang Xiaobao could see that this person was not lying. However, he understood the situation of his shop. If this person had some ambition, he would really stay in the shop. It would be a hindrance to him. Therefore, he wanted to show this person the way to the shop where he learned the soup pancakes from. Of course, if the person in front of him thought that his skills were good and did not want to be an apprentice in someone else's shop, then it was his own business. The person who asked the question understood. After thinking for a while, he said to Zhang Xiaobao with embarrassment, "Brother Zhang, then I'm gonna go. Wait a minute." As he spoke, Xiaobao took a piece of oil paper and went to the table to wrap up a large bag of braised food. There were all kinds of food. He handed it over and said, "Bring it over to eat. Give it to your new boss. He's looking for an apprentice. You'll definitely be able to do it." "Brother Zhang, I don't want it. When this person was about to say that he did not want it, Wang Wan came back from the door. When she saw the situation here, she wanted to say something. However, Zhang Xiaobao and Wei Wei shook their heads. Wang Wan swallowed what she wanted to say and pretended that she did not see it. She said to Zhang Xiaobao, "I was over there just now. Why did I hear you say that you want to let them live in the empty room? There will be more and more people in the future. Don't we need to prepare things at home? If you let them live there, where will they put the things? They can sleep outside. It's not cold. I'll go out and buy some old summer mats and a few old blankets. They can sleep on anything. It's fine as long as they can sleep. If they can't sleep, they can only say that they are not sleepy." After that, Wang Wan went out. He did not know where she was going to buy old things. It was already late. Go, you go too. The soup pancake shop can't be closed now. He does business almost 24 hours a day. He is not afraid of closing it. Knock on the door. Someone inside can show you. I guess someone is thinking about making new soup pancakes. Zhang Xiaobao stuffed the wrapped things to the person and said. This person was not stupid. He saw Zhang Xiaobao shaking his head just now. He suddenly found that this shop was not what it looked like. The owner had to listen to his wife, but his wife was like that. However, she did not care about the things that were given out. It was very strange. He took the owner and walked out. When he reached the door, he turned back and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Brother Zhang, I know you are a good person. Okay, go. Don't give me the card." Zhang Xiaobao waved his hand. This person left, but he kept thinking, what card? Could it be that he was playing the Monopoly game? Of course, he did not know what Zhang Xiaobao meant by shaking his head. He was telling Wang Wan that there was no need to chase this person away. He was leaving and did not fit the target. After a while, Zhang Xiaobao also went out and put away the recruitment sign at the door. He had achieved his goal. If there was no target among the remaining 5 people, it would be useless to put up a recruitment sign. It would only cause more trouble. There would be more people coming to ask about it. Then, he would have to think of a way to chase them away. It was very tiring. After a while, the remaining 5 people came out of the kitchen. The bowls and chopsticks were also washed. "Let's eat. Come and eat. Tonight, you guys can eat first. I will think of a way to find a place to stay." Zhang Xiaobao asked them to come over and eat. Of course, he picked the leftover braised food that was not good. He himself used a wine stick to boil a pot of wine. There were about 300 grams of ginseng wine. There were all kinds of important ingredients in it. When Wang Wan came back, they would drink some to warm their bodies and improve their blood circulation. Although both of them were in good health, they were tired after a few days. Not only were they tired physically, but they were also tired mentally. While there was still time, he ran to the kitchen and fried mutton with scallions and cucumbers with garlic. When Wang Wan came back, he also made a big bowl of radish soup. In fact, he knew that Wang Wan liked to drink shredded potatoes, but he could not get any potatoes now. As for the staple food, It was biscuits used to collect seafood. He took out a lot of biscuits and gave them to the 5 people who were working. The 5 people ate the braised food with different expressions. Some were surprised, some were thinking, some were curious, and some were indifferent. But when they saw the boss coming out of the kitchen and smelled the food, they all had the same expression, which was puzzlement. Just by smelling the food, they knew that the boss in front of them was good at cooking. Why did he only make braised food? Couldn't he add stir-fried food? It seemed that the boss knew what they were thinking, and it seemed that he was willing to talk more. When they looked at the boss, he spoke. Actually, I would like to cook stir-fried food, but there are not enough people. Today, you guys eat braised food and biscuits. When I have time, I will cook something else for you guys. I am really tired today. Brother Zhang, don't worry. From tomorrow onwards, you won't be tired anymore. We are here, a waiter said with a smile. The other 4 people also smiled and nodded. Then, when they looked at the person who spoke, there was a different meaning in their eyes. After a while, Wang Wan came back with a person behind her. This person was carrying a bag. As soon as they entered the door, Wang Wan stared at them and shouted at them. Are you blind? Don't you see there is work? Eat to death. All you know is to eat. Lazy people, come here. Who are you waiting for instead of packing your own things? Then, she walked to the counter and took out 2 coins. She walked back to the door and gave them to the person who came back with the bag. Here, what 3 coins? Look at how slow you are walking. You wasted my time. I will deduct 1 coin. We agreed on 3 coins. If it was 2 coins, I wouldn't come. How can you only give me 2 coins? It is not easy for me to do this job. 2 coins. Do you want it? If you don't want it, you can carry it back. I don't need you. I will ask the waiter to carry it. 3 coins is to come back quickly. Look at how long you have been walking. I think 2 coins is too much. If you don't want it, I will take it back. Wang Wan did not wait for him to finish. She began to find excuses to deduct 1 coin. The other party was also an honest person. He sullenly took the money and left without looking back. The 5 people who were recruited understood even more how stingy this female boss was. She actually dared to bully even a person who was resistant to death. Move faster. Don't make dust everywhere. Don't think that you're cleaning. We still have to eat here. You all have problems. Wang Wan changed the topic and fired at the 5 people. The 5 people endured and carefully took the things back. They did not dare to untie the rope. They had to wait for their boss to finish eating. When they returned to their seats, they looked at Wang Wan. They wanted to sit, but did not dare to. Why are you looking at me? Why don't you stop eating? Go sit on the side. Huh? Pie. Sure too, you gave him pie? You forget it. You're tired today. Your body won't be able to take it if you do anything else. Let them have it easy. From tomorrow onwards, let them choose someone to do their own thing. I'll decide what they do and what they use. Wang Wan said a few more words. Then she sat opposite Zhang Xiaobao and ate. She did not forget to glare at Zhang Xiaobao. She meant to say, you came up with the idea, and now I'm the bad guy. Are you satisfied? Zhang Xiaobao winked at Wang Wan. He picked up the hot wine, poured it into a small cup, and pushed it in front of Wang Wan, indicating that she should drink. In the presence of outsiders, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan would not talk about other things. They talked about the trivial matters in the shop, such as how the chopsticks were old, how they should have saved the money for the chopsticks when they bought the shop, how one of the table legs was too short, and how they should find something to cushion it. The 5 people who were hired felt that it was normal. However, they did not know that the people who were talking about the trivial matters in the shop would be studying the political, military, economic, cultural, and other things of the Tang Dynasty if they were in a different environment and identity. But now, they were so ordinary that they couldn't be any more ordinary. No matter how you looked at them, they were a couple who ran a couple's restaurant. The male owner had a wife who ran around. The wife was very scheming, while the male owner was honest, simple and honest. Furthermore, he was a good cook. After they finished eating, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan naturally went to the back to take a shower. The 5 people who were hired did not have this privilege. They did not dare to squeeze in, so they could only wash their faces casually. They did not even dare to brush their teeth. They could only deal with it today. That night, Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao lay on the bed. Although Hangzhou was very hot this month, they did not like to sleep on a summer mat. The main reason was that there was no good summer mat. The ordinary summer mat was spread under the bed. If they slept on it, there would be marks on their bodies. Zhang Xiaobao did not mind the heat. He put an arm under Wang Wan's head, controlled his breathing, and listened carefully. Wang Wan was also listening. After a while, the two of them looked at each other. Xiaobao said, "It's actually 5 of them. I can tell from their eyes that you did that. If you can still tolerate it, you must have some ulterior motive. Also, when I saw them eating just now, they didn't look like they were faking it. The only one who looked like it was from our family. I'm so disappointed. You know, sometimes it's lonely without an opponent. Now, I finally understand what it means to be cold at a high place. It's very reasonable under normal circumstances. Under normal circumstances, for every 1,000 meters, the temperature drops by 6 degrees. If you go any higher, you will fly out of the atmosphere. Although it's called a high place, it can actually be said that the earth is above your head. It depends on your body posture. If it were not for the fact that the intelligence system at home could not find out, why would we bother? Sigh. The other party did not give it for nothing. They actually forced you to do it personally. They should be proud." Wang Wan continued Zhang Xiaobao's words. The purpose of her coming out with Zhang Xiaobao was very simple. First, it was to make the other party in Beijing vigilant and change the idea of causing trouble in Beijing. Even if it was to reduce the danger, it was fine. Second, it was to let the other party in Hangzhou think that Hangzhou was temporarily empty. They could see that the other party had always been treating them as a real opponent. These 2 points were achieved. Third, it was to create an opportunity to open her own restaurant. Then, she would let the food into Wang Ju's house and be valued by Li Longji and the others. Then, her family would buy things from her restaurant. The two of them were tired, but they definitely did not say that they were tired to the extent that they showed. This was not a problem at all. Even if they were a few times more tired, they could still bear it. When sleeping at night, the two of them could quickly enter a deep sleep state. They could do it through a long-term training habit and psychological suggestion. For someone like her, she was a genius to begin with. Furthermore, she had the support of her family, so the training she received was the strongest and most professional. When it came to her own bawang flower training, the most basic thing was not fighting, or firearms. The most basic training for her was makeup, nutrition, and sleep. Shooting and fighting were the next level. The selection of bawang flower was not based on a person's hard work. Instead, it included talent when it was eliminated. As for Xiao Bao's talent, there was no need to talk about it. The early learning and training were all part of the foundation. Later on, when he had money, he found someone to learn from, and it was more powerful. The two of them were like this. The reason they could not endure it was to make others feel that it was normal. Then, they would recruit people. Naturally, if the other party had influence in Hangzhou and was smart enough, they would definitely think of ways to enter the braised food store. This was because the store could send things to Wang Ju's family. This was the most important point. From the looks of the people they recruited today, they had succeeded. The other party was ambitious, and there were people in Hangzhou. As expected, people came. The only thing they did not expect was that 5 people came at once. They were all people who did not come for the salary, but for a certain purpose. Even their own family's intelligence organization had sent someone over. He was not bad and knew the key to this place. It was just that the other party did not recognize the two of them. It was very simple for the two of them to recognize him. As long as the intelligence personnel's ability had not reached the level of perfection, they would never be able to get rid of the traces left behind by their training. Every training system had its own training methods. Therefore, this kind of training concept would be directly reflected on the trainees. Of course, the other party also did not recognize the two of them. He was not in the inner courtyard with the two of them every day. He was far from that special magnetic field reaction of the body. Why was it said that some couples who had been together for a long time could know what the other party was thinking with just a look, a movement, or even when the other party was not doing anything? Besides being used to it, it was also because they had adapted to each other's magnetic field fluctuations. At first, they thought that Zhang Xiaobao was making a fuss over nothing and that the strategy he used would not have any effect. Unexpectedly, they really caught the fish. Thinking of this, Wang Wan said to Zhang Xiaobao again, when it comes to deceiving people, you are really good at it. How did you know that they would take the bait? How would I know? There is no 100% certainty in deceiving people. It has never happened before. If one plan does not work, another plan can be made. As long as the other party has the desire, then we can make use of it. To be honest, I am ready to fail. I am not as confident as before when I deceived the officials. Zhang Xiaobao listened to the movement there while talking to Wang Wan. Wang Wan did not follow Zhang Xiaobao's topic. She knew that Zhang Xiaobao was criticizing the officials at that time. Of course, it was not Zhang Xiaobao's fault. The officials at that time were really a little too much. They were so overboard that the people clearly knew, and the officials themselves also knew that they had done something wrong. Moreover, there were many shameful actions that were exposed. But what did the officials do? They were just lying with their eyes wide open. Was it wrong? Yes, did others know? The whole world knows, and I know, but I just don't admit it. What can you do to me? I'm shameless. I'm shameless. I don't care about human affairs. I don't care about ethics. You people can only watch and stare at me in disbelief. I am an official. I want to tell you through my actions that it is useless no matter how much evidence you have. You should never think of using public opinion to restrict me or threaten me. I want to let you gradually know the reality of this country. I want you to accept my actions. If I say that I did not do it, then I did not do it. Even if it is the truth, and the whole world knows. But even so, Wang Wan did not want to hear it, because she was numb. Anyway, it was already like that. Zhang Xiaobao could not change it no matter what he said. It would only make people upset. Why bother? It seemed that the officials had achieved their goal. She changed the topic. Xiaobao, I can see it too. The 5 of them all came here with ulterior motives. However, one of them is ours, while the other 4 are actually divided into 3 groups. One group has 2 people, and the other 2 groups have 1 person each. Which one do you think is which? I don't know which one is which. I know that the force definitely sent people in. As for which group, we need to observe. If it is not 2 people, then it is 1 person. Zhang Xiaobao said, as if he was saying a tongue twister. Do I need you to say that? It is just a small shop, but there are actually people from 4 forces. That is interesting. Since it is so, we should let the other 4 people enjoy it. We need to take care of our own people. You also need to find a place. Wang Wan said with a smile. There are 5 people in total. One of them was from the intelligence department of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family, and the other 4 belonged to 3 different forces or organizations. From this, it seemed that Hangzhou was also a gathering place. Of course, it did not matter if there were 4 forces, but her own person had to help him and let him relax a little. However, she could not reveal her identity immediately. She had to do it at a critical moment. After hearing Wang Wan's words, Zhang Xiaobao moved his arm and supported Wang Wan's head a little. They really needed to find a place. Now, that 5 people were living in the shop in front, it was not only inconvenient for the 2 of them to do things, but also inconvenient for the 5 people. After considering the layout of the surrounding houses, Zhang Xiaobao said, "There's a narrow street behind our braised food shop, and there's a courtyard diagonally there. When we bought this house that day, didn't the house also put up a notice to rent and sell? Let's see if they sold it. If they didn't sell it, let's rent it first. I will buy more large vats and make more pickles. Whether it is to sell them or to take them with us when we leave, it will be fine. Also, we have to specially prepare some ingredients. Since the burrito has been sent in, I think my mom will also want to try it. We have to make something for our mothers to eat. Seeing that they are by our side, it will be unreasonable if we don't take care of them. When the time comes, we will arrange for the 5 of them to sleep there. They can fight and play among themselves. Let's help our person and make him feel better. Rent a house? Why don't we buy it? Oh, right. We are people who don't have money. If we buy it directly, people will be suspicious. It is fine to rent it. I have seen the courtyard. There are 2 courtyards at the front and back. The front courtyard is bigger and is about 30 square meters. The back courtyard is about 16 square meters. There are 3 rooms. Wang Wan leaned her head on Zhang Xiaobao's body and closed her eyes. Zhang Xiaobao did not continue to listen to the movements outside and also fell asleep. The 2 of them fell asleep, but the 5 people outside could not sleep. 5 people and 4 big tables were put together into a place where 2 people could sleep. The other 3 people naturally had to sleep on the ground. In order to be able to sleep on the ground, the 5 of them had a competition. The main reason was that they could sleep on the ground with the other 2 people. They could talk to each other softly and improve communication. This was a rare opportunity because at the end, one person had to leave. The other party only said that they would recruit 4 people, but now there were 5 people. No one wanted to leave, not even the organization that had 2 people in. 2 people were not a lot. It would be better if all 5 of them were. One more person meant one more helper, not to mention the other 3 people. In the end, the 4 tables were put together, and the 2 people sleeping on the table were also close to each other. Then the problem was solved. The 5 of them also said their ages and surnames. Unexpectedly, 4 of them were Zhang and 1 was Wang. No one knew what they were thinking. It seemed that these 2 surnames gave people the feeling that they were more common. The only one with the surname Wang was an intelligence agent of the Zhang family and the Wang family. His surname was Wang, and he followed the main family surname. As for whether the other 4 were really surnamed Zhang, he did not care. Because one of the 2 was there, he did not win the competition, so he was squeezed to the table with the other person. On the first day, sleeping time naturally would not be wasted. The 3 people below were lying there and whispering. The intelligence agent of the Zhang family and the Wang family was called Wang Gang. He did not need to fake his name. This name was so common that many people would give it, just like Wang Wan's name. He said to the person next to him, who was called Zhang Yu, "Third brother, I think that although the restaurant is small, the food is really good. I ate braised meat at night, and now I feel hungry again, so I ate a lot. I ate 3 pieces of the pancakes. What do you think?" Zhang Yu was facing up. When he heard Wang Gang's words, he nodded. He did not care about the pain in his neck and responded, Yes, I think so too. "Second brother, where are you from? You don't sound like a local." "Not a local. I came from Hunan, which is far away from Hangzhou." "Third brother, what do you think of the female boss?" Wang Gang replied and asked again. Zhang Yu pretended to think and then said, "She is very good. I have seen many people like her. In fact, they are not bad." He did not dare to say bad things. There were 5 people now. If someone said bad things behind his back, the people below would hear it. If 3 people said bad things, even if he had a helper, it would be very troublesome. After saying this, he asked Wang Gang again, "You live in Hunan. Why did you come to Hangzhou?" "It's a long story." "Ah, third brother, where are you from? You don't sound like a local." Wang Gang saw that the other party did not say bad things about the female boss, but asked him instead. He was vigilant in his heart, thinking that the other party was not so simple. "Me? I'm from Jianan East Road. Later on, I fled to Jianan West Road, and then came here. It's been 3 years, but I can't change my accent. It sounds different to you. How long have you been here? Did you just come here? It was not warm in your place for the first 2 months." Zhang Yushir was talking to Wang Gang while listening to what was going on below. Just as he finished asking, he heard someone talking about the seafood burrito for fishermen. Then he added, "I don't know if we can taste that burrito. Everyone says it's delicious, but it's too expensive. It costs 30 coins. It's not easy to earn money. Brother, have you ever seen one?" The brother he was talking about was the one who was with him, but he thought that the other people did not know that the name this person said was Zhang Yi. When Zhang Yi heard the other party's words, he understood that the other party was lying on the table and did not have much gain. So he asked for help. So he replied, "I don't know either. Second brother, where did you live in Hangzhou?" "Look, I'm still lying on the table. Actually, it's good that you're here. You're older than us, so it's only right for you to sleep on the table. The floor is cold, and there's only a mat. It's damp, so why don't we change?" Wang Gang was facing other people's questions again, so he just said one sentence lightly. How could he not understand the principle of saying too much is bound to make mistakes? To tell a lie, he needed to tell more lies. It was always easy to inadvertently reveal a loophole. After answering Zhang Yi, he said to the 2 people on his left and right, "Fourth brother, fifth brother, help me to persuade the eldest brother." Before fourth brother and fifth brother could say anything, Zhang Yi laughed and said, "Second brother, I am only 3 months older than you." "I'm not old at all. Ha! Second brother, why don't we think about who will go out to deliver things and who will stay in the shop? Then we can tell the boss. You tell us first, and we will listen. If you want me to say, after saying these 4 words, Wang Gang acted like he was thinking about something, but in his heart, he was cursing. Zhang, he was too bad. No matter what he said, he thought that when the time came, the 4 of them would agree with what he said. Then, one of them would go to the boss and let the boss arrange according to what he said. Moreover, the boss would specifically mention that it was his idea, and the 4 of them would agree. Then what would the consequences be? The male boss might still be as honest as before, nodding and agreeing. But the female boss would probably think that he was not clear about his identity. Would he have to listen to the arrangements of a shop assistant? Then, there was a high possibility that he would be driven away. He could not say anything. Second brother, have you thought about it? Zhang Yi urged. Wang Gang twisted his body, which made him look very awkward. Fortunately, the moonlight shone over and they could see his outline. He shook his head and said, if you want me to say, when the time comes, we will just wait for the boss's orders. The boss is very good at judging people. Of course, he will have a foolproof plan. Big brother, why don't you tell me what to do? As for me, I think second brother is right. We will listen to the boss. Go to bed early. We have to get up early tomorrow. We can't delay the boss's business. Sleep. All of you sleep. Zhang Yi did not dare to say his thoughts, but he felt that if he did not say something, he would be weak. So, he directly said to sleep. If the other 4 people all fell asleep, it would naturally reflect his status. Zhang Yu quickly echoed, Big brother is right. Sleep. When we are free, I will listen to Big brother and sleep first. After that, he did not say anything. It seemed that he had fallen asleep, and it was better for others not to disturb him. The other 3 people had no choice but to adjust their positions. They covered themselves with a blanket that they did not know where the female boss bought from. There was also a blanket with an indescribable smell. They also fell asleep one after another. Whether they could sleep soundly was another matter. Chapter 1068. Early the next morning, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan got up. They first put on makeup in the room to make sure there were no flaws. Then, they calmed down and went out. They didn't need to go outside to know that all 5 of them were awake. Looking at the 5 of them, they also knew that none of them slept well last night. No matter how they pretended to be awake, the tiredness in their eyes couldn't escape Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's eyes, but the 2 of them couldn't see through it. Brother Zhang, sister-in-law, good morning. The 5 of them greeted almost at the same time as if they had discussed it beforehand. They said the same words, but the tone was different. Zhang Xiaobao was stunned, then showed a simple and honest smile and nodded. Good. You just came here yesterday and slept on the table and floor. You didn't sleep well, did you? It's okay. I discussed it with Madam and rented a place for you today. In fact, it's not just for you, if it's not for them, who is it for? You wanted to sleep there? You're all lazy when it comes to work. You only know how to set the table. Don't you know how to wipe the table legs with a cloth? Do you need others to tell you to do everything? Wang Wan glared at Zhang Xiaobao, then turned around and glared at the 5 of them again and said with dissatisfaction. It was now 5:15, which was around 4:30. The 5 of them had just gotten up. They all knew that the restaurant was going to make steam buns today, so they got up early, afraid that they would be kicked out. Last night, they went to bed after midnight and were sleepy, so they didn't have time to clean up. The blanket was just folded and the mat was just rolled up. They didn't know where to put it. They couldn't just throw it in a corner of the room. Perhaps it was because it was not easy to find a good job. The 5 of them did not say a single word of explanation and hurriedly looked for jobs themselves. That was called taking the initiative. They even kept saying things like, I'll do it. It was very friendly and harmonious, reflecting a kind of team spirit. Wang Wan snorted and deliberately used her hand to pick up the hair on the right side of her newly styled hairstyle, revealing her face with very special spots. She swayed her hips and entered the kitchen first. Zhang Xiaobao followed them to the kitchen. After taking 2 steps, he stopped, turned his head, and smiled at the 5 people. He said, Work hard. Today, we'll eat steam buns. My steam buns are very good. There are prawns in them, and... Sure, too. You come in here. What kind of prawns are you? Are you blind? Can't you see life? Steamed buns? Last night, we gave them the noodles and steamed buns. From tomorrow onwards, we will find a place for them to stay, and they will cook for themselves. They're used to it. Wang Wan's voice came from inside. Zhang Xiaobao responded loudly and said to the 5 people in a low voice, Don't listen to her. Steamed buns, she's like that. She has a sharp tongue, but a soft heart. Last night, she discussed with me and said that we will find a place to put things and for you to stay. She said that it doesn't belong to a rich family. Below, there are boards and mud. Hangzhou is very humid. It's not enough to just use a mat. I'm afraid that you'll get sick from sleeping. Work hard. I'll go in and make steamed buns. Let's taste them. When the 5 people heard the words of the 2 masters, they looked at each other and remained silent. They didn't know what to say. There was a unique feeling lingering in their hearts. If the master was good, the female master was too hateful. If the master was bad, the male master had always been so honest. He even wanted to find a place to rent a house. No matter what the purpose of renting a house was, at least the 5 of them came over before he said that. Moreover, he also asked them to wait for them to stay. Under these conflicting feelings, the 5 of them finished their work with different thoughts. Each of them was very nimble. Then, they went to the kitchen again. While trying not to disturb the boss, they brought out the leftover braised food from yesterday. They put it in the vat and cooled it with the well water. Then they cut them, put them on a plate, and smelled them one by one. If they couldn't smell them, they pinched them and tasted them to see if they were bad. If they were bad, they could only be thrown away. When the steamed buns were ready and the new steamed buns were put in the pot, the sky had just become bright. Wang Wan finished her work. She went to the chair behind the counter and sat down to have a short rest. Zhang Xiaobao began to spread the pancakes. At the same time, he came out and took the money from Wang Wan's hand. He handed it to Wang Gang and said, Xiao Gang, go to the market in the morning according to the list and buy the things back. The fresh seafood in the morning has to be eaten like this. Otherwise, it will become dry goods. Otherwise, it will easily make people sick. Brother Zhang, I'll go. I'm familiar with the market in the morning. I've been in Hangzhou for a long time. The opportunity to show off came. Zhang Yu came over to take the purchase order and the money. Wang Gang took it in advance and said to Zhang Xiaobao, Brother Zhang, don't worry. I know. I'll run and come back in a while. It won't delay. After saying that, he ran outside. Zhang Yu also wanted to go. When he walked outside, he said, I'll go with you. Stop. Do you need 10,000 people to buy something? Do you want to run out and be lazy? Wang Wan stood up. When she sat behind the counter, only her hair was exposed. When she stood up, the counter reached her waist. The rules of the traders were like this. The shopkeeper was not allowed to sit. If he wanted to sit, he could. If he went out of the counter, it was even more impossible to raise the stool. How could he sit so high? The shopkeeper of Between the Clouds and the Water did not dare to do that. Zhang Yu shook his head repeatedly and wanted to explain something. Beside him, Zhang Yi immediately moved the stool a little to remind Zhang Yu. At this time, the shopkeeper would think that he was talking back. Zhang Yu hurriedly lowered his head again and felt unspeakable anger in his heart. He had never suffered like this. If it were not for the task, he would not have worked 10 coins a day, let alone 5 coins a day. After saying that, Wang Wan sat back again. She leaned back in the chair with the backrest. Now, even her hair could not be seen. She said to Zhang Xiaobao discontentedly, You always let me talk. Why do you care about the business? 2 people go together. Don't you have a companion? There are many things. It's heavy for one person to carry. Zhang Xiaobao helped to speak. Do you need to find a few people to play music? A companion? Shopping is not for sightseeing. Wang Wan scolded Zhang Xiaobao again. Zhang Xiaobao did not continue to say. He rubbed his hands on his apron and went back to the kitchen to continue to spread the pancakes. The reason why he sent Wang Gang was that he knew that Wang Gang would not make trouble when he was shopping. Wang Gang's identity did not conflict with that of the shopkeeper. After all, he was on the same side, so he could rest assured. When Wang Gang came back with the things, Zhang Xiaobao had almost finished spreading the pancakes. It was not a slow fire stall. It was not a waste of time. There was a big fire below. Only then could one see how good the pancakes were. After waiting for a while, the pancakes were finished and the new braised food was ready. He asked the staff to go in and help to take out and sort the pancakes. Zhang Xiaobao went to deal with the seafood. He was busy until 7:15 in the morning. Only then did he finish all the work. When he opened the door again, there were already people waiting outside. He let them in to eat, and the 5 staff stood in their respective positions. Actually, there wasn't a lot of space. 2 of the workers were standing in the kitchen at the back, eating steamed buns. Zhang Xiaobao steamed 10 trays of steamed buns at one go, one tray after another. He left 3 trays for Wang Ju's family to take away and ate the rest for himself. This was the first time he made the buns. Wang Ju's family just wanted to taste the buns. Since they asked for a few trays of buns, they naturally had to eat at least 3 trays. The 5 staff, including Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, took turns to eat breakfast. Wang Wan took out the money, put it in her pocket, and said, "Wang Gang, Zhang Yu, come with me. Let's see the house. After you choose, you don't have to live on the ground tonight. Each of you is like a master, and I have to serve you. You are spoiled." Wang Gang and Zhang Yu's eyes lit up and immediately trotted out. Zhang Xiaobao stood behind the counter. There were still 3 staff in the shop. It was busy enough. After going out, Wang Wan led the 2 to the back. After passing through a narrow street, she saw that the paper outside the courtyard had not been torn down. She understood that it had been empty. She turned around and went to the broker house. The notice was from the broker house. It should be that the family had other things to do, so they entrusted the house to the broker house. When the time came, the broker house would directly sign the contract. Of course, the government also had to notarize it and leave it for the record. There was no phone to call, so they went to the broker house. The broker house sent someone to open the door and let them see the house. Wang Wan took Wang Gang and Zhang Yu into the house and looked around. In fact, she was not looking at the layout. Anyway, she was not going to live there. She was just looking at the quality. She had to buy a house in the future. What Zhang Xiaobao meant was that since they had bought a braised food shop, it would be a waste to throw away the reputation that they had earned from the fishing association after they left. Therefore, it would be better to arrange for someone to manage it. The yard behind the shop could be used to store goods, and people could live there too. If the quality of the house was not good, they had to look at the foundation. Otherwise, it would be troublesome to renovate it. They cannot invest a lot of money to build a new one. When the deal was handed over, the cost of the courtyard also had to be borne by the deal to maintain a certain degree of independence and profitability. After all, it was not a public welfare or charity organization. After checking it, Wang Wan felt that the house was not bad. It would not fall down in a short time. There was some furniture in the house, which was abandoned by the original owner. She took it over. She was not going to live in it, so it was not bad to give it to the workers. After leaving the house, she walked around the backyard to check the soil on the ground. She wanted to see if she could plant some vegetables. She looked like she was living a frugal life. She had seen it all. Wang Wan asked the people from the broker house, "How do you rent it?" 200 coins a month, 3 rooms, front and back courtyards, and a well. You can pay once a month, but you have to leave a 1-month deposit. If you pay for 3 months at a time, you don't have to leave a deposit. In the last 10 days of 3 months, we will send someone to ask. The broker house replied. Wang Wan did not nod or shake her head. Instead, she asked Wang Gang and Zhang Yu next to her, "Is it okay?" "Okay," Zhang Yu answered quickly. "What about you?" Wang Wan heard that Zhang Yu said it was okay, so she asked Wang Gang alone. Wang Gang rolled his eyes and showed a bitter face. Wei Wei shook her head and said, "Boss, it's not that I talk too much. It's just that I think it's expensive. Look at this yard. There are many broken fences in front. I heard you say that you want to raise chickens. If you don't repair it, other people's dogs can get in at will. Won't the chickens become the dogs' food? If you renovate the fence and replace it with planks, it will be at least as high, right?" Wang Gang raised his hand and gestured at the position of his chest, and then said, "You have to be at least 1 foot into the ground, or else you will fall down with a bump. The stake will have to be rebuilt. I estimate that it will cost at least 20 copper coins to get down. The salary of a helper will be 30 copper coins. Nowadays, helpers are expensive, not comparable to the past." Wang Wan nodded. "It will cost more. What do you think?" She asked the broker house. The broker house thought for a while and asked, "How long will you rent it?" At least 1 year. If you have spare money in the future, you can buy it. Wang Wan said. Then it's 195 coins a month. You have to sign a 1-year contract and pay a month's deposit. The broker house made a concession. Wang Wan still did not respond immediately. She continued to ask Zhang Yu and Wang Gang, "What do you think?" "Okay, it's 5 coins cheaper." Zhang Yu's mind was not on this. Why bother to talk about a few coins? Who knew that Wang Gang still had a bitter face and said, "Boss, it's not that I talk too much. It's just that I think it's expensive. We came to see the house. It's impossible to go up the house. This house is a tiled house. Look carefully. Do you see moss on it? This is to say that the original house didn't break the tiles. After a month, the plum rain season will come. If there's a leak, water will enter. Should we repair it or not? Who will pay for it? If we don't repair it, who will live in the house? Don't we need to find people to work? We need to get mud where we need to get mud, and we need to get grass where we need to get grass. If we calculate the labor cost, we need to get less than 100 copper coins per day. There are 3 rooms. Just the wages alone, if 2 people work, they will have to work for a full day. 30 copper coins per person is not much. Including the cost of 2 meals, even 100 copper coins may not be enough. Fine work comes out of slow work. What do you think? Wang Wan asked the broker house's man. The broker house's man stared at Wang Gang and said in his heart, "Why are you so troublesome? You're just an employee. Why do you care?" He thought his heart, but said, "Well, you can give us another 10 coins a month. At least you can rent it for a year, or you can buy it. There's furniture for you to use. Isn't that money?" This time, there was no need for Wang Wan to ask. Wang Gang still said with a bitter face, "Boss, it's not that I talk too much. It's just that I think it is expensive. Just now, I went in with you to see the furniture. We're running a small shop. There are many tables and chairs that are not used. We put them in. What I saw was that some of the dust on the wall had fallen off. You said that if I were to stick paper on it, it would be expensive. Furthermore, it would turn yellow when it rains and becomes wet. If I had to reapply the dust, I would have done it with a trowel. If I knew how to do it, I would have done it. But I don't know how to do it, so I would have to hire someone." So, Wang Gang said a lot. Anyway, they were all problems. Wang Wan kept asking the broker house's man. Maybe the broker house also wanted to rent out the house quickly. Moreover, Wang Wan said that she wanted to buy it and leave a good impression. At the same time, the broker house's problems were really picked out. So, they made concessions again and again until the rent was reduced to 150 coins a month. They said that if they still didn't rent it, the broker house wouldn't rent it. They had reached the bottom line. Wang Wan happily paid 3 months' rent and a month's deposit. Then she signed a contract with the broker house. Then she led Wang Gang and Zhang Yu back. When they came to the door of the shop, Wang Wan stopped and said to Zhang Yu, "It seems that you are from a rich family. How can you agree with the price they ask? We can't afford to raise you. Go back and see if there's anything you want to clean up. After you clean up, I will give you 10 coins. It's your 2-day work. You can find another job." Chapter 1069. Zhang Yu was stunned by Wang Wan's words, and then he suddenly reacted. She didn't want him. Was it because he didn't help to bargain when they were renting the house? That's right, he was a shop assistant, not a rich person. He agreed to the price the broker asked for, but the female boss was dissatisfied. That's right, the female boss didn't care whether she was rich or not. With her stingy appearance, she hated that she couldn't split a copper coin into 2 and spend it. Of course, she would appreciate a shop assistant who could help her bargain. Thinking of this, Zhang Yu regretted it very much. He was careless. If he was driven away, he would be left alone in the restaurant. It would be more convenient for him to do things with 2 people. Boss, listen to me. I'm not good with words, but I'm quick with my work. I don't know how to bargain. Boss, please give me another chance." Zhang Yu stood beside Wang Wan and bowed to explain. Wang Wan shook her head. "As a waiter, you don't know how to talk. What if the guest asks you something during dinner and you don't answer well? Won't you offend the guest?" After that, Wang Wan walked in, not giving Zhang Yu the slightest chance. Zhang Yu stood at the door and was stunned for a while before he went in. When he went in, he was already depressed. The other 3 waiters in the restaurant also heard what Wang Wan said at the door. 2 of them were happy, and one of them was very annoyed. When Zhang Yu came in, he stared at him but he didn't say anything because he knew it was useless to say anything. After staring at Zhang Yu, he wanted to stare at Wang Gang. Just as he glanced over, he suddenly realized that one of his people had left. He couldn't continue to offend others. He had to find a way to build a good relationship with others to make things easier. Thinking of this, his eyes became calm, and he said to Wang Gang, "It's hot. Are you tired outside?" Wang Gang was happy in his heart. He had found that the two people were in the same group, and their purpose was not pure. Finally, one of them was driven away by him. If it was more or less the case, it should be the faction that was always causing trouble behind the scenes. That faction had a lot of people, and they were actually able to infiltrate this place. Unfortunately, their foundation was not good enough. In terms of the cultivation of spies, they were not even close to the main faction. He must not have gone through any systematic training. How dare he come here to cause trouble? Let's wait and see what the remaining person has up his sleeves. Although Wang Gang was thinking about it, he didn't show it on his face. He smiled and said, "I'm not tired. Boss is the one who's tired. Boss has put in a lot of effort to find a house for us to live in. We have to work hard in the future." As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Wan, who had taken over Zhang Xiaobao's position, spoke up. "Little Gang, you're not bad. You've saved money for the store. It's not easy to find a good worker. How about this? From now on, you'll be paid 6 copper coins a day. Also, I see that the workers in the bigger stores all wear the same clothes. Our store is not bad now. Take the money and find someone to make 4 sets of clothes. With your skills, I think you won't be too bad. I trust you. Xiao Yi, your eyes are a little lively. Can't you see that there's a shelf above? Hurry up and fill in the blanks. All you know is to stand there like a fool." After Wang Wan finished speaking, she began to flip through the bookkeeping book. She glanced at the other tables and lowered her head to count them one by one. It seemed that she didn't even trust the male boss. Zhang Yi secretly sighed. He knew that he had been tricked by Wang Gang. Originally, he wanted to get closer to Wang Gang. Who would have thought that the other party would mention the Dong family? He didn't say that the Dong family was implicated. Sure enough, the Dong family was remembered by the narrow-minded Dong family. Say it. Say it with all your might. Do you really think that I'll take a liking to your shabby store? Wait until the task is done. I'll let you open the store. I'll let you take my life. You'll pay me back. I'll definitely pay you back." Zhang Yi cursed in his heart, but he had to hurry up and fill in the blanks according to Wang Wan's words. At the same time, he hated Wang Gang. In less than a day, he was chosen by the boss and arranged such a good job. Wang Gang could directly take the money to make clothes, and the boss didn't worry that he would pocket the money, which meant that he had won the boss's trust. This was not good. Maybe he would get more opportunities in the future. If he couldn't get a certain amount of trust, it would be more difficult to find an opportunity to act according to the orders of the boss. The other 2 shop assistants also noticed this. One of them looked at Wang Gang with a slightly different look than Wei Wei. It seemed that he was confused and guessing. The other one acted as if nothing had happened and turned around to clean up the bowls and chopsticks on the table of the 2 people who had just finished the braised food. The whole shop returned to its previous tranquil state, as if nothing had happened. However, Zhang Yu took the money and left gloomily. He didn't know if he would be punished when he returned to the organization. After all, because of his negligence, Zhang Yi had to carry out the plan alone. When Zhang Yu went out, he didn't forget to stare at Wang Gang. Wang Gang acted as if he didn't see it and still stood at the door. When someone needed to pack something, he went to help. He glanced at Zhang Yu and sneered in his heart, because he knew that Zhang Yu wouldn't leave easily. Zhang Yu didn't know what Wang Gang was thinking. He walked out of the door angrily, looked around, and then went east. About 100 meters behind him, there was a person who seemed to have just walked there. The person also followed him. Wang Wan checked the account and nodded with satisfaction. She asked Zhang Xiaobao, who came out from the back and brought some water to the front, "Did the steamed buns take away?" "Yes, I didn't take the money. I said to let them try it. If they think it's good, they can buy it again. If they don't like it, they won't make it." As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he smiled at Wang Wan. Wang Wan returned his smile. Now that the 2 of them had chased away the waiter, it would be much more convenient for them to carry out their plan. Zhang Yu being driven away was something that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had planned. 2 people from the same organization were sent in. Of course, they couldn't keep all of them. If one was driven away, there would be 4 left. That would be fun. Of course, there was another purpose for driving Zhang Yu away. It was to let their spies follow Zhang Yu and see if they could get some information. They didn't arrange for people to follow Zhang Yu. According to normal circumstances, since Wang Gang came, the spies in charge of spying naturally had to check the situation in the store. However, they couldn't find out whether their identities were real or fake. Before they came, they had already prepared a set of real identities. The spies under them weren't good enough, so they could only report and let the higher-ups investigate. They found out the birthplace of the 2 owners of the store. The higher-ups would naturally follow the instructions of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and tell the spies under them that their identities were correct and they didn't need to pay attention to them. In the past, it was really difficult to investigate a person's identity in Tang. Many people didn't have an identity and didn't even have a citizenship. For example, in a village, they didn't have a citizenship and hid in the mountains. In this way, they didn't have to pay rent and didn't need to do voluntary work for a period of time every year. But now, it was easy to investigate the identity of a person in Tang because there were a lot of benefits. If a person with a child went to school, he must have a citizenship. Otherwise, why would the businessmen of Tang help people from outside to raise children? Also, if a woman in a family was pregnant and had a citizenship, she would receive benefits from Tang from the time she knew she was pregnant until the child was born. Moreover, she would be rewarded for giving birth to a child. Or, if a person from the same place didn't have a citizenship and didn't have any money, they could only find a job or beg for food. If they found a job, they wouldn't be paid every day. If they begged for food, they would be arrested by the local authorities. But it was different with a citizenship. If they really ran out of money, they could just go to the local authorities. According to the policy proposed by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to Li Longji, every local authority had a special room to receive the commoners. As long as one went in and said that they were hungry, someone would send food to the poor and say that they couldn't find a job. The authorities would still ask them what they knew and if they had any skills. If they did, they would be arranged to work in such a place. If not, they could only do manual labor. And the prerequisite for all of this was that one had to have proof of one's citizenship. If one lost it, they had to say it so that the local authorities could verify it. Under such a policy, there wasn't a single commoner in Tang who didn't want a citizenship. This was because having a citizenship gave them more benefits than not having one. Because it was very easy to investigate a person from Great Tang, it was just a matter of money. If it was someone from another country, it would be easier to identify them. Thus, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's identities were confirmed. At the same time, the shop opened by the 2 of them provided a clue for the spy system in his family. Our intelligence personnel are still the best. Look at that Wang Gang. He has indeed undergone professional training. You don't know how good Wang Gang was when I went to rent a house. Wang Wan whispered to Zhang Xiaobao. Even though Zhang Xiaobao didn't follow along, he could imagine the situation after hearing Wang Wan's words. Wang Gang must have found an opportunity to help the owner save money so as to gain the trust of the owner and be able to stay in the shop. Competition was everywhere. What a good spy could do was to obtain the final victory in the competition. Wang Gang had succeeded. Not to mention that the 2 of them had deliberately made him stay. Even if it was an ordinary shop, if they could negotiate the price when they went out with the owner, they would still be able to gain the favor of the owner. The ability of the spy, trained by the system, showed at this moment. I stay, you go, it's that simple. Of course, our people are not for nothing. In order to train them, how much manpower and material resources have been used. Now it seems that his performance is not bad. Give him a few more chances to show his performance and help him establish the leadership of the 4 people. I believe that he will make good use of it. Zhang Xiaobao glanced at Wang Gang, who was helping the customers pack. Wei Wei nodded and said to Wang Wan. At the same time, there was a hint of pride on his face because many of the training methods for spying were provided by him. Wang Wan also showed a little smile. You are awesome. Go to work. Do you think it is easy for me to take care of this shop? Yes, I will listen to you. I will go to the back and have a look. Zhang Xiaobao said cooperatively and turned around to leave, which made Wang Wan smile even more. She found that it was really fun to open a shop with Zhang Xiaobao. It was also interesting to experience the living habits of different people according to their different identities. Unfortunately, when this matter was settled, she would have to return to her real self again. She didn't know how to busy herself and left behind many things. Damn the power, when they found out, none of them would be good. Wang Gang was also puzzled when he saw the two owners whispering to each other with different expressions on their faces. He always felt that the two owners of this small shop were faintly hiding something, but he couldn't tell what it was. There was no problem in all aspects. They were no different from the owners of other small shops. They were very ordinary. The man was simple and honest, but he was not stupid at all. As for the woman, she was very fond of fussing over little things. It seemed that she wouldn't give up until she tired others to death. She was afraid that she wouldn't get a return on her salary. Just like other women, there were such types. But why did he have a special feeling? It seemed that he felt it from the eyes of the other party. It seemed that they were examining him to see if he was good enough. Examining was a very normal thing. As the owner of shop, of course, he would look at how his employees were doing when they were working. However, he felt that they were not only examining his employees, but also examining his other identity. Just when he thought of his other identity, Wang Gang couldn't help but tremble. His other identity was a spy for the Zhang family and the Wang family. If his other identity was also seen through by others, wouldn't he be too bad at his job? It was impossible. How could two people in this small shop see through his identity? What a joke. Was he thinking too much? Was his mind unstable? That was a taboo for spies. No, it wasn't that he was thinking too much. He really did have a feeling. According to what was said during training, spies needed to trust their intuition at critical moments. If there was no other choice, then they should act according to their intuition. It seemed that he had to find an opportunity to test these two people and see if their intuition was wrong or right. Wang Gang made a decision in his heart. He relaxed for a moment, and his mood improved when he started working. He was waiting for an opportunity to test them. He had to be a little more discreet. While Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wen were busy buying and selling goods in the shop. On the river near Xuanyang in Jiangzhou, Xiao Bei and the others' fleet had not yet docked. They occupied a lot of space on the river, so the cargo ships and passenger ships had to carefully pass through. But even so, no one complained. This was especially true for the people in charge of transporting goods on both sides of the river. Not only were they not unhappy, they were very happy. In the past, when they worked, they always had to be very careful. If they weren't careful, the boat would easily capsize. Every year, there would be all sorts of accidents on this part of the river. Some people died, some goods were lost. For example, when they were in the middle of the river, a sudden gale would cause the boat to reach the center of the river. Then, it would depend on the boatman's skill and luck. Moreover, they couldn't accept any work at night. That would be courting death. But it was different now. With the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family's fleets on the river, the boatmen weren't worried about any problems. This was because a problem had already occurred once. A small boat carrying people was capsized not far from the center of the river. There were 21 people on the boat. Including the boatmen, there were 22 people. At the time, the people on the shore and on the water cried out in alarm. The boatmen also accepted their fate, and so did the boatmen. In the end, just as the boat capsized, a group of frightening swimming experts jumped down from the boats of the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family's fleets. Various life-saving devices filled the sky. The entire river seemed to be covered with them. As long as the people who fell into the water grabbed onto any one of them, they wouldn't drown immediately. In the end, the 22 people were all rescued. Even the capsized boat was tied up with hooks and stuck to the side of the big boat. The only thing that was lost was a small portion of the life-saving devices, which were washed away by the water. A large amount of life-saving devices were scooped up with nets. As for the ones that were washed away, they would probably be scooped up in other parts of the river. Seeing the unique rice seedling symbol of the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family, they should be able to send them to the Great Tang Bank or Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family's restaurants. Since they weren't going to send them, there was no harm in leaving them. It didn't matter who used the life-saving devices. The Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family didn't care about this little bit of money. Human lives were more important. With that situation, the people who used the boats to ferry people were completely relieved. Every one of them became bolder and more confident. Because they weren't worried that something would happen. They were confident and in a good state. Instead, there were no problems. For them, the most important thing was that they could ferry people at night. The electric lights on the fleet illuminated the river as bright as day, and business became better. Because many people were afraid of water, they wouldn't take the boat if they could. They would rather take a long detour and walk on the bridge built by the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family, or not cross at all. But since they didn't have to worry, they naturally wanted to take the boat and take a look. It was fine to treat it as a vacation. Some old people who didn't dare to cross the river their whole lives even took their grandchildren to see the scenery on the boat. It could be seen how much they trusted the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family. They even hoped that the fleet carrying Xiaobei and the others from the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family would never leave. Of course, this was just their imagination. It was impossible. At the same time, they hated the people who wanted to bomb Xiaobei and the others even more. This was because they knew that Xiaobei and his children were still hiding in the cabin, not showing their faces at all. The local people were very angry. This was the Great Tang, the territory of Jiangzhou. When the children of the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family went to other places, they could casually stroll around the streets and play with the local children. But when they arrived in Jiangzhou, they could only hide in the cabin, not even daring to go up to the deck. To the people of Jiangzhou, this was a disgrace. Therefore, the commoners helped to search again and again. After the search in the morning, when they were eating lunch, perhaps there would be commoners who would organize themselves to search again. Then, in the evening, or even in the middle of the night, they would take turns to get up and form groups to search again. Not only were they searching for others, but they were also checking to see if there were any bad people in the search team. This process continued for several days. It was as if they had to dig 3 feet into the ground to give Xiaobei and the others an explanation. The result was that the people hiding in Xuanyang were captured one after another. Anyone who was caught would first receive a beating. If they hadn't been handed over to the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family for interrogation, they would have already been beaten to death. In just a few days, with the help of the people of Xuanyang, 42 people had been captured. All of them were imprisoned in the provincial capital of Xuanyang, where they would be separated and interrogated through various methods. As for Xiaobei and the others, they continued to stay on the ship. They played in the largest hall, all of them devoting their energy to studying. We've caught 42. This is the strength of the people. It's true that water can carry a boat, and it can even capsize the boat. Without their help, relying only on my family and the power of the authorities, it would be pretty good if we could catch even half of them. Truly amazing. As Xiaobei ate, he said this to the others. Xiao Yuan did not correct Xiaobei's words. Instead, he took the fish and fed it to Panner, who was waiting with her mouth open. He said, "We should go down. If there are still some that slip through the net, they might take advantage of the time we go down to think of a way to make a move against us. We can catch them all. If we don't go down, what we go down for? Wait for the people to continue searching. They actually dared to blow up my ship, so I definitely won't let them have an easy time. I plan on personally killing a few of them to prove their courage." Xiaobei shook his head. If we keep asking the people to help search, won't the people still work? If we delay the opportunity to make money, who will be responsible? Xiao Yuan was a little dissatisfied. Yet Xiaobei carelessly said, "What's there to be afraid of if we delay time? We'll give them a chance to make extra money, and we'll even give them some gifts as thanks. That way, we'll make up for our losses. I'm not going down because I'm afraid, and I'm not going to torment the people. Rather, through this operation, I want the people to understand the importance of unity and cooperation. For example, in the past, there were people who didn't have a good relationship with their neighbors. When questioned by our people, we can ask them if their neighbors could be bad people and have them speak the truth. I believe that for the sake of their responsibility to us, they won't speak carelessly and will instead evaluate objectively. In the past, when their relationship was not good, they would always remember each other's bad points. Now, When they evaluate objectively, they will think and speak at the same time. In the process, they will discover that their neighbors were actually not bad people. Both sides were responsible for their previous conflicts. Then, they will search together and cooperate. They will take turns on night watch. Their relationship will gradually become harmonious. Without communication, it will naturally deepen their conflicts. With communication, it will be fine, right? Aren't I very smart? As Xiaobei spoke, he did his best to stick out his chest, looking as if he was waiting for someone to praise him. Amazing, truly amazing, Xiao Yuan very cooperatively praised. And this was truly the case. The relationships between the common people of Xuanyang had improved because of this matter. Those who normally had conflicts with each other gradually resolved their conflicts as they worked together, especially when they worked together to capture a single person. When they high-fived each other in celebration, the smiles they gave each other turned into smiles of resentment and gratitude. Presumably, once this matter passed, the common people of Xuanyang would spend a very long time reminiscing about the events of each day. Even if there was some friction, they would still remember that they had once worked together, that they had persevered for the sake of the same conviction. So, we still have to continue waiting for them to capture another person. What they lose is time, and their time is usually used to earn money. We can use other methods to compensate them. What we lose is just a bit of money, but we have made the people of Xuanyang even more united. Compared to the fact that the people of one place in the Great Tang can become even more united, what is the money we lose compared to what we gain? Isn't that right? I've also prepared a speech. When the time comes, let the people stay on both sides of the river. Let's use the loudspeakers on our ships to thank them for this matter. I'll specifically mention the matter of their unity, and I'll mention it a few times. I'm the best at this. Xiaobei was so excited that he didn't even eat. He just stood there thinking as he spoke. As he spoke, the others could only stop and accompany him, occasionally helping him add a few words. Even Panner and Panner were no longer willing to eat. They blinked their large eyes as they curiously listened to their older brother and sister speak in a language they didn't understand. By the time Xiaobei and the others had finished adding to their plan, the dishes had already gone cold. Other than the cold plates and the hairtail fish that could continue to be eaten, the rest were taken away and sent to the kitchen to be reheated. While waiting for the dishes to be reheated, Xiaohai said, "Big brother and big sister said that they have something to do, but I don't know how they're doing. I haven't been able to get in touch with them these past few days. I hope that they'll be successful. They'll definitely be successful. Big brother and big sister won't be defeated," Xiaobei firmly declared as he waved his fist. The undefeated big brother and sister that Xiaobei spoke of were currently worried. They actually want the two of us to go to their manor to cook for them. Are you kidding me? If we go there, others won't recognize us. But how could the servants who usually serve us, and my mother, your mother, not recognize us? Not to mention the mother that he always saw and grew up with. Even mother and daughter who had been separated for many years would sometimes have a telepathic connection when they brushed past each other. No matter how good our disguises are, I believe that as long as my mother sees us, she'll immediately recognize us. My mother hasn't learned this kind of thing before. If we reveal something wrong and are discovered by others, what should we do? Zhang Xiaobao said with difficulty. At noon today, people from the Wang Wan family came. It was that very arrogant person who relied on his family's power. He said that he wanted Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to go to the manor before noon the day after tomorrow to make something in front of them. The people in the manor would choose the ingredients. Of course, Zhang Xiaobao couldn't go. That was why he was worried. Wang Wan was the same. She knew that what Zhang Xiaobao said was true. At that time, they often had cases where long-lost relatives found each other. One reason was because relatives would always remember that someone had been separated from them. The other reason was because of the telepathic connection that was currently unstudied by science. A picture on a monitor could give a long-lost relative a special feeling, let alone meeting them. She and Xiao Bao had only been separated from their mother for a few days. Once they met, they would definitely be exposed. Perhaps Xiao Bao's mother had received good education and could endure. But what about her own mother? If she was agitated, all her previous efforts would be wasted. Xiao Bao, don't worry. There are still 2 days left. Think of a way. Maybe we cannot go. If we really go, we can only catch the 3 workers in the shop and torture them. But in that case, the clues will probably be cut off somewhere. You see, Zhang Yu left, and Zhang Yi didn't have any problems. No one came to catch him, which means that our spies didn't find any useful clues on Zhang Yu, so they didn't dare to act rashly and alert the enemy. Or maybe Zhang Yu and Zhang Yi's forces aren't the forces that are secretly causing trouble. The best way is to continue waiting. Wait for the other side to show a loophole, then we can catch them and find the people behind them. Defense is never as easy as offense. If we go to other people's place and hide behind them to cause trouble, it will be more troublesome for them. Wang Wan persuaded Zhang Xiaobao. In fact, she was also comforting herself and calming herself down. She knew that she had to find the people hiding in the dark and deal with them. Otherwise, with the method of controlling religion and using the big tobacco ointment, the other party would continue to grow stronger. Of course, if it was history, there was no record of this in Great Tang. Perhaps she and Xiaobao developed too quickly and attracted the attention of people from other places. Perhaps there were people from Great Tang involved. It was hard to guard against a thief in one's home. Hearing Wang Wan's words, Zhang Xiaobao fell into deep thought. After a while, he whispered, "Tomorrow morning, there will be 10 trays of buns. Each tray will be 60 copper coins. Altogether, a bun is 5 copper coins. I'm making small buns. If you have to find a name, it will be sheep's-eye buns. The texture is very good. It's fine to eat one in a bite, but it doesn't matter if you eat half in a bite. It's not easy to eat the stuffing. It's probably because they feel that it's good when they eat it. Since you and I are going to the capital, they can't eat the food I make and want to find a replacement." Wang Wan smiled and replied, "Of course. Isn't your goal to attract them and have more opportunities to send gifts to Wang Ju's residents? That's why the food you make is the most suitable for their taste. They're used to the food you make and will feel a sense of familiarity. In the days without us, they will naturally think that it's a blessing to have a good chef who can make food that is similar to their taste. Unfortunately, they didn't know that many of the things they were used to would be completely different if they were made by someone else. Only the most familiar people could make the most considerate meals. This was why there were so many famous chefs, but many people's favorite meals were at home. The dishes made by famous chefs are good because they consider everyone's taste. The food made by people at home is targeted. One is for taste, while the other is for time." Zhang Xiaobao nodded in agreement. It was normal that the dishes he made tasted good. He had this talent. Moreover, the dishes he taught the chefs were also liked by many people. However, he believed that if 100 people were given the choice of eating the dishes made by the chefs of Shuiyun for free every meal, or eating the dishes made by their mothers or other family members at other times, 99 of them would choose the latter. Just like when I sold 13 spice to the person who picked me up. At that time, we didn't make much money. Many people would rather buy the boxes of 13 spice, which were very expensive, than the cheap 13 spice we sold. They just like to listen to me and my grandfather sing the song of selling 13 spice. Most of the people who bought it thought that we sang well, so they bought a pack of 13 spice as if they were giving us a tip. In fact, we hoped that they would buy it because they thought it was good and not because they were influenced by other thoughts. The boxes of 13 spice we sold were for the general public. When we sold them, it was different. It depends on the person. If they wore ordinary clothes, I would give them normal 13 spice. If they wore good clothes, I would try to reduce the spicy smell. This is because people generally like to eat light food. They probably want to cook vegetables, not meat. Moreover, if they wanted to buy more, I wouldn't sell it. If they bought it, they wouldn't be able to finish it and it would spoil. If you buy it in the supermarket, no matter how much you buy, they will sell it. They are purely trying to make money, so they lack a kind of humanistic care. Zhang Xiaobao thought of the past again. A trace of unique feelings appeared on his face. It was as if he had seen it lightly, but he also missed it. It was winter at that time. When I was in the north, I ate potatoes, radishes, cabbage almost every day. Occasionally, I would eat a bowl of wonton. Later, when I was rich, there was nothing in the world that I couldn't eat. However, my favorite food was still potatoes, radishes, and cabbage. You should have noticed that the dishes I made tasted the best. The quality of the ingredients is important, but it is not absolute. Whether the food is good or bad does not depend on the ingredients, but on whom it is made for. For example, the taste of the braised food in the restaurant is actually ordinary, but the steamed buns are different. This is because I know that maybe our mother can eat the same braised food. If you ask me to make the same braised food for our mother now, the taste will definitely be different. This is because food also has its own soul. Okay, I know you are awesome. I have to pour cold water on you from time to time. If I let you continue talking, you will become the god of food. What we're discussing now is what to do the day after tomorrow. Wang Wan said to Zhang Xiaobao with a smile. In fact, she knew that the braised food that Xiaobao made at home would definitely not taste as good as the food in the restaurant. This was because it was made for the family, so the thought put into it was completely different. You can't always discourage me. You have to encourage me. Otherwise, I will lose confidence. Once I lose confidence, the steamed buns won't taste good. If they don't taste good, that's right, you will only let us go the day after tomorrow, right? Then, if the taste of the steamed buns tomorrow is bad, can we not go there? As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration and his eyes lit up. Without waiting for Wang Wan to speak, he said dejectedly, "No. If the steamed buns are bad, how can we continue to let the people in the manor eat them? If they don't eat them, we won't be able to achieve our goal. I'm so worried. If only we had a group of people to help us come up with ideas. The more people, the better. Okay, let's let the 4 fellows help us come up with ideas and see what their reactions are. Who supports going in and who is sincere in helping us. It can also be a test for Wang Gang. This is a choice for him. What do you think?" Wang Wan was reminded by Zhang Xiaobao's words. She remembered that there were still 4 fellows. The 4 of them actually belonged to 4 different forces. It was amazing. Zhang Xiaobao heard this and laughed, saying, "Wang Gang, he is really unlucky to have met us. A normal spy would not be in a situation like ours. It is nothing more than hiding, spying, and collecting information. Well, it's a good opportunity to tease them." Once the matter was settled, a day passed as well. At night, the door of the restaurant was closed. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan arranged for the 4 fellows to clean the rented house. Then, they found a place to put the bed and told them not to rush to sleep after they finished their work. They had something to discuss when they returned to the restaurant. The 4 fellows were puzzled. They did not know what the boss was going to do. It couldn't be that he felt that there were too many people and wanted to drive them out, right? One of them had already left, and there were just 4 of them left. When they first said that they wanted to recruit 4 people, they were going to recruit 4 people. With doubts in their hearts, the 4 of them went out from the back door and cleaned the house. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan returned to their room to sleep. They would sleep as long as they could. Only when they had enough energy would they be able to do things properly. At the same time, they decided to continue tormenting the 4 of them so that they could sleep for at most 4 hours a day, which was 4 hours. They wanted to see if they could persevere and how long they could last. The longer they persevered, the more important they were in their respective organizations. The 2 of them slept for nearly 2 hours before the 4 fellows finally finished cleaning. Originally, it was like this. Except for Wang Gang, the other 3 fellows had planned to clean a random room and put the bed in it to sleep. They would clean the other 2 rooms the next day. This way, it would be very fast. But Wang Gang told them, "You guys go back first. I'll clean the other 2 rooms myself. The boss might be resting now. He's been tired all day. When you guys get there, if the boss is sleeping, don't call him first, or else he'll be angry." When he said that, the other 3 fellows secretly hated him. If they really went back, even if the boss was not sleeping, the boss would definitely ask them where Wang Gang went. How would the 3 of them answer? Should they say Wang Gang's original words? The boss would definitely value Wang Gang more. How considerate. If they lied, they would wait for Wang Gang to come and ask him. Wang Gang would say the original words. Based on Wang Gang's current position in the boss's eyes, the boss would naturally believe Wang Gang. Wouldn't the 3 of them be in trouble? Therefore, he had no choice but to follow along and clean up the 3 rooms. Almost 2 hours had passed by the time all 3 rooms were cleaned up. Once it was 4:45 p.m., who asked the shop to close so late? The sky was already dark, and they even lit oil lamps to light up the diners. Today, there were 2 tables of people who were drinking nonstop. They even called for the fellows. What a scam. However, Wang Gang knew what was going on. The 2 tables of people who were eating nonstop were arranged by him. Their purpose was naturally to torment them. He had been trained to be able to maintain his energy as much as possible when he had little rest. He did not believe that the other 3 fellows who seemed to have their own motives were also trained. It was now 4:45 p.m., which was 10 p.m. They were waiting to go to the boss to talk about something. No matter what, they had to delay the time as much as possible. Moreover, there were still dishes to be washed. If he suggested to wash the dishes, he would probably not be back after midnight. Tomorrow morning, they would have to wake up early in the morning to see if the 3 of them could bear it. Moreover, there would still be people coming over for dinner tomorrow night. They would not leave until very late. If it really did not work, the time in the morning could also be used. For example, they would wake up at 4:45 p.m. to clean up the front and back courtyard. They would tell the boss that they wanted to tidy up the courtyard, place things, or plant vegetables. Then, what would the 3 of them do? With different thoughts, the 4 of them returned to the braised food restaurant. Hearing the footsteps, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan woke up. They yawned and waved at the 4 of them, asking them to go to the front. When the 3 fellows saw that the boss was indeed sleeping, they were very surprised. They looked at Wang Gang in puzzlement, wondering how he knew. Wang Gang actually did not know. He was just saying. He was also puzzled. Why was the boss so sleepy that he wanted to sleep so early? Sit down, sit down. Don't stand there. It is tiring to stand there. Zhang Xiaobao asked the 4 of them to sit down. His face was still simple and honest. The 4 fellows sat down on a bench opposite Zhang Xiaobao. They did not dare to sit at the same table as the boss like other people. Wang Wan found a seat slightly further away and sat down sideways. The 4 fellows found that the female boss had a good figure, but there were too many pockmarks on her face. Her facial features were also well-defined. If there were no pockmarks and fewer wrinkles, she would definitely be a great beauty. After glancing at her, the 4 fellows immediately turned back and looked at Zhang Xiaobao, waiting for his instructions. Actually, it is not a big deal. Today, someone from a wealthy family came over. I believe you all heard what he said. He asked us to go to their house the day after tomorrow to make steamed buns. They will prepare the food for us. I don't know which wealthy family they are from. You all have seen me and the people in my restaurant. It is already good enough to open a small restaurant. Well, have we ever been to a wealthy family? I heard that wealthy families have many rules. If we go there and offend them, do you think I will not be able to open my restaurant in Hangzhou? I asked you all to come here to ask you all to tell me which wealthy family they are from. Should we go or not? If we go, who knows the rules of that family? If we don't go, how can we tell them? Sigh. It is not easy to do business. If we don't do well, we will not make money. If we do well, we will be targeted. Everyone says that Tang Dynasty is good, but I don't think so. What do you all think? Zhang Xiaobao looked very distressed. He talked to the 4 fellows and yawned from time to time. He seemed very sleepy. Hearing Zhang Xiaobao's words, Zhang Yi's eyes lit up. The other 3 frowned. One looked at Wei Wei, one looked at his feet, and the other looked at the same level without blinking. The 4 of them just looked at him, but no one said anything. Just as Zhang Yi was about to speak, Wang Wan said, "Stone, why are you talking so much? They are all stupid. Can they understand? If they had the ability, they would be the boss, not the assistant. Why don't you just ask them directly if they want to go or not? Look, you've confused them with so many questions. You 4, did you hear me clearly? I asked you about your business." Yes, yes. The 4 fellows nodded. They were really annoyed by this female boss. She was too tormenting. Say it if you hear me clearly. Wang Wan said again. Zhang Yi raised his head and said, Boss, I think you should sleep for a while. We will wash the dishes and then talk about it. Otherwise, when we leave, it will be your turn to wash the dishes. Before Zhang Yi could say his thoughts, Wang Gang suddenly said. Chapter 1070. Wang Gang's words made Zhang Yi's face turn ugly. Why was this Wang Gang always against him? There was no end to it. Instead of using his mind on work, he was thinking about this kind of thing. Zhang, he never thought about whether his mind was used on work or not. Anyway, he felt that Wang Gang was an eyesore. Okay, Wang Wan smiled. Little Gang is sensible. Then you go wash the dishes. I will go with your boss to think about how to make you live more comfortably in that house. After speaking, Wang Wan got up and walked to Zhang Xiaobao. She touched Zhang Xiaobao and said, "Why are you standing there? Let's go." It's different to have a smart guy. The two of them went back to rest one after the other, leaving the four people. Zhang, he stared at Wang Gang fiercely. He didn't believe what the female boss said. What made the four of them live more comfortably? The female boss was the kind of person who would not be comfortable if others were comfortable. Sigh, he would continue to suffer. And this Wang Gang, wait and see how we'll deal with you when this is over. Under Wang Gang's suggestion, the four people went into the kitchen and began to work. They didn't dare to make too much noise so as not to disturb the boss's rest. Things were washed slowly. After a day's worth of things, there was still time to wash. As soon as Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao entered the bedroom, they laughed. She said to Zhang Xiaobao that Wang Gang is really interesting. He didn't forget to calculate people at this time. I guess he intends to use fatigue tactics. Good, he is a talent. It's normal. What kind of training did he receive? Most people can't compare to him at all. However, there is one person who seems to be from that faction. That person is Zhang Yi. While I was talking just now, there was a trace of excitement in his eyes. You know what I said, right? Zhang Xiaobao was also full of smiles. His own spies were powerful, which meant that his side was strong. He should be proud. Wang Wan nodded and said, I know. You said that everyone is talking about the Tang Empire, but you don't think so. So he is happy. It seems that he is indeed from that power. As for the other three, one of them is the one who looks at the ground. He probably doesn't want his thoughts to be guessed by others. He is Wang Gang. There was also one who was frowning, clearly not agreeing with what you said, but he didn't dare to retort. Another had a blank look in his eyes, similarly trying to hide his thoughts. I can see that the frowning person is probably on the Great Tang's side, but I can't see the last one. With just one sentence and one expression, Wang Wan was able to analyze so many things and confirm that this person was not a threat. Zhang Xiaobao said, the last one is also on the Tang Empire's side. His eyes are indeed on the same level, but I'm close to him. I can feel that he is controlling his breathing. He should be suppressing the anger in his heart, because he will not be affected by it if he is happy. There are many kinds of happy emotions, but he is afraid that you and I will think that he is dissatisfied with his boss and get rid of him. It doesn't matter if he is happy. Haha, that is to say, 3 of them are on our side, and 1 is from that power. Good, it means that we still have the people's hearts. Of the other 2, 1 is probably on Lilongji's side. He is the one who is on the same level. He represents the imperial court and hates to hear others badmouth the Tang Empire. That is why his reaction was so strong. As for the one who is frowning, I can't tell which power he is from. His action of frowning shows that he is a little disgusted, but his training is not very good. He actually made his action so obvious. But he doesn't treat us as people who oppose the Great Tang, just ordinary people complaining. Thus, he frowned, not glared. That's my general judgment. As for whether or not there's any discrepancy, we'll have to continue observing. In a little while, I'll mention this again. Watch carefully. Good. It is indeed interesting. Zhang Yi is going to deal with 3 people alone. Interesting, very interesting. Moreover, he is not only dealing with 3 people, but also the 2 of us. I think we should give Zhang Yi some benefits and give him power. Otherwise, under the suppression of 3 people, he will lose his confidence. What if he gives up? When Wang Wan thought of the situation Zhang Yi was going to face, she felt that it was interesting, especially when both she and Zhang Xiaobao knew about it. Because she and Zhang Xiaobao were the ones who hid the deepest. The last one was Zhang Wang. The 2 of them slept for a while longer. It was already past midnight, and it was already past midnight. The 4 waiters finished their work in the kitchen. Zhang Yi whispered to the other 2, Zhang Nan, Zhang Yu, let's talk to the boss later. Leave 1 person in the kitchen so that he can wash the things during the day. Don't wait until the end to wash them together. It's too tiring. During the day, we're all standing at the front, so there aren't that many people for us to attend to. In this small store, for workers are enough to fill 3 such large stores. It's tiring to stand, and it's tiring to work. Why don't we finish the night work during the day and take turns? The two of them hesitated for a while and nodded one after another. Especially Zhang Yu, who looked very tired, said, "Big brother, you tell us. We will follow you." "Second brother, what do you think?" Zhang Yu was very happy to get the support of the two of them, so he deliberately asked Wang Gang. Wang Gang smiled and didn't say anything, but he nodded in agreement. The 4 of them looked at each other again. At this time, Wang Gang said softly in the direction of the bedroom, "Boss, are you asleep?" "Not yet. I'm lying down. I will get up soon." Zhang Xiaobao's voice came. After a while, the 2 of them came out of the bedroom. Just like before, the 6 of them sat down. "Where was I?" Zhang Xiaobao asked. "Boss, you were talking about whether we should go to other people's houses." Wang Gang reminded him. Zhang Yi looked at Wang Gang with dissatisfaction. He could talk about this later, but he had to talk about washing dishes first. Then he said, "Brother Zhang, just now we were thinking about it in the kitchen, but, oh, you thought about it? Do you want to go or not?" Zhang Xiaobao asked eagerly. "It's not about that. It's about washing the dishes. We plan to leave someone behind to wash the dishes during the day. After that, we won't disturb you at night. We don't have much to do during the day anyway." Zhang Yi said to Zhang Xiaobao, and then he looked at the other 3 people. Zhang Nin understood and quickly said, "That's right. During the day, there are many people, so we all stand in the front. It's good to let someone take turns to wash the dishes in the kitchen." "That's what I think, too." Zhang Yuqiang agreed despite his tiredness. Zhang Xiaobao listened and then looked at Wang Gang, who hadn't said anything yet. Wang Gang quickly said, "I am also willing. I promise that I won't steal food at the back. And in the future, if we need to send things out, we can hire another person if we don't have enough people." Wang Gang had the same attitude, but Zhang Yi was angry when he heard it. They were talking about washing dishes, but why did they mention stealing food and hiring people in the future? Aren't you reminding the female boss when you say that? How could she agree? As expected, a few breaths after Wang Gang finished speaking, Wang Wan suddenly stood up. His eyes scanned the 4 people over and over again. His face, which was full of pockmarks, trembled uncontrollably. His breathing was rapid as he raised his hand and pointed at the 4 people. "No, what are you thinking? You want to go to the kitchen to wash dishes? You said you won't steal food, so you really won't steal food? Do you know how much a portion of braised food costs? If you eat a little, you won't even get a day's salary. Also, when the business becomes more and more prosperous in the future, when we need to make steamed buns and send them out, we won't have enough people. Who will pay for that portion of the salary? Won't I pay for it? Let me tell you, when you go to the kitchen to get things, you have to be quick. When you come back, open your mouth and let me see. If you have food in your mouth, you will lose your salary and leave." The 4 people all looked like they were scolded and didn't dare to say anything. They lowered their heads. As for what they were thinking, only they knew. Zhang Yi was probably going crazy with anger, but Wang Gang was secretly happy. Okay, no. They didn't say that they had to do it. It's just a discussion. Sit back. Don't be angry. The Great Tang was just like this. There was not much to look forward to. They just had to make do with their lives. Money was needed everywhere. The Great Tang people did not care where they went. They were very particular about what shops they went to. It's not okay to have a little chip on the plate. It's said that only beggars use broken bowls. It's okay to give them a chipped bowl, but since it's for beggars, they can't take money. Plates, bowls, and so on, even if they are not broken. It's not easy to buy one. If it's broken, it can't be used. If there's more or less food in the plate, it's troublesome. Who could put it so accurately? Could it be that they still had to weigh it? They can't afford that. Plus the people who pack it. Isn't the oil paper money? Send people fishing food, and the basket can't come back. It's money again. I don't see what's good about the Tang Empire. Zhang Xiaobao persuaded Wang Wan. As he persuaded, he became angry. Yes, Brother Zhang is right. The Tang Empire still has some shortcomings. If we don't change, the people's lives will be difficult. Alas! Zhang Yi's eyes lit up, and he followed the words. Zhang Yu, who was frowning, couldn't help but raise his head and try to control himself. He said, "The Tang Empire doesn't need to spend money to see a doctor or raise a child. Isn't it good? Where else can you find such a good thing? And the government also gives money to people who can't work. Our shop spends a lot, but it also earns a lot. Every penny we spend, we may earn a penny. Isn't that right, Brother Zhang? What is it? Can't pay taxes? The imperial court took away the taxes. Of course, it has to be used on us. The wool comes from the sheep's back. We are actually using our own money." Wang Wan said unhappily. "The Tang Empire's army is still protecting us?" Zhang Nan, who was looking straight ahead, mustered up his courage and said, "You still dare to talk back? Protect? What do you mean protect? Didn't you see what that rich man said when he came over? I said that I can't even not sell. Is this protection? They want us to go to their residence. We are still worried. How can we not go? Didn't you hear what he said? He wants us to prepare. It's not a discussion, it's an order. I said that if we don't go, they might not let our shop open. Where's the army? Where's the army? I didn't see it. I know that I can't afford to offend them. If you talk back to me again, get lost. I don't want to raise people like you." "Umph." Wang Wan pointed at Zhang Nan's nose and scolded him. Zhang Nan clenched his fists. Then, he leaned forward and loosened his fists. The three people had different attitudes. Wang Gang's eyes lit up. He looked at one and then at the other. Then, he looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He said, "Boss, don't be angry. It's just a small talk. Let's talk about serious matters." "What small talk? Dare to talk back to the boss? Ah, can we still keep this servant? Ah, Zhang Yi is still the best. How about this, Zhang Yi? When you live in the back, you will be in charge and be more tolerant. You are the boss. Take care of the younger brothers. Zhang Nan, do you still dare talk back?" Wang Wan even changed the way she addressed people. One was close, the other was distant. She gave the power to Zhang Yi. Zhang Nan lowered his head and said, "Boss, don't be angry. I won't dare to do it again. I really won't." Zhang Yi immediately said, "Boss, don't worry. I will take good care of them. I'm a busy person. Sometimes I don't need to be in the right place. I think you're not bad. Don't you think so, sure too?" Wang Wan was still catching her breath. Zhang Xiaobao quickly said, "Yes, yes. I think Zhang Yi is also not bad. He is old and sensible. Then let's talk about whether we will go or not. If we go, we are afraid that we have not seen the world. If we don't go, what if they close my shop? Oh, what should I do? Zhang Yi, you go first." The question of whether to go or not was thrown to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi was very excited. He nodded fiercely. "Okay, I will say. I have to go. Why? I think that they're a big family. They have rules. Usually, it is impossible for all the people who know the rules to go in. There must be someone who teaches them. I think I can do it. When they teach me, I will memorize it. After I memorize it, I will follow Brother Zhang and Boss and remind them at any time. Brother Zhang, what do you think?" Yes. The rules are taught by others. As for me, I am afraid. I have never seen the masters and madams of a rich family. What if I am scared? When I am making the buns, I tremble and the buns are not delicious. Will I be beaten? I will accept it if I am beaten. I am afraid that they will beat my wife too. My wife is weak and can't withstand the beating. Zhang Xiaobao hesitated. He still didn't completely agree with Zhang Yi's words. He looked worried. Zhang Yi looked at him and thought that he couldn't do it. If he didn't go, he would lose the opportunity. He persuaded again, "Brother Zhang, don't worry. It will be fine. Think about it. A big family knows what kind of people we are. Even if we make a mistake, they will not care. What's more, Brother Zhang, the buns you make are really delicious." "Oh, then we will go." Zhang Xiaobao looked at the other three people. Wang Gang thought for a while and said, "Brother Zhang, if you really don't want to go, tomorrow when they come and pick up the buns, you can let me try. I will tell them. If it works, we will ask for the rules first and learn. Then, when you want to go, we will go. Is that okay?" Okay. "Oh, Xiao Gang, you're not bad. During the day, you are in charge of the shop. You are smart enough." Zhang Xiaobao also gave Wang Gang a share of power. As for who had more power compared to Zhang Yi, it was up to them to decide how to use it. Chapter 1071. When Zhang Xiaobao finished speaking, Zhang Yi, who had been tasked with managing the accommodation, was stunned for a moment. He had just thought that he had some power and could help him. But before he could be happy, he received a blow. He knew too well who had more power. In the rented house, the power was nothing more than things like cleaning, whether to light the oil lamps, and where to sleep. There was no problem with tormenting people, but no matter how much you torment them, they would not listen to you or find all kinds of excuses. You could not go to the boss for every little thing, right? Besides, the boss did not see it. When the time came to complain to the boss would just ask and then tell the other three to cooperate. However, it was different when it came to managing the matters at the front. Who would dare to disobey when it came to who would stand in that position and who would deliver things outside? The boss was right next to them, not to mention the purpose of his visit. Even if he was a real worker, if he could be arranged to deliver things to a slightly more wealthy family, they would definitely be in a good mood and would definitely give him some tips. That would be an additional income. Zhang Yi really wanted to change places with Wang Gang, but he knew that it was impossible. He glanced at Wang Gang secretly, and his thoughts were complicated. Go to sleep. You all did well today. I'll give you 3 copper coins each. I'll give it to you immediately. Zhang Xiaobao said considerately. He also looked at Wang Wan. Wang Wan was not satisfied, but she still took out 12 coins, 1 copper coin each. She counted them back and forth in her hand. After counting them 6 times, she gave each of them 3 copper coins. Looking at the expression on her face, it seemed that she was not giving money, but cutting off her flesh. The 4 workers were very excited. Each of them received the money and counted it several times in their hands. As for what they were thinking, it was not difficult to guess. When they left the restaurant and walked back, the crescent moon in the sky was almost hanging in the west. The 4 workers became listless. Zhang Yi touched the 3 coins in his hand and sighed. It was not easy to be a worker. If he had a choice, he would not accept this kind of task in the future. The next morning, the worker who had slept for less than 4 hours came to the front again. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang had already put the buns into the drawer and steamed them in the pot. The 2 of them slept well. When he saw the 4 workers, the difference was obvious. Wang Gang didn't look tired at all. Zhang had slight-eye bags. Zhang Yi had dark circles, and Zhang Yu's eyes were bloodshot. In comparison, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang were very pleased. Their spy training system was indeed better than others, but at the same time, they were worried that Zhang Yu would not be able to hold on. From the looks of it, Zhang Yu should belong to another faction that had a certain or even absolute loyalty to Tang. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang looked at each other. Wang and Wei nodded, indicating that they knew what to do. Then they were busy with various things. Wang Gang sent Zhang Nan to the morning market to buy seafood, while Zhang Yi asked Wang Gang to arrange the task of washing cloth and wiping the table and chairs again in the morning. Zhang Yu also asked Zhang Yu to put the braised food and side dishes on the shelf, while Wang Gang helped Zhang Xiaobao in the kitchen. From the layout, it could be seen that he was not willing to let the other 3 workers touch the kitchen. After the work was done, they began to eat breakfast. Everyone had 4 meat buns and a bowl of soup made with wild vegetables in the courtyard of the rented house. The vegetables were dubbed by Wang Gang, and the soup was made by Zhang Xiaobao. The rented house was not opened yet, so they would talk about it when the house was empty. The meat buns were the same as the ones that were sent to Zhang Xiaobao's grandfather's residence today. The meat buns were all good meat. The meat around the pig's foreleg was wrapped into a ball. Generally, pork would not be wrapped into a ball. Usually, it was beef and mutton. Of course, venison would also work. However, the meat around the pig's foreleg was the closest to the effect of beef and mutton head. The reason why it was so good was that the meat was not directly cut out, but was smashed out by Zhang Xiaobao with the back of a knife. If it was another rich family, Zhang Xiaobao would not even care if they gave him 10,000 strings of cash. He knew that today's buns would definitely be eaten by him and Wang's mother. Yesterday, they might only eat a little. How could Zhang Xiaobao be afraid of the trouble of making food for his family? In addition to the pork and onion stuffing, Zhang Xiaobao also made 2 additional trays of chicken soup dumplings. The chicken was black-boned chicken, which he made after the workers left last night. He mixed the soup twice, and the stuffing was a mixture of mutton and fish. It was specially made for his mother. He believed that when the food was sent, the cooks in the inner courtyard would know that it was suitable for pregnant women to eat as soon as they smelled it. They would test for poison first. However, they were not steamed in the trays because it was different from the traditional ones. They were not frozen stuffing or frozen stuffing and put into the trays. Instead, they were open-mouthed buns. Each of them had thin skin and large stuffing. Just a little while before they were fully steamed, they would directly open the pot and pour in the boiling soup to cook the stuffing. Therefore, they had to wait for people to come to get it before they could steam it. After steaming it, they would directly take it away. Wang Wan had never eaten such a bun before. The expectations were too high. Zhang Xiaobao had also honed his sword for 10 years. Other than 99% of his sweat, the most important thing was that he had that 1% talent. Zhang Xiaobao also prepared a large jar of wild vegetable soup. Afraid that it would get cold, he even poured a layer of cooked oil on it before sealing the jar. Of course, when the workers ate it, they did not have such treatment. Zhang Xiaobao would never spend so much effort on them. Even if they ate it, they might not be able to taste the difference. After lunch, when the door was about to open, Wang Wan said to Zhang Yu, "Little Yu, I have something for you to do today. You go to the dock and ask Chow Chow where the people of the fishing association will go fishing today. You go there yourself and watch others fishing. Then, when it's time for lunch, you have to keep an eye on them and see if they are not willing to eat and directly throw away the food. You can come back at night. Go." Zhang Yu was stunned at first when he heard the order. Then he was delighted. He knew the benefits of this task. He could go to rest. It was not easy to watch others fishing. He could find a place to sleep for the whole morning and wake up when it was almost noon. After watching others eat, he could continue to sleep in the afternoon and come back at night. Zhang Xiaobao also said, "You take the braised meat and pancakes in the restaurant with you. Don't starve at noon." Zhang Yu was even more touched. Although he knew that he came with a mission, and this Zhang Shi did not seem to have a good impression of Tang Dynasty last night, as a boss, he could not find fault with his care for his workers. After one worker left, there were only 3 workers left. Zhang Yu was very envious of Zhang Yu, and even a little jealous. He also wanted to go out so that he could pass the message to his own people. If he did not receive a mission from the boss, he could not go out. If he went out without permission, he would very likely be kicked out by the female boss immediately. Wang Gang glanced at Zhang Yu's back as he left. He had no expression on his face. He knew that his people would follow Zhang Yu and record his every move. The 3 workers took a short break. More people came. The person from Wang Ju's family, who always liked to show his identity by relying on the power of the main family, also came. Wang Gang did not go up to greet them. Instead, he went to a table where 2 people were eating and wiped the table for them. Although the table was clean and there were no other traces, the 2 people who were eating chatted with him for a while. Then, he went to talk to the servant of Wang Ju's family. He kept talking and finding things to talk about. The servant of Wang Ju's family was still waiting for the soup dumplings to be ready. One of the 2 people who were eating left. After a while, when the soup dumplings were ready, another servant of Wang Ju's family came in from outside and whispered to the servant who came first. The servant was surprised at first, but then nodded repeatedly. After Zhang Xiaobao packed everything and collected the money, he said to Zhang Xiaobao, "You don't have to go tomorrow. It's not good if you don't know the rules. Can you read?" "It's okay. I know a few. It's not too difficult. I can understand it." Zhang Xiaobao knew that the matter was done. Wang Gang helped him through another channel. "It's good that you can understand it. Remember it well. Otherwise, if you make a mistake, no one can protect you. Beheading is light. More serious, exterminating the whole family." The servant of Wang Ju's family raised his head again, as if he was the most important person in the world. Zhang Xiaobao also gave the servant a bribe and nodded repeatedly. "Yes, yes, I will remember. I won't dare to forget. You are from a rich family. Flowers and grass are more precious than grass." "I know. You go well." The servant of Wang Ju's family, who did not know how big of a trouble he had caused, left with the 2 people who came with him. Not long after, someone else came over and gave her a stack of paper. There were a total of 7 sheets, and each one was filled with words. He threw them on the counter and told Wang that these were the rules, and that she should learn them quickly so that she could go to the manor. Zhang Xiaobao was temporarily free. He moved closer to Wang and looked at the paper. He whispered, "Let me see. What are the rules? If I make a mistake, beheading is a light punishment. I'm scared. Go away. Why are you messing around? Didn't you see that I'm keeping records? It's not like we'll really go there. When we do, our identities will change. What rules? We are the rules. The soup dumplings you made are sent over. Normally, the soup dumplings sold in restaurants have crab or something in them. They're cold but fresh. But you didn't put anything like that in them. It's obviously specially prepared for pregnant women. Aren't you afraid that your mother will guess?" Wang did not look at the rules at all. To her, as long as the Tang Empire soldiers could go, she was the rules. Zhang Xiaobao nodded. "I'm afraid, but I'm more afraid that my mother will be worried. We've been out for a few days, but they haven't been able to contact us. If my mother guesses what I made, she will definitely persuade your mother to be in a better mood and not worry. It's much better than showing up directly and letting your mother know that we are unprepared." In Wang Ju's manor, Jiang Wang clan and Madame Wang only had a little porridge in the morning. Recently, they had not had a good appetite. Other than the discomfort during pregnancy, they were also worried about their son and daughter. Yesterday, they ate a few buns and thought that they tasted good, so they were waiting for the buns to come today. With their identity, they could have asked the restaurant to prepare the buns earlier. However, Jiang Wang clan did not want to bully others, so they delayed the delivery. When the buns arrived today, they were sent to the two of them first. The drawers were opened, and a doctor took out a few sets of tools to check if there was any poison in the buns. Someone was also in charge of tasting the buns. "Madam, the buns are delicious, really delicious. I'm fine after eating the soup dumplings. Please take a look." A maid licked her lips and said after tasting the soup dumplings. The doctor also nodded, meaning that with their current skills, they did not find any poison in the soup dumplings. At this time, the soup was poured into the bowl. Jiang Wang clan picked up a bun and used the chopsticks to make it bigger. She gently took a sip and was stunned. Chapter 1072. After being stunned for 2 or 3 breaths, the Jiang Wang clan regained her senses. She lowered her head and ate the entire bun. Then, she drank a mouthful of the wild vegetable soup that came along with it. A smile appeared on her face as she looked at Wang's mother, Madame Wang. After all, Madame Wang was not Zhang Xiaobao's biological mother. After eating the bun, she only felt that it was delicious. She said to the Jiang Wang clan, "Sister, why do I feel that the bun tastes familiar when I eat it? It's delicious. In the future, let the shop make more of it. We can eat it every day. It's best if they send it early. We can't wait to eat. Look at the time now. If it's morning, we've already eaten breakfast. If it's noon, there's still some time before noon." When the Jiang Wang clan heard this, she was about to nod her head. However, she thought for a moment and said, "They're busy with opening the shop. Why don't we let them prepare it before noon? We can eat it as lunch. Don't always eat buns. Just cook some dishes. What do you think? Busy? Isn't it to make money? Give them 50 copper coins for 1 bun. They could buy a few hundred buns at a time. That way, they can earn more from the things they make for us. If they don't make other things, won't they have more time?" Madame Wang was not bullying others. She was prepared to compensate them with money. Wei Wei shook her head and looked at Madame Wang. She wanted to laugh. If Madame Wang knew that the person making the food was her son-in-law, would she still be willing to let him work so hard? The Jiang Wang clan confirmed the identity of the owner of the shop with just 1 bun and a mouthful of soup. The taste was too familiar. Other than her son, Xiao Bao, she did not believe that there was anyone else in the world who knew the taste that she was used to. Furthermore, the fact that the steamed buns with meat filling could be made into a light flavor and the soup made from wild herbs was definitely a dish meant for pregnant women. Would there be anyone who would mention their physical condition to the owner of the store? The bun was delivered at the right time. Not only was it delicious, but it also made her feel at ease. She did not know why Xiao Bao and Cuckoo opened a shop next door. She guessed that they deliberately wanted the people in the manor to buy their things. His son, Xiao Bao, was so powerful. Who would dare to say that they could open a shop next door and have the confidence to sell things to the Wang mansion? Xiao Bao could do it. Without that identity, even if he did the work of an ordinary person, he would still be able to achieve his goal. Since her son and daughter-in-law didn't want to use their real identities, as a mother, she couldn't expose them, especially this little sister. If she found out that her usual behavior wasn't right, it would probably cause trouble for Xiao Bao and the others. After thinking for a while, Zhang Wang clan said to Wang Shi, "Younger sister, let's just stay here and let them cook. If we go back and the others don't like it, they'll have to change the time. It's too troublesome. Why don't we just eat it at noon? If they like it, we can ask them to send some over at night. Don't make too much, just enough for the two of us. The shop is small, and we don't have enough people. We can't let them be in charge of the entire residence's meals. Listen to me, it's settled." Not allowed to do more. All right, I'll listen to you. It's delicious for me, so how can others not like it? Speaking of which, the owner of the shop is really amazing. He's even better than our family chef. Even when compared to the flagship store between the clouds and the water, the difference isn't that big. In the end, Wang Shi decided to listen to Zhang Wang clan. After all, she had always listened to Zhang Wang clan whenever she encountered something, so she was already used to it. She praised the owner of the shop again. Her preconceived idea made her think that the food made by the chef between the clouds and the water was better. If she knew that the steamed buns and soup were made by her son-in-law, she would immediately think that her son-in-law was better. Because the food was delicious, the two of them ate a few more mouthfuls than usual. This was especially true for Zhang Wang clan. While eating, her happy expression didn't change at all. Once he was full, he found a servant from the inner courtyard and instructed him to have the servant in charge of receiving the goods from the braised food store go to the store and inform the owner of the braised food store. At night, he would deliver 2 dishes, cabbage and tenderloin. After that, Zhang Wang clan pulled Wang Shi back to her room to rest. She planned to use other methods to make Wang Shi feel at ease and not worry about the children. When Wang Shi's servant heard the madam's instructions, he was overjoyed. This meant that his performance was good. In addition to that, he was bribed by the shop to eat good steamed buns. He planned to ask the owner of the shop to make more food for him in the future. Thus, he rushed to the braised food shop as quickly as possible. Unlike his humble attitude in the manner, he spoke to Zhang Xiaobao, who had nothing to do for the time being and was resting at the side. "Zhang Shi, here's a deal. My madam has instructed you to make some food and send it in at night. Make 4 dishes. 1 is sweet cabbage, 1 is steamed tenderloin, 1 is cold dish with more onion and garlic, and 1 is fried crabs. It has to be fried until crispy." Wang Shi's servant actually wanted to eat it himself. He liked to eat fried fish and cold dishes. When Zhang Xiaobao heard this, he frowned. What nonsense was this? Sweet cabbage? Didn't he know what his mother liked to eat? Steamed tenderloin? It wasn't steamed buns. There would be soup inside. His mother didn't like to eat that. As for the last 2 dishes, could a pregnant woman eat them? When this matter was over, he really had to teach this servant of his grandfather's family a good lesson. If he had sent a fake decree, he could have just said that he wanted to eat it. Why did he have to use another name to do it? Although he was angry, Zhang Xiaobao didn't show it on his face. However, he definitely didn't plan to let this servant eat comfortably. He put on a simple and honest expression and agreed. Okay, I'll make it. But I've never made it before. I'll try. Don't blame me if I can't make it. If you can't make it, you'll be beheaded. I won't blame you. If I don't blame you, then should I? Make it well and eat it. I'll give you more money. Try it. Yes, and prepare 2 trays of steamed buns tonight. Make it like this morning. Wang Shi's servant raised his head and turned around to leave. Zhang Xiaobao also turned around and came to Wang Wan's counter. He whispered to Wang Wan, "Did you see that? Grandpa's family is like this. Our mother wants to eat cabbage. Where can we buy it at this time of the year? No, mother doesn't think about where I can get cabbage. I have to get him back." After saying that, Zhang Xiaobao ordered Wang Gang, "Xiao Gang, go and get him. I don't have cabbage. Tell them to change the dish. I can't make it." Wang Gang hurriedly chased out. He didn't tell Zhang Xiaobao what he said. Instead, he asked his servant to get some cabbage from the manor. Even if they couldn't find it anywhere else, they definitely had it in the manor. When his wife went out, everything had to be prepared. They could not be able to find anything when they wanted to eat. If some vegetables were not kept in the soil for a long time, they had to be specially raised in the soil when they came with the ship. At this time of the year, it was indeed impossible to find cabbage in Hangzhou. Not to mention cabbage, there weren't even cabbages. At the same time, he also planned to ask his servant to talk to the manor. This servant actually dared to talk nonsense. The two madams were pregnant. How could they eat cold dishes with onion and garlic? What a joke. Sweet cabbage? It was possible to eat spicy cabbage. Zhang Xiaobao also took the money from the counter and said, I'm going to buy tenderloin. I have a choice. I hope the meat next to the butcher is still fresh. There's also tenderloin. To make sweet and sour tenderloin, you need to use rock sugar. Cabbage is the simplest kind of cabbage. Where can I get old vinegar? My mother didn't think about it. I don't have anything on hand. How can I not know what to do? After muttering to Wang Wan, Zhang Xiaobao went out to look for all kinds of things he needed. Wang Wan pursed her lips and smiled. She shouted behind him, Look, do you have any pancakes? Buy one for me. Keep an eye on it. It must taste good. Buy what? It's free. I'll make it for you when you come back. Zhang Xiaobao's voice came from outside the door. In Wang Lu's residence, in the side courtyard of the fourth courtyard, the head maidservant Wang Li also received 3 steamed buns. They were not soup dumplings. There were only 2 drawers of soup dumplings. Zhang Wang clan and Wang Lu ate 1 drawer each. Only the maidservant in charge of testing for poison ate 1. Wang Li looked at the steamed buns in front of her with a solemn expression. She wanted to eat them, but she was afraid that they would be gone after eating them. If she didn't eat them, she was afraid that they would be cold by noon. She was hesitating. Levi, I have something good for you. Candied plums, take a look. These are their things. I saw that no one was eating them, so I secretly brought them for you. Wang Levi was thinking about whether to eat the steamed buns or not when a man sneaked into her room. He was like a thief. He was very careful. He was holding a small wooden tray. There were about 10 candied plums on it. Seeing the person who came in and hearing what he said, Wang Levi frowned. Wei Wei said, Wang Shu, how many times have I told you? I told you not to come here, but you still came here. Is my place where a man like you can enter? Do you want to be beaten to death? You still dare to steal things. Quickly send them back. If people find out, they will break your hand. If I want to eat candied plums, I will ask for them myself. Quickly get out. Lu He, Wang Shu, don't care if others can eat or not. You are my savior. If you didn't take pity on me because I couldn't find a job and recruited me, I don't know how much I would have to suffer outside. As long as you can eat good food, I'm willing to even kill me. The man called Wang Shu by Wang Levi had a grateful expression on his face. Not only did he not go out, he also put the tray in his hand on the table. He glanced around and saw the 3 steamed buns on the table. He asked curiously, Levi, why are you eating steamed buns at this time? Steamed buns are not as delicious as candied plums. Eat the candied plums. You eat. Wang Levi looked at the candied plums on the table and said very unhappily, I told you to send them back. Forget it. This is the only time. You're not allowed to steal things in the future. If you're found to send them back, you will be beaten. Did you hear what I said? If there is one more time, I will tell the housekeeper and let the housekeeper punish you. I know. This is the last time. I will not steal things in the future. Look, they don't eat it and throw it here and there. After today, they probably won't want it anymore. I don't have any other skills. If I want to repay the kindness, I can only do this. If it wasn't for you, I would only be working at the dock. It is tiring and not earning much. You see, I am thin and don't have that much strength. When I think about it, I feel that I should do something for you. Wang Shu seemed to be very obedient and began to talk about the past. Wang Levi nodded helplessly and said, If you really want to repay the kindness, you should do well in the mansion. When I met you half a year ago, I saw that you were smart, so I recruited you. You can't make trouble for me. Otherwise, I will be punished with you. There are steamed buns on the table. Eat one. It is not an ordinary steamed bun. It is a gift from my wife. The braised food shop outside specially made it for the mansion. There are not many of them. You take one, and I will eat the other 2. While speaking, Wang Levi pushed the plate of steamed buns in front of Wang Shu. Wang Shu took one and hesitated. He opened his mouth and took a bite. His eyes immediately widened. Before swallowing the steamed bun, he nodded and said, "Delicious, really delicious. I have never eaten such delicious steamed buns in the mansion. Is it made by a small shop outside? Why don't they make more? Then everyone in the mansion can eat it." "Their shop is a braised food shop, not a steamed bun shop," Wang Levi said. "Let them change it. Our mansion is very powerful. If I tell them to change it into a shop, they will change it into a shop. Levi, how about this? You talk to the housekeeper and let me go out to do things. I will buy you better things. Isn't it easy to eat steamed buns?" Wang Shu finished a steamed bun and moved closer to Wang Levi as he said. Wang Levi shook her head and said, "No, you know the current situation. Not only the original people in the mansion, but also the people of the Zhang family and the Wang family, as well as the emperor, are here. I have already ordered that all the servants who have been in the mansion for less than 5 years are not allowed to get close to those courtyards. They're also not allowed to talk to the servants of the other side. When they meet, they have to lower their heads. Even people like us who can go out can't mention anything about the mansion when we go out. You said that you want to go out, but you have only been here for half a year. There is still a long way to go before 5 years. You should just stay in the manor and wait for His Majesty to leave. Naturally, you will be able to go out. I don't think it will take His Majesty a long time. At most, it will take half a month." Alas, Wang Shu sighed and said, "In my opinion, the mansion is too strict. You can't go out within 5 years. How long has it been since the news of the emperor's arrival? People who come in within a month may be spies from other places. I have been here for half a year, and there is no news at that time. How can I do something bad to the emperor? Besides, the emperor has a lot of guards. If I go out to do something, can I find tens of thousands of people to harm the emperor? I can't go out all day in a mansion. I feel sullen. Levi, you are the best. You can see the two madams. Since you have nothing to do, you can tell me about them. Are the rules different from ours?" "There is nothing to say. And the rule of the mansion is that during this time, the servants who have been in the mansion for less than 5 years are not allowed to ask about anything about the other side. The servants who have been in the mansion for more than 5 years are also not allowed to say anything. Don't ask me. I won't tell you." After Wang Levi said this, she pointed to the steamed bun on the plate and said, "If you think it is delicious, you can eat one. I will leave one to taste. You will reward me again tomorrow." "I won't eat it." "You eat it. Levi, don't you believe me? I am the person you recruited. You can tell me. I won't mention this to others. I am curious. You can tell me about the things outside. For example, that braised food store. When did they open? Is it the one in the east? I have eaten there before when I could go out. The owner there doesn't know how to make steamed buns. I have never heard of them selling steamed buns, let alone rolling pancakes. Did they change the owner?" Wang Shu swallowed his saliva, but didn't continue to take the steamed bun. He still asked Wang Levi about things. Wang Levi looked at Wang Shu in surprise and asked, "How do you know they sell rolling pancakes? You haven't gone out before?" How do I know? Me? I am bored in the mansion, so I found someone who can go out to talk. I asked about the lotus flowers in West Lake, and they casually mentioned it. I estimate that in a few days, the lotus flowers on West Lake will bloom. When that time comes, I will be able to go out and take you to see the lotus flowers. Those lotus flowers are just like you. Beautiful. You are even more beautiful than the lotus flowers. You have a good heart. If you hadn't, don't talk about the things that I recruited you. Just do your job well, and you will repay me. In the future, you're not allowed to ask others about the things outside. If you're found out, you'll be beaten. Why bother?" Wang Levi didn't like Wang Shu to talk about the things that happened in the past when they met, so she warned him again. Wang Shu hurriedly nodded his head. Yes, I won't ask. I just casually asked. They said it themselves. I will remember it in the future. Before the emperor leaves, I won't ask. Even if they want to talk to me, I will cover my ears and not listen. Levi, you eat. I will go back and find a job to do. I won't make you lose face." After speaking, Wang Shu turned around and left. Wang Levi looked at his back, shook her head, and murmured, "This person is good at everything, but he always likes to ask about strange things. Sigh. If it was before, it wouldn't matter. But now, it will be easy for the steward to find out about this matter. At that time, I will also be implicated. Before dinner, Wang Ju's servant came to the braised food store and asked Zhang Xiaobao, who had just finished his work, "Is everything ready?" Okay. Wait a moment. I will pack the food." Zhang Xiaobao took out a food box. He deliberately bought it. It was not a basket used to hold cakes. The basket was not layered, but the food box was layered. Out of the 4 dishes, 2 of them were steaming hot. Just as he was about to put in the mixed vegetables and the deep-fried crabs, Wang Ju's servant suddenly said, "Put these 2 dishes separately. Don't put them in the food box. The smell will spread." "No, don't think that it's a food box. The food box I bought is better. Each layer is tightly sealed. It won't go bad. If you don't believe me, you can see it." Zhang Xiaobao held the food box and showed it to the servant. "If I tell you to separate them, then separate them. Find a basket and pack them. There's also some braised food. Cut some and some wine. Hurry up, we are still waiting to go back." Wang Ju's servant smacked his lips and ordered more braised food and wine. Zhang Xiaobao quickly put them in a basket. The wine was put into a gourd. The gourd was not small, and there was still room for 3 caddies of wine. Passing the food box and basket to the servant, Zhang Xiaobao asked, "Shouldn't the money for the braised food and wine be what should be? What do you want to say should be? Your store should be closed down, and all of you should be thrown into prison. There are many things that should be done." Wang Ju's servant glared at him, took the things, and left in large strides. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the servant's departing figure, shook his head. He turned around and stood next to the counter. The waiter, Zhang Yi, came over and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Brother Zhang, we are open for business. We seek money, not power. We can't afford to offend powerful people. Don't think that he is just a servant. Do you know where he is from?" Without waiting for Xiaobao to ask, Zhang Yi continued, "I've heard from the diners that they are from the prince's mansion. It's the prince's mansion that's not far from our restaurant. It's really something. Just bear with it. What else can we do? Right, Brother Zhang? What's more, the things they buy are very expensive. We can make a profit and treat it as money for the beggars. Don't you think so?" "Yes. I just don't want to lower myself to his level. Otherwise, stepping on him would be like stepping on a bug. I, sure too, am not afraid of him. I will just treat it as feeding the food to the dogs." Zhang Xiaobao said with a lack of confidence. Zhang Yi quickly added, Yes, Brother Zhang. Just based on your cooking skills, even 100 of him can't compare. If it weren't for the store's business, I would have beaten him up in anger. If worst comes to worst, I will run away. Where can they find me? I am afraid that if they can't find me, they will come to the store to cause trouble. That's why I didn't do anything. Brother Zhang, I feel annoyed just looking at him. How about this? Next time he comes, tell him not to come to the store personally. Our store will send someone to deliver the food. When the time comes, you won't see it and won't feel annoyed. I am willing to do it. It's fine if it is tiring." Zhang Xiaobao saw that Zhang Yi was silent. When Zhang Yi didn't know what to do, he nodded. Maybe he can't agree. Since they are from such a powerful Wang mansion, what if they are afraid that someone will poison them? How can there not be people who specialize in testing poisons in the Wang mansion? If they want to poison them, they can do it in the store. Do you think I will poison them? Not to mention that I don't have such thoughts. Even if I do, they will be able to test it. If I run away, it will affect the store. Even if he, a servant, offended you, and I wanted to avenge you, I couldn't possibly poison him. I'm not stupid, and I don't know what poison is. I always get sick from eating it. If I knew it, how could I get sick? Zhang, he said to Zhang Xiaobao with a smile. Then he asked, what do you think? When he comes tomorrow, I'll tell him. At most, I'll bring him something when I go. Isn't he just relying on his master's ability to eat for free? Anyway, I won't let you see him. It's fine as long as you're happy. Okay, you can try tomorrow. I still don't know what the Wang mansion is like. If you can really send him something, you could take a look around. If you meet someone who is easy to talk to, I will also learn. That is the Wang mansion. Zhang Xiaobao agreed. Zhang Yi returned to his seat with satisfaction and did what he was told. Wang Gang, who was standing at the door, looked at Zhang Yi and Zhang Xiaobao. He lowered his head and pondered for a while. When he looked up again, the corners of his mouth curled up. Zhang Xiaobao pretended not to see but glanced at Wang Wan. Wang Wan and Wei Wei nodded. They knew that Wang Gang was going to help Zhang Yi enter the Wang mansion. Since Zhang Yi wanted to enter, they would let him in and see what he was going to do. They would also see if he was going to ask for information himself or if someone in the Wang mansion had contacted him. In this way, they would save a lot of trouble. They had planned to follow the vine to find the melon, but now it seemed that it was not necessary. They only needed to pay attention to the people who were eating. Who had any tricks with Zhang Yi? Zhang Nan, who was in charge of putting things on the shelves, also looked at them. His hands slowed down as if he was thinking about something. At night, Zhang Yi came back. The blood vessels in his eyes were gone. It seemed that he had a good rest outside and was very energetic. He was carrying 2 big grass carps in his hands. Every day, the fish weighed at least 3 kilograms. He pierced them through the gills with a willow branch. One of them was not completely dead. Obviously, it moved a little. Seeing Zhang Yu, Wang Gang became more friendly. He said to Zhang Yu, "You are back? Why are there still fish? I asked you to see if they threw away the food at noon when they were fishing. Did you go into the water and catch the fish yourself?" Wang Gang had a reason to be friendly because he already knew the identity of the other party. He should be in the same group as the Zhang family and the Wang family. If he showed his identity, the other party could cooperate with him. Zhang Yu did not know that his identity had been found out by others. When he was outside, he sent a telegram and contacted his own people in Hangzhou. He was free now. He had to make good use of this one day. Hearing Wang Gang's question, Zhang Yu looked at Zhang Xiaobao first and said, "I don't have the ability to catch fish. A fish weighing 3 kilograms is more than enough to catch me. It is afraid of me on the shore, but I can't do anything to it in the water. It is a gift. I went to the West Lake and stayed there. There were a lot of people fishing, and they were all wearing nice clothes. There were even more attendants. It was a grand scene. I wanted to go closer, but they wouldn't let me. In the end, I had no choice but to stay near a person from the fishing association. As long as I didn't go to the center, they didn't care about me. I stayed with the person next to me. He was very good. In one day, he caught more than 20 fish. I also helped him with a net. In the end, when he left, he didn't want a lot of fish, so he asked the people following him to share it with the people on the West Lake. As for me, I was given 2 fish that looked the most pleasing to the eye. At noon, when he saw me eating, he asked me where I was from. I told him I was from the Braised Food Store. To tell the truth, it wasn't something to be ashamed of. I told him why I was here. I also showed him the food that Brother Zhang had brought me and shared it with him. He also gave me a glass of white wine. The wine was delicious. Then, he praised the seafood roll in our shop. He said that the seafood roll was delicious. When they left, I carried the grass carp and ran around the place where they had been. No one threw it. Not only did they not throw the seafood burrito, they didn't throw the oil paper either. The place where they had been was clean and tidy. I ran back. "Brother Zhang, look, one of the fish was moved just now. It's not dead yet. You can cook it." He. Zhang Xiaobao nodded and also laughed. He didn't believe that Zhang Yu had spent the whole day by the West Lake and did nothing else. Looking at Wang Gang's attitude towards Zhang Yu, he must have found out the other's identity. Since that was the case, he was relieved. Zhang Nan was one of Li Longji's people. Now, there were 4 people in the store. It was 3-1 to torture Zhang Yi. Interesting. After taking the 2 fish, Zhang Xiaobao said, Good fish. When the store is closed tonight, I will cook fish for you. I'll braise it. It's not good, but it's better than cooking it yourself. Brother Zhang, you will definitely cook it well. Zhang Yu quickly praised. Why are you making 2 fish? It's 3 caddies of fish. 1 fish is enough for them. Leave the other one first. Find a cool place and hang it up. Eat. What are we going to eat tomorrow? Just when everyone showed a happy expression, Wang Wan's words followed. Zhang Xiaobao almost couldn't help but laugh. This Wang Wan, she never forgets to play her role. It's just 2 fish. So what if they don't make a sound? She must show her character all the time. Sigh. Zhang Yu and the other 4 people also had a headache. It's true that they came here to be intelligence officers, but they were always being scolded. No one felt good. They never knew that being an intelligence officer could be so cowardly. Listen to the boss and eat 1 fish. Brother Zhang, cook 1 fish. It's enough for the 4 of us. It's 3 caddies. Each of us can eat a lot. Jean wanted to say that he was the one who brought the fish back, but he didn't dare to. He was afraid that the female boss would get angry and not want the fish. Then she would kick him out. Then all his efforts would be wasted. When they met today, the people on his side had already told him to find a way to find out whether the other 3 people were real or not. Another task was to keep an eye on the 2 bosses of the restaurant. He wanted to know what else they could do besides making braised food, rolls, and steam buns. If possible, he wanted to recruit them into the organization. With good craftsmanship, it would be more convenient for them to do things. Moreover, it would be easier for them to achieve results. The task was very important, especially the last one. It seemed very difficult to get the female boss into the organization. She was a person who only ate and didn't vomit. Therefore, he must not be kicked out. Jean made a concession, but he didn't expect that the female boss was not done. She continued, "You 4 eat the 3 caddies of fish. Stone and I will watch. Divide it into 3 parts. 1 for the head, 1 for the tail, and 1 for the middle. The head and the tail should be about the same as the middle. When the time comes, we will eat the head and the tail." Zhang Yu quickly said, "As for how much good meat the head and the tail could bring, it would depend on how Brother Zhang cut." "You eat? How can I let you eat? You've been busy all day and worked hard. The good meat is for you. Stone, and I will eat the head and the tail. Don't say any more. It's settled." Wang Wan tried to be gentle, but the 4 guys didn't feel it. They were always on tenterhooks. They were afraid that the female boss would say something. Seeing that the good meat was going to belong to them, it would be a lie if they didn't feel guilty. But Zhang Xiaobao knew that Wang Wan really wouldn't eat the middle part. That was what ordinary people ate. If he made it himself, the head and tail of the fish would be delicious. Unfortunately, it was not the fat head fish. If it was the fat head fish, the head would be more valuable. Nowadays, people still didn't know how delicious the head of the fat head fish was. When the sun set, oil lamps were lit up in the store. This was how small stores were like. Unlike the rich families nowadays, who lived near the river or where the wind was strong, they would spend a lot of money to hire a company to install an electricity system for them. After installing the electricity system, there could be a washing machine. It was a one-way rotation. If you wanted to change the direction, you could only take the clothes out and let the clothes change direction before putting them in. It was easy to break. But even so, the rich people also used it. They didn't expect to improve the efficiency. It was just for show. There was also the electric light. Because of technical reasons and not enough investment in this area, it was easy to break down. The real technical tilt was all on the fuel machine. Some people burned biogas. It was not easy to make a biogas lamp, but it was not necessary to use a biogas lamp to light up. Just follow the pipe out and directly spew out fire. It was brighter than candles and cheaper. This was all because of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. The 2 of them knew a lot of things. Otherwise, let alone the electric light, even the people of Great Tang wouldn't know about it. How long did it take to invent the electric light? At that time, there were theories. Then, they had to experiment with different filament materials. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan directly skipped this process. When others finished researching, they just used it. This was the advantage of the Industrial Revolution. For Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, many common knowledge in Great Tang were great knowledge that people couldn't understand even if they spent a lot of effort. The oil lamp didn't light up at all, especially for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. They were used to the existence of the electric light. When they lit the oil lamp again, they felt uncomfortable in their eyes. So, the 2 of them simply didn't look at the swaying flame. Just like yesterday, there were still 2 tables of people who hadn't finished eating. There were 3 people at one table and 4 at the other table. They were leisurely drinking wine, eating side dishes, and braised food. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan glanced at each other. They judged that these 2 tables were filled with their own spies. Moreover, it wasn't just the 2 tables left. During the day, their own spies would also take turns eating here to ensure that there were still people in the restaurant other than Wang Gang. After all, the things in the restaurant had entered the Wang residence. They couldn't be careless. Wait for the day to come later. Then, the 4 of them wouldn't be able to sleep well tonight. Zhang Xiaobao also went to the counter and sat down. Like Wang Wan, he closed his eyes and rested. The two of them still had to discuss things in the evening. He thought that there were only 2 tables of people, but after a while, 2 more people came in and sat down. They also ordered wine and drank slowly. From time to time, they would whisper a few words about family matters. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan glanced at each other again. They also couldn't tell which side the 2 people who came in belonged to. Just as he was surprised, another person came in from outside. He glanced around the restaurant and found that 3 of the 4 tables were already occupied. He went straight to the empty seat and ordered several dishes and wine. He poured himself a cup of wine and drank by himself. Who is this? Is everyone here to join the fun? Zhang Xiaobao asked in bewilderment. Wang Wan shook her head. She wasn't a deity, so how would she know? Footsteps sounded outside the door again. This time, 2 people came in. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan glanced at each other. They could guess who they were. They were from Li Longji's side. Everyone had their own habits and habits. They understood a lot. After careful observation, they would be able to tell. There were also times when they couldn't tell. However, such people were placed in more important positions. The 2 of them didn't fight for the seat where the other person was sitting. There was a long table beside them. They sat next to each other and ate. Just when Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan thought that no one else would come, 5 people came in from outside. The person in front had a scar on his face. He glanced around and directly went to the table where the other person was sitting. He tilted his head and looked at the person eating. He raised his chin and said, "Move aside and eat." One person is occupying a big table. Even someone as smart as Zhang Xiaobao was confused. Whose side was this? Chapter 1073. It was very common for customers to have disputes over seats in the restaurant. Generally, there are 3 ways to deal with it. First, the restaurant owner was weak, so he hid aside and let the customers make a fuss. Whoever was afraid would give up their seats. It was a very cowardly way of doing things. Those who gave up their seats would not come back in the future, and they would also tell their friends and relatives not to come. Second, the restaurant owner felt that he could still eat well in this place. He would go to both sides to negotiate and persuade them. He would spend money to buy face and try not to offend both sides as much as possible. He would also give extra dishes to those who gave up their seats for free. The third way was for the restaurant owner to be powerful enough to chase out the troublemakers and not allow them to come back in the future. In this way, other customers would feel more comfortable eating at this restaurant, but it was not easy for the restaurant owner to do this. In fact, there was also a restaurant like between the clouds and the water. Usually, no one dared to make trouble at all. Once someone was bold and wanted to make trouble, it was not as simple as being driven out. They would be arrested and tortured to ask who ordered them to come here. How many benefits did they receive? Then they would be sent to the government, convicted directly, and sentenced severely without any mercy. Wang Wan stood up. She wanted to use the last method, which was to drive out the troublemakers. As for sending them to the government, she felt that it was unnecessary. It would not be good if they were exposed. Zhang Xiaobao stopped her, walked over with a smile, and said to the leader of the 5 people, "Guest, this big brother, there's a set of empty tables behind. I will take it out right away and put it down for you. There will be room in a few minutes. Please wait a moment. Who is your big brother? Who are you calling big brother? I want this table. Don't talk too much, or the restaurant will be smashed. I am talking to you. Get out of here. You're taking a table by yourself. How shameless." The man with the scar on his face stared at Zhang Xiaobao and said. Then he began to drive away the people who were sitting there and had not made a sound. Zhang Xiaobao quickly said to the person sitting there, "Brother, how about this? I'll get you a good seat. There's a table for 2 behind me. It's better than the table in the shop. Today I got 2 new fish. I'll cook them in a while. Do me the honor and try them. What do you think?" As he spoke, Zhang Xiaobao gave the 4 shop assistants a meaningful look. Wang Gang was the first to come over and persuade the 5 to wait. Zhang then stood up, looking as if he was about to make a move. Zhang Yu ran to the back to get a table. Only Zhang Yi moved very slowly. He stood there, looking as if he didn't understand what was going on and had a blank look in his eyes. "What are you waiting for? Tell him to scram now. You stay aside." The man with the scar on his face glared at Wang Gang. He raised his arm and swung it at Wang Gang's face. Wang Gang leaned back slightly and tilted his head. Just as he was about to dodge, he didn't know why, but he suddenly reacted too slowly. With a slap, the other party's 3 fingers touched his face. 3 white streaks appeared on his face, then turned red. It was obvious that his face was higher than the rest of his body. You still dare to dodge? I told you to dodge, and you dodge again. Seeing that the shop assistant had made a dodging action, the leader of the 5 was not satisfied and began to chase after Wang Gang to hit him. Wang Gang was also smart. He took 2 hits, turned around, and ran out from the back. No one knew where he went. The man chased him to the back and stopped. Zhang Yu just came back with a table. He smiled at the man and said, "Sir, please calm down. He doesn't know how to behave. When he comes back, let him apologize to you. Please sit. Brother, look, I brought the table." At this time, the man sitting alone also stood up. He moved aside and didn't say anything. If it wasn't for Wei Wei's trembling body, others would think that he was not afraid. Zhang Xiaobao, quickly, help me move the things on the table here. Zhang Xiaobao ordered Zhang Yi again. Move, I'll move. Zhang Yi seemed to have just reacted. He looked at the 5 people and was about to take the things on the table that the previous man ate. The other 7 people who were eating also stopped and watched the situation develop. From the expression on their faces, they were very dissatisfied, but no one came to interfere. At this moment, the man who hit the man came to the table again. He swept the table with his hand, and all the plates, bowls, and other things on the table were swept to the ground. Why are you moving? If it's broken, give me all your good things. If you don't give me one, I'll tear down the restaurant. And that shop assistant, find him. How dare he run? If you can't find him, I'll teach you a lesson. The man roared at Zhang Xiaobao. Yes, all of them. We'll definitely find him. Don't be angry. That big brother, please sit over there. I have other things here. Zhang Xiaobao nodded repeatedly and agreed. It was reasonable to say that the man should have left directly. He had lost face and was not eating well. The restaurant wouldn't ask him for money, so he should just leave. But he just didn't leave. He was very easy to talk to. He sat down at the table prepared by Zhang Yu and waited for Zhang Yu to bring him some food and wine. He started eating there again. Zhang then didn't look angry. He found a broom and started to clean the things that were swept to the ground by the man. Zhang, he was still standing there stupidly, looking like he didn't know what to do. Xiao Yi, hurry up and get the food for them. I'm going back to make fish. There are 2 fish. Let's try them. Xiaobao instructed Zhang Yi and turned around to enter the kitchen. Wang Wan followed behind him. He couldn't collect the bill today. He couldn't collect the bill at any table. Someone came to make trouble, but they didn't leave. That was giving face. A restaurant owner had to be sensible. Since he chose to be a peacemaker, he couldn't offend anyone. As soon as Zhang Xiaobao came in, he waited for Wang Wan to come over. He said to Wang Wan, "Did you see it clearly?" "I saw it clearly." "Zhang, he found someone." "You're playing dumb." He probably thinks that it's not easy for him to do what he wants with Wang Gang and others around. So when they come to eat in the daytime, he asks someone to help him clean up the other shop assistants in the restaurant. It's better to just beat them away. Wang Wan also saw it and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "I can't let them make trouble like this. Wang Gang can't be exposed. I'll teach them a lesson. It's just 5 people. I'll find a strong stick. It's too painful to hit people with fists. You cooperate with me when I hit them later." Zhang Xiaobao said and went to the window. Wang Wan whispered behind him, "Use a short one. The long one can't be used. It's easy to smash the restaurant." "I know. I'll take one in each hand. See how I'll teach them a lesson." "Humph, making trouble in my restaurant." Zhang Xiaobao's figure disappeared into the night. After about 5 minutes, a man in black clothes with a black cloth on his head appeared at the door of the restaurant. He had a sickle wrapped in a thick cloth in front of his head. When he came in, he shouted that it was a robbery. Then he waved the stick and knocked down Zhang, who was standing there. Then he swung the stick at the 5 people. "Someone's fighting. Someone's robbing us. Stone, come out. You useless coward. Someone's robbing us." Wang Wan appeared at the door of the kitchen and shouted at the top of her voice. Just her voice alone was enough to make people's ears buzz. At first, The 5 people who were being beaten saw someone rushing over with a stick. They planned to work together to knock him down. However, when they started fighting, they found that the other party's fighting strength was too strong. They couldn't block or dodge, let alone fight back. The other party was too fast and strong. They knew that the other party was going to hit them, but they couldn't react in time. In the end, they could only hold their heads with both hands and run around, but they were knocked down one by one. A minute and a half. In less than 2 minutes, the fight was over. The robber ran to the counter and ignored Wang Wan's shouts. He grabbed a handful of money and carelessly stuffed it into his pocket. Then, he turned around and ran out again. Sure too. He took the money away. You coward, why did I follow you? Come out with a knife. He took the money away. I don't want to live anymore, Wang Wan shouted as she leaned on the doorframe. 6 people were knocked down in the restaurant. Their faces were full of blood. 3 of them were moaning, while the other 3 were unconscious. The effect of the cloth-wrapped stick had been achieved. The other people in the room were all dumbfounded. No one continued to sit. They all stood up and leaned against the corner. They looked at the mess in the room and didn't know what was going on. They only knew that the 5 arrogant people were all lying on the ground. The ones who were awake were groaning and groaning. Their faces were all swollen. None of them had a nose that wasn't bleeding. Some of them had wounds on the corners of their eyes, mouths, and foreheads. There were even 2 people who were rolling around with one hand holding the other. It seemed that their bones were fractured. Too ruthless. This is too ruthless. A person came in, and in the blink of an eye, all of them are lying on the ground. High hand, Zhang Yu said in surprise as he stood beside the person who moved the table. Zhang also nodded. He's an expert. His movements are too fast. He's definitely a professional. In such a short time, he beat up people until their faces were covered in blood. He didn't even kill them. He really knows how to control his strength. After running out, Wang Gang, who wasn't too far away, peeked his head from behind. He was also surprised. He quietly walked in and asked, "What happened?" "I was hiding behind when I heard the female boss yelling. When I came out, it was a mess. Then, that person ran away. He stole the money and ran away. I couldn't see clearly from my position." "You didn't hit them?" Zhang Yu and Zhang Nin asked at the same time. "If I had that ability, I would have done it just now. That person just now seemed to be wearing black clothes. Where would I have time to change clothes?" Wang Gang shook his head and said, "He really didn't hit them." After about 2 minutes, Zhang Xiaobao came out of the kitchen. He was holding a pot lid in one hand and a kitchen knife in the other. He bent down and revealed 2 eyes from above the pot lid. He shouted in a trembling voice, "Where is he? I'm not afraid. He dared to rob me. I'll chop him." The 2 legs that were exposed under the pot lid were trembling nonstop, and they were inching forward step by step. "He ran away. He stole the money and ran away. You coward. Just now you only knew how to hide. What kind of life am I living with you? I don't want to live anymore." Wang Wan shouted at Zhang Xiaobao while picking up the money that the person had dropped when he was trying to grab the money. "Don't be angry. Don't be angry. If something like this happens again next time, I'll definitely rush out first. Your box is filled with loose change. It's not much. Don't be angry. You 4, come and help me persuade them." Xiao, where did you go?" Zhang Xiaobao's body was exposed from behind the pot lid. He said to Wang Wan and the 4 workers, I'm here, Brother Zhang. I was beaten up and bleeding. When he rushed in, I knew he wasn't a good person at first sight, so I went up first. When he shouted that it was a robbery, I was ready to fight. Who knew? Who knew that he would knock me down in one fell swoop? He was holding a weapon in his hand. I am barehanded. Brother Zhang, my forehead is broken. I don't know how he swept my nose, but it is also bleeding." Zhang, he leaned against a stool and sat on the ground. His 2 hands were wiping his forehead and his nose. His hands were full of blood. At this time, he did not forget to show off his merit. He said that he rushed in. Zhang Xiaobao was clear in his heart. The reason why he broke his skin was because he hoped that he would continue to work. Of course, he could sweep his own nose when it was bleeding. Zhang Xiaobao looked at Zhang Yi's nose carefully. He was very satisfied. Both nostrils were bleeding, but there was no problem with the bridge of his nose. Ordinary people did not have this kind of skill. Although he was happy, Zhang Xiaobao still looked scared. He said to the other 3 workers in a trembling voice, "Quick, one of you come and persuade your boss." The other 2 look at Xiao Yi. "Aya, who did he provoke? He actually came to rob us. We're doing business properly. Why is there always someone disturbing us?" When the 4 workers heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, they were all stunned. There was a hidden meaning in his words. They had never heard of this before. They turned to look at the other 5. Their injuries were obviously more serious than Zhang Yi's. It turned out that the 3 people who had fainted had already regained consciousness. They were only confused because of the beating. Zhang Xiaobao knew his limits. Out of the 5 people, 3 of them had a broken hand, 2 of them had a broken nose, 4 of them had a cut on their foreheads, and 1 of them had a cut on his ear. Only 1 of them had a more serious injury. Zhang Xiaobao used a scythe to hit the top of his head on his left rib, breaking one of his ribs. That location was very uncomfortable. The 3 workers were busy with their own tasks, including Zhang Yi. The 4 of them suspected that it was the boss who hired these people. But looking at the boss, it did not seem like it. Moreover, he had been hiding in the kitchen. How could such an honest person know a powerful person? If that was the case, the boss should have stood up and said that he was the one who hired these people to scare others who wanted to come and cause trouble. As for being robbed, not only did the 4 workers not believe it, even the people who were eating and the one who was beaten did not believe it. Who would have the skills to grab a handful of coins and run away when they were robbing? The only ones who had a conflict with these 5 people were the one who was chased to another table and Wang Gang. But the 2 of them did not seem to be the case. The one who was chased to another table never went out, let alone contact anyone. As for Wang Gang, he ran out for a while to find someone and explain the situation clearly to that person. He also described the appearance of the 5 people and asked that person to change his clothes and prepare a weapon. There was not enough time for him to run into the restaurant and beat them up, unless there was someone who always prepared the clothes and was right next to the restaurant. It was not possible. The people who were eating were not satisfied? That was not right. They also did not go out. Zhang Xiaobao did not care whether others were suspicious or not. Anyway, he was satisfied. He put down the pot lid and put it back together with a knife. When he walked out again, although his legs were still trembling, his face was much better. He looked at the 5 people who were more seriously injured than Zhang Yi and asked. They were also involved. Chapter 1074. The 5 people lying on the ground recovered quickly. After a while, they were no longer in a daze. Some sat up and some stood up. The man with the scar on his face looked at the door with lingering fear, afraid that the masked man who had just come in would rush back. He was not stupid and knew that the other party was coming for them. He was also wondering who sent the masked man. Based on a man's skills, he was definitely not an ordinary person. At the very least, he had to be the leader of the guards of a big family. Otherwise, he would not be so fast. After looking at the door, he saw that there was no one there. Even the people walking could not be seen. Only then did he turn his head and begin to look at the others in the room. He felt that everyone seemed to be in cahoots with the person who beat them, but then he felt that it was impossible for any of them to be in cahoots. This was strange. Did the 5 of them get beaten up for nothing? Thinking of this, he felt indignant. His eyes fell on the counter. He rubbed his face and head with his hand. After rubbing the blood evenly, he came to the counter with his eyes wide open. He said to Wang Wan, "I was beaten up. What do you say?" "It wasn't us." Zhang Xiaobao trembled as he came over. He even knew to protect Wang Wan at the counter, ready to fight at any time. The man with the scar on his face looked at Zhang Xiaobao's movements and disdainfully curled his lips. He said, "Get out of here. With you like this, I can beat up 3 people. Give me the money. 100 strings of cash per person." "Not enough. Even if you sell our shop, we can't get 500 strings of cash. We don't have it. We really don't have it." Zhang Xiaobao did not hide. He still trembled at the door of the counter, showing a kind of fear, but he had to protect his wife. Wang Wan looked at Zhang Xiaobao's appearance and almost laughed. His acting was too good. As for the man with the scar on his face, Wang Wan felt that if the other party's organization only had this kind of people, it would not be difficult to deal with them as long as they found the specific place in the future. "No, if not, I'll sell all of you as well. This little girl's looks are a bit lacking, but her figure. Hee, don't you think so? This person glanced at Wang Wan and asked the other four injured brothers. Big brother, now that you mention it, I realize that it is indeed not bad. Hee, take out the money. We can't do without money. Immediately, another person echoed. We were also robbed of our money. We were also harmed. Why? Why should we give you money? I will fight it out with you. If you dare to take another step forward, Lin Fan said, shaking his head. Zhang Xiaobao picked up the abacus on the counter and covered his face with it. His eyes peered through the gaps between the beads on the abacus. Ah! The five of them laughed together. They were very happy to see Zhang Xiaobao's cowardly look. It was as if they weren't the ones who were beaten just now, and their broken hands didn't hurt anymore. Sure too. Why are you afraid of them? Xiao Nan, Xiao Yu, Xiao Yi, Xiao Gang, the four of you, quickly go and report to the officials. Just say that someone in the shop is looking for trouble. Wang Wan was still as fierce as before. She held her waist and was no longer afraid of being robbed just now. Okay. Wang Gang answered and was about to run out. Zhang, he didn't care that his nose was still bleeding. He quickly rushed to Wang Gang and pulled it back. He said loudly, Lao Er, don't go. Boss, you can't go. If the officials come and ask questions, they will investigate carefully and won't let the shop open. How long will it delay the business? What's more, the one who beat people and ran away was covered in black from head to toe. We can't see his face. Where can we find him? It's useless. No one is looking for trouble. Brothers, don't you think so? Well, he asked the five of them. Zhang Yi's tone slightly changed. It seemed that he was very angry, but if one didn't think carefully, one wouldn't notice it. The five of them remembered their purpose of coming to the shop. They also remembered their own identity. If they were caught and questioned by the officials, they would be exposed. Yes, this young man is right. We are not looking for trouble. It's a misunderstanding. The man with the scar on his face immediately followed Zhang Yi's words and said to Wang Wan. Zhang Xiaobao opened his mouth and showed a smile that was uglier than crying. He said, It's a misunderstanding. It's fine as long as it's a misunderstanding. What misunderstanding? I don't see it. As soon as they came in, they looked for trouble. We endured it. Then the person who rushed into the shop later must have a personal grudge with them. He took revenge on them in the name of robbery. I only smashed the expensive things in my shop. In order to cover up his purpose of revenge, he robbed me of 50 strings of coins. No, report to the officials. If I don't report to the officials, who will compensate for my loss? Do you think it's easy for me to open a shop? We just want to eat, but someone actually came to bully us. Why are you four still standing here? I'd rather shut down my shop and capture them. Zhang Xiaobao looked like a coward. He wanted to calm the matter down, but Wang Wan seemed to have found an opportunity. She did not want to do it and insisted on reporting to the officials. Zhang, he was anxious and angry. During the day, he had contacted the other side and asked them to help him. In the end, what kind of people were they sending? They did not listen to him and acted on their own accord. The five of them were scared now. Their impulsive blood cooled down. At the same time, they felt pain in various parts of their bodies. The leader did not know what to do. He could not admit defeat, but he could not act tough. He hated Zhang Yi to the core. Why don't the five of you just run away? Isn't that fine? Just as Zhang Yi thought of this, Wang Wan's voice sounded again. If they dare to run, you guys follow behind them. Go report to the officials now. Someone must compensate for the loss of the shop. The total is 150 strings of coins. Not one less. I spent a lot of money to buy this table. There are also plates and bowls. A pair of chopsticks is worth 200 coins. Yes, the boss is right. Compensation, let the five of them compensate. 150 strings of coins is not much. Otherwise, they will be arrested. Based on their crime of causing trouble, even if they don't die, they will lose a layer of skin. I know those chopsticks. They cost 200 coins a pair. That's the price for 100 pairs at a time. If you buy them individually, one would cost 150 coins. Zhang Yi stared at the five of them and said, his hand was still holding Wang Gang, preventing him from reporting to the officials. The officials were not far from here. If Wang Gang ran and shouted on the street, it would alarm the officials. There were powerful people there. If they came out to ask, it would be over. Zhang Yi hated that he could not let his eyes speak and tell the five of them what to do. The leader of the five people also reacted. Ignoring the blood on his forehead, he nodded and said, "We'll pay. We'll pay. 150 strings of coins. Isn't that a bit expensive? Chopsticks, those chopsticks, aren't they made from ordinary bamboo? They're sold in pairs. How can they be sold one by one? They can be bought with 1 coin. The boss said it's worth 200 coins, so it's worth 200 coins. If you dare to say more, we will report to the officials." Zhang Yi said fiercely, "Don't report to the officials. It's worth it. Really worth it. Pay up." The leader said and reached into his pocket. Zhang Yi saw his movement and wanted to jump up and bite him to death. How many troublemakers would carry 150 strings of coins with them? Not to mention the troublemakers, even ordinary people would not. 150 strings of coins was enough to buy a better house. It was not like they would go to a place like between the clouds and the water to eat. With hatred in his heart, Zhang Yi had to remind him again, "Brother, can you take out the money now? That's great. Once you hand over the money, you can leave." Now? I didn't take out the money. My chest hurt from the beating just now. If you want to rob a shop, just rob a shop. Why did you beat us? Yes, I have to go back and get the money. The leader thought about it. Although he had enough money with him, he must not take it out in case someone with bad intentions would notice something else. It's not a robbery. It's your personal vendetta that brought trouble to my shop. You can go and get the money, but you can't all leave. Only one of you can leave. Xiaojiang, you follow that person to get the money and come back quickly. I tell you, if anyone dares to run, I will let people shout. There are many big houses nearby. We don't shout thief. If we shout catch the thief, they may ignore it. But if we shout fire, they will be afraid of burning their house and will come out. Let's see how you can run." Humph. Wang Wan was still there with her hands on her waist and stared at them. Everyone in the room, except for Xiao Bao, was impressed by this female boss. Most people would not have thought of such a method, but it actually went wrong. Zhang Yi felt that he should reevaluate this female boss. Not only did she like to care about small amounts of money, but she was also very smart. But it seemed that he could not let Wang Gang go with her. So he said, "Boss, let me go. Wang Gang is injured. It is not convenient for him. It's convenient for me. I can go." Wang Gang could not find an opportunity. Now that the opportunity was in front of him, if he did not know how to seize it, he was really a fool. He had been suspicious of Zhang Yi. He always felt that Zhang Yi had some purpose. He also arranged people to investigate Zhang Yu. The result was that Zhang Yu had left Hangzhou and was being followed. As for Zhang Yu, he was relieved after his identity was checked. Zhang Nin was also very familiar with him. Although he and Zhang Nin were not in the same system, they could cooperate with each other at critical times. At present, Zhang Yi always revealed a trace of strangeness when he did things. It was not the kind of behavior that an assistant would do to please the boss. It was more to gain the power to participate in many things, especially when it came to the matters of the Wang mansion that were related to the wife of the boss here. Zhang Yi was too enthusiastic. "Boss, let me go. I am familiar with Hangzhou. I won't get lost." Zhang Yi did not want others to follow him. He was afraid that something would happen. However, Wang Wan's purpose was to create an opportunity for Wang Gang. That was the original intention of opening the restaurant. But at that time, she did not expect that the intelligence personnel of her family, Li Longji's side, and the people of the other side would also participate. If no one participated, she would have to follow the clues together with Xiao Bao. It would be a little troublesome, but it was not a big deal. Now that she had a helper, she would treat the restaurant as a trap. She let them come in one by one, and then let Wang Gang and the others follow them one by one. Anyway, the family did not lack manpower and material resources. No matter how the other side struggled, there were enough people to keep an eye on them. Therefore, when Zhang Yi repeatedly asked to replace Wang Gang, Wang Wan shook her head. "Xiao Yi, your injuries are more serious. You have been implicated. In the future, stand aside and don't block the door. Yes, ask them to give you another 10 strings of coins to buy things to nourish your body. Tomorrow morning, go to the nearby medical center to see a doctor. Remember to bring your birthplace card, or else they will charge you. Xiao Gang, go. Be careful on the road." "Yes." I will listen to the boss. Big brother, I know you are protecting me. But look at your face. Go wash it first and see which part is broken. Rub it with the boss's medicine first. Go to the medical center tomorrow and let the doctor examine you carefully. Don't leave any lingering effects. Wang Gang said deliberately, and then said to the 5 people, "Who will take me to get the money?" After thinking for a while, the leader of the 5 people said to a person beside him, "Lao Wu, you go and borrow from Uncle Chi's family. They should be able to take out the cash." The person who was called did not have a fracture. He nodded and turned to go out. Wang Gang followed behind him. Zhang Yi watched as the 2 figures disappeared into the night. He was slightly worried. If things didn't go well, Uncle Chi's line would be cut off. He couldn't continue to operate. Who knew if there was any danger? What if someone with ulterior motives saw something? Wang Wan's purpose was achieved. She no longer cared about the 4 injured people standing in the room. She said to the remaining 3 waiters, "Xiaonan, Xiao Yu, you 2 hurry up and clean up. Xiao Yi, you wash up. There is blood everywhere. People who don't know will think that you are seriously injured. Let me take a look after you wash up." The waiters were busy. Wang Wan turned her head and said to the others who were eating, "I am sorry, everyone. Today there is someone in the restaurant who is seeking revenge. As a result, you have not eaten well. I will serve you another meal later. Today's wine and dishes are all on us. Don't leave." Of course, those people would not leave. They belonged to different forces. They still wanted to continue to observe, including the people from Zhang Yi's force. They did not intend to leave. When something happened just now, they clearly saw it, but they could not help. The tables were not broken, but the plates and other utensils were broken. After the food was taken away, it was quickly served again. She also added a few side dishes for everyone. As for the fish that she promised to cook, the restaurant was already in such a state. If Wang Wan did not mention it, no one would find trouble with her. When everyone was eating again, Wang Wan said to Zhang Nan, "Xiaonan, go outside and look around. See if the person who made trouble just now was hiding somewhere. Something has happened once. We can't let it happen again. Go keep an eye out." Zhang Nan's eyes lit up. He also happily walked out from the back. Of course, he would not look for the person who hit people. Even if he found it, what could he do? He wanted to contact his own people so that he could keep an eye on the rest of the troublemakers and the people who were eating in the restaurant. He did not recognize Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. The only thing he knew was which side Zhang Yu and Wang Gang were on. Just now, they were in the room, so it was not convenient for them to come out and report. Now it was all right. He thought in his heart that this female boss was very interesting. She just casually arranged things and actually helped him and others a lot. Not long after, Zhang Yi had cleaned up and changed his clothes. A lot of blood was stained on his clothes just now, which made people feel uncomfortable. The blood from his nose had stopped, and there was a small cut on his forehead. The cut was not big, and there was a little blood. When he saw Wang Wan, he tried to look very energetic. He was afraid that the boss would ask him to go to the clinic tomorrow. If he went to the clinic, if he did not want to spend money, he had to hand in his birthplace. He knew what his birthplace was. It was fake. If the clinic had special people to check it, once they found out, he might not even have time to run away. Wang Wan also knew, but she deliberately wanted to tease Zhang Yi. When she saw Zhang Yi, she asked with concern, "Zhang Yi, do you have a headache? I mean inside." "It doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt at all. It's just a little swollen outside and a little cut on the skin. It's okay. It won't affect my work." Zhang Yi shook his head hard and straightened his chest. "It's good that you don't feel any pain. I'll send the money over in a moment. Your 10 strings of coins is for you to nourish your body. If you want to eat outside, it's better to eat in the shop. I'll ask Shirtu to make good food for you. Whatever you lack will be replenished. Since your skin is broken, I'll ask Shirtu to make pig skin for you." Wang once said to Zhang Yi. Her words were for discussion, but her tone did not allow the other party to object. What else could Zhang Yi say? He could only nod. "All right, then I'll have to trouble you, Brother Zhang. I'm going to have a good meal. Boss, you don't have to give me the money. Just take it as making something for me." Zhang, he was really helpless with this boss. He even wanted to take the money to nourish his body. What was this? Fortunately, he had a mission. Otherwise, he would have quit long ago. If it was an ordinary person, who would be able to stand it? Not only was the salary low, but they also had to do a lot of work. At the same time, they only had a little rest time. Needless to say, at the end of the month, they would be finished after a few days, unless they specifically came with a purpose. As he thought about it, Zhang Yi suddenly paused and pondered. That's right. I came here with a purpose, so why did the other three guys put up with it? Could it be that they couldn't find a more profitable job? Impossible. It was obviously impossible. It was too easy for them to find a job that was several times more profitable than the restaurant. What did they mean? Could it be? Thinking of this, Zhang Yi didn't dare to think about it. He felt that countless cold sweat appeared on his back in an instant, and his clothes were wet. He began to doubt whether any of the three people were intelligence agents of the Zhang family and the Wang family. If there were, how many of them were intelligence agents? What was their purpose? If all three of them were intelligence agents, it didn't seem so from their usual behavior. If only one of them was intelligence agents, what were the other two doing? If none of them were intelligence agents, did the three of them have nothing better to do? Thinking of these questions, Zhang Yi felt that the restaurant was no longer as warm as before. Instead, it became cold. He was surrounded by enemies, and he was isolated and helpless. The more he thought about it, the more scared he became. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this was the case. Seeing that everyone was suspicious, he didn't wake up until Wang Wan called him over and over again. He looked at Wang Wan in surprise and asked, "Boss, what did you say?" "I said sit down and rest. Don't stand there. You are injured, so you should have a good rest. Sleep early tonight. Little you go back with Zhang Yi and take care of him. If he has a headache or fever, you must come and tell us." Wang Wan said to Zhang Yi and asked Zhang Yu to take care of him. She meant that the rest of the work would be left to Zhang Nan and Wang Gang. No, boss, I can do it alone. It's not a big deal. Now that it doesn't hurt, I can go back by myself. Zhang Yi suddenly found that this was an opportunity. If he went back first, he could contact someone. If he was faster, the other three people would definitely not finish their work. Although there were people in the restaurant who would come to contact him, it was inconvenient after all. Zhang Yu saw this. How could he do this? If he didn't go back with Zhang Yi, what if Zhang Yi did something wrong? How could he keep an eye on him? For the past 2 days, he found that Zhang Yi was a little problematic when doing things. So he immediately asked, "Boss, okay, I will go." "Big brother, don't force yourself. What if—" Okay, little you. Since Zhang Yi is fine, you don't have to accompany him. There's still a lot of work in the restaurant. It's not a big deal to lose one person. Let Zhang Yi go back by himself and wait for the others to finish their meal. Wang Wan originally wanted to ask Zhang Yu to go, but Zhang Xiaobao tapped twice on the counter with his finger. It was not loud, but Wang Wan could hear it. She turned to look at Zhang Xiaobao and immediately understood what Zhang Xiaobao meant. Then she changed her words. After waiting for half an hour, Wang Gang came back with the fifth of the 5 people. The money was also handed to him. As soon as he entered the restaurant, he sent the money to the counter. It was exactly 160 strings of cash, not more, not less. "Okay, you can go now. Go and have your wounds checked. Oh, you wasted a lot of time. It'd be bad if you get sick. Go. Come back often in the future." Wang Wan counted the notes back and forth. She counted them back and forth for 20 times. Her mouth almost cracked from smiling until Zhang Xiaobao coughed. Then she carefully put away the money and said to the 5 people warmly. The 5 of them turned around and left without saying a word. Their broken bones didn't hurt anymore. They were numb now. Whether they could come back again in the future would depend on the intentions of the people behind them. In any case, if it were up to them, they would never walk on this street again, not to mention the shop. Not long after the 5 people left, the customers at the other tables also got up and left. It seemed that they didn't want to continue eating. It seemed that they could close early today. "Zhang Yi, you go back and rest. The 3 of you clean up the house and wash the dishes." After closing the door, Wang Wan ordered the 4 people. Zhang Yi was happy. He wanted to say something polite, such as he was fine, and he could also help. However, he was afraid that if he said it, the female boss would really make him stay. So he didn't say anything. He just smiled and stood there with an embarrassed look. After a few breaths, he said, Boss, Brother Zhang, I'll go back first. Go back, go back. Zhang Xiaobao waved at Zhang. Zhang Yi happily turned around and left. The remaining 3 people looked at each other anxiously. Seeing Zhang Yi's figure disappear at the back door, Wang Gang raised his head and frowned at Wang Wan. He opened his mouth, but finally closed it helplessly and didn't say anything. He did not say anything, but Wang Wan said to him, I just remembered that you're injured too, Xiao Gang. How about this, you go back too? You can watch Xiao Yi for a while. What if he suddenly gets sick at night after being beaten up? Go on, what are you waiting for? Go quickly. Wang Gang almost couldn't believe his ears. The boss let him go just like that? He left at such a good time? Zhang, he had just left. Didn't that mean that he could follow him now? After letting out a sigh of relief, Wang Gang looked at Wang Wan gratefully. He nodded twice and said, Boss, don't worry. I will repay you well in the future. I will do my best and won't let you worry. Then I'll go. After that, he trotted out of the back door. Wang Wan pursed her lips and smiled, saying, Of course you have to do your best. As for worrying, do you think that we don't worry about you? You are so careless. Is there a problem? I'll deal with you later. Zhang Yu and Zhang Nan heard it clearly. Zhang Yu didn't think too much. He just thought that the female boss gave him some benefits like charity. However, Zhang Nan had a feeling that the female boss was implying something. According to the female boss's words, she even mentioned him. After he found someone to contact, he only asked them to keep an eye on the people who were eating and causing trouble in the restaurant. However, he didn't have anyone to guard the surrounding area of the restaurant and the employees who were leaving the restaurant. There was a problem. There was a problem, and it was a big problem. If Zhang Yu was free, it might cause a lot of trouble. Of course, it was also enough for the boss to worry about. The series of events that happened tonight seemed to have coincidentally arranged the 4 of them, especially him and Wang Gang. It was as if the boss was cooperating with each other. Their cooperation was called tacit understanding. What he and Wang Gang needed, the boss immediately provided the opportunity. How was it possible? Especially when Wang Gang left just now. It was too good to be true. Thinking of this, Zhang Nan looked at the female boss. As a result, he saw the female boss stare at him and shout, What are you looking at? There are only 2 of you left. Why don't you go to work? Do you want to delay until tomorrow morning? I give you a salary, but what do I keep you for? Look at you. The whole restaurant is full of work. You just stand there stupidly. Don't you know how to do things? You still want to eat fish? Stone won't let you eat the fish when it's ready. Even a dog knows how to lick its master's feces. What's the use of keeping you? Why are you still standing? Zhang Nan's thoughts were all gone. He didn't dare to think blindly anymore. He started to get busy with Zhang Yu. After the table was cleared, they began to wash the dishes as if their lives depended on it. The aroma of the braised fish wafted into their noses after they finished washing the bowls. Zhang Xiaobao scooped the fish onto a special long plate, smiled at the 2 of them, and said, Brother Zhang Xiaobao, you've worked hard today. You've done a lot of things. It's not easy. I'll give you a reward. It's a small recognition that you've made a small contribution. You have to continue to work hard. Listen to the boss, and you'll definitely do things smoothly, right? When Zhang Nan heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, the idea in his mind just now emerged again. Chapter 1075. With doubts in his heart, Zhang Nan ate the fish bit by bit. After thinking too much, he couldn't even tell what the fish tasted like. Zhang Yu didn't think of so many things. He had been tired for a whole day, and something very interesting had happened in the same day. He just finished his work and decided to taste the fish. He didn't just cook one fish like the female boss had said. He had already cooked the 2 fish he brought back. One plate was placed on the table, and the other was placed in the kitchen. He wanted to eat it tomorrow, so he cooked it today. Eat, eat, eat. Don't stare at the rice. Eat the fish. Wang Wan washed her hands and came to eat with them. This time, she didn't scold them. Even so, Zhang Nan and Zhang Yu didn't dare to eat slowly. They chose a small place to eat the meat and didn't touch the other parts of the fish. Before Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan finished half a bowl of rice, Zhang Yu and Zhang Yu ate 3 bowls each. They put down their chopsticks and looked at Wang Wan, indicating that they wanted to go back. Why are you looking at me? If you want to go, just go. Remember to take the other fish in the kitchen back. Also, prepare the rice for Xiaojiang and Xiaoyi. They are also wounded. Wang Wan pointed at the direction of the kitchen with her chopsticks and said to the two, don't you want to eat it tomorrow? Zhang Yu asked in surprise. Why did the female boss become so easy to talk to in such a short time? Tomorrow? We'll eat it tomorrow night. Tomorrow, Xiao and Em will go to the fishing place. No matter what, you must bring back more fish. But you're not allowed to spend money. The restaurant doesn't have that kind of money. Wang Wan said to Zhang Yu, but her eyes were looking at Zhang Nan. Zhang Xiaobao swallowed the rice in his mouth and said, yes, Xiao Nan tomorrow, Xiaojing the day after tomorrow, and Xiaoyu the day after tomorrow. Oh, with the fishing association, it's much more convenient for us to eat fish. They mainly want to fish, not to eat. Rich people, they're all rich people. Hurry up and leave. Don't you want to get up and do your work tomorrow? Wang Wan began to urge Zhang Xiaobao the moment he finished speaking. Zhang Yu nodded repeatedly and ran to the kitchen as fast as she could to pack the things. She took them out and called Zhang Nan, who was even more confused, to leave with her. Zhang Nan's sudden idea became more and more intense, especially after he heard the boss talk about the order of rotation. There were 4 workers in the shop, but 3 of them were taking turns to go out. Zhang Yu was not allowed to go out. This was interesting. Why was Zhang Yu not allowed to go out? Puzzled, Zhang Nan walked to the door. The female boss's words came from behind him. All of you should be more alert when you do things. Don't just stay in the shop like an idiot. Look around. Isn't there a grocery store nearby? More people go there to buy things than to eat. They didn't come in to eat. It wasn't that they didn't know about this restaurant, nor was it that they didn't want to eat. They just felt that it was a little expensive to come in and eat once. They think it's expensive because a plate of braised food is too big. Can't you make a smaller plate and put in the grocery store and take the initiative to sell it to them? With so many people coming and going, you can ask them if there's anything to improve on the braised food in our shop. Don't be afraid that they won't buy it. Even if they don't buy, you can still talk to them. After a long time, they will be familiar with each other. Maybe when they want to eat something like snacks, the first thing they think of is your shop. Remember? Boss. I remember. It means to take the initiative to sell it. I will try tomorrow. Zhang Yu heard the voice coming from behind and stood there. After waiting for the boss to finish speaking, she hurriedly responded. Let's go. Wang Wan's voice came again. Zhang Yu still didn't think too much about it, but Zhang Nan's eyes lit up. That's right. Why would he let his people stay in the store all the time? If there was a problem, he could let his people go to the grocery store. He could even arrange for his people to stay in the grocery store. Walking out of the shop and chatting with others would make it easier to pass on information and information more accurate. Why didn't I think of it before? It's the boss. Is the boss hinting at something? Following behind Zhang Yu, Zhang Nan suddenly felt that the 2 masters were very mysterious. It was as if the masters were always inadvertently directing some kind of important matter. Meanwhile, the braised food shop had become a whirlpool that constantly involved people from all walks of life. The more it involved, the more people involved. The more it involved, the smoother the collection of relevant information became. This time, his and Wang Gang's departments could be considered to be working together. The news from Jiangzhou was that the people from both sides had worked together and achieved some results, but it wasn't too obvious. After investigating a place, they would immediately be cut off by the other side. Although there was always new information, the progress was too slow. It even delayed the emperor and Zhang Yu's other arrangements. Even Xiao Bei and the others were forced to stay on the boat and couldn't get off. However, just as they were stuck in a deadlock, the braised food store opened, and within 2 days, they managed to contact the Wang family residence. Then, everything started to become clear, especially Zhang Yi. It was now confirmed that he was sent by the other party. There was no need to explain their purpose. They were definitely trying to find a way to infiltrate the Wang family estate and grasp the situation of the store. At the crucial moment, they would use a slow poison or obtain useful information from the Wang family estate. Perhaps there were already people from the other party in the Wang family estate. However, due to the time limit of the Wang family estate, they couldn't come out. And then, it was very likely. Thus, Zhang Yi came, and so did the 3 of them. They were divided into 4 factions and all of them were gathered in the store. They were either attacking or defending, scheming and scheming, all for the sake of obtaining control of the store. However, for the past few days, the power seemed to be in the hands of the two bosses. There was no one who could persuade the bosses to do anything or control the important resources of the store. Logically speaking, the four of them were not ordinary people, so why were they always restrained by the two bosses in the process of fighting? It was very strange. However, after investigating, the two bosses' backgrounds were very clean. What was going on? Zhang Nan, what are you thinking about? We're almost there. Do you think Wang Gang can follow Zhang Yi and obtain some information from him? Zhang Yu saw that Zhang Nan was walking with his head lowered, so he asked in puzzlement. Now that the situation was clear, the three of them were on the same side. There was no need to hide anything from each other, so he should speak up first. Hearing Zhang Yu's words, Zhang Nan didn't reveal any surprise. He also understood that the three of them had already confirmed their identities through the power of the organization. Thus, Zhang Nan said, Zhang Yu, let me ask you something. Don't you think that the boss of the Braised Food Shop is different from other normal bosses? Different? How is it different? The male boss is simple and honest, sometimes even stupid, but the food he makes is delicious. At the same time, he is timid and afraid of his wife. The female boss always wants to take advantage of him and also likes to scold people. She is more annoying than other bosses, so it's normal. If you have to say what's different, it's probably that they dare to charge a high price for something worthless. It's very smart because they succeeded. It's that sea creature made of biscuits. No one usually eats small crabs, and most people by the sea don't eat them either. There's no meat inside, so if you boil it, it's uncomfortable to eat it. If you fry it, it wastes oil. Who would have thought that it could be sold at such a high price in the hands of the boss? I found it. It's different. It's really different. Zhang Yu didn't understand the meaning behind Zhang Nan's words. He was still analyzing the personalities of the two bosses. Zhang Nan felt that Zhang Yu's organization had made a mistake by sending Zhang Yu. He was too stupid. He guessed that his organization didn't have too many people, and they didn't have enough fun for training. Most importantly, they couldn't make too much of a fanfare. Thinking of this, Zhang Nan felt that it was normal. He continued asking, if it was a normal shop and you wanted to do things, would you be able to gain the boss's trust and manage the entire shop? Another shop? Let me think. Oh, if it was another shop, it would be much better than the Braised Food Shop. I would be able to give ideas to the boss and let him earn more money. Give me some time, and I would definitely be able to grasp the situation in the shop. I might even be able to influence the boss and the other employees. However, this Braised Food Shop is different. The female boss has her own ideas in everything she does. Moreover, the things they do are beyond my expectations. For example, the reason why we came here is because the items in their shop entered the Wang family's estate. The emperor is in the Wang family, and the madams of the Zhang and Wang families are also in the Wang family. We were afraid that something would happen in the shop, so we came here. We didn't expect to meet Zhang Yi here, which gave us a clear goal to work with. If I came directly to the shop before the items were sold in the Wang family's estate, I definitely wouldn't have the ability to come up with an idea to let the food in the shop enter the Wang family's estate. The main reason is that the power behind me wouldn't be able to directly influence the matters in the Wang family's estate. If it was you guys, it would be much easier. You could get someone to open a shop and sell the items in the Wang family's estate. After that, you could attract people like Zhang Yi and search for clues on him. Zhang Yu followed Zhang Nan's words. When she reached this point, she suddenly stopped and said to Zhang Nan in astonishment, "Why didn't I think of such a good idea? Aya, don't tell me the boss was arranged by you guys. How is that possible? If we were the ones arranged by them, would they dare to treat us like this? We would have already given up our authority. However, if that was the case, Zhang Yi and the others probably wouldn't appear. It would be too obvious. Also, if we were to open a shop, it wouldn't work at all. It could only be a shop related to food. Otherwise, what doesn't the Wang family have? Could it be that they could come out to buy some ordinary things? If they wanted to open a shop, it would take a long time to prepare." Zhang then shook his head and said. He also suspected that someone arranged for the boss to open a shop here, but after thinking about it, he found that it was impossible. If a spy was really arranged to open a shop here, he must first cook good food, and then his acting skills must also be top-notch. In addition, during the process of getting along with his people, he must ensure that he didn't reveal any flaws. It was very difficult to do this. They must carry out targeted training in advance, but they didn't have the time because no one had thought of this method. This method was too difficult to implement, especially in a very natural situation. The food made by the boss was first praised by the people in the fishing association, which couldn't be faked. Maybe the boss behind Zhang, he was also in the fishing association. How could he not know whether the food was delicious or not? If the food was really not delicious, the boss would definitely be noticed by the boss through his organization. Besides, how good would his acting skills be to not be seen through by the people on Zhang Yi's side? Zhang Yu, I'm confused. Let me analyze it for you. Zhang Nan summarized what had happened in the past few days, including what the two bosses said just now. In the end, he came to the conclusion that one of the bosses was cooperating with the three forces to deal with Zhang Yi. After that, he asked Zhang Yu, what do you think? Especially what the female boss said when we walked out of the door. Is she reminding us not to put all our manpower in the braised food store? Is there another store next to it? Huh? You understood what I meant? No way. You are in the Emperor's power. You have trained your spies so well. The female boss is just a woman. How does she give you pointers? It's just a coincidence. If you don't believe me, you can think about it carefully. Maybe the boss didn't do anything deliberately. It's all our fault. The boss has been acting according to the normal situation, and then this happened to us. Zhang, he was beaten, and he was hit on the head. Maybe the boss was afraid that something bad would happen, so she asked Wang Gang to go back with him. If he was beaten and died in the room rented by the boss, the government would investigate. How could the boss not be afraid? Zhang Yu listened to Zhang Nan's analysis and was shocked. After pondering for a while, he felt that it was impossible. The matters in the shop seemed to have always been the result of the four of them fighting. The owner was just following the four of them. I hope I'm thinking too much. Otherwise, the boss's identity will be suspicious. Zhang Nan shook his head and said, as you said, it's normal, but it's just so coincidental. I don't believe it's a coincidence, but I just feel that it's not like that. Don't think about it if you can't figure it out. The boss is still the boss. The fish tonight is good. Do you think Zhang Yi and Wang Gang went back now? Zhang Yu thought of the two people who left one after another. He didn't know how they met, but it must be very interesting. They should go back. Zhang Yi can't go too far. Otherwise, when we finish our work and go back, we won't see him. Isn't he afraid of being suspected? If he's been trained, he should know that when doing things, he has to suspect everyone around him to prevent any mistakes. Zhang Nan also didn't know how Wang Gang and Zhang Yi met. If it was one after the other, then Zhang Yi went to another place to contact someone. Wang Gang came back after Zhang Yi came back. In that case, if the boss talked about it the next day, how would Wang Gang deal with it? If Wang Gang went back first after watching someone, then Zhang Yi, who left first, went back later. How would he explain it? The two of them entered the courtyard with doubts in their hearts. As soon as they entered, they heard the sound of chickens. The chickens were caught and raised in the courtyard. It seemed that the boss planned to raise them to lay eggs and eat meat. It seemed that the boss planned to run the shop for a long time. There shouldn't be any other purpose. After thinking about it, Zhang Nan opened the door and went in. There was still light in the room. When he entered the bedroom, he first smelled the smell of medicinal wine. When he looked up, he saw Wang Gang rubbing the wound on Zhang Yi's forehead. Although it was only a small wound, it was swollen and could be rubbed away with medicinal wine. Second brother, how is big brother? Zhang Nan asked with concern. He's okay. The bump is a lot smaller. Come and rub it. My arms are sore. When I came back, big brother wasn't there. I was scared because big brother fainted on the road. It was dark outside and I couldn't see clearly. I went out to look for him, but I couldn't find him. After a while, big brother came back with the medicinal wine. I didn't expect that we should be helping big brother. Today was really unlucky. Big brother was standing there, but because he was close to the door, he was implicated. Tell me what's going on. If those 5 people offended someone, they wouldn't do it in the shop. If it was really a robbery, how could they just take a handful of change? This is really puzzling. Wang Gang handed the medicinal wine to Zhang Nan and said while shaking his wrist. Zhang Nan nodded. He couldn't figure out what was going on either. It was like a dream, but it happened. While rubbing the bump on Zhang Yi's forehead, Zhang Nan said, "Who knows? Unless we catch the person in black and ask him, maybe we can find out." Big brother, where did you get the medicinal wine at this time of night? Ouch, be gentle. I can't get it anywhere. I bought it with money. I knocked on the door, but they weren't satisfied and asked me for an extra coin. Zhang Yi said with a grin. Zhang Yi said with a grin. He did smash the door, and he didn't know the person who sold the medicine. He thought about what he would do if he met the other 3 people on the way back, so he did everything. Even if someone questioned him, he wouldn't give himself away. It's fine if it's an extra coin. After all, they sold things in the middle of the night. Anyone would feel uncomfortable. Just take it as hard work. Zhang Nin said with less strength. Seeing that it was over, Zhang Yi groaned again. Hiss, it's about time. That's it for today. Go to sleep. I have to get up early to work tomorrow. I originally wanted to take some time to clean up the rented house. I put dust on the places that need to be dusted and the tiles that need to be dusted, but I've been busy. How about this? I'll clean the other 2 houses tomorrow. When you get up in the morning, you guys go first. I won't take too much time. You guys tell the owner. How about it? While asking, Zhang Yi observed the expressions of the 3 people. He began to suspect that one of them was the person who wanted to deal with him. To be precise, he was the person who wanted to deal with his organization. If one of the 3 people disagreed, he would have to pay more attention to him. There was a tacit understanding between the 3 people now. When they heard Zhang Yi's question, they all nodded in agreement. Especially Wang Gang. He already knew where Zhang Yi went. When Zhang Yi stayed tomorrow morning, he could arrange for someone to investigate the person who contacted Zhang Yi. Seeing the attitude of the 3 people, Zhang Yi was confused again. Could it be that he was thinking too much? Normally, if someone wanted to deal with him, they would have to stay together with him. Shaking his head, Zhang Yi, who couldn't understand, turned over and lay on the bed. He waited for someone to blow out the oil lamp. He opened his eyes and looked at the dark ceiling before slowly falling asleep. As for the fish, no one ate it. They were too sleepy to bear. They could only think about it tomorrow. It probably wouldn't spoil overnight. The next morning, Zhang Nan and the other 2 people left Zhang Yi at home and went to the braised food shop first. Zhang Nan was directly sent out. Today, he was in charge of staying at the fishing area and asking people what kind of texture they wanted when they ate the burrito. When he came back, he would tell the owner so that the owner could improve. At the same time, he also did the most important thing, which was to dress up as a shopper and wander around the grocery store next door. It would be an additional channel to pass information. As usual, Zhang Xiaobao made food for his mother. This morning, other than the 10 trays of steamed buns, he also made shumai with mutton. The biggest difference between the 2 was that one was made with dough, while the other was made with dough. In terms of taste, there wasn't much difference between the fillings. The main difference was the texture. Zhang Xiaobao even prepared to make a halal turnback. This one was very fragrant, but the best fillings were beef. He couldn't buy beef in his store, and even if there was beef, he wouldn't dare to make it. There was no such thing as halal now. Furthermore, he had tried making it at home, and even Li Longji felt that it was good. However, it definitely wasn't available in other places, including the restaurant between the clouds and the water. After all, this thing used beef as the fillings. If he really made it and sent it to the prince's mansion, almost everyone in the inner courtyard would know who the owner of the store was. Li Longji might even have to come over personally. That would be really troublesome. While waiting for the servants of the prince's mansion to come over to pick it up, Zhang Yi also finished cleaning and came back. He was indeed cleaning. Who asked him to bring it up yesterday, and the other 3 also agreed. In addition to cleaning, he also prepared some food for Chick. He didn't do anything else, let alone contact his own people. He couldn't let his own people come to the rented house. It was too easy to be exposed. As soon as Zhang Yi came over, Zhang Xiaobao asked with concern, "Zhang Yi, how's your head? Are you confused?" "No, brother Zhang, look, it's fine. There's just a red mark on the broken part. After 2 days, the red mark on the outside will disappear. It doesn't look like it was injured at all. There's still a little bit left on the original bag." It'll be fine after tomorrow. Zhang Yi pointed at his head and replied with a smile. It's good that you're fine. You rest first. Look, Xiaojing already told them that we could deliver it to them. As long as we're done here, we'll deliver it to them. We don't want to delay the eating time. If the steamed buns are left for too long, the taste will become worse. Zhang Xiaobao signaled Zhang Yi to look at the servants of the Wang mansion who were waiting there. Hearing this, Zhang Yi was tempted. He wanted to take over this job, but Wang Gang was in charge of everything in the shop. What if Wang Gang was given a tip when he delivered the goods and didn't let him do it? Just as he was thinking about how to take over the job, the voice of the female boss sounded. Zhang Yi, in a while, you go and recognize the door first. Remember the way. It'll be convenient when you deliver things in the future. Be smart, don't just be a fool. Don't just focus on delivering things. Build a good relationship with others. Ask the concierge what they like to eat. We'll cook for them later. That's the mansion of the Wang family. It's not ordinary. If you could do the business there, this store will become more and more popular in the future. See if there's any space behind. If other people's houses are for sale, buy it. Our store can be chosen by the Wang mansion. There will be a lot of people coming to eat. Now the store can't fit all of them. We can't let everyone directly take back to eat, right? Let me go. Zhang Yi didn't react for a while. He pointed at himself and asked in disbelief. What? Just now you said that your head was fine. Is it hurting again? I asked you to do some work and you want to shirk. Tell me, do you only want to eat white rice every day? If you're like this, the store can't afford to feed you. You better take your salary and leave as soon as possible. I'll find another diligent one. It's not easy to find a three-legged toad in this world. Zhang Yi only asked a question, but he was bombarded by Wang Wan's words. Zhang Yi wanted to interrupt several times, but he didn't have a chance. When Wang Wan was thirsty and looking for water to drink, Zhang Yi found an opportunity and said, Boss, that's not what I mean. I'm happy. I'll go. I'll definitely build a good relationship with them. Then our store can become bigger and earn more money. If you're happy and give me a higher salary, let's not talk about the salary first. Go. Pay attention when you speak. Don't say anything. If you make people unhappy, you don't have to come back. When Wang Wan heard Zhang Yi mention the salary, she immediately waved her hand impatiently. It could be said that Zhang Yi couldn't ask for more. After nodding repeatedly, he picked up the things and followed the servants back. In fact, he didn't need to know the way. The main thing was that he could talk to the other party and sell the things in the store to them in the future. The way, in fact, referred to the connections. Watching Zhang Yi leave, Wang Gang looked at Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao in surprise. It was his effort to deliver the things to the Wang mansion. He had planned to have an excuse to go there at any time in the future. He didn't expect that he would give the opportunity to Zhang Yi. Didn't the boss say that he was in charge of the arrangements of the shop staff? Why did he interfere? If Zhang Yi went over and found out more information, or even if it was like what Zhang Nan had analyzed this morning, that there was someone in the Wang Fu waiting for him, then the other side would know the situation in the Wang Fu. While Wang Gang was thinking, Zhang Yu came to his side and whispered in his ear, You have to think of a way to keep an eye on them. If the other party has people in the mansion, you must catch them. Otherwise, if they hide in the mansion, it will be a disaster. Hearing Zhang Yu's words, Wang Gang suddenly shivered. He didn't think of this. Under the situation of inertia, he was only thinking about how to defend. He didn't expect that there would be a way to lure the snake out of its hole. Yes, give Zhang Yi and the others a chance. In this way, the boss's casual arrangement had a very big effect. It was really like what Zhang Nan and Zhang Yu said on the way here that they had talked about last night. When the boss did things, he always made the three of them feel very comfortable. Coincidence? Was it really just a coincidence? That was too much of a coincidence. With this thought in mind, Wang Gang turned his head to observe the two bosses. Yes, Brother Zhang was still the same. When he saw a customer coming, he would look over and smile. The female boss was still behind the counter, counting the change. Then, she would place the change one by one on the counter. Her eyes, however, would occasionally look at the few tables where people were eating. If someone took the food, she would immediately take note of it. Wang Gang thought in his heart, but didn't find anything different. The only difference was that the two bosses were literate but their handwriting was not very good. The female boss was even left-handed, which looked awkward. For the time being, I will take it as a coincidence. In the future, I will have to observe more. If it is another group of people, because of my negligence, I can't afford to take the blame. Wang Gang thought about it for a while and then went to add more things to the shelves. Zhang Yu also followed suit. Not long after, Zhang Yi came back. As soon as he came back, he took out a few coins, all of which were 1 copper coin. He smiled and went to the counter, put them one by one on the counter, and said to Wang Wan, "Boss, I am back. This is the reward, a total of 9 copper coins. Please count it." Wang Wan looked at the 9 copper coins and was speechless. He was not Kong Yiji, so why did he have to do this? But she still carefully counted them one by one and then put them together. After thinking for a while, she reluctantly took down a coin that looked a bit old and put it on the counter. She pushed it in front of Zhang Yi with one finger and said, "This is for you. Normally, I would give you 1 coin for 10 coins. Today is the first time, so I'll give you a bargain." "Thank you, boss. I will work hard in the future and not cause trouble for you." Zhang Yi was so grateful that he was about to cry. He took the coin and held it tightly in his hand. He really wanted to cry. This job was not easy, and it was only 1 copper coin. Was there a need to be so reluctant? What if he didn't take it out? Then, wouldn't he earn 9 copper coins? The most infuriating thing was that he had to pretend to be happy, and grateful for the 1 copper coin. Zhang Yu and Wang Gang looked at the boss and Zhang Yi's actions and wanted to laugh heartily. When all the unusual things had returned to their normal daily lives, something even more unusual finally happened. At noon, there were even more customers in the restaurant. Some of them were unwilling to take their food away and just stood in the restaurant, eating and drinking, just like Xian Heng's restaurant described in the book. It was a good situation, but someone suddenly appeared and broke the peace of the restaurant. Jiang Wang clan came in person with a group of guards in the inner courtyard. However, she did not let Wang Shi come with her. She missed her son. She always felt that it was better for her son and daughter-in-law to eat and wear good clothes at home than to run a small restaurant outside. Moreover, they had to smile to others. Although she knew that her son and daughter-in-law had their own plans, since it was right in front of her, she might as well take a look. As for why she did not bring Wang Shi, it was naturally because she was afraid that Wang Shi would not be able to control her expression and be discovered by others. If that happened, wouldn't her son and daughter-in-law's plan be in vain? When the Jiang Wang clan arrived, the entire restaurant was in an uproar. Wang Gang's eyes widened in shock and fear. He glanced around and felt that everyone in the restaurant was a threat to the master's wife, especially Zhang Yi. A few guards squeezed in first, followed by 2 servant girls, and then Jiang Wang clan. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan saw that their mother had arrived, they looked at each other. Zhang Xiaobao immediately smiled and said, the noble is here. Even the walls of this small restaurant are glowing. Oh, you are the one who made the buns for me. Not bad. I heard that you are good-looking and have a good personality. Needless to say, you are all ordinary people. I am here to see for myself. Is there still a table for us to eat? The Jiang Wang clan acted as if it was the first time she had seen Zhang Xiaobao. She carefully sized him up and said casually. With a hua sound, everyone who was sitting down and eating immediately stood up. They all looked very respectful. Wang Gang directly looked at the table of his own people and quickly went over to clean up the table. As he cleaned up, he thanked them. Thank you. Then the 3 of you can only stand and eat. However, the people at the other tables were not willing. They all said that they should stand up and eat by themselves. It was as if it was an honor for the Jiang Wang clan to occupy their table. None of the other people felt that there was anything wrong with giving up their table for the Jiang Wang clan. It had nothing to do with the status of the Jiang Wang clan. The main thing was that the Jiang Wang clan gave birth to a good son. Everyone felt that with the good things that Xiao Bao had done for Tang Dynasty, his mother, the Jiang Wang clan, should be treated with the same courtesy no matter where she went. From luxurious restaurants to ordinary shops, there should be a table for the Jiang Wang clan. The Jiang Wang clan did not stand on ceremony. She thanked the 2 maids and sat down on the stool. She nodded and smiled at the people around her, as a form of greeting. This time, no one continued to sit down. They would rather leave the table empty than sit down. They felt that it was a blasphemy for Tang Dynasty to sit together with the Jiang clan. The Jiang clan had to be treated like this. Moreover, the people who were standing and eating also became vigilant. They stared at each other, afraid that someone would do something to hurt the Jiang clan. Zhang Yu looked at them from the side and sighed. This was what it meant to be prominent. The hearts of the people were not just about how much money a person had. If you had money and status, others might not dare to offend you, but they would definitely not protect you without asking for anything in return. At the most, you could occupy a table and people would not eat and leave. So what if you had money? It was hard to buy money, but I am willing to do so. Wang Gang was very nervous. He looked around and realized that there were 3 people eating at his table. He should not leave his table. When he saw Zhang Yu, he quickly said, "Zhang Yu, go and get the dishes." Then, he wanted to ask Zhang Yi to leave the restaurant. It would be better if Zhang Yi stayed outside to welcome the guests. That way, it would be less dangerous. Before he could say anything, Wang Wan spoke first. "Sure too. What are you waiting for? Hurry up, go, and make 2 dishes for the noble lady to try. Although our restaurant is small, it is good that we are diligent. Isn't that right, madam?" Jiang clan looked at Wang Wan and smiled even more. She nodded and said, "Yes, yes, it is good that you are diligent. Haha, come and sit here. Sit here and talk. You're called Sure too, right? Just cook a few dishes." After she asked Wang Wan to sit down, Jiang clan was even more relieved. She knew that her son and daughter-in-law were not weak. With Cuckoo by their side, they would be much more stable. The eyes of the 2 maidservants in the inner courtyard flashed with a trace of surprise, but they immediately returned to their normal state. The 2 of them had already recognized their young master and young lady. Why did these 2 people who did not know come here to open a restaurant? No wonder the madam wanted to come here personally. It turned out that she missed her son and daughter-in-law. Since the young master and young lady had disguised themselves, the 2 of them definitely could not show it. They had to cooperate, otherwise it would delay the proper business. Zhang Xiaobao was very fast at cooking. In less than 2 minutes, a plate of vinegar cabbage was ready. He carried it out. Zhang, he was about to take it when Wang Wan glared at him and said, "Zhang, hurry up and see if there is anything else that others want. The madam is a rich noble. How can she let you do the work? You are just a servant." Zhang Yi secretly cursed in his heart. Didn't he just want to curry favor with the Jiang clan? Humph. Then he thought that if he could kill the Jiang clan at this time, then he would also die. But it would be very helpful to the organization. Unfortunately, at this time, his people did not come to eat. He estimated that he would not be able to get close by himself. It would be good if he was the one to deliver the dishes. But this damned female boss did not give him the chance. Seeing the dishes being carried out, Wang Gang wanted to eat, but he was also glared at by Wang Wan, so he did not dare to make sound. Zhang Xiaobao directly put the dishes in front of his mother and said with a smile, "You eat. The cabbage is left over from last time. We are not willing to eat it. Try it. I will make the next dish for you." "Good, make another one. I can't finish it if there is too much. It would be a waste to throw it away." Jiang clan narrowed her eyes and said to Zhang Xiaobao. She picked up the chopsticks and was about to eat. At this time, one of the 2 maids quickly stopped her. "Madam, let this servant try first this dish. It's fine. Looking at Sure, I know that he is not a bad person. And this girl, one look, and I know that she is from the Tang Empire. How could a Tang Empire citizen harm me, right?" Jiang clan seemed to be asking everyone. Yes. The voices that were not very uniform echoed in the room. The maid pretended to be very embarrassed and hesitated. When she saw that Jiang clan took a bite, she picked up the chopsticks and also took a bite. She meant that if they were going to die, they would die together. The other maid did not need to be too excessive. She said to Jiang clan, "Madam, why don't this servant go to the counter and help with the bookkeeping? What do you think?" Okay. After Sure is done with the second dish, you can sit there." Jiang clan knew what the maid meant and said. When the maid squeezed her way to the counter and started to do the bookkeeping, Zhang Xiaobao also finished the second dish. He still personally brought it over, said that there was still soup, and turned around and squeezed back. After a while, the soup was also ready. It was a soup with garlic sprouts and eggs. At the same time, he also brought over a piece of cake. He did not bring any seafood, as it was not suitable for his mother. The main reason was that Zhang Xiaobao did not have good quality rice. The rice he was eating now was the local rice. The taste was much worse than the rice from the northern part of Hebei province. However, the rice still had seeds. How could it appear in his small restaurant? Zhang Wang clan ate, while looking back and forth between Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. She was eating very happily, and the people around also felt hungry. They smelled the dishes. Although it was just two simple dishes, they smelled really good. At this time, they realized that the owner of the braised food restaurant not only made delicious braised food, but also cooked stir-fried food. It was just that they did not have the luck to eat it. It was probably because the restaurant was small and busy. Wang Gang stood at the side and also could not squeeze over. He wanted to squeeze in, but was afraid that he would be too obvious and be seen by Zhang Yi. Therefore, he had to stay a few steps away and watch the owner's wife eat there worriedly. He was really worried that the owner would not cook well or put some slow poison in the food. After all, the owner's wife was pregnant. However, he did not know why he saw absolute trust in the owner's eyes. It was as if the food was not made by the people outside, but by her own family. She did not have the slightest doubt. Zhang Wang clan drank a mouthful of soup and stopped. She looked at Zhang Xiaobao and said, "It's delicious. You have to cook more for me in the future. Recently, I always eat the food you cook. Although I pay for it, some things are not easy to buy even if you pay for it. When I came here, I brought some ingredients for you. You can cook as you see fit. There's beef from cows that accidentally died, venison, and some fresh vegetables. Oh, I also brought some chilies for you. If you want to eat them, just cook them. Don't make it difficult for yourself. Madam, there's also the desserts that you made yourself. There are not many people like you, madam. You spend money to buy food, but you still give other things to people. Madam, you are so kind." The servant girl beside her also echoed Zhang Wang clan's words. Zhang Xiaobao immediately became panicked. He rubbed his hands and said with a flattered expression, How can this be? Making a dish is something that should be done. Yes, it should be done, right? The servant girl asked Wang Wan. When Wang Wan heard Zhang Xiaobao, she raised her head and looked at Zhang Xiaobao. She immediately got the hint from the other party's eyes and quickly said, "Isn't that so? Madam, we really don't know what to do. You made the food yourself and gave us a lot of ingredients that we can't buy. I've heard of the chilies, but I've never eaten it. I think it's very good, right? There's also good rice. Take everything that is useful." The servant girl said to Wang Wan, "Yes, there's so many things. Sure too, you have to do a good job so that Madam can have a taste of your cooking. Madam, how about this? Every day at noon, our shop will specially set aside a table for you to eat. You can come and eat at night. What do you think?" Wang Wan also seemed to be very embarrassed, so she invited Sure too. When most of the people around heard Wang Wan's words, they all felt that the owner of the shop didn't know what was good for her. How could the Zhang Wang clan come to eat every day? What if there was danger? However, this shop's business would probably be better in the future. It would be several times or even dozens of times better. Even the Zhang Wang clan came to eat, so it was obvious how good the food in the shop was. They had countless restaurants like Between the Clouds and the Water, Sea and Clouds, Blue Sea and Silver Sand. Chapter 1076. Zhang Yi didn't know what the others were thinking, but he knew that if they succeeded, they would be able to target them and assassinate them. It would be 10,000 times easier than breaking into the Wang mansion. Thus, he joined in the fun and said, "Yes, boss is right. Madam, you have to come here often." Wang Gang hated that he couldn't walk behind the female boss and strangle her to death. Coming here once was already so dangerous. How could she come here every day? If she really came here every day, wouldn't others know the rules? Yes, there were countless people in Tang who were willing to protect the Zhang family and Wang family with their lives. But at the same time, there were also people and forces from other places who wanted the two families dead. Especially that Zhang Yi. he was actually trying to instigate them. Wasn't he just looking for an opportunity? The main family's mistress was too much. She had nothing better to do at home. Furthermore, she was pregnant. Why did she have to come here to eat? The Zhang family didn't know about Wang Gang's depression. When she heard Wang Wan's words, she was stunned. She didn't understand why her daughter-in-law wanted her to come here every day. Then, she looked up at her son. Her son also gave her a look of affirmation. That meant that the two of them had already discussed it. It wasn't that she couldn't come here every day. Being able to talk to her son and daughter-in-law would make her feel better. Furthermore, there wouldn't be any danger. Her son and daughter-in-law would definitely be well prepared. Since that was the case, then, okay, come here every day. Then I can eat delicious food every day. Plus, there are many people, so it's more lively. Okay, I'll come over tomorrow night for dinner. I'll also bring you some other things. I have some good cloth. I'll make some clothes for you. Zhang Wangshu cooperated and agreed. Wang Gang was so angry that he almost fainted. What was wrong with the main family's mistress? She was usually very careful. Why did she become so careless when she saw the two bosses today? If something really happened, what would he do? The young master would go crazy. All right, since she insisted on coming, he had to bring his gun. Even if he was exposed, he had to ensure the safety of the main family's mistress at all times. Damn the female boss. When this was over, I asked you to open the restaurant. Do you value money more than your life? Zhang Wang clan agreed and continued to eat. Occasionally, she would chat with her son and daughter-in-law. Zhang Xiaobao also cooperated and told his mother about the common folk stories. Wang Wen helped to fill in the gaps. She even told them about the local customs and other interesting things that happened in their hometown before they came to Hangzhou. He spoke in great detail. Even the local dialect names for certain things were not wrong. Occasionally, he would speak in the dialect of that place. Zhang Wang clan listened attentively. She knew that her son and daughter-in-law were not talking nonsense. They must be telling the truth about that place. From time to time, she would ask them if she did not understand. She really did not know, but she knew that her son and daughter-in-law must know, so she never doubted them. Zhang Xiaobao even sang a folk song when he was talking happily. Wang Wen also sang a little tune. No one thought that there was anything wrong. However, the eyes of the servant girl sitting there were full of worship. She knew very well where the young master and young lady were from. But when she looked at the servant, the spy Wang Gang, and then compared the young master and young lady, she could immediately judge who was superior. The young master and young lady were the best spies. Yes, they stood at the peak of the system. Even the spies in her family could not recognize them. If she had not been in contact with them all the time, she would not have recognized them at first glance. Oomph, you dare to stare? When the servant girl saw Wang Gang glaring at Wang Wan, she thought unhappily, if it weren't for the fact that you spies are always controlled by others and can't get any useful information, what's the use of keeping you around in Hangzhou when there are so many people from the other side who can't find out about it? If you had some ability, why would the young master and young lady have to do it personally? In the past few days, when you found some clues, you didn't know what to do. Isn't it because the young master and young lady helped you? Trash. Every one of you is an idiot. Wang Gang was staring at Wang Wan when he suddenly felt a gaze from the side. He turned his head and saw the servant girl from the inner courtyard staring at him. He was puzzled for a moment. What do you mean? Why are you staring at me? I didn't ask the boss to say so, and I didn't ask the mistress to agree. Oh, maybe it's because I didn't have the right to take charge of the store. If I did, I could help the boss decide things at this time, just like the inner courtyard at a critical moment. But is this my fault? Don't I want to be in charge? I have 3 people here, and the other side is only 1 person. But it's the 4 of us who are so smart pretending to be servants, and we are actually being led around by the boss in a mess. What can I do? Until now, I still haven't figured out what's going on. The 4 of us elites are working for free in this store. I'm still in a daze. It seems that everything is coincidental, but it also seems that everything is strange. You're still glaring at me. Do you know how sullen I am? It's also the first time I've encountered such a situation. It's really too difficult. Everything depends on the boss's mood. Otherwise, we won't be able to achieve the desired effect. Fortunately, the boss has created a lot of opportunities for us in the past 2 days. Now, There are already 3 lines that we can grasp. It's fine as long as we keep an eye on them. It's not easy for me to receive such a mission and even have such a boss. When I go back and summarize it, it can be used as a textbook. Wang Gang thought about this matter and returned the servant girl an aggrieved look, hoping that the servant girl could understand him. When the servant girl saw Wang Gang's expression, she became even angrier. You're aggrieved? The mistress even has to pretend not to know her own son. Isn't she aggrieved? I followed them here and had to cooperate with them. I clearly know that the young master's dishes aren't dangerous, but I still have to eat them to test for poison. I still want to say something intimate to the young mistress. Isn't I aggrieved? In order to hide their true identity, the young master and young mistress even specially learned to make up all kinds of things, including the environment, products, and even folk songs. Isn't it better to use this time to do something else? Aren't they aggrieved? The 2 people exchanged glances. Other than Wang, who was sitting at the table and could see it, no one else noticed. When she saw the different expressions of the servant girl and the spy, Wang almost laughed out loud. She quickly turned her head and continued to talk with the Jiang Wang clan. The meal lasted for a full hour. In the end, when the dishes were cold, Madame Zhang stopped eating. She sat there and chatted for a long time. At this time, none of the people eating in the room left, and the people outside also couldn't squeeze in. When the Jiang Wang clan finished talking and got up to leave, the room was empty. The people outside came in one after another to eat, and from time to time, they would ask the waiter about what happened earlier. Wang Gang was not in a good mood. When others asked him, his answer was very simple. However, Zhang Yi was very happy. He didn't find it troublesome to repeat it over and over again, especially when he said that the Jiang Wang clan would come to eat every day in the future. He was in a state of excitement. Zhang Yi was worried and happy at the same time. She was worried that the Jiang Wang clan would be in danger. She was happy that she could see the Jiang Wang clan more in the future. This was a legendary figure. Her children were all very good. Maybe she could get lucky. At dusk, Zhang came back. He already knew what happened here. He was carrying 4 big fish, but he was frowning and looked very unhappy. He was also worried that the Jiang Wang clan would be in danger. On the way, he had already asked his people to arrange the security. What he meant was that in the future, even if it was only his people who came to eat every day, he wouldn't let anyone else in. He would wait for the Jiang Wang clan. As long as the Jiang Wang clan came, he would be able to protect them. Xiaonan, you're back? Oh, there's a lot of fish today. Good. I'll ask Sure to make fish for you. This time it's steamed. Let me tell you a piece of good news. That is, do you know the Zhang clan and the Wang clan? The madam of the main family came today. That madam is very beautiful. When you see her, you feel close to her. She also brought us a lot of food. Oh, and snacks. She made them herself. Most people don't even dare to think about it. Today, I'll reward each of you with a small piece. Huh? Xiaonan, why do you look so pale? Are you unhappy? When Wang saw Zhang Nan, she was in a very good mood and started to talk to him. Zhang Nan squeezed out a smile and rubbed his face with one hand. He replied, I'm happy. Today, the wind by the lake is very strong. My face is uncomfortable. Boss, when the madam of the Zhang family comes in the future, can you let me be close to receive her? No, they are rich people. Why would a servant like you be close to them? Speaking of receiving them, we have to do the job of protection first. Then, this matter will be handled by Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi, can you do it? Wang rejected Zhang Nan's proposal, but gave another important task to Zhang Yi. When Zhang Yi heard Wang's words, he was so happy that he couldn't go over and kiss his boss. This was like someone giving him a pillow when he was sleepy. In his excitement, he nodded repeatedly and said, Okay, I'll do whatever boss wants me to do. I promise to do it well. Boss, don't worry. I'll personally design and arrange the place for protection. Boss, I also want to participate. Zhang Nin strongly requested. No, Xiao Yi alone is enough. And we don't need to trouble Xiao Yi to design. Xiao Yi will only help to arrange. Stone and I will design. You won't be able to guess. Stone and I are very good at this. I remember when we were young, we played hide and seek in the village. Stone and I cooperated and chose a good place. No one could find us. It was easy for us to find them. Let me tell you, when it comes to safety, There is no better way to be safe than hide and seek. At that time, Wang Wan insisted on letting Zhang Yi do the work. She also talked incoherently about the things in the past. No one could tell if she was telling the truth or not. Anyway, it was something that happened when she was young. In order not to arouse Zhang Yi's suspicion, Zhang Nin didn't continue to ask. Instead, he said, "That's good. Big brother, you did a good job." "Yes, big brother, you did a great job this time. Tell us about the arrangement when the time comes." Wang Gang also said, "Big brother, do you need my help? I don't have a problem carrying things." Zhang Yu asked. Zhang Yi kept waving his hand. "I can do it by myself. And I can't tell you. It's not that I don't trust you. It's just that if one of you accidentally let the bad guys hurt Mrs. Wang, it won't be good. Go back to your work." Zhang Xiaobao came out from the kitchen behind and said in a silly voice, "You don't want to cook today, right? Close the door early so that it's easy to arrange." Yes, we don't want to cook. Our stone is so smart. There will be more people in the future. Even the madam of the Zhang family is here. You can see how good our stone's cooking is. Guys, hurry up and eat. After you finish eating, we will close the door and arrange the protective arrangement. Sorry, your money is free this year. What Wang Wan meant was for the diners to leave as soon as possible. The diners were reasonable. They didn't continue to chat. They finished the food as quickly as possible, wiped their mouths, and left with thanks. No one was allowed to come in even if they wanted to. After the door was closed and the latch was locked, there were only 6 people left in the room. "The 3 of you, clean up the table and go to the back to wash the dishes. Zhang Yi, come with us and empty the utility room. In the future, when Mrs. Zhang comes, let her eat there. It's close to the back door. If there is any danger, just run from the back." Wang Wan ordered the other 3 to do the work. She asked Zhang Yi to go to the utility room alone to move things. There were also many things sent by the Jiangwang clan that needed to be arranged, especially the beef. When it was sent, it was frozen and wrapped in thick layers of quilts. It had to be placed in a dark and cold place. Otherwise, it would spoil in a few days. After a busy day, Zhang Yi was as tired as a dog. Finally, he moved the things out of the utility room. Wang Wan then said to Zhang, "Hey, listen to me. Tomorrow morning, I will ask them to buy things. You arrange it. Don't put a table near the back door. Leave it empty so that it's convenient to run." The door that was connected to the front hall had to be covered with a gauze curtain so that people couldn't see the situation inside from the outside. A scarecrow had to be put on clothes and placed beside the table. Even if someone wanted to make a move, they would think that it was a scarecrow through the gauze. The table is not allowed to face the door directly. That is to say, when people are outside, they have to look at the corner of the table diagonally. The wall next to the bedroom was originally made of wood. Saw the wood and turned it into a hidden door. When Mrs. Zhang comes, if there is anything you want to put in a safe place, put it in the bedroom. If there is danger, you can go into the bedroom. The kitchen is on the other side of the bedroom. Wang Wan said one by one. Zhang Yi excitedly memorized one by one. When she finished, Wang Wan asked, "Did you memorize everything?" "Boss, I've memorized everything. Don't worry. I promise I'll do it well. I'll go by those things." Zhang Yi asked, "No need. Someone else can do it. You're too tired. You have to work. Take care of yourself. Okay, go." Wang Wan waved her hand. When Zhang Yi left happily, Wang Wan looked at Zhang Xiaobao. They looked at each other and smiled. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.